In the Lotus pool of Zizholm, a small koi fish, having taken a bite from a pearl spat by a qilin transformed into a lotus seed, was punished and cast down to the mortal realm to endure tribulations. She became a mere supporting character, a girl who perished young at the age of 3, yet was fortunate enough to have her senior sister restore her threefold magical power. Her mother was driven to despair by a petty schemer who manipulated her to allow her half-sister into her father's bed, leading to her tragic demise. Her father was exploited by the emperor, schemed against by colleagues, and subjected to emotional manipulation by a stepmother. All 5 brothers suffered their own misfortunes. Her family, her parents, and brothers could not endure these injustices and resolved to fight back. Eventually, even the antagonist became her devoted follower. It was then that she realized the Lotus Seed Fairy, whom she had once bitten, had protected her through 3 lifetimes. Continuing from the previous chapter, Chapter 91, What if I insist on bestowing marriage upon you? Upon hearing this, Princess Chaoyang was outraged. A concubine? How could a princess of her stature accept such a fate? She disregarded all decorum and kicked the door open. Father, you wish for me to become a concubine to a 5th-rank official? I'm the princess of Dongji. The emperor was taken aback, realizing he had spoiled this unruly daughter. The empress hurried in but refrained from defending her daughter. What does it matter if you are a princess? That young lady is still the childhood friend of Lord Yu. The empress had never approved of Chaoyang's relationship with Yu Tingsong, as her own romance with the emperor had been marred by a fox spirit from the south, and she certainly would not allow her daughter to become a third party, ruining another's love. Mother? Princess Chaoyang felt her world crumbling. Were they truly her parents? Why was there no support from her family? Meanwhile, Pei Shi and Jun Lily watched the spectacle with amused expressions. Pei Shi discreetly retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from her sleeve and began to snack at the door, offering a piece of sweet pastry to Jun Lily. The mother and daughter duo were well prepared for this gossip session. Seeing her mother casually produce the seeds made Jun Lily marvel inwardly. Mother, is your sleeve a magical bag from a dream? She pondered, rummaging through Pei Shi's voluminous sleeve and finding it surprisingly heavy, likely filled with many treasures. Observing the changing hues of Princess Chaoyang's face from pale to green, blue, purple, and eventually black, Jun Lily struggled to contain her laughter, which proved more challenging than holding her breath, especially for a young child. Ultimately, she could no longer restrain herself and burst into hearty laughter. The laughter of the infant echoed outside, leaving the people within the room speechless. The emperor began to question whether Yu Tingsong's reluctance to marry Chaoyang stemmed solely from a desire to avoid being labeled as heartless. What if I insist on bestowing marriage upon you? The emperor inquired tentatively. Oh heavens, that could cost 3 lives. Jun Lily was certain that should Yu Tingsong defy the emperor, he would face dire consequences, and Ding Shi, being a devoted husband, would certainly perish. Princess Chaoyang, unwilling to humiliate herself as a concubine, would likely flee from the marriage, risking her own safety. Her analysis was astute, and Pei Shi wholeheartedly agreed. This must not happen. Yu Tingsong and Princess Chaoyang stood united, declaring in unison. Chaoyang, your mother asks you, do you still wish to marry Lord Yu? The empress maintained her maternal demeanor, her expression hinting that if she wished to wed, the marriage could occur immediately. I do not wish to marry anymore, Princess Chaoyang stammered, on the brink of tears. Very well, the emperor nodded in satisfaction. I am a reasonable man since the man does not wish to marry and the woman does not wish to wed. We shall put this matter to rest. The onlookers thought, finally, this tyrannical emperor has done something commendable. Yu Tingsong, knowing how to navigate the situation, quickly knelt and continued. Your Majesty, Your Highness, I am unworthy of princess. I believe the princess will surely find her true love, he added. Princess Chaoyang was left speechless, borrowing his kind words. Enough, unless there is nothing further. You may all leave, I have state affairs to attend to. Yu Tingsong left with a smile. Watching him depart, Jun Lily sighed in relief. I adore the empress were it not for her intercession on Ding Shi's behalf. Yu Tingsong might have already met his demise. Yet I must also thank the emperor for permitting Ding Shi to become a concubine. Why has the emperor suddenly become so endearing? Jun Lily genuinely felt for Yu Tingsong's predicament. In these days, hasn't the young lord from the Wei Yuan Marquisate been enchanted by the princess? Upon hearing this, Pei sure recalled such a figure. The Wei Yuan Marquis was a renowned general, equal in stature to her father, General Pei, with their families intertwined in duty. By the way, Princess, I heard that the young lord recently injured his arm while assisting the Dali Temple in capturing a fugitive. This information was shared by Jun Jingyan, who had mentioned it inadvertently. Princess Chaoyang immediately grew anxious. He was injured? When did this happen? Seeing her distressed demeanor, Pei sure realized the young lord held a significant place in her heart, even if she herself was unaware. Just 2 days ago. What? He delivered a bag of peeled pine nuts to me yesterday, Princess Chaoyang found herself at a loss for words. Her aunt would not lie. Thus it was this foolish young man who had brought her the gift while injured. At this thought, warmth flooded her heart, and her nose tinged with moisture. Mother, aunt, I must excuse myself. Princess Chaoyang bowed and hurriedly exited the palace. As she passed through the palace gates, she encountered her 2 elder brothers, Pei Laoda and Pei Laer. Elder brother, second brother, what brings you to the palace? Pei sure inquired curiously. Alas, the emperor summoned us urgently, stating unrest at the western border may lead to renewed conflict, Pei Laoda sighed. The Shilei kingdom? Did you not defeat them just last year? Pei sure questioned, puzzled. Just last year, when Lily was born, her father and brothers had concluded a 3-year war with the Shilei kingdom. How could another conflict arise so soon? Who knows? Pei Laer replied. However, I heard that the Shilei emperor recently welcomed a newborn prince, who is rumored to be a divine being, causing quite a stir among the people. A divine being? Surely this is mere exaggeration? What deity could rival my little koi god? Could he perhaps be another world traveler? June Lily found herself intrigued by this young Shilei prince. Oh, is this child truly so remarkable? Pei sure joined in the curiosity. Indeed, they say he can summon winds and rain. Pei Laer continued to elaborate. Even the ancient city of Sunset, perpetually consumed by the desert, has received rain. His increasingly fantastical claims left Pei sure astounded. The ancient city of Sunset lay within the desert, where rain was scarce if it truly rained there. This prince must possess extraordinary powers. Should war break out, it is likely the Shilei emperor believes that with this divine child, they will be invincible, Pei Laer added derisively. Regardless of what beasts they may be, with my grandfather and 2 uncles here, we shall not allow Shilei to run rampant, June Lily retorted nonchalantly. Pei sure felt her daughter had spoken her mind. Elder brother, second brother, if war does come, do not show mercy. They must learn that we Dongji are not to be trifled with. Let them remember that we are not easily bullied. Pei sure seemed to rally herself for battle. Pei Laoda was confident. We won't detain you further, the emperor awaits. Unbeknownst to them, she sensed that the impending conflict with Shilei would not be easily won. Indeed, 3 days later, General Pei began mustering the troops. The day of departure has been set, coinciding with the first day of next month. Chapter 92. Turbulence in the realm. Unrest resurfaces. This expedition mirrors those of the past. General Pei, accompanied by his eldest and second sons, Pei Laoda and Pei Lar, sets forth, while Jun Jinxing must continue to feign his disability, unable to join them. On the first day, at the city gates, the emperor, the crown prince, and others personally come to bid farewell. I assure you, my old minister will not fail in his duty and will drive the bandits out of our Dongji. General Pei, I await your triumphant return, the emperor responds. After exchanging words with the emperor, General Pei mounts his horse. Father, take care of yourself. Pei's family and Jun Jingyan arrive to see them off. This marks the Pei family's countless farewells to their father and brothers, so they do not express excessive sorrow. Hearing his daughter's words, General Pei turns his horse to nod at the Pei family, casting a reluctant glance at his granddaughter, June Lily, nestled in her arms. The duration of military campaigns can be lengthy, and the thought of not seeing his granddaughter for several months, or even years, stirs a sense of longing within him. June Lily is taken by her 5 brothers to frolic in the streets, coinciding with the presence of their cousins from the Pei family and Dengqing. With the siblings gathered, they decide to visit Zui Xianglu for a gathering. As they pass by the He Shirling mansion, June Lily's thoughts drift to He Jinru. She is surely aware of the 9th prince's situation at the Zongjing temple, and it seems that even with the heroine's capabilities, aiding the hero in seizing power is no longer feasible. With this in mind, June Lily feels significantly more at ease. Having traversed into this world for over 6 months and witnessed numerous events, she finds solace in the well-being of her family, whose fates appear to be progressing positively. Dragon City is truly peaceful now. Pei exclaims, appearing carefree. The 5 brothers of the June family exchange glances at him. Peaceful? That is but an illusion. The old emperor's health declines day by day, and until he passes, the new emperor cannot ascend, ensuring that tranquility remains elusive. Even with the new emperor's ascension, internal strife may be resolved, yet external threats from the 3 kingdoms to the southwest, north, and east persist. Achieving peace in Dragon City is simple, but achieving peace in the realm is utterly impossible. Jun Jinsheng articulates his perspective. In his arms, June Lily observes his brow furrowing once more, an expression fraught with tension and foreboding, as if chaos is imminent. Xiao Chun, you are merely 17, do not always wear such an anxious demeanor. It ages you. Pei remarks, glancing at Jun Jinsheng's furrowed brow, shivering at the goosebumps on his arms. June Lily wholeheartedly agrees with her second cousin's sentiment. Indeed, we should focus on living our own lives as long as our safety is not compromised. The upheavals of the world are of little concern to us. Upon hearing their sister's thoughts, the 5 brothers contemplate their own views. Jun Jinsheng and Jun Jinqing express mild dissent, while Jun Jinan and Jun Jinfeng lend their full support. Jun Jejia, still too young to grasp these matters, believes that whatever his sister and eldest brothers say must be correct. Hearing voices of children and young men and women at their doorstep, he Jinru, frustrated by her inability to produce soap, steps outside for a look. She encounters a group of handsome young men and women amusing a small infant. Upon closer inspection, she recognizes them as members of the Jing Wangfu and the general's mansion. Watching June Lily being cherished by her numerous older siblings, he Jinru feels a pang of envy. Why couldn't she also be reborn as a small infant, free from all worries, indulging in endless eating and sleeping? Miss, today marks General Pei's departure. They must have just accompanied him to bid farewell to the emperor. A nearby maid explains the situation to He Jinru. He Jinru's father is merely a third-rank Shurlang, without connections to the side consort of the Jing Wangfu. He could not have attained his current position. Naturally, the He family status is not high, with many members, and they cannot afford a residence near the palace, residing instead near the city gates. If the palace is the innermost ring, the He family occupies the 8th ring. Reflecting on the fall from grace of the 9th prince, she muses on the chaotic atmosphere of Dragon City, where various factions are in constant flux. Coupled with the current disorder and relentless foreign invasions, any moment could herald a change in dynasty. She must hasten to successfully produce soap, for it seems that wealth is the true path. Only with ample resources can one find support. As He Jinru's worries mount, her frustration deepens, and her attempts to mix the lime water yield little success. Damn it! Why is making soap so difficult? The scene shifts. Zuexiang Lu stands as one of Dragon City's finest establishments, frequented primarily by the affluent and esteemed, making it a favored haunt for the young gentlemen. Before the dishes are fully served, a young scribe from the Ministry of Justice rushes in, breathless. Not good, young masters and misses. Having run a considerable distance, the scribe struggles to catch his breath. Speak slowly, do not rush, Jun Jinqing gently reassures him. Is Princess Chuyang and Miss Chui, they have gone missing. Young Lord Jia and the Crown Prince have already set out to search for them, and Lord Jun has requested that you young masters also assist in the search when you have time. Upon hearing this, everyone is taken aback. What? Chaoyang and Chui are adults, how could they simply vanish? June Lily finds the situation rather absurd. Clarify. When and where did they go missing? Jun Jinsheng stabilizes the crowd's emotions, inquiring in detail. June Lily thinks, they have been missing for 2 days? That has surpassed 48 hours. A case can be filed. The scribe continues, this morning, everyone sensed something was amiss. His Majesty has ordered the Ministry of Justice to collaborate with the Dali Temple in the search. Everyone should set out promptly. Upon learning this news, the group loses all appetite for their meal, consumed by urgency. The princess and Miss Chui would not disappear without reason. They must be trapped somewhere. Pei Ting assesses. If that is the case, It is fortunate we fear they may have been kidnapped by some faction. Jun Jinan expresses concern. Both the princess and Miss Chui are vulnerable if they have indeed been abducted. The odds are grim. Deng Qing and Pei Yin's faces pale in fear. The group engages in a flurry of discussion. Their expressions varied, while only Jun Jincheng remains composed, his demeanor unruffled. Second and third brothers, come with me to join the crown prince in the search. Elder cousin, please gather some of our household servants to accompany us. It is unwise to employ our hidden guards while the crown prince is present. This arrangement is meticulously planned, with no room for oversight. The group reaches a consensus. However, June Lily is not entirely pleased. Elder brother, I wish to accompany you to see for myself. She longs to be part of the excitement. Chapter 93. The disappearance of Princess Chuyang and Miss Chui. Upon contemplating this, she let out a deep sigh, her gaze filled with despair. She had forgotten that as an infant, she was unable to articulate her thoughts. Even if she understood something, she could not convey it to anyone. However, Jun Jincheng perceived her silent yearning and found her to be remarkably resourceful. Wait, let my little sister accompany us. Lao San, can you ensure her safety? Yun Tianxing entrusted these formidable tasks to Yun Tinen. Rest assured, I am more than capable, Jun Jinan assured with a pat on his chest. Jun Jinbai thought to himself. Why did he feel that his third brother seemed less reliable than himself, who lacked martial prowess? Jun Lily mused. Why is my elder brother suddenly insisting on taking me along? Although I long to join, as an infant, I am of little use and would only become a burden. Jun Lily drooped her head, resembling a kitten with airplane ears. Hearing her unspoken thoughts, Jun Jincheng offered no words of consolation nor any further remarks, merely urging the group to take action. Jun Jinan took the reins, hastening their journey to Xianghua Temple on the outskirts of the city. Upon arrival, the crown prince and Lord Jie had already begun inquiring with the monks about the situation. The four siblings had yet to enter the temple when they overheard Lord Jie questioning the monks. I advise you not to conceal anything. Should anything happen to the two noble ladies, the heads of this entire temple would not suffice as atonement. Lord Jie appeared even more anxious than the crown prince regarding the incident involving Princess Chuyang. We have disclosed everything we know. They merely came to pay their respects and then departed. The elderly monk replied, exasperation evident in his tone. He had repeated this numerous times, yet Lord Jie remained unconvinced. Is there truly no other clue? I have shared all the information I possess, the old monk insisted, his brow furrowing deeper. Yao Ji, do not press them further. They are ascetics and are unlikely to lie. The crown prince interjected in a bid to alleviate the tension. As the Jun siblings entered, they caught the tail end of this exchange. While monks indeed do not fabricate tales, what if there were impostors mingling among them? Jun Jinbai spoke candidly, you good sir, must not wrongfully accuse the innocent. His words seemed to strike a nerve, prompting several young monks to glance up at him. Jun Jincheng's keen eyes quickly discerned that these individuals harbored ulterior motives. You four remain here. The rest of you, carry on with your duties, he commanded, pointing at the young monks who had been observing Jun Jinbai. Elder brother, there is a bandit stronghold behind the mountain. We could search there first, Jun Jinan suggested. Upon seeing the brothers from the Jing Wangfu arrive, the crown prince and Lord Jie hurried to greet them. Ah, you have finally arrived. Have you uncovered anything from these few individuals? The crown prince inquired anxiously. Are the Jun brothers here to assist or merely to frolic? Why have you brought a child along? Lord Jie questioned, puzzled by their decision to include Jun Lily. Although the entire Longcheng was aware of the Jun brothers' affection for their sister, it seemed excessive to carry her everywhere. At least remarque, Yun Lily poodle hair lips. Her little face scrunching up. Oh, I am indeed a nuisance. I apologize. The three Jun brothers shot a disapproving look at Lord Jie. While they understood that Lord Jie did not mean any harm and was merely anxious about the missing princess, they were unwilling to tolerate any criticism of Lily. Sensing the little one's distress, Jun Jinan gently patted her back in a comforting gesture. Do not worry. I will handle this matter, Lord Jie assured, instructing his subordinates to take the young monks aside. Did you mention a potential hideout at the back of the mountain? The crown prince queried, recalling Jun Jinan's words with suspicion. He was unaware that a bandit den lurked in that area. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily contemplated. The books mention that the Western Lei have coveted our Eastern Ji for years, knowing that the Eastern Ji royal family values religion. They have sent many spies disguised as monks and Taoists to infiltrate temples and monasteries, aiming to gather intelligence on our Eastern G-court. It is said that in my grandfather's Jingqing temple, numerous spies from Western Lei were concealed. Xianghua Temple is among the closest and most prosperous temples to the palace. Favored by the royal family, the young monks Lord Jie interrogated could potentially be spies. But it does not rule out that Sanji's words regarding the bandits in the mountains could hold merit. If we recklessly infiltrate the bandit stronghold, we risk alarming the snakes. How infuriating! If only I could walk, I would venture into the mountains myself. I need to find Shi Gu and Shu Di to inquire. They must know something. As soon as June Lily's thoughts emerged, the June brothers perked up their ears, engrossed in her musings, oblivious to the Crown Prince's words. Noticing their rapt attention, the Crown Prince attempted to tug at June Jinan's arm, and indeed, he too heard June Lily's thoughts, capturing the essence of her final remark. Snake brother? Mouse brother? This was of little importance. They needed to hasten Lily's journey into the mountains. Before June Jinsheng could speak, the Crown Prince interjected, I believe we should not wait idly. Let us search the mountains together. And yes, bring Lily along. Suddenly being singled out, June Lily exclaimed, Your Highness, you are quite amiable. Truly, you possess the demeanor of a future ruler, not minding the inconvenience of carrying this little infant. The Crown Prince, unexpectedly complimented, replied, The young lady has keen insight. I am indeed beloved by all. Upon hearing their intent to search the mountains, Lord Jie joined their ranks, delegating the interrogation of the monks entirely to his subordinates. Upon reaching the mountains, June Jinan, guided by June Lily's thoughts, set her down on the ground. June Lily crawled exuberantly, now capable of moving swiftly and even walking with support. June Jinan observed as she indeed discovered a few large, plump mice and a snake. While an ordinary child would be terrified, June Lily engaged in animated conversation with the animals. What do you say? The people in the back mountain are not bandits, but rather Nan-Xian, using the blood of our Eastern G citizens to nurture their cursed insects. Oh, it is the doing of the BigⅡ sect under the male lead. They captured the princess and Shui to coerce the crown prince into relinquishing his throne. June Lily's dialogue with the animals was absorbed by June Jinan without missing a word. His mind raced with the magnitude of the information, feeling overwhelmed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, June Jinan knew they had to deliberate carefully. He lifted June Lily from the ground, brushed off the dirt from her clothes, and held her close, exchanging a significant glance with his elder brothers, who were not far off and had caught snippets of the conversation. Elder brother, second brother. If this is indeed the case, the entire Eastern G may be thrown into chaos. June Jinan expressed his deep concern. June Lily, bewildered, pondered, What are my brothers discussing? I'm lost in the clouds. I must find a way to convey the information I just received. In a moment of inspiration, she kicked her little legs in June Jinan's arms, extending her arm to point towards the bandit stronghold in the mountains. The three June brothers understood her intent. Is Lily indicating a destination? The crown prince, still oblivious, noticed June Lily pointing and seemed to grasp something. Chapter 94. A scheme of disguise. Lord Jie also arrived, immediately recognizing the direction in which June Lily pointed. Coupled with June Jinan's earlier mention of the princess potentially being captured by bandits in the back mountains, a chill gripped his heart. The princess must be in the stronghold. Lord Jie was now certain. The June brothers and the crown prince concurred, their expressions affirming the gravity of the situation. Observing their reactions, Lord Jie dashed towards the direction of the stronghold. Yao Ji, wait. The crown prince feared that in his impulsiveness, he might rush in alone to rescue them. June Lily exclaimed in alarm. His words truly astonished June Lily. It turned out he was not merely a love-struck fool. Upon realizing that this was not an ordinary bandit lair, but rather a place utilized by the Nan-Xian Baiyu sect for their nefarious activities, June Jinsheng understood that conventional methods for dealing with ordinary bandits would not suffice. Jie Yaoji, you must wait a moment, June Jinsheng called out to him. He maneuvered his wheelchair to a nearby tree, using a handkerchief as a cushion, and picked up the carcass of an insect. He had noticed numerous insect remains in the vicinity earlier, likely the result of failed attempts at refining goo. These are goo insects from Nan-Xian. My mother is also from Nan-Xian, so I cannot be mistaken. Similarly, the presence of these insects here signified that there were certainly Nan-Xian people nearby, and given the variety and abundance of the insects, it indicated a considerable number of them. The The crown prince pondered his words, but remained somewhat perplexed. Xiao Chun, what do you mean? Jun Jin Shun continued. Consider this. This place is so close to the palace, yet there's a bandit den here. And the court seems utterly indifferent. That cannot be right. The young marquis was quicker to grasp the situation than the crown prince. His eyes widened, and he asked suspiciously, Are you suggesting that these bandits are Nan-Exine people, and that there are traitors among us in the court? Jun Lili could not help but applaud. So clever. My elder brother is truly brilliant. This young marquis is not too shabby either. She lamented her earlier efforts to question the snakes and insects. Had she known her brother and the young marquis possessed such deductive prowess, she would not have exerted herself. I feel I can relax now. I was racking my brain, trying to figure out how to inform you all. Jun Lili complained. Jun Jin Shun smiled indulgently, thinking to himself, Do not relax. Without you, we would not have made these discoveries. At that moment, Pei Ting arrived with the servants from the Jingwang Manor and the general's residence. Just hand them over to the Dali Temple. The young marquis waved his hand, instructing his subordinates to take the false monks away. The crown prince hastily initiated a discussion regarding the assault on the bandit stronghold. Jun Jin Shun cautiously dismissed those who were irrelevant to the matter, allowing only the pertinent individuals to speak. The Nan-Exine people are well versed in the art of goo poison, with just the 5 of us. It would be difficult to contend with them. Pei Ting expressed his concerns. I believe this matter should be reported to the emperor for his decision. Jun Jinbai remarked that it was inappropriate for him to act in place of the emperor. The longer the princess remains inside, the greater the danger, he thought. His heart racing as terrifying scenarios flooded his mind, making his lips pale. It's all my fault. The young marquis yelled in frustration, striking the wall beside him with a fist. Fortunately, his years of martial training rendered him resilient, and he did not bleed. If I had insisted on accompanying them to offer incense, this would not have happened. He felt immense guilt. Whenever Princess Chaoyang traveled, he typically followed closely behind, and even if she forbade him, he would still protect her in secret. The day prior, when the princess went to offer incense, he had been away on business, which led to the current predicament. Seeing his anguish and helplessness, Jun Jinbai understood his feelings deeply. Not long ago, he had witnessed Yuting He being punished in a similar manner. This young marquis is truly infatuated. Princess Chaoyang is always choosing suitors. Does she not realize to look at the grass beside her? Even Jun Lili was touched by the young marquis's devotion. I do have an idea, though the risk is exceedingly high. It is said that the goo refined by the BigⅡ sect requires the blood of a virgin. Surely there are not only Princess Chaoyang and Shuiya in the lair, but many innocent women captured to serve as blood slaves. Those BigⅡ sect adherents have always used the blood of commoners. They likely wish to experiment with the blood of noble girls as well. And they would certainly keep Princess Chaoyang and the other blood slaves together. We could send someone disguised as a woman, willingly presenting themselves as bait. Let the cultists place them among those women, creating an internal cooperation. The Jun brothers exclaimed. Our little sister's idea is truly brilliant. But sadly, I cannot speak. Even if I came up with such a good plan, it would be of no use, and I can only wait for my elder brothers to think of it themselves. Jun Lili shook her head, her little brows furrowed in displeasure, appearing adorably upset. The crown prince, seeing her demeanor, felt an urge to sneak into the palace at midnight to steal his sister away. Observing the gradual relaxation of the brows of Jun Jin Shun and his brothers, he knew they must have devised a good plan. Xiao Chun, have you thought of a solution? The crown prince inquired eagerly. The young marquis and Pei Ting also leaned in to listen. Jun Jin Shun subtly relayed Jun Lili's earlier suggestion to everyone. The group expressed their appreciation. Even Jun Lili could not help but commend Jun Jin Shun for his intelligence. Feeling undeserving of such praise, Jun Jin Shun remarked, It is not I who is intelligent, but our little sister Li. As for the person who will disguise themselves as a woman, Pei Ting stepped back, certain he would not take on that role. The crown prince also stepped back, although his sister was the one in danger. He truly did not wish to be drained by goo insects. He silently lamented, Sister Chaoyang, I am so sorry. He was unwilling to risk his life to save her. He had no children. He truly did not want to die and could not afford to. Sister, do not blame me for being selfish. When it comes to life and death, I doubt Jun Jin Shun and the others would risk their lives to save Li. Moreover, with Jie Yaoji present, it was unlikely the responsibility would fall on him. Contemplating this, he directly pushed the young marquis forward. The young marquis did not refuse or deny, affirmatively stating, I will go. Chen looked at him, chuckling as he shook his head, then shifted his gaze to Ao. I am sorry, Jiexiong, but today this opportunity cannot be given to you. He continued to explain, we 5 are all over 8 feet tall, and our male characteristics are too obvious. It would be too easy to expose ourselves while disguising as women. To enhance the effectiveness of our disguise, we need the third brother. Ao had already considered that this task was his alone, and he was not unwilling. Chen clarified to the young Marquis that this was not an attempt to steal his glory. Indeed, and my martial skills are not as strong as yours, making it less likely to raise suspicion among those people. Ao also volunteered. Although the young Marquis was overly concerned, his intelligence and reason remained intact. He believed that Chen and Ao's arrangement made sense, and thus he acquiesced. But we do not have women's clothing. The Crown Prince posed another dilemma. Ao assured him, very well, time is of the essence. You must set off quickly, urged the young Marquis. Chapter 95, Young Master. Do you think I am beautiful? After handing Jun Li over to Chen, Ao rode away. Your Highness, I still believe this matter should be reported to His Majesty, and we should inform him of our plan. If we fail, we can only rely on His Majesty to send an army to launch a strong attack. Bai said cautiously. Very well, you may go. The Crown Prince replied helplessly. If they were unsuccessful in rescuing the people, a strong assault would be the only option, as the conditions proposed by the Baiyu sect for exchanging hostages would never be accepted by the Crown Prince. After Bai took his leave with a bow, he too rode away. I will go observe the terrain around the bandit stronghold. If we succeed in rescuing them, we must ensure the princess's safe return. The young Marquis noted with great care. The Crown Prince nodded in agreement. Jiaoji, be sure not to raise any alarms. Chen cautioned repeatedly. I will go with him to see if there are any points of breach. Pei-ting also aimed to keep a watchful eye on the young Marquis, fearing that in a moment of impulse, he might charge in alone, jeopardizing not only the rescue, but also their entire plan. The ethereal clouds drifted above, while the azure sky deepened, resembling a canvas splashed with rich, dark blue ink. Ao, clad in a green silk dress, wore twin hairpins typical of unmarried women, adorned with 2 charming pink flowers, making him look strikingly like a delicate young maiden. The group lay in ambush near the bandit stronghold. Hey, young master, do you think I'm beautiful? Jinan concealed half of her face with a handkerchief, offering a rather naive smile to the crowd. The onlookers murmured. Even Jun Lily felt a wave of nausea. Third brother, please refrain from creating any psychological shadows while masquerading as a woman. Jun Jincheng inquired about psychological shadows, oblivious to his own mounting concerns. The Crown Prince could no longer suppress his retching. With a resigned tone, he urged, beautiful one, you must proceed. The fate of those 2 rests upon your shoulders. The young lord, suppressing his own disgust, respectfully inclined his head to Jun Jinan. Jun Sanshao, I owe you a favor. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Jun Jinan merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. The guard at the entrance of the stronghold ushered Jun Jinan inside, and initially, everything transpired smoothly. They relied on Jun Jinan's smoke bomb as a sign of trust. With nothing else to do, the Crown Prince casually initiated a conversation. I appreciate your kindness, your highness, but I must decline. His refusal piqued the curiosity of the Jun siblings and Pei-ting. If you are so fond of the princess, why do you refuse the marriage proposal? Pei-ting could not restrain her inquiry. The young lord sighed. I admire her, yet she does not harbor any affection for me. It is precisely because of my deep feelings for her that I wish for her to wed someone she truly loves. A profound silence enveloped the group. The young lord's love for the princess was undeniably heartfelt. Ah, how bittersweet! This young lord is indeed a paragon of pure love. But how can you be certain that Xiaoyang does not reciprocate your feelings? If she felt nothing for you, she would not have been moved to tears upon hearing of your injuries from her nut peeling. Jun Lily longed to assist the young lord. As childhood companions, she felt compelled to support their romance. Could you share some tales from your childhood with the princess? Jun Jincheng sought to help Jun Lily fulfill her aspirations, believing that uniting lovers was indeed a noble deed. The young lord was taken aback to find the formidable warrior Jun Jincheng intrigued by such sentimental tales. Nevertheless, with nothing else to occupy their time, he began to recount his stories. Meanwhile, Jun Jinan feigned the demeanor of an innocent maiden as she was led into the stronghold. The compound was expansive, more than twice the size of Xuanwuzhai. Constructed against the mountains, it likely concealed ominous caves harboring dreadful insects. Fortunately, her second brother had gone to summon soldiers from the emperor. Otherwise, with only a handful of them, rescuing the princess and Shuiyi would be impossible, let alone dismantling this poisonous stronghold and capturing the Nan-Xian people. Be nimble, for the master requires the potion by tonight. As they passed a corner of a building, a group of women approached, clad in the traditional garments of Nan-Xian, their sleeves short enough to reveal their wrists. Jun Jinan quickly noted the star and moon tattoos adorning their wrists. Indeed, they were remnants of the BigⅡ sect. Jun Jinan muttered internally. During the outing in the peach orchard, the assassins sent by the ninth prince were also from the BigⅡ sect. She wondered how many adherents still remained under his command. Do not fear, they are refugees from Nan-Xian taken in by the chieftain. The guard guiding Jun Jinan offered a brief explanation as he observed her contemplative expression. Jun Jinan smiled wryly, realizing her sister had said that the stronghold was populated entirely by BigⅡ sect members, merely disguised in the attire of Dongji people. The women carried small bowls with lids. Although the contents were obscured, the overwhelming scent of blood wafting from them was sufficient evidence of their gruesome contents. Continuing onward, Jun Jinan was led to a cavern. Upon entering, behave yourself. The two guards were no longer polite, roughly shoving Jun Jinan inside. Where's this? Did you not promise to take me to see the chieftain? Jun Jinan understood that this was likely a place for imprisoning women, yet to maintain the charade. She feigned terror, crying out and struggling. Rest assured, the chieftain will personally come to retrieve the princess's blood tomorrow. You shall see him soon. The guard replied impatiently. Feigning ignorance, Jun Jinan asked, What princess? The Chaoyang princess of Dongji is right inside there. The guard pointed toward the dark cave behind Jun Jinan, suggesting she could enter to see the princess. There is no need to abduct anyone else this month. There are enough captives for the master. The guard escorting Jun Jinan complained to the guard stationed at the cave. Where did you find this one? How does he look so peculiar? The cave guard cautiously glanced at Jun Jinan. Despite having seen countless women, struck him as odd. Indeed, he is rather unattractive. The other guard chimed in. Jun Jinan thought, how could that be? I am on the list of handsome men in Longcheng. To dispel their doubts, she continued her act. Let me out. Where's this? I demand to see the chieftain, she cried, theatrically wiping non-existent tears with her handkerchief. The guards, accustomed to such antics, ignored her completely. After a while, feeling it was time, Jun Jinan adopted a more ladylike demeanor, lifting her skirt and taking dainty steps as she cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. The interior was illuminated by candles, rendering the need for fire starters unnecessary. After what felt like a quarter of an hour, she reached the innermost part of the cave. It was a spacious area where several pale-faced women lay scattered about. Their wrists and arms were wrapped in bandages. The Nan-Xian people had utilized their blood without taking their lives, keeping them captive to sustain them. However, Jun Jinan sensed that living in such a half-dead state, with their skin cut and blood drawn, was a torment in itself. Upon hearing footsteps, the women did not react significantly, gazing at the unfamiliar face of Jun Jinan with pity, perhaps thinking another newcomer had arrived to endure suffering. A glance around revealed Chuyang and Shuiyi among the women. At that moment, they had not yet been bled, but their spirits were low, huddled together in a pitiful ball. Jun Jinan sighed, relieved that it was she who entered. Had it been the young lord, witnessing the princess in such a state would surely drive him to madness. Princess, Miss Chui. Jun Jinan picked up a candle from the stone wall and approached them. Hearing their names called, Choyang and Shuiyi stared blankly at Jun Jinan. She lifted her false bangs and revealed 2 steamed buns from her bosom, exclaiming helplessly, It's me, Jun Jinan. Third cousin? Choyang finally recognized her. Her skill in cross-dressing was indeed commendable. The surrounding women tensed upon realizing that Jun Jinan was male, instinctively drawing closer together, creating distance between themselves and the trio. A shallow stream separated them into 2 groups. Princess, Miss Chui, we have come to rescue you. Are you injured? What has transpired these past few days? Jun Jinan inquired with genuine concern. We are fine, for now, Chaoyang began, but Shuiyi interjected, Has His Majesty sent troops? Hurry and rescue us. I cannot bear to remain in this place for another moment. Shuiyi's voice trembled with a hint of sobs. These past days had indeed terrified them. Both were noble ladies of the city, unaccustomed to such dire circumstances. Moreover, the other women were ordinary girls abducted by the stronghold, some having been trapped there for many years. Chaoyang introduced the other women. Indeed, we must rescue them as well. Though Chui could be headstrong, she possessed a compassionate heart. Do not fear, sisters. He has come to save me. This is Jun Sanshao of the Jing Wangfu, my third cousin. Xiaoyang rose to her feet and addressed the women who remained vigilant against Jun Jinan. Princess, please lower your voice. Are you afraid the guards outside might not realize I am here to rescue you? Jun Jinan rolled her eyes, realizing that the true danger lay not in the peril itself, but in the loss of awareness among people. As the old saying goes, when individuals lose their sense of crisis, death is not far behind. Are you truly a princess? A voice, filled with surprise and weariness, emerged from a corner. It was only then that Jun Jinan noticed the girl, who was shackled by iron chains, was the youngest among them, appearing no older than 11 or 12. The girl was staring intently at the two buns in Jun Jinan's hands. Why is she being helped? Jun Jinan quietly inquired of Xiaoyang and the others. With a forced smile, Jun Jinan thought she might not be endowed with supernatural strength, but her hearing was remarkably acute. He offered the two buns to her, and without hesitation, she devoured them voraciously. Once she had consumed both buns, she exerted force and broke the iron chain on her left hand. At that moment, Jun Jinan was convinced of her so-called innate strength. Observing Jun Jinan's astonished expression, the girl shook her head in exasperation, saying, "What a sight to behold. Dolly, you've broken the chain again. If they find out, you'll inevitably suffer another beating." A woman nearby, whose wrist was still bleeding from a bandage, cautioned. Jun Jinan was taken aback. Such a charming girl is named Dolly, and she faces beatings from these Nanshin people. He was lost in thought when Xiaoyang tugged his clothing, commanding him in her royal tone, "Jun Jinan, I command you to rescue these sisters as well." Looking at the plight of these women, Jun Jinan felt genuine pity. Even if Xiaoyang had not urged him, he would have resolved to save them if possible. He approached the girl bound by iron chains, retrieved a thin wire from his hair, and skillfully unlocked her restraints. The others expressed their astonishment. "Jun Laosan, you possess such remarkable skills?" Guiyati mocked. Xiaoyang's eyes dimmed. However, the girl whom Jun Jinan had just freed beamed in response to Chui Ye's words. Lu Dali thought the young masters of Longsheng were merely frivolous, but little did she expect to encounter such extraordinary individuals. Noticing the bruises on her arms and face from beatings, Jun Jinan generously offered her the healing ointment he always carried. Since Jun Jinling had taken up medicine, their family had been required to carry healing ointments for emergencies, and it was fortuitous that it was now put to use. "Thank you, young sir," Lu Dali replied with a bright smile, akin to a chivalrous hero. Jun Jinan refrained from idle chatter and inquired about serious matters. "Ask away, and we shall speak candidly." The girls responded in unison. Jun Jinan first confirmed that all the captured girls who were still alive were present. He then ascertained that regardless of how long they had been imprisoned, they had never left this cave, taking care of all their needs within it, and thus had no knowledge of the stronghold's circumstances. He began to ponder how to lead such a multitude to escape. The group fell silent. The cave enveloped in an eerie quiet, so still that the sound of dripping spring water from the rocky wall could be distinctly heard. Jun Jinan gazed at the small water channel at his feet, its source being the adjacent rock wall. The spring water fell slowly, and it took quite some time to accumulate into a channel barely wide enough for Jun Jinan's foot. He reached out, catching a droplet from the wall, contemplating its significance. He tapped on the wall, and the sound suggested it was not particularly thick. Taking out a dagger hidden in his boot, he struck the wall with force. "What are you doing, Laosan?" the princess inquired, puzzled. The other girls turned their attention to Jun Jinan as well. He explained softly, "If water can seep through, it indicates there must be some gaps in the wall. If we can widen those gaps, we could escape the stronghold." Xiaoyang scoffed, "If only you had an axe. There might be a glimmer of hope, but now you're using a small knife to poke at it. We'd be lucky to escape in this century." At this, the other women exchanged hesitant glances, caught in a dilemma. "Sister Yin'er, we are all in this together, and everyone wishes to escape. Let us show them what we can do," one girl exclaimed, addressing the woman who had spoken to Lu Dali earlier. Chapter 97. As long as I am well fed, I shall have strength. Upon hearing her words, Jun Jinan and the others turned their curious gazes toward the girl named Yin'er. Yin'er frowned, clenched her fist tightly, and moved to a nearby section of the rock wall, squatting down to forcefully shift a large stone. Once the stone was moved, a hole large enough for a head to poke through appeared before them. Jun Jinan, Xiaoyang, Chui Ye, and even Lu Dali were left speechless. Particularly, Jun Jinan, who had just been reveling in his own cleverness, was now faced with a stark reality. Truly, there are always those more capable than oneself, and one must never underestimate others. Observing their astonished expressions, Yinner explained, Jun-san Gongzi, we had thought of that idea long ago. This hole is the culmination of our efforts over the years, created with a small knife and hairpins, and it has taken us 3 full years to carve out. As she spoke, her expression grew somber, tears welling in her eyes. Do you know how many women have perished at the hands of these Nanshin people? Jun Jinan clenched his fists and asked, I do not know, but I have been here for a year and a half, and during that time, I have lost 4 sisters. Zhaoyang and Shuiyi moved closer to her side. Zhaoyang took Yinner's hand and earnestly said, Rest assured, this princess will make sure my father flattens the stronghold and avenges our fallen sisters. These Nanshin people, why do they raise these poisonous insects to harm others? Shuiyi muttered indignantly. Though I have never been to Nanshin, I have heard from the old guards of the escort agency that the country is humid and hot, conducive to various snakes, insects, and vermin. Initially, the Nanshin people raised these creatures to tame them like domestic animals, preventing them from causing harm. However, over time, they were exploited by unscrupulous individuals, which increased their aggression and turned them into tools of harm. Most of the women here were unaware of such matters and had never ventured to the distant Nanshin. Thus, they listened with rapt attention. Sister Yinner, how could you be so unkind? Why do you not tell me about this cave? Lu Dali expressed her surprise at being kept in the dark. Dali, you were locked up? Knowing Wu Ti have helped. They had been here for a long time, while Lu Dali had only been captured half a month ago. Being the youngest and a source of trouble, it was understandable that they had reservations about her. Jun Jinan did not engage further with the girl's conversation and continued to examine the small hole. It was already large enough for a head to fit through. And since these women were all slender, if the hole were widened a bit more, they could easily slip through. Jun Jinan persisted in his efforts, striking the stone wall with the dagger. The girls shook their heads in response. Without proper tools or sufficient strength, it was impossible to enlarge the hole enough for them to escape in a short time. Are you still contemplating an escape from here? Princess Chaoyang, with a hint of disbelief, inquired, Is there any point in exerting ourselves? Unless we possess the legendary axe of the mountain-splitting deity. Shuiyi stood, exuding an air of indifference. The other maidens sighed in unison, acknowledging the futility of escaping from this cavern in such a short time. If only I could have a hearty meal, then I would have the strength to break through this hole without needing the divine axe of Qinxiang, Lu Dali mused, his name aptly reflecting his remarkable strength, for one would not dare to bear such a title without true prowess. Upon hearing this, Jun Jinan eagerly grasped her wrist. Do you truly mean that? A glimmer of hope ignited within Jun Jinan. You're hurting me, Lu Dali remarked, her wrists adorned with the bruises of past struggles. Realizing her overzealousness, Jun Jinan quickly released her grip. I have a way to ensure you are well fed, he declared, producing a smoke bomb from within his garments. The dimensions of the cavern were such that, if our arms and heads could fit through, it would suffice. Once my brother and the prince detect the smoke bomb, they will undoubtedly come to our aid, and we can have them provide sustenance through this opening. As he spoke, he ignited the smoke bomb and hurled it forth. The bomb erupted with a resounding bang, a plume of pink smoke ascending towards the heavens. The group, previously engaged in idle chatter, fell silent and became serious. It's the third brother, Jun Jinshan reminded the still distracted prince. That direction leads towards BigⅡ, on the opposite side of the stronghold, the young lord analyzed. Regardless, we should investigate. Pei Ting offered. Xia, you remain here to guard the prince. I will take some of the house attendants with me. He selected several attendants from the Jing Wangfu and the general's residence, mounted his horse, and sped away. How long has it been since the third brother entered before he set off the smoke bomb? I hope he remains safe. Jun Lily silently prayed for Jun Jinan. Yet, Jun Jinshan displayed no concern for his brother. As the male descendants of the Jing Wangfu, they could not be easily defeated by mere difficulties. The journey from their location to the northern peak, behind the village, would take at least 10 minutes at full gallop. After releasing the smoke bomb, Jun Jinan swiftly covered the cavern's entrance with stones and sat nearby, listening intently to the sounds outside. The explosion of a smoke bomb was quite loud. Surely the villagers had taken notice. Jun Jinan deduced, if my conjecture is correct, guards will soon come to investigate our situation. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of faint footsteps echoed from the entrance. Lu Dali hurriedly pretended to secure her handcuffs and shackles. Yenner, witnessing this, deliberately tugged at her outer garment, exposing part of her shoulder. Jun Jinan swiftly averted his gaze. Chueya, perplexed, inquired, Sister Yenner, what are you doing? I will handle those outside. Regardless of what sounds you hear, do not follow me, she declared, resolutely moving towards the entrance. Among the group, it was only Jun Jinan and Lu Dali who were younger, yet even they understood Yenner's intentions. Sister Yenner, I will accompany you, another girl rose, wishing to follow her. They only require a maiden's blood. Should our escape fail, I do not wish for anyone to accompany me on this final journey. She quickened her pace, swiftly vanishing into the darkness of the tunnel. The group fell silent. Even though Yenner had spoken in vague terms, they all comprehended the underlying meaning. Should the Nanshin discover that she was not a pure maiden, her fate would be sealed with a singular word: death. Jun Jinan's hands trembled involuntarily, and he clenched his fists tightly. He silently counted the seconds until the sound of galloping hooves reached his ears, and he cautiously peered out from the cavern entrance. In the moonlight, the figures became clear. The attendants clad in dark blue belonged to the Jing Wangfu, while those in brown were from the general's residence. Zhaokai Jinbao. A Feng, a Fei, Jun Jinan called out to the familiar attendants. Hearing his voice, a few rushed towards him while others went to summon Pei Ting. Xiao Sang, how is your situation? Pei Ting inquired urgently. Jun Jinan gestured for silence and briefly recounted their predicament. All right, I shall fetch more food and axes from the temple. The nearest location to them was Xianghua Temple. No matter, as long as we have enough to eat. Jun Jinan nodded, instructing Pei Ting and the others to prepare. Wonderful. We can finally escape. The maidens leaped with excitement, their spirits soaring. Had they not feared drawing attention, they would have shouted with joy. Listen, what is that sound? What has happened to Sister Yenner? The group quieted in response to her words, fully aware that Yenner was likely Dali. Do not listen. Sister Yenner is fine. Chueya tightly embraced Lu Dali, while Princess Chaoyang covered her ears. At merely over a decade old, she knew little of such matters, and the older sisters were determined to shield her from understanding these harsh truths too soon. Indeed, Sister Yenner is fine. Another girl forced a smile, attempting to convince herself. They all pretended as if nothing had transpired, softly fantasizing about what they would do upon their departure. Yet, Jun Jinan perceived the unshed tears glistening in their eyes. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, not wishing to cause worry among them, and thus the group of nearly 15 refrained from mentioning the subject further. After approximately half an hour had passed, Pei Ting returned with food, axes, and the prince, Jun Jinshun, among others. Did the third brother mention a sister with great strength? Surely this food will suffice for her. Jun Jinan recalled Jun Lily's words, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. They have arrived. He communicated to the group. As the stones were removed, the sound of footsteps became clearer. Chaoyang and Chueya clasped hands, exchanging excited glances. The other maidens were equally tense, anticipation brimming in the air. Xiao Sang, the prince's voice resonated, prompting Chuyang to poke her head out before Jun Jinan could react. Royal brother, you have finally come to rescue us. Chaoyang could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. The young lord reached the entrance ahead of the prince, gazing at the disheveled Princess Chuyang, his heart heavy with guilt and concern. Hold on a little longer. We will be out soon. His words were meant to console both her and himself, as he yearned to see her again. Yes, Lu Dali's eyes sparkled at the sight of the food. Is all of this for me? She asked Jun Jinan, uncertain. Yes, eat quickly. Whether we can escape depends on you, Jun Jinan gently urged, offering her chopsticks. The other maidens gathered around, watching Lu Dali eat. She truly can consume a great deal. Pei Ting had prepared meals for 10, yet Lu Dali devoured them all. The onlookers, both inside and outside the cave, marveled at her appetite. Even Jun Lily was taken aback. Watching her eat made Chuyang and Chueya's mouths water. Inexplicably, witnessing her feast ignited their own appetites. Jun Jinan recalled a term Jun Lily had once mentioned, eating broadcast. If Lu Dali were to participate in a competitive eating challenge, she would undoubtedly dominate in launching. It was astonishing to consider her mere 11 or 12 years of age, staring at the empty food containers. The prince and others were left astounded. What kind of family could afford to raise such an insatiable daughter? Without substantial wealth, it would be impossible. Are you full? Jun Jinan ventured to ask. LDL licked her lips, expressing her lingering satisfaction. I was so hungry for too long that I may have overindulged. Please don't hold it against me. She offered everyone a sweet, somewhat foolish smile. The crowd stepped back. El Widinoax rose and instructed those inside and outside to clear the way. Upon hearing her command, the crowd complied. She first positioned her feet apart and assumed a horse-riding stance, then raised the axe above her head. Just as she was about to exert her strength, JNJNN reminded her, "You only have one chance." The sound of her axe striking the mountain was more thunderous than the explosion of smoke bombs, leaving no time for a second strike. She nodded, aimed at a specific point, and brought the axe down. Following a resounding clash of iron against stone, numerous fissures appeared on the rock face. LDL pushed against the shattered wall, and with a thunderous crash, it all collapsed. The crowd exclaimed in astonishment, "My goodness! Is she really that powerful? Sister, you deserve a temple in your honor. Having saved so many people, wasn't this a significant achievement?" Jianilin watched Ino, afraid to blink lest she miss this moment of brilliance. Princess Zh Oying exclaimed, "LDL, I wish to build a temple for you. Everyone hurry." JNJNN urged the crowd to leave quickly, unable to afford a moment's hesitation. Zh Oying and Cuy also efficiently organized the evacuation. The hurried footsteps of the mountain guards drew closer, yet at that moment, they prioritized the escape of the common folk over their own safety. As a princess and a young lady of the noble house, they did not use their status to leave first. Rather, they chose to ensure everyone else departed safely before themselves. The guards were now upon them, almost within reach. "Princess, Miss Cu, we leave everything to you," JNJNN instructed, drawing her dagger and charging toward the approaching guards. JNLOSN. Zhoing called out anxiously, "Move faster ahead." Feu Yeri loudly. The cave's entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, yet there were nearly 15 of them. "This is bad. They must escape. We cannot let these women out, or we are all doomed." The guards, witnessing the chaotic escape, were thrown into disarray. "To stop them, I must die." JNJNN shed his disguise, removing the wig and his green robe. You're actually a man? Who are you?" The guard were thrown into confusion by the sight of a youth, barely past his teenage years, daring to enter alone to rescue others. "Remember, I am JWNGF's third young master, JNJNN. Before he finished, Princess Zh Oying shouted, JNLOSN. "Hurry up and go. Don't waste time talking. You cannot defeat them." The guards were bewildered. JNJNN thought, "Even my own relatives can be the most unsparing critics." Following Princess H. Oying, he exited the cave with remarkable speed, agile as an eel, slipping out in an instant. Naturally, a guard followed closely behind. JNJNN showed no mercy, plunging his dagger into the guard's heart. "These heretics of the Big:It cult deserve to die. You all go ahead. I will hold the line here. Anyone who dares to emerge will meet their end." Chapter 99. Bestow upon my brother his divine recognition. The voice of youth, slightly raspy from the change of voice, resonated with authority. JNJNCN felt immense pride. Finally, another capable individual had emerged from their family. JNLI was entranced. She was aware of her third brother's striking looks, but at this moment, he was undeniably captivating from every angle. Pit-ing and the other attendants had already led the other ladies to safety. The Crown Prince and the young Marquis awaited the arrival of Cuy and Zh Oying, now hastening forward. JNJNN's commanding presence deterred anyone from emerging from the cave. However, they could not afford to relax. The mountain guards would pursue them relentlessly. Just as they attempted to flee from the northern mountain, the southern XN people caught up. The men among them wielded southern XN knives, while the women carried various porcelain jars and wooden boxes, undoubtedly filled with all manner of poisonous insects or toxins. As the two sides met, the managing woman JNJNN had encountered upon entering the mountain waved her long sleeves and scattered a handful of powder into the air. "Cover your mouths and noses." JNJNC and quickly instructed. The crowd acted in accordance. "Foolish ones, do you realize who I am? You are attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince." JNH seethed with anger. The Southern XN people were showing utter disregard for his status. "Since we dare to pursue, we shall not leave a single one of you alive tonight." The managing woman commanded with a fierce tone. "Attack." At her command, the Southern XN people launched their assault. The men engaged in close combat, while the women unleashed the insects upon the crowd. Fire burns. All insects fear fire. JNJNCN reminded, seizing torches in the darkness to fend off the creeping creatures. The Southern XN men, however, remained undeterred by the flames. Protect the ladies, the Crown Prince instructed. This is untenable. JNLL realized the dire situation they were facing. Without reinforcements, they could truly face annihilation. Most of these ladies lack the means to defend themselves, and our attendants are only moderately skilled. The Crown Prince and Third Brother's martial abilities are not significantly superior to those of the attendants. Even if our eldest brother intervenes, it would be challenging to ensure the safety of everyone. JNLL's mind raced as she sought a solution to save them all. Hearing her thoughts, JNGNC nes brofurod. All men must pass their torches to the ladies. Every man present must not retreat. His voice rang out with conviction. Misku, please take care of LL. He entrusted JNLL to see you why. Eldest brother, what are you planning? The next moment, JNJNCN retrieved several iron rods from the armrest of his wheelchair and rapidly assembled them into a silver spear, towering to his height. Rising from his wheelchair, he brandished the spear and charged to the forefront, exuding an overwhelming aura as he infused his inner strength into the silver weapon. Executing a sweeping strike, the crowd stood in awe. CUYZH Oying and the young Marquis, unaware that his leg had healed, were left speechless. JNLL felt as though her eyes would be blinded by his brilliance. Bestow upon my brother his divine recognition. Indeed, the god of war of the East. His reputation is well-deserved. The managing woman sneered at her useless subordinates. JNJNCN, your leg? Princess ZH Oying still struggled to comprehend. JNJNCN ignored her, addressing the crowd. Ladies, do not fear. Use your torches to drive away the insects and join us in fighting back. This was his strategy. Since the women lacked martial skills to combat the enemies, they would use the torches against the insects. With their assistance in dispelling the creatures, the men could focus on battling the Southern XN warriors. Sisters, these Southern XN people are remnants of the BigⅡ cult from years past. Think of how they tormented us for blood in the cave. Transform your anger and fear into strength. Princess ZH Oying, embodying her royal demeanor, inspired the crowd. Indeed, we must fight. Even if we perish, perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope. CUY echoed her sentiments. JNLL felt a surge of goosebumps from their impassioned words, yet her admiration for JNJNC only deepened. Eldest brother is truly remarkable. The method of pairing men and women for labor is widely sought after. How could she have ever imagined that Zhao Yang and Shuiya were not merely spoiled, willful, and inept individuals? In this moment, she truly felt awed by the two sisters. These insidious goo insects. Just wait until I incinerate you. Lu Dali murmured as she began to roast the insects with a torch. She effectively set an example for the other young women who, shedding their fears, started to emulate her, Zhao Yang, and Shuiya in combating the goo insects. Jun Jincheng's lips curled slightly, yet his silver spear never wavered for a moment. The spearhead could serve as blade or sword, piercing and thrusting. The shaft could be wielded as club or staff to strike. A horizontal thrust could easily strike down 3 to 5 foes, the tremendous force rendering them incapable of rising again. The managing woman, witnessing this, exchanged a glance with her subordinates. Those men swiftly retrieved pills from their garments and consumed them at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. After ingesting the pills, they appeared to be numb to pain. Those who had been stabbed, broken, or bleeding, as long as they could still breathe, picked up their weapons to continue fighting. Observing this, Jun Jincheng exchanged a knowing glance with Pei Ting. These individuals resembled the invincible black-clad fighters they encountered last year while assisting Deng Xiaoqing and her father. Initially, they believed these foes were specially trained, possessing extraordinary resilience to pain, only to discover they were simply relying on drugs to numb their senses. A true detriment to both themselves and others. Strike decisively, aiming for a swift kill, Jun Jincheng advised. These individuals behaved like mere puppets, obedient to commands. It would be more merciful to grant them a swift release. Amidst the flashes of blades and swords, many lay dead, and several of their own retainers and young women had perished. Even the crown prince suffered a wound on his arm, blood flowing profusely. What was worse, not far away, more BigⅡ cultists were rushing from the mountain stronghold to reinforce them. The enemy reinforcements had arrived, while their own numbers dwindled to a mere handful, their strength vastly unequal. Beside the young Marquis, several young women had managed to create a path free of goo insects with their torches. "Your Highness, Princess, please take these young women and leave first. We will handle things here," the young Marquis clearly indicated, suggesting they stay behind as a rearguard. "Brother Pei, Jun Sanshao, you two escort them away." It was concerning to let the already injured crown prince flee with a group of defenseless young women. "Young General, do you have any objections to this arrangement?" After all, the chances of survival for those left behind were slim. The young Marquis specifically sought Jun Jinsheng's opinion, indicating that if he wished to depart, he could do so alone. Jun Jinsheng scoffed lightly, affirming that the Pei family troops would fight until the very end. Was the young Marquis's GF family troops any different? They exchanged smiles, their murderous aura intensifying. The young Marquis had never truly been on the battlefield. Yet to fight alongside the Eastern War god, Jun Jinsheng, was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 100. All I ask is for you to spare him a path to survival. The main force continued towards Xianghua Temple. There was only one road from the palace to here, leading directly to Xianghua Temple. Naturally, they ran ahead, pursued relentlessly by countless Big:IU cultists. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Halfway there, they encountered Jun Jinsheng Bai, who brought a host of reinforcements. Upon safely arriving at Xianghua Temple and counting their numbers, they discovered that Princess Zhao Yang was missing. Everyone was perplexed. "Wasn't she fleeing with us?" Chui exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. Jun Lili was equally speechless. "But she must have followed those reinforcements to find the young Marquis," speculated Jun Jinsheng, and feeling relieved. With both her elder brothers there and the young Marquis, the princess would surely be safe. The crown prince, feeling the pain from his arm wound, had been holding on to Jun Jinsheng An's arm and overheard Jun Lili's thoughts. Realizing this, he felt reassured. He casually dispatched a few soldiers to search along the route. Meanwhile, on Jun Jinsheng Bai's side, upon seeing Princess Zhao Yang mixed in with the soldiers, he merely sighed quietly, guessing that she must have followed out of concern for the young Marquis, thus refraining from reprimanding her or revealing her presence. Indeed, as soon as they reached Jun Jinsheng and the young Marquis, Princess Zhao Yang hurriedly ran towards him. The young Marquis, puzzled, inquired. At that moment, worry filled Zhao Yang's eyes, for the young Marquis had been injured. In the earlier skirmish, amidst the chaos, he had been stabbed in the shoulder. Blood continued to flow from the wound. "Yaoji, how are you?" Your injury, Princess Zhao Yang's concern was palpable, far surpassing her worry when the crown prince had been hurt. "I am fine. It is dangerous here. You must leave quickly, Princess," the young Marquis urged, pushing Zhao Yang away, ordering a few young soldiers to escort her to Xianghua Temple. Princess Zhao Yang cast him a grateful glance. Jun Jinsheng Bai chuckled softly, urging them to depart. The two were protected by several soldiers and left under his watchful gaze. However, no one anticipated that the Big:IU cult still harbored a group of individuals who, upon seeing the princess and the young Marquis leave alone, immediately followed them. Even less could they foresee that this group comprised the strongest fighters from the entire stronghold, personally trained by the cult leader. Their numbers were few, yet only 20, yet they had already cornered Zhao Yang and the young Marquis at the edge of the northern cliff. The soldiers who had escorted them had all perished. The young Marquis steadfastly shielded Princess Zhao Yang, despite being heavily injured. They were relentlessly pushed to the cliff's edge, and his once pristine white robe and silver armor were now stained with blood. As the Big:IU cultist advanced, he leapt into the air, spinning to create a dazzling curtain of light, resembling countless stars falling from the night sky. The arc of light struck the pursuers with immense force. It had drained the last of his strength. As the blade's brilliance dimmed, he knelt on the ground, supporting himself with his long sword, refusing to succumb. "Yaoji!" Zhao Yang gasped, rushing forward to assist him. But the assailants did not grant them a moment's respite. The Big:IU cultists attacked them like ferocious demons. "Be careful." The young Marquis quickly rose, pulling the princess into his embrace, using his sword to block the attack from a man before him. Another assailant moved behind him and kicked his calf. The sound of bones shattering echoed in their ears, clear to both the young Marquis and the princess. In the swirling dust and darkness, he fell to his knees once more, but Princess Zhao Yang was there to support him, allowing him to lean his weight against her. Sensing his strength waning, the black-clad man delivered another powerful kick to his back. The force was greater than before. making him feel as if his very organs had been crushed, and he coughed up blood violently. Ah, Yao Ji, please don't scare me. Zhao Yang hurriedly used her sleeve to wipe the blood from his lips, terrified by the scene before her. Princess, I have failed to protect you. This time, I fear I cannot keep you safe, the young Marquis said with a nonchalant smile. His voice weakened. He reached out to wipe away her tears. But seeing his hands stained with blood, he could only withdraw. Realizing his intent, Zhao Yang, without hesitation, grasped his hands tightly. In her childhood, the emperor and empress hardly paid attention to her, and the crown prince was too consumed with his own pursuits to include her. Thus, she had a shadow who could nearly fulfill all her wishes. She adored the common folks' customs, yet rarely had the chance to leave the palace. He visited the palace frequently, bringing her various trinkets and sharing fascinating tales from the folk. She relished pine nuts and chestnuts, but despised peeling them. Even with injured hands, he would meticulously prepare them for her. If he had to leave Longsheng for a few days, he would ensure they were ready in advance and sent by someone. Gradually, they grew up and reached the age of courtship. The threshold of the Weiyuan Marquis's residence was nearly worn down by matchmakers, yet the young Marquis, over 20, was rumored to shun women. What pleased him was that Princess Choyang had high standards for her suitor, continually picking and choosing, and at 20, she remained unmarried. The young Marquis felt he still had a chance. Thus he lingered around the princess more, yet she would not regard him with the eyes of a normal woman. Eventually, he gave up. To love profoundly is to let go, granting her what she desires. Only the best in the world is worthy of his princess. He merely wished for them to spare him a path to survival. She found herself in a desperate situation. Though a princess, she had to humbly plead. Princess, it is futile to beg them. They will not allow us to live, the young Marquis advised with clarity. What do we do then? What shall we do? Ahead lay nearly 20 cloaked masters, and behind, an unfathomable abyss. Despair, fear, and unwillingness engulfed them. Princess, look there, the young Marquis said, pointing towards a dense thicket to the left. Concealing themselves within, they would likely remain undiscovered for a while. I will hold them off to buy you some time. You must remember to run deep into the forest and hide when you find a suitable place. Before he finished speaking, he strained to rise, pulling the knife from the ground. No, you cannot fight anymore. Princess Chaoyang tugged at his hand, preventing him from advancing. Listen to me, run quickly. The young Marquis forced a faint smile, gripping the knife hilt tightly. Chapter 101. Does this count as a martyrdom? Princess Chaoyang understood his intentions. He was willing to risk his life for her escape. She could not bear to see Jie Yaoji sacrifice himself for her. Yaoji, do not resent me. If there's a next life, I will surely marry you. Perhaps Princess Chaoyang did not realize she was truly frightened, for in that moment, she unexpectedly pushed the young Marquis off the cliff. In a moment of impulsiveness, she leapt after him. The cloaked figures, each wore a face full of confusion, utterly baffled by their actions. Fortunately, their lives were spared as they clung to a gnarled tree. The young Marquis fell first, and Princess Chaoyang landed upon him moments later. Who would have thought we could converse one last time before our demise? The young Marquis wore a roguish expression, appearing nonchalant as if they were not the ones facing death. Do not blame me for pushing you. I merely wished to prevent you from dying at the hands of the remnants of the BigⅡ sect. See, I have descended to accompany you, have I not? Princess Chaoyang quickly apologized, hoping he would not harbor resentment. The young Marquis chuckled dismissively. Does this count as a martyrdom? He teased, envisioning a blissful end with his beloved in his arms. What nonsense are you spouting? Princess Chaoyang playfully slapped him. Who is it that said they would marry me in the next life? The young Marquis occasionally teased her. That is a matter for the next life. We shall speak of it then. The princess's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling the hues of a sunset. The young Marquis gazed at her with a fond smile. Suddenly, he spotted a cave not far off and chuckled softly. What is amusing you? Princess Chaoyang quickly sensed his shift in demeanor. If we do not die, will you still marry me? The young Marquis asked earnestly. In this life, I love you alone. What do you say? The princess countered with equal seriousness. All right. Whoever lies shall be a little dog, the young Marquis declared with a hearty laugh. The princess nodded gravely. Before she could react, the young Marquis abruptly swept her into his arms, soaring upwards, using the friction of his knife against the rock wall to propel them into the cave he had just spotted. The princess still in shock. So, we are not dying. As they landed, the young Marquis coughed up blood. Already gravely injured, He had exhausted all his strength. Yaoji, come, sit and rest. Princess Chaiyang hurriedly assisted him to lean against the wall. Water dripped from the cave's stone walls, and Princess Chaiyang tore a relatively clean piece of cloth from her garment, wetting it to tend to his wounds. In such dire circumstances, with a gravely injured young marquis, Princess Chaiyang found no means of self-rescue. Their cave, perched on the precipice, was far above the ground, ensuring their safety from beasts. They nestled closely together, waiting silently to see whether rescue or death would arrive first. After a night of turmoil, dawn began to break. There is no choice but to gather more people to continue the search. Fortunately, Jun Jinbai had brought numerous soldiers, and Jun Jingyan along with the Wei Yuan Marquis had recently arrived. Upon learning that the bandits were remnants of the BigⅡ sect, the emperor decided to eradicate the entire hideout and even sent experts in the arts of poison. Everyone had clear roles. Jun Jincheng accompanied Jun Jingyan and the Wei Yuan Marquis to eliminate the bandits. Jun Jinbai and the Crown Prince each led a team to continue searching for Princess Chaiyang and the young Marquis. Fortunately, the BigⅡ sect had primarily captured women from Longshan. These women remembered their homes. By midday, they had successfully settled all of them, and for those further away, Pei Ting had dispatched family servants to assist. Ultimately, only Yenner and Lu Dali remained. Yenner seemed to have been abandoned by her family. During her years of disappearance, they had relocated without a trace. The group stood with her before her overgrown home, her eyes filled with despair. Yenner, do not worry. The authorities will help you find your family. Pei Ting offered words of comfort. In Dongji country, as long as one is not a black household, there are records. It will not take much effort to locate them. Yenner forced a bitter smile and shook her head in refusal. Moreover, I am now. As she spoke, her voice grew choked with emotion. She wiped her tears with her sleeve. Apart from the young Lu Dali, Jun Jinan and Pei Ting understood the implication in Yenner's words and respected her choice. Sister Yenner, what are your plans now? Jun Jinan inquired with concern, eager to help if possible. I have learned to play the pipa since childhood. It is a skill that can sustain me, Yenner replied. Jun Jinan nodded, suspecting that Yenner was no longer untouched and likely would find acceptance only in the brothels. Take care of yourself, young lady, Pei Ting said as he bid her farewell. Sister Yenner, if you truly have nowhere to go, you may come to my home. Lu Dali warmly invited. Yenner smiled and politely declined. Lu Dali wanted to say more, but was halted by Jun Jinan. Everyone has their own path to tread. We must respect her choice and wish her well. Lu Dali nodded, albeit with confusion. This amount of silver is not much, but it can serve as a travel fund. Jun Jinan said, producing several silver notes from his waist to give to Yenner. This money was not from the royal treasury, but earned by him from selling bamboo, flying toys last year. Yenner accepted it this time without refusal. San Xiaoya, Pei Gongzi, I, Ying Yin, owe you both a personal favor. If we happen to meet again in the Jianghu, should there be any matter in which I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to voice your request. After exchanging courteous bows, she departed alone. It was only then that everyone learned her full name, Ying Yin. After bidding farewell to Ying Yin, only Lu Dali remained. Pei Ting eagerly inquired, as this was their final task. Upon completion, they would be able to reunite with the others. Lu Dali hesitated for a long while before finally devising an appropriate excuse. Jun Jinan and Pei Ting. Jun Jinan offered a word of encouragement. Lu Dali grinned and said, Aren't you the grandson of a prince? Your home must be quite large. Might I trouble you to let me stay for a few days? Once my injuries are healed, I shall take my leave. She shamelessly proposed to take up residence in the royal manor. Jun Jinan found himself at a loss, casting a glance at Pei Ting, only to find him watching with an amused expression as he observed the interaction between himself and Lu Dali. Chapter 102. Nephew resembles uncle. His three cousins were already 14 years of age. Next year, they would be eligible for courtship. The young girl before them was quite lovely, and judging by her hearty appetite, it was evident that she hailed from a prominent family. Common folk could hardly afford to raise a daughter with such an appetite. With this thought, a smile of indulgence crept onto Pei Ting's face. After all, Lu Dali was still young, inexperienced, and exceedingly naive. Very well, you may stay for now. Jun Jinan, gazing into Lu Dali's expectant, sparkling eyes, found it difficult to refuse her. When they regrouped with Jun Jinshun and Jun Jingyan, the remnants of the BigⅡ sect had all been apprehended. They had even captured the leader, the current head of the BigⅡ sect, at the 10-mile slope on the road leading out of Longshan. These individuals were evidently ordinary followers. lacking the formidable willpower of the 9 prince's assassins, and they did not conceal poison within their teeth. After a few rounds of questioning, they readily confessed. Unfortunately, they were unaware that the 9 prince had also hidden a group of assassins from the BigⅡ sect. Moreover, they had no knowledge of where the 9 prince had concealed them or who else he could command aside from himself. Fortunately, they disclosed that the sect leader was well aware of these matters. He was known to be closest to the 9 prince. And though people speculated about the nature of their relationship, they knew he maintained a close bond with the 9 prince's mother, the Holy Maiden BigⅡ. The Holy Maiden frequently visited the mountain stronghold to discuss confidential matters, a fact unbeknownst even to the sect leader's most trusted confidants. The BigⅡ sect leader was a tough nut to crack and was unlikely to easily divulge information about Junyu. It matters not. We shall imprison him in the Ministry of Justice's dungeons. We possess countless methods, and I am curious to see whether his tongue is tougher than his bones. In his arms, June Lily trembled slightly. Why do I feel as if father resembles a corrupt official who coerces confessions? Yun Jingyan replied. Just a few days ago, someone praised him for his divine judgment in cases and for seeking justice for the people, calling him the Eastern Extreme's Bao Qing Tian. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that the BigⅡ sect leader bears a striking resemblance to the male lead. How peculiar! Could he be the male lead's uncle? A brother to the Holy Maiden? That cannot be. If that were the case, how could the book not reveal a single hint? Yun Lili pondered, perplexed, and decided it was best not to dwell on such troubling matters, for they were not suitable for a mere infant to contemplate. However, the words spoken without intent caught the attention of Jun Jinshan and Jun Jingyan, who exchanged knowing glances. Had Jun Lily not mentioned it, they might not have noticed. The two did indeed bear a remarkable resemblance, especially in their brows and eyes, with at least 70 to 80% similarity. An uncle resembling a nephew to such a degree was indeed extraordinary. The resemblance was almost comparable to that of a father and son. Father and son? This thought caused Jun Jinshan's eyes to widen momentarily. Could it be that the 9 prince's identity? Only Xiao Chun. Your recovery cannot remain concealed any longer. Jun Jingyan expressed his concern for him. Jun Jinshan felt it was indeed time for him to heal. He could not pretend to be lame for the rest of his life. The area encompassing Xianghua Temple and the BigⅡ sect stronghold in the North Mountain was not particularly vast. Jun Jinbai and the Crown Prince had conducted an exhaustive search, yet they still had not located either of their figures. Little Marquis, Princess Chuyang, Jiexiong, Cousin Yao Chaoyang. The soldiers called out as Jun Jinbai and the Crown Prince searched. Finally, their persistent calls roused the Princess Chuyang and the Little Marquis, who had been asleep due to exhaustion. Listen, they have come to find us. Princess Chuyang, uninjured, naturally felt more spirited than the Little Marquis. Wonderful. We need not face death. The Little Marquis forced a smile. Had it not been for a shaft of sunlight streaming in, he might have believed he had reached the underworld. Princess Chaoyang rose and approached the cave entrance, calling out loudly, "Royal brother, we are here." They had found the individuals, but rescuing them posed a challenge, particularly since the Little Marquis was gravely injured and unable to move on his own strength. We can weave a sturdy frame to lower them down. The Crown Prince proposed. No, constructing a frame capable of bearing a person's weight would take too long. Jiexiong is already injured. Even if they do not starve or suffer from thirst in the coming days, Jiexiong may succumb to his injuries. Jun Jinbai reasoned. To expedite their rescue, they would need to rely on the highest martial prowess of the Eastern Extreme's god of war, his elder brother, Jun Jinshan. For now, we must ask my brother for assistance. Jun Jinbai outlined his plan to the Crown Prince. We will drop a long rope from the cliff's edge, allowing my brother to carry them down one by one. All right, you all go find young Master Jun, the Crown Prince declared without hesitation, placing complete trust in the members of the Jing Wang Fu. Following Jun Jinbai's instructions, Jun Jinshan carried down Princess Chuyang and the Little Marquis one by one. Princess Chaoyang and the Little Marquis, along with the Crown Prince, expressed profound gratitude to the Jun brothers, for they had rendered invaluable assistance, whether in locating the princess and the daughter of the duke or in capturing the remnants of the BigⅡ sect. They were indeed deserving of the highest accolades. When the gathered crowd inquired why Princess Chuyang and Shui had approached the temple without guards, the two young women felt embarrassed to face them. They had both been ensnared by matters of the heart. Princess Chuyang was troubled by Yu Tingsong's refusal to marry her, unable to find a suitable groom. Shui was distressed by her father's revelations regarding the 9 prince. unable to believe that the man she had loved for many years could commit such vile and shameless acts. Even now, she remained unconvinced. She planned to visit the Zongjing Temple in a few days to confront the 9 princes directly about everything. The night scene in Longsheng was so enchanting that one could never gaze upon it enough. It resembled a city that never slept, devoid of distinction between day and night. Even at the second watch, the streets remained bustling with activity. The palace was undoubtedly the heart of the commotion. At this moment, within the princess's chamber, a concerned maid lamented, "Princess, your disappearance truly frightened us all." Princess Chaoyang, akin to a lovesick girl, blushed from her neck to the crown of her head at the mere mention of the little marquis. The maids, upon noticing this, brought forth all the gifts previously given to Princess Chaoyang by the little marquis, allowing her to reminisce. Among them were precious red corals from the depths of the ocean, invaluable and unmarketable. Princess Chaoyang picked up a pair of red coral earrings, while a maid eagerly continued, "These are made from the white jade of Shilei's Sunset City." She then lifted a white jade bracelet, and the maid continued to elaborate. Chapter 103. The Eastern Extremes god of war should return to the battlefield. It was only then that Princess Chaoyang realized they had known one another for 12 years. Throughout those 12 years, Jiao had bestowed countless gifts upon her, yet she had given him but a few. Go semi-100-year ginseng, heavenly snow lotus, and he showed Wu to the little marquis. Chaoyang is indeed a person of action, quickly acting upon her thoughts. The palace maid, wearing a maternal smile, retreated. For over a decade, the affection between the young lord and the princess had been evident to all the maids. As they prepared to procure medicinal herbs, the empress arrived. "Long live your majesty. May you reign for 1,000 years." Several palace maids hastily paid their respects. Noticing this, Chaoyang approached to greet her. The empress, observing Chaoyang's gaze upon the gifts from the young lord, felt a sense of relief. "There were certain lessons I, as your mother, failed to impart, leading you into such a significant predicament." With a sigh, the empress took Chaoyang's hand and sat down. Marriage is akin to a second rebirth for women. The first is beyond our control, and often the second is as well. However, you are fortunate, as the heavens have granted you a choice, and you must seize it wisely. In this matter, your parents have refrained from making decisions for you, wishing for you to follow your heart. Now, it appears you have found your answer. The empress spoke with warmth, devoid of any royal demeanor. At that moment, she was merely an ordinary mother. "Mother, Chaoyang hesitated, feeling shy. "A few days ago, you admired the newly appointed top scholar, yet he was already bound to a devoted wife. Do you remember how envious you were of that woman?" Chaoyang nodded. The empress continued, "You need not envy her now. You too are cherished, held dear, placed upon someone's heart. Yet, you remained oblivious, allowing yourself to be blind for so long, which caused that person much suffering." The empress felt sympathy for the young lord. Yet she was also pleased with her devoted son-in-law. Her daughter was fortunate to find true love. The daughter has learned from her mistakes. After experiencing life and death, Chaoyang has indeed ceased her reckless ways. "Once he recovers, I shall have your father bestow a marriage upon you." The empress spoke affectionately. "That is wonderful. Thank you, mother." Princess Chaoyang immediately clasped the empress's arm joyfully. The empress cautioned, "Not only have they found a match for you and Xiaoya, but they have also rescued many innocent women and even eradicated the remnants of the BigⅡ sect. Why not have your father directly appoint them to official positions?" Chaoyang asked curiously. "The eldest is already a 4th-rank official, but he was injured. The second has risen in rank and is now an inspector. As for the one who has contributed the most, Jun Lao-san, he has declined any official rewards, for his heart does not reside in the court. Last year, his small toys had become quite popular among the noble women of Longsheng, and the empress realized that Jun Lao-san, despite having been raised away from home, was indeed a person of exceptional talent. You and your royal brother must maintain good relations with your cousins from the Jing Wangfu, not solely to repay their kindness." The empress's words were veiled, but having grown up in the depths of the palace, Chaoyang quickly grasped their meaning. The Jun family enjoyed a brief period of peace. On the 8th day, urgent news arrived from the front, reporting that the Shilei royal family was on the offensive and their forces were formidable. Our army was struggling to resist. General Pei and others had already suffered 2 defeats and urgently required reinforcements. The emperor, upon hearing this, was immediately incensed in the court. The Shilei nation is utterly shameless. The officials fell silent. At such a moment, who would dare provoke the emperor's wrath? Some ministers, who had intended to report trivial matters. chose to remain silent. Marquis Wei Yuan stepped forward, stating, "Your Majesty, I am willing to don my armor once more and lead a portion of the Jia army to provide support." His words were met with immediate objections. "Absolutely not. If you leave, who will guard Longsheng? Who will protect the palace?" Before the emperor could voice his opinion, the officials quickly dismissed the suggestion. "Your Majesty, my inept son has been learning alongside me for years. He can manage the affairs of Longsheng." Marquis Wei Yuan recommended his son, Jie Yao. But didn't the young lord just sustain serious injuries while rescuing the princess? "Indeed, I heard he is still bedridden," the officials murmured. Their concerns were valid. The young lord had suffered severe injuries, and it was improbable that he would recover in just a week. The emperor sighed, lamenting, "In our vast Eastern Empire, we cannot even find a capable general." He sighed again and suddenly turned his gaze to Jun Jingyan and Jun Jinbai. He recalled that Jun Jincheng's legs seemed to have healed, making him fit for battle. Upon hearing this, Jun Jingyan broke into a sweat. However, the reports from the front were true. His father-in-law and uncles indeed needed assistance, and there was no one else available in the court. "Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, his leg has nearly recovered. In that case," the emperor gave Jun Jingyan a knowing smile, "I shall assign him 10,000 of my personal guards and request an additional fifth of the forces from Marquis Wei Yuan." The emperor was more insistent than a grim reaper. Nevertheless, this notoriously miserly ruler was finally willing to part with his troops, granting Jun Jincheng 10,000 from his total of merely 30,000. Truly remarkable. Jun Jingyan bowed in acknowledgement. With this matter resolved, the emperor felt significantly relieved and departed the court. Half an hour later, in the main courtyard of the Jing Wangfu, Jun Jincheng, upon learning the details, did not refuse. He saw it as a duty to address the urgent needs of his grandfather and uncles. He must fight in this battle. "Qing'eryu." Jun Jingyan hesitated. As a father, he did not want Jun Jincheng to go. The battlefield is fraught with danger, where lives are often disregarded. Even his battle-hardened father-in-law and uncles had faced near-death experiences multiple times. "I must go, both for my feelings and for reason." Jun Jincheng's tone was remarkably calm. Indeed, emotionally, he sought to save his grandfather and uncles. Rationally, he aimed to protect the border citizens. "Oh no, the situation in Chile is formidable. This battle will be arduous, and I worry for my grandfather and uncles. I do not wish to see anyone harmed." Since hearing her uncles discuss the current state of Chile outside the palace gates, Jun Lily felt that victory in this battle would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, the mission of a general is to wage war, even if it means sacrificing oneself for the nation, is an honor, just as everyone has their own calling. Yun Lili understood Listul. "Indeed, little sister, you understand me well." Known as the god of war in the Eastern Empire, he willingly offered his last drop of blood for the peace of the nation and the well-being of its people. "Father, mother, this campaign against the West is appointed by His Majesty. I must go." His voice was resolute, devoid of excessive emotion, yet resonated with gravitas. "Good child, you do not squander the years of cultivation your grandfather and uncles have bestowed upon you." Pei-Shi held back her tears, feeling pride for her son. Chapter 104. The little sister calls her brother. Time was limited. The emperor ordered him to set out within 3 days, and he had to busy himself with preparations. During these 3 days, Jun Lily implored Pei-Shi to take her to the city's Guanyin temple. Before the statue of Guanyin, she prayed for a safety talisman for Jun Jincheng, infusing it with her magical energy for the month, in a moment of crisis. This energy could protect her elder brother's life. Moreover, once the energy was expended, she would sense it immediately, knowing her brother was in trouble. At that time, even if she had to throw a tantrum and be treated as a monster, she would find a way to inform her parents of her brother's injury. On the day Jun Jincheng set out, very few came to see him off. Not even half the entourage of General Pei was present, sitting in his embrace. Jun Lily glanced around. Aside from the princess and the crown prince, everyone else was family. "Elder brother, take care and try not to get hurt." The April weather was chilly, and the iron armor on Jun Jincheng felt uncomfortably cold. "The talisman I have bestowed upon you must be kept close at all times. It is imbued with my magical power and the strength of the koi, destined to safeguard you and, in moments of peril, to save your life." Throughout the journey, Jun Lili incessantly chanted these words. Jun Jinshun found no annoyance in her repetition. Rather, he felt an insatiable desire to hear her voice. "Young master, it is time to depart," his devoted attendant reminded him. Yun Tin Sin nodded, handing Yun Lili to Yun Tin Bei before mounting his steed. June waved her small hand to bid him farewell. Big pot. She squeezed out 3 words from her throat. Little sister can call for brother now. June exclaimed joyously as he held her. Thankfully, their father had not come to see him off. The thought of hearing his daughter's first call not being for him, but for her brother would surely infuriate him. June also heard the little one calling for him. Onward! With a commanding shout, he spurred his horse and rode away. The sound of hooves echoed from afar. And when he looked back, Jun's figure grew ever smaller. The sudden military order had left him little time for a proper farewell with his family. He felt no need to offer them advice, as his parents and siblings were all formidable individuals. As long as they were willing, their future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his own. Today, the guards at places like the Ministry of Justice and the Grand Court were surprisingly lax. Cui had bribed those at the Zongjing Temple, seeking to confront the 9th prince in person regarding her father taking the blame for the incident. Miss Cui, that is the prince's chamber. The jailer guided Cui to the cell where Jun was held. Upon arriving and witnessing the conditions of the 9th prince's cell, Cui was taken aback. No wonder the emperor forbade anyone from visiting. This was no mere prison cell. It was more luxurious than his own quarters, furnished with everything one could desire. At that moment, Jun sat leisurely, reading a book while sipping tea, with rare fruits shipped from Nan-Xan displayed upon the table. Brother Yu, Cui, seeing him so at ease, felt foolish for worrying that he would suffer in prison. Xiaoya, what brings you here? Jun could hardly believe that the truth behind the false champion had been revealed, yet Cui remained so infatuated with him. I have come to ask you something. The cell door remained shut, and they spoke through the bars. As their eyes met once more, Cui felt a sharp pang in her heart. He remained as noble and handsome as ever, having appeared countless times in her sweetest dreams. Jun looked up, as the protagonist of a tale. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, captivating, as though they could speak. This was an inheritance from his mother. Had it not been for those eyes that could evoke sympathy, the saintess of Nan-Xan would not have been able to enchant the Eastern Emperor for nearly 2 decades. Faced with his gaze, Cui found herself utterly defenseless. Her heart softening. Brother Yu, I must ask you, is it true what they say? Do you truly wish to use our duke's manor as a scapegoat? Upon hearing this, Jun's expression turned icy. Cui quickly added, I will believe whatever you say. The 9th prince pursed his lips, feigning distress. You are aware that there exists a sorcery in Nan-Xan that can control a person's thoughts, correct? You must believe me. The words spoken that day were not my true intention. I merely fell victim to the sorcery of the Nan-Xan people. He was indeed a skilled fabricator of tales. And Cui, with her romantic notions, believed him wholeheartedly. Very well, I trust you. Seeing her unwavering belief in him, Jun felt emboldened to perform even further. During my time at the Zongjing Temple, I have been quite concerned for my mother. Might I trouble you, dear Xiaoya, to deliver a letter to her? With that, he approached the writing desk and picked up a letter he had long prepared. The negligent emperor had forbidden others from visiting him, and he was at a loss as to how to send this letter to inform his mother and subordinates of the forthcoming plans. So Cui's offer was a fortuitous twist. A sly smile crept across his face. It seemed even the heavens were aiding him. All right, I shall assist you. Without a moment's hesitation, Cui agreed. In her heart, her future husband would always be the 9th prince, an unwavering conviction. Rest assured, brother Yu, I will frequently visit the palace to keep the saintess company. Cui contemplated how to secure Jun's affections. If she could not win him over directly, she would have to approach his future mother-in-law. The saintess of Nan-Xan was not brought into the palace through formal means, but had been forcefully taken. The people of the 4-symbol continent were well aware of the saintess's beauty, and the Eastern Emperor was infatuated with her. As a prince, he had once been sent to Nan-Xan as a hostage for several years, during which he had met the saintess and received her small kindnesses. From that moment, he vowed to marry her, even contemplating war with Nan-Xan to claim her. The saintess, loving the people, sought to prevent the suffering of the citizens of both nations by offering herself in marriage. Although she was a consort of the Eastern Emperor, she held no title and was still referred to as the saintess, residing in a palace built by the emperor beside the Golden Hall, rather than within the inner palace. Thank you, dear Xiaoya. My mother has often spoken of you. How could the saintess of Nan-Xan, with her idle time, be concerned about her? Jun's words were merely a ploy to ensure Cui's unwavering loyalty to his requests. Having secretly bribed the guards to gain entry, Cui could not linger for long. After exchanging a few hurried words, she was escorted away by the jailer. Upon exiting the Zongjing temple, she touched the envelope in her arms and hurried into the palace. The saintess's residence was decorated similarly to the golden temple of Nan-Xian, resembling a pagoda adorned with gold, silver, and various jewels, presenting an overall opulent appearance. Chapter 105, The Ninth Prince and the Moon Worship Cult. To create a home-like atmosphere for the saintess, the maids and eunuchs attending her wore garments from Nan-Xian. Miss Chui, the saintess has suddenly fallen gravely ill. Please wait a moment while I inform her. The maid led Chui into the side chamber, preparing tea for her while offering this warning. Chui was taken aback. Suddenly gravely ill, it seemed she had come at the right time to garner favor with the saintess. As the saintess preferred tranquility, there were few attendants present. Noticing the absence of supervision, Chui wandered into the garden. The area was rich with elements from Nan-Xian, giving one the impression of being abroad. With time slipping away, the sky gradually darkened. Behind the side chamber lay the picturesque grove. Chui thought there might be even more exotic flora from Nan-Xian and made her way toward the light. As she walked, she heard the anguished cries of a middle-aged man, a sound akin to a lamentation of the damned, grating to the ears. She inwardly cursed, "Is this place haunted?" Intermixed with his sobs were curses directed at the emperor, as well as the crown prince and the Jingwang manor. Chui's anger surged at the foul language. Even if this was the saintess's chamber, it remained the territory of the Eastern Empire. Was this how the saintess disciplined her subordinates? Just as she considered confronting him, she was struck by even more explosive news. The conversation, thick with the dialect of Nan-Xian, was somewhat difficult for her to decipher. But the gist was clear, Master. The saintess has warned you not to act impulsively, yet you disregarded her, capturing that girl from Chuyang. Now look where you've ended up. What will the saintess do without you? At this point, the weeping intensified momentarily before being forcibly suppressed. Chui's heart raced. The leader of the moon worship cult is dead? Wasn't he imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice? Who killed him? Could have been the emperor? The implications of his words were enough to suggest a deep connection between the leader of the moon worship cult and the saintess. But what exactly was their relationship? Her curiosity piqued. She listened intently. You must feel quite regretful about this. You never even had the chance to meet the prince. If His Highness were to learn of the tragic demise of his biological father, and that he never had the chance to meet him for the final time, he would undoubtedly be consumed by sorrow. Kuya? Upon hearing this, she was utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and her blood seemed to freeze in her veins. What had she just heard? She could not fathom the words. Surely, she must have misunderstood Nan-Xian's speech. Retreating, she silently prayed not to be discovered until she was completely enveloped in darkness, far from the light, at which point she collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. Yet in the next moment, a cold dagger was pressed against her throat. Chuya held her breath and glanced back in the shadows. She caught sight of the man's wrist, adorned with a tattoo of a crescent moon and star. Princess Chaoyang had informed her that this was the insignia of the Baiwa sect. A chill ran down her spine. You heard everything I just said? The man's aged voice resonated, bringing forth a sense of confusion and intimidation. Even if Chuiya were slow to react, she understood that her life was in grave danger. She was likely to be silenced. What did you hear? I know nothing. I only believe in the words of the dead. The man let out a cold laugh, applying slight pressure to his wrist, causing Chuiya to feel a prick of pain at her throat. No, a fierce instinct for survival overcame her fear. You cannot kill me. I am the daughter of the Duke, and even His Majesty must show my father some respect. In that instant, Chuiya realized she had not misheard. Yu Yue's biological father was indeed another man. If this matter were to reach the emperor's ears, not only would Yu Yue and the saintess be in peril, but she, the informed party, would also meet her demise. No, she did not wish to die, nor did she want Yu Yue to face danger. Please spare me. I assure you I will keep this a secret. She continued to plead. The man, growing impatient, said, I have already told you. I only trust the dead. Before Chuiya could react, a blinding light appeared nearby. The saintess, dressed in traditional Nan-Xian court attire, descended like a celestial being. The man hastily bowed, apologizing. I have failed in my duties. I spoke a few words during the worship of the leader, and she must have overheard. Chuiya looked at the saintess with a face full of grievance, hoping for salvation. Very well, I shall leave this matter to you. The saintess spoke coldly, treating Chuiya's life as easily extinguishable as an ant. Chuiya was utterly despondent. She had thought the Saintess might save her. Saintess, I am Chueya from the Chui Duke's residence. Do you not recognize me? You played with me and Yuyue when we were children. Chueya attempted to awaken the Saintess's memory. Alas, you have heard what you should not have. If I spare your life, Yuyue and I shall face ruin. Chueya tried to counter, we can become one family. I would never betray you. I am sorry. Only the dead can keep secrets. It was evident that the nature of the master reflected that of the servant. The Saintess's tone mirrored that of the man who sought to kill Chueya. Despair enveloped her as she looked up, catching a glimpse of the disdain on the Saintess's face. She did not genuinely care for Chueya. Rather, she was merely interested in the power of the Duke's residence. A woman as crude, willful, and lacking in etiquette as Chueya was unworthy of being the wife of her son. Chueya's heart trembled violently. A multitude of thoughts swirled within her, filled with regret and hatred. Everyone claimed that Jun Yue wished to make the Chui Duke's residence a scapegoat, wanting her father to take the blame. Yet, she clung to a sliver of hope, unable to believe that the godlike man possessed such a cruel heart. She let out a low whimper, unable to suppress her sobs any longer. The Saintess cast a glance at the man, as if signaling him to act. Without hesitation, he nodded and tightened his grip on the dagger. All thoughts of Yue and the Saintess faded into nothingness in her mind. The only thing she could think of now was survival. As a man's blade fell, she suddenly crouched, evading his strike, and forcefully pushed him away, lifting her skirts and sprinting towards the door. "Stop her!" commanded the Saintess. At that moment, a sharp voice from outside declared, "His Majesty has arrived." Chueya felt a wave of relief wash over her, collapsing to the ground. This proclamation was undoubtedly a lifeline. She couldn't believe the Saintess would dare to kill her in front of the Emperor. Who is this? There is no need for such formality. Chapter 106. The love-struck brain finally awakens. As the Emperor entered, he spotted Chueya sprawled on the floor. Noticing her exquisite attire, he quickly deduced she was not a palace maid. Chueya finally sighed in relief and looked up at the Emperor. "Kuya?" The Emperor recognized her swiftly. She was a close friend of Princess Chuyang, often visiting the palace, and naturally, had a good rapport with the Emperor. "Today you did not seek out Chaoyang, but instead came to visit me?" The Emperor teased. The Saintess arrived soon after, having paid her respects to the Emperor. Her gaze fixated on Chueya, betraying an unmistakable desire for her demise. "Your Majesty jest. This humble servant merely came to accompany the 9th Prince and the Saintess. Now that your Majesty is here, I shall take my leave and visit the Saintess another day." Chueya gracefully bowed and departed, striding confidently beneath the Saintess's watchful eye. However, she had no desire to engage with the Saintess again. What was she to do with the secret she had just overheard? After much contemplation, she resolved to confide in her father, just as she had in her childhood, whenever she found herself in trouble. Her father would always be there to clean up the mess. Chueya had been well protected by the Chui Duke, her nature innocent, and her greatest trauma in life stemmed from the 9th Prince and his mother, while her most significant crisis had been the kidnapping alongside Princess Chaoyang. Unable to keep secrets, she divulged everything to the Duke. Is what you say truly the case?" The Duke asked repeatedly. "Yes, father, I nearly lost my life. My throat was cut." The maid had already tended to her injury. Though it was not deep, it had broken the skin. The Duke gazed at his daughter with concern. "Kuya Bao did," shaking her head repeatedly. "For him, you have caused such trouble? Just days ago, you were captured alongside the princess. Have you forgotten? Now you sneak off to the Zongjing Temple to see him? The Emperor has decreed that visitation is forbidden. If this comes to his attention, our entire family will be implicated." The Duke, deeply affectionate yet stern, reprimanded Chueya. "I am sorry, father. I understand my mistake." Remembering the terror and danger she had just faced, she clenched her fists tightly. The 9th Prince, the Saintess, their mother-son duo approached her solely for the sake of the Duke's influence, and such a cold-hearted pair had deceived her sincere feelings. She vowed to remember this hatred. She must wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to this heartless and despicable pair. As for the Duke's subsequent scolding, she could hardly hear it. While tears streamed down her face amidst her father's reproach, they took with them her last vestige of tenderness and innocence. The letter the 9th Prince had entrusted her with was never opened in her presence. Regarding the words she had overheard, there was no evidence. Even if she spoke of it, no one would believe her, and it would only bring trouble to the Duke's residence. However, that letter was different. It contained plans between the 9th Prince and the Saintess for the future, and he intended to show it to someone from the Jingwang residence. June Jingyan also read the letter in the presence of June Lily. The characters of the four-symbol continent bore a striking resemblance to those of the 21st century, and June Lily could read them perfectly. The letter was addressed to someone named Yu Kai, instructing him to go to a specific location, find a certain person, and procure a particular item. That location was not in the Dongji Kingdom, and the letter did not specify an exact place. The four-symbol continent was vast. Finding it would not be easy. Iwekai. Why does that name sound so familiar? S mind raced with thoughts. Upon hearing her daughter's musings, P-ish murmured, "Who is UCI? I have never heard of him." However, Jun Jae-in seemed contemplative about the name. He recalled that I was a guard by the side of the ninth prince. He had encountered him when YTNGH lodged a complaint, and he thought the man bore a striking resemblance to his second cousin. "I remember, this man is a guard for the ninth prince, resembling my second brother." "Second brother?" P-ish asked, perplexed. After a moment's reflection, she instructed MGNR, "Go fetch Little Lee from the general's residence." Previously, P-ish had asked General PIL to keep a close eye on her second daughter-in-law, SHSH, prompting him to employ many servants for surveillance, with Little Lee being the manager among them. After a brief tea session, a middle-aged guard was brought in by MGNR. "Greetings, Miss and young master." He bowed respectfully. P-ish hastily inquired, "Oh, I heard that she has an appointment with that man tomorrow, but I am unaware of the time." Satisfied? She nodded and rewarded him with a silver coin. "Very well, continue to observe. With your father and brother away, report any developments to J and WNGF." "Yes, I understand." Little Lee was astute. Even after many years since P-ish's marriage, he knew who truly wielded authority in the general's residence. Once he departed, P-ish and Jun Jae-in resumed their discussions. "Tomorrow at Zoo 11 NGLU. It seems we must prepare in advance. Yunyol ingiu in contemplated strategies." Alas, with elder brother gone, who will lie in ambush? Jun frited. Second brother has work. Third brother is engaged in commerce. Fourth brother is studying, and fifth brother better left unmentioned. After accounting for everyone, Jun felt there was no one suitable in the household. Alas, it is the first day of missing elder brother. As soon as Jun Jae-in departed, she could already sense the void left by him. Jun Jae-in and P shared her sentiments. Call for the youngest. This task shall be entrusted to him. Jun Jae-in felt that if the youngest did nothing, he would become a burden. At 7 years old, Jun Jae-in had already proven himself unbeatable among peers in launching. P-ish sighed, acknowledging that he was currently the most idle. MGNR was tasked with finding the fifth young master. In less than a moment, Jun Jae-in arrived. Since last year, when Jun had encouraged him to lose weight, he had transformed from a hefty 200 pounds to just over 100. Nonetheless, compared to his peers, he still appeared overweight. However, his weight loss journey now seemed promising. Jun Jae-in and P-ish succinctly briefed him on the task for the following day, instructing him to bring more attendants and to include Jun LL. Upon hearing this, Jun Jae-in readily agreed. Regardless of anything else, spending an entire day alone with his younger sister was far more appealing than anything else. Since their joint endeavor to confront their cousin Jun Q last year, he had not had the opportunity for solitary time with her. Curiously, Jun L wondered why her parents intended to train the fifth brother and why they wanted her involved. Were they to observe or merely to cheer him on? Unaware of the specific meeting time for their second aunt, Jun Jae-in and Jun LL arrived early at Zoo 11 NGLU to wait. They seated themselves directly opposite the entrance, ensuring that none who entered the tavern could escape their notice. Around noon, a man resembling their second uncle entered and directly ascended to a reserved private room on the second floor. "He has arrived." Is indeed him. Had it not been for Jun LL's thoughts, Jun Jae-in might have overlooked the resemblance. He quickly took Jun LL upstairs, wandering near the vicinity of the man's room as if casually. "This man is the childhood companion of my second aunt and also the son of a court official. However, for reasons unknown, his family was seized over a decade ago, and the entire clan was exiled to the northern frontier, seemingly leaving him as the sole survivor." As she pondered this, Jun LL suddenly sensed something amiss. Could it be that my second aunt married my second uncle because he bears a striking resemblance to UCI? My second aunt seems to be treating the foolish second uncle as a mere substitute. What a captivating tale. Jun LL felt indignant for her uncle, lamenting that he had treated her aunt with such kindness, fostering a respectful relationship over the years. It was no wonder the text claimed the general's residence's downfall was intertwined with her second aunt. Before she could contemplate further, SHSH arrived, adorned in extravagant attire. Fortunately, Junji reacted swiftly, pulling open the door to an unoccupied private room nearby to conceal themselves. Listening intently, he discerned that SHSH had entered the room and shut the door. He then embraced June LL and ventured out. Pressing against the door, they faintly heard SHSH's sobs. YNL, when will you take me away? Do you know? I have thought of you every moment these years, especially when gazing upon PILOR's face. Have you not noticed how he resembles you? SHSH leaned against UCI, weeping softly as she recounted her anguish. Alienated? June LL echoed the name. When the U family was seized, it was my maternal grandfather who led the charge. The siblings outside pouted. I must listen closely to uncover their schemes. Hearing her words, Junji remained vigilant. YNL, now that the ninth prince has entered the ZNGZH temple, will you be implicated? SHSH inquired with concern. We have been awaiting His Highness's news to proceed with our next move. You see, I tightened his embrace around SHSH, kissing her forehead with disdain. Were it not for His Highness's motives against the PI family, I would not wish to associate with you, finding the act distasteful. This is His Highness's plan. Should we assist him in seizing the throne, I shall surely be granted nobility upon his ascension, and you will become my esteemed lady. Outside the door, June LL felt a wave of nausea. His brainwashing skills are astounding. The grandeur of his promises could keep my second aunt from eating for 3 days. Yunyol ni Fitdonisi. The ninth prince had entered the ZNGZH temple, yet he still aspired to compete for the throne. Did he possess any hidden support? Inside, SHSH glanced at the schematics you see I had presented, astonished. You wish to target the PI family? Indeed, the JWNGF and the general's residence are currently allied with the crown prince. It will not be easy to topple the JWNGF. We must begin with the general's residence. You see, I explained to SHSH. As long as they are no longer in Longsheng and the PI family's influence is diminished, they will pose little threat to the ninth prince. Do me a favor. Conceal this item in your father-in-law's study. As he spoke, you see, I handed SHSH an envelope addressed to the leader of the northern frontier. SHSH hesitated to accept it, questioning, are you suggesting he orchestrate the seizure and exile of the entire general's residence? The siblings outside shuddered at this revelation. What on earth has you see I given to my second aunt? Their bodies block our view. Similarly, the shorter Junji could not see clearly. Never mind. Whatever it is, it undoubtedly bodes ill. June LL held confidence in her intellect. Junji resolved to discuss matters thoroughly with their parents and plan ahead. Oh, little cousin and little sister, what brings you here? Before the siblings could continue eavesdropping, they heard Jun Q's voice. Since his confinement last year, June L, I had not seen him. Though punishment typically results in weight loss, he had instead become even rounder, resembling a plump figure alongside Junji. What date is it today? Why do I keep encountering unpleasant people? June LL turned her head away. For June Q's inquiry had drowned out the conversation between UCI and SHSH. June Q, we want. Asked with a hint of irritation, fifth brother. Quickly leave. Do not linger at second aunt's doorstep. If we end up fighting with June Chi, the noise will surely attract her attention. If Yukai discovers we are eavesdropping on his conversation with second aunt, we will be in dire straits. June Li reminded, tugging at Jun Jingjia's hand to pull him towards the empty space on the other side of the staircase. Jun Jingjia complied and moved over. Jun Chi stood at the staircase entrance, and upon seeing Jun Jingjia move to the other side, he frowned slightly. Cousin, do not misunderstand. We are brothers. Since we have fortuitously met, why not sit down together and share a meal? He invited warmly, as if genuinely wishing to treat Jun Jingjia to a meal. It was indeed a coincidence, for early that morning, his servant had spotted Jun Jingjia and Jun Lili leaving and had followed them here. He had been nursing a grudge since last year. This opportunity to confront the siblings alone outside the estate was truly fortuitous for him. It was far easier to target the two defenseless children outside the estate. I am currently on a diet and will not eat, Jun Jingjia replied candidly. What is that Jun Chi up to? It feels like he harbors ill intentions, Jun Lili remarked, her eyes narrowed in suspicion, appearing as if she might devour Jun Chi whole. This auspicious koi is here. I could be quite frightening, so do not come closer, she warned playfully. Jun Jingjia appeared equally apprehensive. Oh, how about we sit down for tea then? Jun Shi suggested again, hastening to the edge of the staircase. Standing face to face with Jun Jingjia, just half a meter apart. What scheme is Jun Shi plotting? Fifth brother, do not trust him. He might be concocting some nefarious plan against us, she exclaimed, fidgeting restlessly in Jun Jingjia's embrace. Already weary, Jun Jingjia struggled to hold on to her, fearing he might drop her at any moment. He once more declined Jun Shi's invitation. Upon hearing his words, Jun Jingjia finally exhaled in relief, having escaped his clutches. He hurriedly attempted to descend the stairs, but to do so, he had to pass by Jun Shi. The cursed tavern had but one staircase per floor, and to leave the second floor, one had no choice but to traverse this route. Fifth brother, do not approach Jun Shi. If he plays a trick, you will have no chance to evade. Jun Lili insisted, kicking her legs and extending her arms, desperately trying to prevent her brother from nearing Jun Shi. Jun Jingjia's figure was too stout, and his movements were cumbersome. Indeed, should Jun Shi trip him, as Jun Lili warned, he would have no opportunity to escape. Chapter 108. The Uncertainty of Life, Big Intestine Wrapping Small Intestine. Hearing his sister's concern, Jun Jingjia's eyes flickered. Cousin, could you step aside a bit? I am rather portly. With you blocking the way, I cannot pass. Jun Jingjia bluntly. Jun Shi smirked dismissively and stepped back a little. As Jun Jingjia moved forward, just as he placed one foot on the stairs, a child, even plumper than he came barreling up the stairs. The child was remarkably swift, and before Jun Jingjia could react, he had already collided with him. The two rotund figures could not help but block the narrow staircase. Moreover, the child was a few years older and taller than Jun Jingjia. He naturally bumped into Jun Jingjia's right shoulder, and what appeared to others as a mere incidental brush caused Jun Jingjia's right arm to lose all strength, causing him to drop. Jun Lili, whoa, I am flying, Jun Lili exclaimed as she felt her life flash before her. Not having been slain by the protagonists, nor harmed by the tyrannical emperor, she was now facing potential doom at the hands of her own brother. Little sister, Jun Jingjia shouted, rushing down the stairs after her. However, just as he took a step, that plump child slightly extended his foot, tripping Jun Jingjia, who then tumbled down the stairs like a ball. Oh, Yama, are you so eager to collect us? Jun Lili cried inwardly, realizing her fate was sealed. With the height of the stairs, even a mere bump could be fatal. Fifth brother would likely roll down too, and even if he survived, he would certainly be injured. Life is truly unpredictable. Big intestine wrapping small intestine. What is there to fear? After 18 years, I shall emerge as a hero again. She resolutely closed her eyes, ready to meet her fate. To her astonishment, in the next moment, a pair of gentle hands caught her. Just as she was about to open her eyes to see who it was, she was enveloped in a fragrant and soft embrace. Second cousin? Jun Lili was taken aback, realizing that her savior was Pei Yi. At that moment, she was cradled in the arms of a certain young lady whom Pei Yi had rescued. Pei Yi took a few steps forward and caught the rolling Jun Jingjia with force. Jun Lili had been thrown out, and with Pei Yi's timely intervention, she emerged unscathed. Jun Jingjia, however, had rolled down completely. Although he had not hit his head, his body was already bruised with various contusions. Second cousin, Jun Jingjia looked at Pei Yi, feeling a wave of grievance. He truly did not intend to throw his sister out. Little sister, I am sorry. Jun Jingjia endured the pain coursing through his body and stood to apologize to Jun Lili. Had they not encountered Pei Yi today, his sister might have truly met a tragic end. At the staircase corner, Jun Shi's displeasure deepened upon witnessing Jun Lili being saved by Pei. He cast a glance at the earlier plump child, but said nothing. I did my best, Su Qi remarked with an air of indifference. This individual was a relative from his mother Su's side. Despite his evident displeasure, he could not vent his frustrations on him. Jun Qi remained silent and walked towards a private room, with Su Qi naturally following. This scene was witnessed by Jun Lili downstairs. She had sensed something amiss with that plump child and was not surprised to discover he was indeed a pawn of Jun Qi. Just now, fifth brother was knocked in two. It must have been a deliberate setup. That person is clearly in league with Jun Qi. Moreover, I can guarantee that plump child has learned martial arts, knowing precisely how to collide without raising suspicion. Hearing her sister's thoughts, Jun Jingjia began to ponder as well. Yun Qi, health, he shouted, determined to fight back. Oh, earlier, as we were about to descend, that person deliberately bumped into me. Did you arrange this in advance? Jun Jingjia asked directly. Pei Yi and Jun Lili stared at him in disbelief. The most ineffectual little brother had actually taken the initiative to retaliate. His cousin's words required substantiation. Jun Qi was entirely unperturbed, remaining calm and composed. Jun Jingjia chuckled lightly. We conversed on the second floor for at least a quarter of an hour, and the staircase was unoccupied. You tell me, why did he come up just as I passed by? Jun Qi and Su Qi remained unfazed. It was merely a coincidence. Jun Qi replied coolly. What can a mere child like Jun Jingjia do? Coincidence? Jun Jingjia retorted. It is indeed a coincidence that someone happened to come upstairs. But how do you explain the bump? If he had not collided with me, how would I have thrown my sister? Fifth brother need not blame himself. Lily does not hold it against you. You are correct. Those two are indeed up to no good. If too many coincidences occur in succession, can they still be deemed coincidences? Su Qi interjected, unable to remain silent. The staircase is inherently narrow. If I wish to pass, I must brush by you. Who could have anticipated you would collide so unexpectedly? Listen to this. He has a justification for colliding with me? Yet Jun Jingjia remained calm and unruffled. Just now, the younger sister analyzed that this person must possess some martial arts skills, which would soon become apparent. He tugged at Pei Yi's sleeve and whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. Second cousin, I implore you to assist me. Please test whether that rotund fellow possesses any martial prowess. Pei Yi, like Pei Ting, concealed his abilities. As descendants of martial generals, it was improbable for them to be entirely devoid of skills. However, due to their limited talent, they could only manage to learn basic techniques. Achieving the level of Jun Jinchen seemed a distant dream for them. Alienated, P.E. consented. He approached a nearby table and casually seized a chopstick, hurling it towards Jun Qi and Su Qi with astonishing speed. Jun Qi, lacking martial training, was caught off guard, and by the time he realized he had been ambushed, Su Qi had already caught the chopstick in his palm. Indeed, he possesses martial arts. P.E. acclaimed in age. Hoi glänzt a Yun Dingshe. Pondering how this young lad discerned the other's capabilities. What do you intend to do? Commit murder? Jun Qi shouted, realizing the gravity of the situation as he leaned over the railing from the second floor. That question should be directed at your brother, Jun Jincha retorted. Earlier, I had asked Cousin Pei to test the capabilities of the individual beside you, and it turns out he possesses martial skills. I ask you, can a martial artist withstand a collision with a 7-year-old child carrying an infant? His heart was already in turmoil, his pulse racing to the point of almost choking him. Yet his demeanor remained composed and steady. Jun Lili and Pei Yi were both taken aback by his poise. Fifth brother, that's impressive. How do you transform so much? Jun Jincha remarked. I cannot allow myself to be bullied any longer. As the crowd of onlookers grew, a reluctant Su Qi directly abandoned Jun Qi and fled. Jun Qi was left bewildered. At merely 9 years of age, he was uncertain how to navigate such a situation. Cousin, why have you repeatedly schemed against me and my sister? What are your true intentions? Jun Jincha demanded angrily. I did not mean to. You both are unscathed, right? Please forgive me, Jun Qi pleaded. Upon hearing this, Jun Lili regarded Jun Qi with admiration. The last time she encountered such shamelessness was during a previous incident. She was curious to learn how Jun Qi managed to exhibit such a lack of shame. Fifth brother, we cannot let him go unpunished. Leniency towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Chapter 109. Fifth brother, have you been possessed? Jun Jincha replied, I share your sentiments. Cousin, it appears you have not heeded the lessons from last year. I shall recount today's events in full to grandfather. Upon hearing this, Jun Qi's spirit plummeted. Esteemed young lady, would you accompany second cousin to the Jingwang mansion and provide us with your testimony? Jun Jincha inquired of the young lady who had been cradling Jun Lili. Though her identity was unknown, her exquisite attire indicated she hailed from a distinguished family. The girl addressed as esteemed young lady appeared quite pleased. Certainly, this matter is rooted in their overreach, and I shall convey all that I witnessed to His Highness Jingwang. Jun Jincha expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Jun Lili hesitated for a moment, struggling to believe that the chubby boy before her was her once timid fifth brother. Fifth brother, you haven't been possessed by something, have you? Is he truly that formidable? Jun Jincha explained. Previously, Jun Qi bullied him, and he could endure it with grace. However, Now that Junshi has repeatedly targeted his sister, he, as an elder brother, cannot remain indifferent. Especially today, had cousin Ping not arrived in time. My sister could have met a tragic fate. This grudge shall be repaid tenfold. Half an hour later, when Jun Jincha and Jun Qi knelt in the main hall of the Jingwang mansion, Pei Yi, Su Shi, Jun Wulian, and the side princess had all gathered. Grandfather. The events transpired as follows. Had it not been for cousin Pei and the esteemed lady from the Shangshu mansion, Lily would have perished from a fall. Jun Jinsha recounted the incident with dignified composure. Pei Yi and the young lady stood by his side. At that moment, I also noticed a child around 10 years old, quite plump, standing beside my cousin. Might he be the nephew of his second aunt's family? Jun Jinsha had previously inquired of Pei Shi and learned that the one who collided with him was indeed Su Shi's son, Su Qi, age 10. It was merely a playful scuffle between children. Su Shi hastily interjected. A scuffle? Pei Shi replied incredulously. Did you not hear what fifth brother said? Lily nearly met her demise. Had only Jun Jinsha been injured today, Pei Shi would not have been so irate. Yet Jun Qi dared to lay hands on Lily. Thus, he must be marked for punishment. Father, look at fifth brother, covered in injuries from tumbling down such high stairs. Pei Shi remarked, rolling up Jun Jincha's sleeve. Jingwang shared Pei Shi's outrage. Jun Qi had always been allowed to act recklessly, but this time he dared to assault Lily, which was intolerable. With irrefutable evidence at hand, Jun Qi, you have attempted murder. Jingwang expressed his profound disappointment. Jun Wulian, I offer you a choice. Suddenly called out. Jun Wulian trembled and raised his head. He shot Jun Qi a glare, lamenting his son's incompetence. Foreboding settled within him. Aware that the fate of the second branch was drawing near. First, I could disregard this matter and report it directly to the authorities, holding you and your parents accountable for attempted murder. Jingwang declared regarding the second branch's punishment. Your Highness, we are all family. If this occurs, it will tarnish your reputation. The side princess hastily pleaded on behalf of her offspring. Very well, in light of familial ties, I shall grant your second branch 4 acres of land in the outskirts. You may seek your own fortune there. Jingwang's words were veiled with ambiguity. The second branch members, not lacking in intelligence, quickly discerned the underlying implication. Their father intended to cast them out. Father, I am your own son, and Qi is your grandson. You cannot do this. Jun Wulian implored desperately. Jingwang, in a fit of irritation, kicked him aside. I warned you last year that if I discovered Jun Qi causing harm to his siblings again, I would expel him. This decision is final. You and your family must gather your belongings and depart. Jingwang declared coldly. After issuing his command, he left without granting the second branch a chance to plead their case. Pei Shi glared at them, clutching Jun Lily as she pursued Jingwang. This time, they had finally eradicated the threat posed by the second branch. Jun Jinsha, Pei Yi, and the young lady from the Shangshu mansion also followed, and the group retreated to the side hall for tea. At that moment, the main hall was left with only the side princess and the second branch family. You useless wretches. Now we're destined to go live in the countryside, eating the wind from the northwest. Jun Wulian seethed, slapping Jun Qi across the face. Jun Qi was utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why the very brother he had previously bullied had not only retaliated, but had also become so astute. Do not strike the child. Su Shi rushed forward to protect him. This is all your fault. Jun Wulian pointed an accusatory finger at Su Shi, his eyes blazing with fury. Su Shi recoiled at his fierce demeanor. Jun Wulian's temperament resembled that of a street thug. When angered, he would unleash his frustrations on his wife and children. Su Shi had endured enough. She had hoped to tolerate Jun Wulian's temperament, anticipating that once he became the heir, she would ascend to the status of the heir's wife and eventually the future Jingwang's wife. However, she had waited in vain, as their father had bestowed the title of heir upon Jun Jingyan, leaving her husband with nothing. Consequently, Jun Wulian's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Now, with their expulsion imminent, they could only dread the hardships that lay ahead. In light of this, one cannot fault her for seeking alternative paths for her future. Mother, what should I do now? Jun Wulian implored the secondary princess, resembling an overgrown infant in need of nurturing. Your father has long lost all hope in your branch of the family. At present, he is in a foul mood, and I am unable to intercede on your behalf. For now, you may remain in the residence, and in a few days, I shall speak with your uncle to plead your case. The secondary princess succinctly advised before departing. She herself was akin to a clay idol, traversing a river, utterly incapable of aiding the second household. The first family was formidable, leaving her isolated and defenseless. That night, having indulged in wine, Jun Wulian succumbed to intoxication, not only assaulting the architect of their downfall, Jun Shi, but also striking Su Shi. In a fit of rage, Su Shi retrieved a small quantity of white powder from a cabinet, arsenic, which she had long prepared for the sons of the first family, but now contemplated using against her own husband. Should he perish, she would be free to remarry, particularly to her cousin, who had recently achieved academic success. Unflinchingly, she poured the powder into the hangover remedy prepared for Jun Wulian. To eliminate any suspicion, she even added a touch for herself. Watching him drink, she retreated to the adjacent room, grasping a cup laced with poison. Though the dosage would not claim her life, it would bring her excruciating pain. After much contemplation, she bit down hard on her molars and consumed the toxic brew in one swift motion. The poison took effect immediately, causing her abdomen to convulse with agony, twisting her features into a grimace. A woman must be ruthless to secure her future. At that moment, Jun Wulian's poison had also taken hold, and the room was filled with concerned onlookers. Su Shi could no longer maintain her facade. The pain overwhelmed her, and she collapsed to the floor, unconscious. The servants were at a loss, hastily summoning the physician, along with King Jing and the secondary princess. In chapter 110, Susi proactively sota devorstikri. Despite the father-son bond, King Jing felt an ache for his son and summoned a Taoist priest to assist. The outcome was evident, aligning with Su Shi's expectations. Prepare for the worst, the Taoist priest remarked, shaking his head and exchanging a knowing glance with the physician. Second master cannot be saved. However, the second madam's dosage was not substantial. I shall prescribe a remedy, and she will recover in a few days. The old physician concurred. Upon hearing this, Jun Shi joyfully rushed to Su Shi's side. Wonderful. Mother, you are safe. He pulled Jun Ping along, exclaiming, Sister, did you hear? Mother is fine. For them. Their father's fate was inconsequential. Their mother's well-being was paramount. Curse that heartless wretch for harming my son. The secondary princess was on the verge of fainting, the anguish of losing a child piercing her heart. As she wept, King Jing found the poisoning incident involving Jun Wulian and his wife suspicious and ordered an investigation. Just as he issued the command, Jun Shi, who had been observing Su Shi, dashed over. He swiftly navigated through the screens and confronted the secondary princess, seizing her by the collar. It was you. You deemed our branch useless, and it was you who poisoned my parents. Jun Shi glared at her, his desire to exact vengeance evident. The secondary princess, being of ample build and advanced age, struggled to withstand his onslaught, gasping for breath. Jun Shi, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? King Jing bellowed. Jun Ping hurried over, her face paling at the sight of her brother, throttling their grandmother. Jun Shi's accusation holds weight. After father drank, he fell ill, he insisted emphatically. The secondary princess was taken aback. Indeed, Su Shi had visited her courtyard, pleading for assistance for the second household. Moreover, she was unaware of any hangover remedy. King Jing's mind raced, retorting, while Lian drank, Su Shi did not consume alcohol. Why would she need a hangover remedy? Jun Shi faltered, unable to respond. Nonetheless, he was convinced that the poisoning incident was linked to his grandmother. After being confined last year by their grandfather, he had harbored a grudge against the secondary princess for not advocating on his behalf. It must have been her doing. She saw no utility in the second household, and thus sought to eliminate his father, with his mother merely a victim of circumstance. Remarkably, Jun Shi's ability to fabricate such claims was undeniably influenced by the secondary princess and her kin. His baseless accusations, devoid of evidence, nevertheless resonated with others. Jun Shi, have you been overcome by grief? Are you feverish? The secondary princess feigned concern as she approached, touching his forehead. Unbeknownst to her, her hand inadvertently covered his mouth. Let me go. Jun Shi struggled momentarily before breaking free from her grasp. At only 9 years old and standing at a mere 5 feet, he was easily overpowered by her. Though my actions may be questionable, I would never poison my own flesh and blood, the secondary princess asserted. King Jing responded. She acknowledges her flawed methods. However, her statement held truth. A parent would never harm their child, indicating that the true culprit lay elsewhere. We must intensify our investigation, he concluded, remaining rational and discerning. Jun Shi, Jun Ping, tend to your father's affairs and ensure your mother is cared for. King Jing instructed, casting a glance at Jun Wu Lian's lifeless body before departing with a sigh. The second son had amassed numerous enemies, and now, having fallen from grace, those he had wronged were likely to have taken action. The speed of the attack, occurring within the residence, displayed a certain audacity. Once King Jing left, the secondary princess hurried after him, fearing her emotionally volatile grandson might turn his wrath upon her. Though he was merely a child, should he resolve to act with lethal intent, he could muster formidable strength. By the time Jun Lili became aware of the situation, it was already the following morning. The first family was also curious about the identity of the assailant, as the second household acquaintances seemed to lack any obvious motive. Su Shi's dosage of poison had nearly claimed her life, and when she awoke 3 days later, the members of King Jing's residence were clad in white. Mourning Yun Wu Lian. Su Shi gazed at her 2 children who had remained by her side, feeling a pang of guilt. Their father had just passed, and now their mother was preparing to depart. What would become of them? She figured they had little value to the secondary princess and contemplated taking them with her, as she sought a fresh start. Time was of the essence, donning mourning attire. She made her way to King Jing's quarters, seeking a divorce decree. In light of my husband's predicament, my father holds the authority to draft a divorce for his daughter-in-law, she stated respectfully. Upon noticing her recovery, King Jing inquired about her health. Thank you for your concern, father. I am well, she replied courteously. I am here today to seek your favor. Without hesitation, she expressed, I hope you'll grant me a divorce decree, allowing me to remarry. I understand that my husband has just passed, and I am willing to wait until after the 7th day of mourning before leaving the royal residence. King Jing, displaying understanding, recognized that his son's untimely death should not hinder Su Shi's quest for happiness. Moreover, their laws were progressive, permitting widows to remarry without stigma. Very well, I shall compose it for you. However, you may only take that troublesome Junqi with you, he declared, having increasingly disdained Junqi and the entire second household. Jun Ping must remain, as she is a female of marrying age, and I wish to secure an alliance through her. The eldest branch of the family only produces male heirs, with the sole exception of the infant Lily, who is still in swaddling clothes. There are no eligible women in the Wangfu, and should they face a difficult situation requiring a marriage alliance, they are likely to find themselves at a disadvantage. Upon hearing this, Su Shi felt a sense of helplessness. After some contemplation, she resolutely declared, in that case, I shall keep both children, for they both possess the bloodline of the Tian family. It would not be appropriate for me to take them away by myself. If I leave Junqi here, the 2 children can rely on each other for companionship, which is far better than having Jun Ping, a solitary girl, left alone to fend for herself. Wang Jing nodded appreciatively, relieved that she did not contest the custody of the children, showing herself to be a considerate daughter-in-law. Junqi and Jun Ping, being of an age to understand, realized the significance of the divorce document on the table without needing further explanation from Su Shi. Mother, will we have the chance to see each other again? Jun Ping gazed at Su Shi with pleading eyes. Su Shi paused in her packing at this question. Of course, there will be opportunities. Why are you not taking us with you? Junqi, unable to bear the thought of losing his mother so soon after the death of their father, felt his heart begin to shatter. You possess royal blood, and it is not simply a matter of my desire to take you away. Su Shi feigned a pitiful demeanor. In an instant, Junqi comprehended the underlying truth. It was their grandfather who was obstructing their reunion. Realizing this, he tugged on Jun Ping, who was about to say more to Su Shi. Given their current situation, the possibility of the 3 of them meeting again was virtually non-existent. For Wang Jing would never consent to such a reunion, and they understood that their mother was pursuing a better life, which would be cumbersome with the 2 of them as burdens. The siblings refrained from causing a scene and instead cherished their final days with their mother. Perhaps due to the grief of losing a son, Wang Jing did not attend the memorial service on the 15th day. Naturally, the eldest branch did not attend either. Jun Lili, however, still expressed a desire to join in the festivities, to visit the temple fair and indulge in some snacks. Yet, upon recalling the limited delicacies available to her and the absence of her elder brother Jun Jincheng, her spirits dampened. Each day, she lamented the 8th day since her brother's departure, as if she were marking a record. Aware that Wang Jing had left Junqi and Jun Ping as unpredictable elements, the side princess felt increasingly restless. At present, Wang Jing had completely designated Jun Jingyan as the heir apparent, who would inherit the throne upon his death, with the management of the Wangfu entirely in the hands of the Pei family. Although he was of the same generation as Junjingyan, he was only 25 or 26, younger than the crown prince by several years. His previous absence from the mansion was due to his studies abroad as an exchange student in Chile. As the sun reached its zenith, the members of the Wangfu gathered in the main hall. June Lily, nestled in Pei's arms, scrutinized her young fourth uncle. Having spent years abroad and being relatively young, he was unmarried and alone. Is this truly the fourth uncle I've heard so much about? June Lily mused inwardly. He must be quite remarkable. During his studies in Chile, he made many friends there, and many of the spies who infiltrated grandfather Jingqing's establishment were introduced by him. I recall that during the contention for the Eastern Imperial throne between the male and female leads, he had already formed connections with the Chile royal family. Moreover, to escape domestic turmoil, he took his elderly mother along with his brothers and sisters to Chile, living a peaceful life there. Previously, when my second uncle built a secret chamber to hide money, it was also under his guidance. Their schemes have been in motion for several years, but my grandfather, preoccupied with his cultivation, has not paid attention to such matters. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing interjected, I have long since amended my ways and taken action. Such occurrences shall not transpire again. Pei felt a twinge of concern, recognizing that June Mingjie possessed a sharp intellect and meticulous planning. Had it not been for June Lily's prophecy, his schemes would have been nearly flawless. June Mingjie was bound to be a formidable adversary, incomparable to the likes of June Wuyin and June Wuqi, who were nothing more than fools. As the events unfolded, it became clear that June Mingjie would not be able to execute his plans as he once intended, leaving his future actions shrouded in uncertainty. This must be the newly born Lily from last year, June Mingjie remarked, having greeted everyone present before approaching June Lily to embrace her. Feeling shy and unaccustomed to meeting her fourth uncle for the first time, June Lily hesitated. Pei, wary of entrusting her daughter to someone with unclear intentions, quickly intervened. It was a lapse on my part. I shall ensure that I am home often, allowing us to nurture a bond. June Mingjie offered a gentle and amiable smile. His appearance was rather ordinary, having taken after the side princess, and as June Lily was enamored with aesthetics, she did not find him particularly appealing. Thank you for being in my life. Because of you, I have encountered the king of hell sooner, she thought to herself upon hearing his words. If we are to get along well, please spare me, O king of hell. Grant this little one the chance to survive past her first year. She feared that prolonged interaction with this fourth uncle might lead to her own demise. Wang Jing and Jun Jingyan shared a mutual understanding and assigned their respective associates to infiltrate June Mingjie's residence. Meanwhile, June Mingjie expressed a desire to pay respects to his second brother and visit his third brother in prison. When mentioning these two, he deliberately focused on the eldest branch. June Mingjie, unleash your abilities. I, the little koi, am not afraid of you, June Lily declared defiantly. The demise of June Wuyin was not orchestrated by us. As for June Wuqi's imprisonment, he brought it upon himself. Our family stands righteous and fears no shadows. Her small face scrunched up in determination, arms akimbo. She could not shake off her disdain for June Mingjie. On the day of her departure, Pei took June Lily to bid farewell. Su Shi felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing the good intentions of the eldest branch, as she entrustingly asked Pei to look after Junqi and Junping. However, the two children remained indifferent to her sentiment. Pei, unwilling to indulge in futility, nonchalantly assured Su Shi that should the siblings face life-threatening danger, their family would undoubtedly assist. Yet for trivial matters, they were too busy with their own affairs to lend a hand. As the weather warmed, the mood of all improved considerably. With time to spare, Pei took June Lily to a temple on the outskirts of the city to perform good deeds. Ever since Wang Jing heeded June Lily's suggestion to transform Jingqing Temple into an orphanage, his reputation among the charitable community had soared. On this day, while offering incense and monetary gifts at the temple, Pei encountered several prominent figures from the same circle, who praised the Wangfu for its immeasurable benevolence. Caitlin Yun Lili, Pei subtly remarked, it is all for the blessings of our younger generation. Jun Jinggan, who had been diligently researching the cultivation of fruits and vegetables from other countries, had just secured a business deal in the vicinity. While the injuries of Utingi had not yet fully healed, their agricultural plans remained on hold. Nonetheless, Jun Jinggan had recently acquired numerous seedlings and cultivation methods, eagerly awaiting Utingi's expertise. Today, he received a batch of herbal seedlings, considering that cultivating herbs might yield higher profits than fruits and vegetables, and could be utilized by June Jingling for medicinal purposes or for pay in her concoctions. He planned to visit Yu's residence to discuss this matter with his prospective second sister-in-law. After concluding his business, he decided to stop by the temple to find his mother and younger sister. June Lily quietly nestled in Pei's arms, nibbling on snacks while listening to her mother conversing with the so-called philanthropists. It was only when June Jingon arrived and lifted June Lily from her spot that she finally exhaled in relief, observing her face smeared with crumbs. June Jingon tenderly retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her little face. The afternoon sun bathed his back in warmth as he gazed at the chubby bundle in his arms, effortlessly becoming a picturesque scene for passers-by. Chapter 112. The plan to infiltrate the dark shadow assassins under the Yang tree by the bell tower. A figure draped in pale pink idly surveyed her surroundings and soon spotted June Jinan and June Lily. Is it them? The young girl recognized the siblings. With nothing else to occupy her, she sauntered toward them while stealthily launching a hidden dart at June Jinan. His reflexes were remarkably swift, and his martial prowess had improved, enabling him to catch the dart with a mere flick of his finger. The sudden assault heightened his alertness as he scanned the vicinity, soon fixing his gaze on the approaching girl in pink. June Jinan was perceptive, especially in recognizing others. Su Yenu? He had no desire to engage with her. The Dark Shadow Assassins were not a benign organization. Little handsome, we meet again, Su Yener teased playfully. June Lily cast a sidelong glance at her older brother, bemused by his overly cautious demeanor in the presence of Su Yener. Rest assured, third brother, the Dark Shadow Assassins only act for money and typically do not instigate trouble. Besides, this young lady is quite lovely, hee. June Lily grinned mischievously, contemplating the potential advantages of infiltrating the Dark Shadow Assassins for their Jing Wangfu. June Jinan returned the dart to Su Yener with a hint of annoyance, pondering the risk of carelessly discarding it in such a place. What if it had not been caught and injured someone? Su Yener stole a glance at June Lily just in time to witness her radiant smile. The little girl, soft and cherubic, resembled a plump doll from a traditional painting, exuding an irresistible charm. In that fleeting moment, Su Yener felt her heart, hardened by her assassin's life, begin to melt. Is this your eldest brother's child? Su Yener inquired. June Lily felt exasperated. Why did so many assume she was her brother's child? June Jinan, perplexed, sensed a touch of wistfulness in her tone. Could it be that she harbored feelings for his brother? No, this is our sister. My mother gave birth to her just last year. Upon hearing this, Su Yener seemed to exhale in relief. June Jinan, wary of any inappropriate thoughts Su Yener might have regarding June Jinshun, hastily added, my brother has someone he admires. Had it not been for the war, they would have already been discussing marriage. Upon hearing this, Su Yener visibly deflated. I see, she replied, her demeanor growing somewhat listless. Yun Jinan, understanding the heartache of unrequited love, sought to console her. There are many who admire my brother. The world is vast, filled with blooming flowers. Why cling to a single tree? Su Yener nodded in agreement. You are right. I must offer her some guidance when next we meet. June Jinan, taken aback, pondered who she intended to guide. Wasn't Su Yener herself one of those who admired his brother? Well, I shall continue my stroll. I must take my leave, he said, wishing to disengage from the conversation with Su Yener. Hey, foolish third brother, are you truly going to disregard the girl who sought you out as a friend? June Lily exclaimed in his mind. You should cultivate a good relationship with Su Yener. She is no ordinary person. Being the daughter of the Dark Shadow Assassin's leader and their future heir, strengthening ties with her would be immensely beneficial for our Wangfu. June Lily resolved to take matters into her own hands. With that thought, she extended her tiny arms towards Su Yener, beaming with delight. Miss Su Yener, look how adorable I am. Please indulge me. She waved her small hands, signaling her desire to be held. Su Yener, unable to resist her endearing nature, longed to cradle the soft, cherubic child in her arms. Of course, June Lily was equally eager to foster a bond. Sensing her intentions, June Jinan cautiously handed his sister over to Su Yener. Once in her embrace, Su Yener planted a kiss on the child's cheek and affectionately nuzzled her fluffy head. Utterly enamored. You seem quite fond of children, June Jinan observed curiously. Not particularly. I only cherish them during their infancy. Once they grow and become troublesome, my affection wanes. Su Yener confided, as if sharing her innermost thoughts with a trusted friend. June Jinan remained cautious and inquired, as a female assassin, What brings you to a temple to pray? Su Yen'er chuckled lightly. Is it forbidden for an assassin to pray? Being a killer is not a choice I made. However, I certainly possess the right to pray. Her words carried a tinge of irony, for deep within, she bore the weight of her own suffering. As their gazes locked, he perceived a wave of sorrow in her eyes akin to the stillness of autumn waters. In that moment, he felt an uncanny empathy. He too had once tread the same path, compelled to undertake actions he would not willingly choose. Indeed, being an assassin is merely your profession. All work undertaken for survival transcends notions of nobility or ignobility. As you mentioned, while you may not choose your job, you can indeed choose the course of your life thereafter. Unbeknownst to him, Jun Jinan had divulged much in their conversation. Jun Lily was taken aback. Who would have thought my third brother, despite his lack of formal education, possesses such eloquence? He, with just these few eloquent phrases, doesn't he leave Su Yen'er utterly captivated? As anticipated, Su Yen'er was charmed by Jun Jinan's words. Should the Dark Shadow Assassins ever receive a contract for you, I shall certainly decline it. Their brief exchange had significantly heightened Su Yen'er's favor towards the young man before her. Sharing the same age and the burdens of circumstance, they formed a silent bond. Thank you, he said, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, he noticed Pei Shi observing them from within the hall. It seems my mother is calling me, Jun Jinan remarked, turning to signal Su Yen'er to look in Pei Shi's direction. Upon realizing this, Su Yen'er instinctively concluded their conversation. Then you should go, she said with a sweet smile. Until we meet again. Farewell, Jun Jinan replied. Goodbye, Sister Yan'er. Jun Liliwe to bilher farewell. Just as Jun Jinan took a few steps away, Su Yen'er called out to him. Young Master Jun, will we meet again? She shyly inquired. Will I see your sister again? Jun Lily was momentarily baffled, unsure of Su Yen'er's intentions. Observing the girl's hopeful expression, a smile crept upon Jun Jinan's face. His sister had just suggested fostering ties with the Dark Shadow Assassins, and it seemed the bait had been swiftly taken. Of course, you're always welcome to visit Jing Wangfu, he replied with a meaningful smile before departing. This time, Su Yen'er did not pursue him, merely watching their retreating figures in silence. Upon returning to the Xiangbao Dian, Jun Lily encountered a figure she found distasteful, He Jinru. Why would she come to the temple to pray? Moreover, the character in the book was supposed to be an atheist. Who was that girl? You seem to be enjoying a lively conversation, Pei Shi inquired, her demeanor suggesting she was ever ready to gossip. Her third son was of age. It was about time he considered marriage. While Jun Jinan harbored no romantic inclinations towards Su Yen'er, the same could not be said for her feelings toward him. Chapter 113. A Little Maiden Beside the Bodhisattva. Regarding the matter of his sister's plan to infiltrate the Dark Shadow Assassins, Jun Jinan felt it inappropriate to discuss in public with Pei Shi. His expression was solemn, while Pei Shi wore a knowing smile. No way, she queried, her mind racing with possibilities. Before she could ponder further, a woman accompanying He Jinru called out to her. This is He Jinru's mother, who has always kept to herself and is meeting Jun Jinan and Jun Lily for the first time. She is indifferent to the grievances between the two families and trivial matters. Madam, he greeted them. Jun Jinan politely bowed to her, while He Jinru leaned in to have a look. The young gentlemen from the main residence of the Jing Wangfu are quite handsome. Yet it is unfortunate that the third brother is quite a bit older than her. Otherwise, he would have been a suitable candidate for her husband. Miss Jun is truly adorable. Madam, he teased Jun Lily, gently touching her delicate skin with her fingers. Alas, it seems that among the He family, there is only one good person, but unfortunately, Madam, he is fated to a short life, plagued by illness and not long for this world. Jun Lily felt a sense of pity for Madam He. Regardless of the era, good people seldom live long. Life is fleeting. It is better to do good deeds and cultivate one's character, striving for an early liberation and ascension to a higher realm. Ever since she gained control of her own body, she has gradually begun to meditate and cultivate. When she was born, her senior sister, the little dragon girl, only restored her threefold magical power, which could only be used once a month. However, she sensed that as long as she diligently cultivates, she would fully regain her magical abilities by the age of 18, and the frequency of spellcasting would no longer be limited. 18 years is but a fleeting moment. Mother, Madam He, what were you just discussing? Jun Jinan inquired curiously, having noticed a few wealthy individuals gathered nearby, unsure of what they were deliberating. Originally, Madam He was part of their discussion, but upon seeing her holding her younger sister, she came over to their side. Oh, with the recent conflict against Chile, many displaced citizens will surely flood into Longcheng, necessitating a substantial amount of funds to settle them. Both Jun Jinan and Jun Lily nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Jun Lily pondered, relying solely on the financial resources of these few benevolent individuals to build bridges and provide aid is feasible, but with so many refugees, our family's resources are ultimately limited. If only we could persuade the Dog Emperor to open the national treasury to aid the refugees, it would resolve this urgent dilemma. She shook her head at this thought. It is well known that the Emperor of the Dongji is notoriously stingy. Not only is he reluctant to open the treasury for disaster relief, but even the military funds and provisions for the expedition have been partially advanced by General Pei. In truth, the treasury is not lacking in funds. The Emperor has appropriated money meant for state affairs for his private use, most of which has been spent on the Holy Maiden of Nanxing and the Ninth Prince, Junyu. Upon hearing Jun Lily's thoughts, Pei and Jun Jinan exchanged glances. If they could convince the Emperor to open the treasury, everything could be resolved. Jun Jinan intended to mention this matter to the Crown Prince. Pei also planned to visit the palace in the next day or two to bring it up with the Empress. While they felt it was inappropriate to directly suggest that the Emperor open the treasury for disaster relief, the Crown Prince and Empress held that authority. However, what if neither the Crown Prince nor the Empress could persuade the Emperor? Just as the mother and son were deep in thought, Jun Lily spoke again in her mind. In fact, it is not necessary to rely on the treasury. We just need to keep a close watch on Prime Minister Zong and gather evidence of his being a spy for Chile. If we can raid his estate, that would suffice. This Prime Minister Zong is deeply entrenched, not only holding a high position as our right Prime Minister, but also being the foremost wealthy merchant within Longcheng, with his businesses extending throughout the nation. His son is somewhat of a romantic, being the lovesick third male lead who pines for the heroine, He Jinru. He has committed many heinous acts for the heroine, but fortunately, at that time, our Jing Wangfu and the general's residence of her maternal grandfather were no longer in existence. Alas for the Empress and the Crown Prince. She had previously thought the heroine to be quite formidable, but in reality, she was merely deceiving and manipulating the third male lead. Upon hearing this, Pei trembled slightly. It seems that this Prime Minister Zong cannot be allowed to remain. Unfortunately, I still cannot speak. How can I convey such an excellent idea to my mother and third brother? Though it may be little, any contribution is better than none. Saving one person is one person. Medicinal herbs are quite expensive, and many of these refugees must be severely injured. My funds could help them buy more healing ointments. Jun Lily indeed has a deep affection for money, yet in matters of great importance, she is unhesitatingly willing to dedicate all she has to assist others. Pei and Jun Jinan fell silent upon hearing this. They recognized Jun Lily's kindness, but did not expect her to possess such selflessness. Truly, she is like a little maiden beside a bodhisattva. However, given her limited wealth, she would hardly make a significant impact. It would be better for her to keep it for her own enjoyment. Jun Jinan felt immense pride in having such a sister. To have her as a sibling is indeed a blessing earned over several lifetimes. In that moment, he also resolved to cultivate medicinal herbs. If they became suppliers of medicinal materials, they could significantly lower their prices. As the third young master of the Jing Wangfu, his personal wealth was of little concern. As long as more citizens could afford medicine and treatment without risking their entire fortunes, that would be enough. Cultivating various medicinal herbs on the Sihua continent is far superior to growing fruits and vegetables. He believed that his second sister-in-law would support this decision. Pei exchanged glances with Jun Jinan. Regardless of other considerations, the idea Jun Lily initially mentioned about raiding the Zong family seemed highly feasible. If Prime Minister Zong is indeed a spy for Chile, leaking the secrets of our Dongji court, it would be an unforgivable crime. Madam He, distinguished benefactors, rest assured regarding financial matters. Our Jing Wangfu will certainly lend strong support. Pei addressed the gathering. Indeed, my father is now the heir of the Jing Wang, and he still has some say before the emperor. We can discuss with him the possibility of opening the treasury for disaster relief. Jun Jinan acknowledged that the opening of the treasury was not guaranteed, but he mentioned it to provide reassurance to everyone. The benevolent individuals present felt a glimmer of hope upon hearing this. Madam He bowed and expressed that if the emperor truly opened the treasury, it would be a blessing for countless displaced citizens. Chapter 114, A New Path to Prosperity. Other citizens also joined in their pleas. hoping that the young lady could convey to the young master the importance of persuading the emperor to open the treasury. "We rely on you," an elder benefactor urged. "Yes, we await good news from the young lady," another noblewoman added. June Lily could not help but pour cold water on their optimism, stating, "The likelihood of this emperor opening the treasury is exceedingly slim. Pei sighed, "Even if it is small, we must try. However, we should prepare for both outcomes. We will send someone to investigate Prime Minister Zong tonight. By the way, I haven't yet congratulated Madame June on becoming the young master's wife." He Jinru suddenly interjected. Pei forced a smile in response. June Lily felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what schemes the heroine might be plotting. However, since she was no longer with the ninth prince, the Jing Wangfu should pose no threat to her now, right? "We have been at the temple for so long and have yet to offer incense." Jun Jinan deliberately redirected the conversation away from He Jinru, walking toward the statue of Guanyin in Nanhai, bowing in gratitude for the blessing of having June Lily, their precious little lucky charm. "The third brother is right, Madam He. We were just discussing the plight of the refugees and have yet to offer incense. If we neglect to do so, the Bodhisattva may scold us and cease to protect us," Pei said with a smile, also approaching to pay her respects. After offering their incense, He Jinru produced a palm-sized square and said to everyone, "This is a soap my daughter invented herself, suitable for cleansing the face. She hopes that if it sells well, she can donate all the proceeds." He Jinru believed that to gain favor with those in high positions, she must be willing to invest in small endeavors to leave a good impression on the citizens and the prominent figures in the city. Last year, she had promoted bamboo helicopters in a similar manner. Jun Jinan frequently employs this promotional strategy. He chuckled softly, asserting that as long as he, Jun Jinan, was present, there was no way He Jinru could usurp clients. Since they were both in the business realm, he was eager to discover what made He Jinru's products remarkable. Regardless of her status as the young lady, she would seize every opportunity for promotion. June Lily was perplexed. How could He Jinru have produced soap so early? Furthermore, how could she be so magnanimous as to use her hard-earned money for charity? Was it possible that the sun had risen from the west? This female protagonist seemed rather peculiar. He Jinru's soap was rather mundane, lacking any extraordinary effects, delightful fragrances, or vibrant hues. Who cannot make such a thing?" June Lily scoffed. "If I, the koi, could walk and speak, I could create soaps with varied therapeutic effects and concoct a plethora of scents, colors, and shapes. Isn't your expertise limited to making soap, perfume, lipstick, and cosmetics? I can craft bamboo charcoal toothpaste, camphor balls, brew beer, and prepare desserts. Can you?" Her disdain was palpable. Pei Shi and Jun Jinan agreed that their Lily was indeed the most exceptional. Jun Jinan felt a sudden spark of inspiration. His younger sister had just mentioned that the Zong family was the wealthiest. Thus, it seemed the wealthiest would soon change their surname. He handed June Lily over to the waiting Mi Jiaoer and tried the soap with his mother. Indeed, it was both convenient and clean. He was mildly astonished. No wonder his sister suggested that this might indeed yield substantial profits. June Lily continued her critique. "Almost every time-traveling woman becomes rich through soap and cosmetics. There's nothing novel about it. If I, the koi, could grow up, I would harness magic to create solar heating and hydroelectric power for the benefit of the entire continent." Pei Shi and Jun Jinan deemed Lily's idea truly magnificent. They had no doubts regarding June Lily's capabilities. Whether He Jinru possessed similar talents was uncertain, but they believed in June Lily's potential. Although I am unclear why He Jinru produced soap so early, she must harbor ill intentions. Regardless, I cannot allow her to thrive. As a mere supporting character, it is entirely reasonable for me to stifle the protagonist's dreams at their inception. I am well aware of the soap-making process. If I could speak, as a supporting character competing with the protagonist for business, it would align with the narrative's trajectory. However, since I cannot do it myself, I can instruct my family to undertake it. I think my third brother is quite capable." June Lily's little eyes were fixed intently on Jun Jinan. My sister has great insight. Comparing myself to He Jinru in business is utterly incomparable. There was no need for her to rush. She could boldly disclose the formula. Her third brother would surely hear it. Yet, June Lily was oblivious to his thoughts. Their secrets could not be known to her. This month's magic has already been utilized for my older brother. Next month, I can employ the transformation spell to share the formula with my mother and third brother, enabling them to produce soap as well. This plan is solid. I shall proceed with it. Pei Shi and Jun Jinan exchanged subtle smiles upon hearing this. Meanwhile, He Jinru was eagerly awaiting their patronage, unaware that Pei Shi and Jun Jinan appeared entirely unperturbed by the soap. Fortunately, the other attendees had never encountered such a product and were filled with curiosity. Those who came to engage in charity were not lacking in funds and naturally purchased quite a few from He Jinru. Ultimately, some even placed direct orders. After all, who would turn down money? With leisure on their hands, why not earn a little more? Moreover, given that He Jinru had managed to produce soap alone without assistance, as a man, could certainly do the same without troubling his second sister-in-law for help. Madam, he was perceptive and noticed that Pei Shi and her daughter were not particularly welcoming. She speculated that it might be due to the association with the side consort He of the Jing Wang. Not wishing to endure any more disdain, she hastily took He Jinru and excused themselves. He Jinru, somewhat reluctant to leave, was unaware that Madam He whispered something in her ear, prompting her to depart. After exiting the San Sheng Dian, Madam He quietly explained the reason for their early exit. He Jinru could not help but glance at Pei Shi. Just days prior, her aunt, who served as the side consort, had visited their home seeking her father's assistance, but he appeared reluctant to intervene. Although she was unsure of her aunt's predicament, she recognized that her father's choice to withhold help was prudent. Her aunt was merely a side consort. She did not consider her of any utility. The Jing Wangfu's main household was filled with untrustworthy individuals, and the He family was currently too weak. She needed to bide her time and cultivate her own strength. As soon as the He family departed, Princess Choyang and Cui arrived. They truly relished visiting temples. Upon noticing the entourage of guards and the still-recovering young lord following them, Jun Lily and her companions felt reassured. Cousin Princess, Miss Cui, Brother Jia, Jun Jinan greeted warmly. Jun Lily waved at them as well. What a coincidence! Aunt was there to offer incense. This was Princess Chaoyang's first time encountering Pei Shi in the temple. Having met the young lady before, the young lord and Shuya hurried to pay their respects to Pei Shi. With her new position as the young lady, Pei Shi's status had significantly risen. What were you discussing just now? It seems quite lively. Shuya quickly observed that many attendees held small white round cakes in their hands. Ah, this is the soap made by Miss Fangxue of the He family. Jun Jinan briefly explained, presenting 2 pieces he had just purchased to the princess and Shuya. After they washed their hands with it, the results were exceptional. I wish He Jinru had more to spare. Princess Choyang expressed her fondness, wanting to procure some for the emperor and empress. Cui also appreciated it, but, considering her previous conflicts with He Jinru, refrained from asking. Jun Jinan chuckled softly and drew them away from Jun Lily before saying, "No need for Miss He. I have my own stock. By this time next month, I assure you both will have it." He confidently patted his chest. After offering incense, they enjoyed a rare moment of camaraderie in the back courtyard, sipping tea and chatting. If we look carefully, we will find something eventually, Princess Chaoyang suggested. How many in Longqing at our age are still unbetrothed? Cui lamented that she might never marry. Do not be so pessimistic. I have heard that the Prime Minister's son is also yet to propose. The young lord reminded her. Pei Shi felt an unsettling premonition and exchanged a glance with Jun Jinan. He shared her concern. They wondered if Cui was considering the Zhong family's young master. If that were the case, Cui would truly need to find a remedy for her poor eyesight. Why must she always fixate on such unreliable candidates? Jun Lily had previously claimed that Cui would eventually become an empress dowager, which puzzled Pei Shi. If she did not marry the crown prince, how would she achieve that? To spare her from unnecessary detours, Pei Shi felt compelled to act as a connector. What do you think of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Cui? The position of Crown Princess is currently vacant, and all the Crown Prince's children have sadly passed. Should someone become Crown Princess and bear a son, that child would undoubtedly be the next Crown Prince once the Crown Prince ascends to the throne. Pei Shi's words resonated with Princess Choyang, who, of course, hoped her dear friend would become her sister-in-law, and she eagerly encouraged, "Xiaoya, my royal brother, is truly kind and gentle." Moreover, she added in a conspiratorial tone, "I will share a secret with you, but do not disclose it to anyone else." The princess suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. The demise of the late Empress Dowager was due to her illicit affair with the son of He Shilang. Pai Xi, Yun Tinan, and Jun Li were all well aware of this. The young lord expressed his astonishment at the audacity of the former crown princess. Cui noted the unfortunate romantic tribulations of the crown prince mirrored those of the late empress, both having been betrayed by their dearest loved ones. A sudden realization struck her. If the late empress were to remain unmarried, perhaps a union with the crown prince would be suitable, considering they were both kindred spirits bound by fate. Nevertheless, she remained determined to strive for a better match, unwilling to wed a man with a previous marriage. As for the crown prince, that was another matter entirely. Xia Xiaohai, could you assist me in reaching out to that young master zone? Pai Si Yun Dinin. In June, Li exchanged glances, realizing that events were unfolding in the direction they had anticipated. After dinner, Jun Jinjia reclined on a nearby soft couch while Jun Li comfortably nestled against him. Due to his corpulence, his belly was soft and warm, akin to a living cushion. Jun Li found solace in his embrace, preferring his warmth over the bony frames of her other brothers. Although she was at ease, her mind remained active, working diligently to recall the formula for soap so her brothers could experiment with it. She had additional projects in mind, necessitating careful consideration of market viability and other factors. Her magical abilities could only be utilized once a month, and she was reluctant to waste them unless absolutely necessary. The first step was to render lard in abundance. The second crucial element was lime water, which required precise proportions obtained from the ash in the corners of the walls and the stove. It would be prudent to create soaps with therapeutic or unique properties. For instance, incorporating almond oil and goat's milk would enhance skin hydration and whitening. Adding mugwort juice and mint could alleviate itching and repel insects, thereby preventing skin ailments. Moreover, she envisioned crafting scented soaps infused with lilies, roses, and lilacs, all of which would undoubtedly appeal to the noble women of the city. Fortunate that they had the sharp-witted Jun Jinbai, whose memory could keep pace with her rapid-fire thoughts. Eventually, she grew fatigued from her discourse and inadvertently drifted into slumber, perhaps lulled by the comfort of the five brothers' pillow. The others did not object, allowing the second brother to take charge of soothing the child for the night. Jun Jinbai, having successfully captured the affection of his sister, had endured several days of coaxing from Yu Tinghe, who longed to cradle the adorable little bundle of joy to sleep. To fulfill this wish, he had no choice but to impose upon his sister. Yu Tinghe's injuries had nearly healed, but she still required assistance to rise from bed. Hence Jun Jinbai kept her in the royal residence, preventing her from leaving. Upon entering the room, Jun Jinbai busily endeavored to win over Yu Tinghe with Jun Li's presence. Fortunately, Jun Li was asleep. Otherwise, she would have surely quipped, "I'm merely a pawn in your game?" Upon seeing Jun Li, Yu Tinghe's eyes sparkled with delight, for she had not seen her in several days. Except for Jun Jinbai, no one had come to visit her, and he would inevitably bring Jun Li along. "Quickly, bring her to me," Yu Tinghe exclaimed, extending her arms towards Jun Jinbai. He readily complied, placing Jun Li into her embrace. Yu Tinghe cradled the child with immense affection, caressing her cherubic cheeks, planting kisses on her forehead, and gently tousling her hair, which barely exceeded the length of her fingers. Observing Yu Tinghe's adoration for the child, Jun Jinbai jested, "When we have our own children, they shall surely be as charming as my little sister." At this, Yu Tinghe's face flushed crimson, and she turned away from him. In the ensuing chapter, Jun Jinbai remained focused on transcribing the soap-making method that Jun Li had shared. Yu Tinghe, intrigued, inquired about it, and Jun Jinbai candidly explained, "Since this soap proves lucrative, I shall assist my third brother in the endeavor tomorrow." Yu Tinghe insisted on lending her support, but Jun Jinbai cautioned her against it. "Do not worry. The fifth brother is free and will help him. Besides, we have many servants at our disposal, and a strong young lady who can lend a hand as well. The core aspects need not be entrusted to them, but they can certainly assist with minor tasks." Reassured, Yu Tinghe acknowledged the necessity of trustworthy allies, for this remarkable little soap could indeed alter the trajectory of the national market. Speaking of the strong young lady, Yu Tinghe became animated. Having resided in the royal residence for nearly a month, she wondered if she might become her sister-in-law. Third sister-in-law, the formidable Lu De Li had already astonished everyone in the Jingwang Fu with her appetite, compelling Jun Jinan to work tirelessly to afford her. However, Jun Jinan had not relented in his search for her family, and he had made some progress. It seems she had connections to the Wei-Hai escort agency, the foremost in the eastern region. Jun Jinan had dispatched a messenger to Wei-Hai, situated far in the northern frontier, spanning the entirety of the eastern kingdom until reaching the borders of the Big:�� kingdom. As night deepened, the courtyard was dimly lit by flickering candles. "Father, mother, do you perceive the shadow assassin as friend or foe?" Jun Jinan recounted to Jun Jing Yin the encounter with Su Yin heir at the temple. He stroked his beardless chin, declaring that since Lili believed it would benefit them, he would place his unwavering trust in her. Indeed, my son shares the same sentiment. Yun Din nodded, pondering Yun Lili is words. The soap-making endeavor could not be delayed. Third brother, seek out reliable individuals to conduct thorough trials. We must sever the financial ties between He Feng Shui and the ninth prince. Jun Jing Yin spoke with a grave expression. Jun Jinan solemnly nodded in agreement, suddenly broaching another matter. Father, my sister mentioned that Zhong Chengxiang is a spy for Xilei, and the Zhong family's business spans the eastern region, warranting serious attention. I propose that once we gather evidence of his collusion with Xilei, we can act upon the emperor's decree to confiscate their assets. When it comes to business acumen, the third brother excels. Even if the emperor were to confiscate properties, what he would seize would be the prime minister's residence, while the Zhong family's shops and businesses would have long been transferred to others. Yet, with the master deceased, the managers of those businesses would likely be in disarray, affording Jun Jinan the opportunity to acquire them at the lowest price. The managers would not mind whose service they were in, as long as they could find a master who offered greater benefits. They would be more than willing to comply. In weighing the pros and cons, they would make their own assessments. Should these formulas prove successful, I too aspire to seize this opportunity to expand and strengthen the business. Jun Jinan confided his aspirations to Jun Jingyan. Are you not pursuing your agricultural studies any longer? Yun Jingyan ceased. Of course, I must continue my studies. Initially, I intended to cultivate crops from other regions, but now I wish to begin growing medicinal herbs and plan to discuss it with my second sister-in-law tomorrow. Yun Jinan elaborated. Growing medicinal herbs sounds splendid. Jun Jing Yin remarked, sharing in the sentiment of healing the sick. He would not hinder his children from pursuing their passions. He encouraged them to follow their chosen paths. With his first 4 sons finding their directions in life, he, as their father, would support them and prepare to catch them should they falter. Jun Li was quite the chatterbox, and many modern expressions have been imparted to Jun Jinan through her. In the grand residence, Pei Shi managed the finances at all times, adhering to the tradition of women overseeing monetary matters. You're no longer a child. Save some money for your future wife. Whether it be the strong young lady or the shadow assassin, both would require substantial resources. Pei Shi had long seen through the expenses associated with raising these 2 girls. Jun Jinan, subjected to Pei Shi's teasing, could not help but blush. Mother, what nonsense are you speaking? I regard Lu Gunyang merely as a younger sister. She is still quite young. As for the one from Ningxia, I only see her as a tool, devoid of any genuine feelings. Jun Jinan analyzed, asserting that he does not favor either of these types of young women. I fear that once you develop feelings over time, your perspective may change. Pei Shi understands her children best, and although these few seem aloof and taciturn, they are, in truth, deeply emotional individuals. Jun Jingyan pondered for a moment and could not help but speak earnestly. Third brother, you must tread carefully in this matter. If your business flourishes, it may invite envy. Hearing this, Jun Jinan nonchalantly replied, Father, perhaps you do not fully grasp the nature of business. It is akin to the battles waged by elder brother and grandfather, much like your own official duties with second brother. Regardless of our endeavors, success will inevitably attract attention, and we cannot allow fear to deter us from our pursuits. Jun Jingyan could not suppress a faint smile. It seems that aside from the eldest, his third son may indeed possess the highest potential. Jun Jinan's confidence stems from an inner assurance. To alleviate Jun Jingyan's concerns, he quickly composed himself and assured, Father, rest assured, I shall not use the name of the Jing Wang Fu. I guarantee that outsiders will be unable to trace it back to us. Moreover, we must act before the ninth prince. They must constantly guard against the individuals mentioned by Jun Lili. Pei Shi suddenly interjected with a reminder. After speaking, she produced a piece of paper and handed it to Jun Jingyan. He glanced at it and immediately noted the name of Zhong Chengxiang. Fourth brother has colluded with the Zhong family? Jun Jingyan's brow furrowed tightly, his hands trembling as he held the paper. If fourth brother truly engages in treasonous acts, we must intervene. He seemed resolute. Initially, he intended to leave his son for the side princess, but unfortunately, they consistently walk into danger. Pei Shi also brought up the matter of Cui Ye's interest in Zhong Chengxiang's son, to which Jun Jingyan comforted her that everyone has their fate, and they should proceed step by step. Chapter 117 must be 10 streets ahead of the female lead. Jun Jinan is a man of action, tirelessly experimenting with soap making. Although he was not overweight, he appeared even thinner during this period. Soap making is labor-intensive, and Junlili observed that even Jun Jinjia, who assisted him, had lost considerable weight. One afternoon, after waking from a nap, Junlili heard the voices of her family. "Mother, look, is this soap not akin to Jinru's?" Jun Jinan seemed to be showing Pei-Shi, but he also wished for Junlili's inspection. With sleepy eyes, Junlili vaguely saw Jun Jinan presenting a flower-shaped soap emitting a rich osmanthus fragrance in Pei-Shi's hands, causing her to sit up abruptly, fully awake. "Oh my! Third brother, are you a genius? This soap is stunning. The scent of osmanthus is truly intense. With this, it must surely outshine the female lead by 10 streets." Upon hearing his little sister's praise, Jun Jinan smiled with satisfaction and revealed several other unique soaps. There were sheep milk soaps shaped like little rabbits, green mugwort soaps inscribed with blessings, and a pitch-black bamboo charcoal soap. "Third brother, brother, brother," Junlili exclaimed excitedly. As her voice rang out, everyone knew she had awakened without her needing to call. Nevertheless, Jun Jinan was elated. This was the second time his little sister had called him brother, and he felt honored to be the recipient of such affection. He approached and lifted Junlili, joyfully kissing her cheek. He then casually handed her a white sheep milk soap carved into the shape of a small fish. The soap's lifelike fish design was clearly crafted by hand rather than produced by mold. Indeed, Junlili soon found a small wound on Jun Jinan's hand, a cut from a knife during the carving process. "Did third brother carve a little fish just for me? And you foolishly hurt yourself in the process. You big fool." Though she teased him for being foolish, she genuinely felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing his injury. Noticing her concern, Jun Jinan quickly reassured, "Little sister, do not worry. Third brother is fine." Pei-Shi tested the soap and soon approached with a beaming expression. "It works splendidly, even smoother than Miss He-S, and produces lather more easily." Upon hearing this, Jun Jinan's face lit up with joy. In truth, he had produced this soap days ago, but had refrained from presenting it until he achieved the most satisfactory blend. Now that he had, they could prepare for large-scale production. "Mother, take a look at these items." He then presented the bamboo charcoal toothpaste along with the powders and pearl powder that Junlili had been raving about. Junlili was astonished. Is third brother truly capable of such impressive handiwork? I merely conveyed the formula to his mind, and he was able to materialize it instantly. "Mother, try this powder. It is finely milled and does not clump. Combined with pearl powder, it can also whiten and moisturize." Jun Jinan enthusiastically introduced. "These items are bound to become popular," Pei-Shi declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Junlili could not help but smile broadly. "My mother indeed has keen insight. Third brother, when selling these items, you must keep your identity secret. It is crucial that no one discovers you are from the Wang Fu," Pei-Shi repeatedly cautioned. She believed they should not be as ostentatious as Jinru. These foreign items must be handled with care to avoid attracting misfortune. Especially concerning the matter of Junlili's heart voice, it should not be widely known. Previously, hearing the eldest mention that the crown prince could also hear third brother's heart voice when in contact, Pei-Shi grew increasingly anxious. Fortunately, the crown prince is not of wicked heart. My son has already contacted Wei Yuan Biaoju. Dali is indeed involved with them. My son intends to have Wei Yuan Biaoju assist in transporting these soaps to BigⅡ for sale. We will sell them from BigⅡ all the way to Longcheng. Thus everyone will assume these products originate from merchants in BigⅡ, and suspicion will not fall upon our Wang Fu. Jun Jinan had already anticipated Pei-Shi's concerns and developed a solution. He had sought out the eldest daughter of Wei Yuan Biaoju and had nurtured that relationship for a month or two. Naturally, they owed him a significant favor. Upon hearing this, Junlili inwardly gave Jun Jinan a thumbs up. "Exactly. I think the same. Although Jinru may lack sense, she is still the female lead, and we cannot underestimate her. Moreover, if these items gain fame from BigⅡ and then spread to Longcheng, given the distance, the price will surely increase." Junlili's lips curled upward at this thought. Observing his little sister's cleverness, he felt that she could ascend to the throne as an empress in that moment. Time passed smoothly amidst the family's efforts. The June rains arrived abruptly, with large raindrops pelting the ground as if in a torrential downpour. The Dongji Kingdom is a hexagonal nation, bordered by the sea on 3 sides and land on the other 3. As the capital, Longcheng is conveniently situated near the ocean, making spring and summer the peak of the rainy season. The 9th prince, who had been confined in the Zhongzheng for 3 months, was recently released. Although he was out of Zhongzheng, he still had to remain confined in his own quarters for a year. However, this year's confinement had no bearing on him, as he could still plan as usual. In recent days, Big:� once again took Junlili and Junjinan to various social gatherings. Chueya had indeed married the son of the Zhong family. Although this Zhong family treasure is the only son of Zhong Qingxiang, he has been pampered into a frivolous spendthrift. Yet Chueya is adept at handling such dandy second-generation heirs. Had it not been for the imminent threat of his home being raided, Chueya would have enjoyed a serene and blissful life after marrying him. Junjinan's business was gradually gaining prominence, as an array of unprecedented soaps in various colors and shapes emerged in the markets of Big:�, each boasting unique benefits. Additionally, there was a bamboo charcoal toothpaste that promised to whiten teeth and a loose powder favored by noble women, as well as a pearl whitening powder. Due to their limited quantity, these items were swiftly snatched up by the affluent elite of Big:�. Despite Big:� being a border city, it was home to a considerable number of wealthy individuals, many of whom engaged in international trade. Junjinan harbored ambitions of selling these products not only in Dongji, but also in other nations if they proved successful. During this time, Junlili was not idle. She was forcibly taken by her grandfather, Wang Jing, to pursue cultivation. The promise she had made to teach him meditation and breath control lingered in Wang Jing's mind, and he had never given up hope. Observing her grandfather's thinning white hair and knowing his years were numbered, Junlili generously imparted to him all the cultivation methods she had mastered. Another source of joy for the Jun family was the grave illness of the side consort, Heesher. Her ailment was not of a typical physical nature. She had succumbed to hysteria, claiming to see the deceased Jun Wulian, effectively driving herself to madness. In the 118th chapter, disguised as a palace maid, the onlookers were at a loss, but Junlili understood everything upon seeing Junqi's smirk in the corner. The side consort ultimately fell victim to her own beloved grandson. In recent months, Junqi and Junping had become more subdued, learning to bow and scrape in front of the main family. They were aware that apart from the hollow title of grandson, they possessed nothing. To live comfortably, they could only continue to curry favor with the main household. Big:� merely provided for the siblings according to their previous standards of living, and the siblings did not provoke them, maintaining a semblance of peace. In early July, the Empress organized a Lotus appreciation banquet, attended by nearly all the nobles and officials of Longsheng, accompanied by their families. The long-estranged Princess Chong, newlywed Chueya, and the love-struck Princess Chuyang were all in attendance. The two aunts from the Pei family also brought their children and Deng Qing along to join the festivities. Even He Jinru and the Saintess Nan Xin were present in the garden. As Junlili surveyed the scene, she thought, "Goodness, all the prominent figures of Longqing are here." It was no surprise, given that it was a banquet hosted by the Empress, that such a multitude had gathered. The venue for the banquet was Qinglian Garden, specially prepared for the occasion. It was said that this place had once served as a cold palace, housing several Western beauties who had attempted to assassinate the emperor. After years of neglect, the Empress had taken a fancy to the garden, especially the sizable pond naturally covered with lotus flowers, and deemed it a pity to let it go to waste. Qinglian Garden was divided into 2 courtyards by a pond. The front courtyard served as the main venue for the Lotus appreciation, while the back courtyard was smaller, designated for rest and preparation of dishes by the palace maids and eunuchs. The Lotus appreciation banquet, although mixed gender, had a set number of attendees from each household, seated according to their official ranks. As the banquet had yet to commence, the guests mingled and exchanged pleasantries, with the liveliest group being that of the Zhong family. The Zhong family held a high status, and their recent alliance with the Cui Guogong mansion had only strengthened their position. Everyone was eager for an opportunity to curry favor. Though Jun Jingyan had royal blood, he was merely a third-rank official and received no attention. He enjoyed the peace, dining with his family. "Xiao Yu, how have you been adjusting to the officialdom lately? If you encounter any difficulties, seek out Xiao Bai," Jun Jingyan advised Yu Ting Song and Pei Ting. Among the younger generation, they were encouraged to consult Jun Jin Bai for assistance, but not to approach him directly, as he was indifferent to such matters. Father, Jun Jinbai, shot him a sidelong glance. Jun Jingyan quickly shifted the topic. You are no longer a child. You should consider finding a proper occupation. Look at your brothers. They are all securing positions. Uncle, I believe I am doing quite well as it is. The general's mansion can sustain me. Pei replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. After exchanging only a few words, he was whisked away by several noble young ladies. Among the noble women from the Pei, Gong, and Ding families, conversations flowed. "Little sister, the soap you gave me last time is truly wonderful," I inquired, "and it seems this product was brought over from Big:I'ng. You must have put in considerable effort to obtain it." Upon seeing Pei Shi eagerly mentioned the soap, aware that Shi was not aligned with their family. Pei Shi discreetly kept the fact that it was Jun Jinan who was selling it to herself and her family members. Gong Shi and Deng Qing exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent laugh. Shi's words hinted at her reluctance to spend her own money and her desire to extract more from Pei Shi. Second aunt, while the soap is excellent, even the most ordinary ones are now selling for 1 or 2 silver coins each, let alone those that are fragrant and visually appealing. Moreover, the transportation costs from Big:I'ng are considerable, Yu Tingle and Ding Shi chimed in. Yu Tingle directly stated the price of transporting the soap from Big:I'ng to Longsheng, leaving Shi to ponder whether she could still dare to ask for some. Pei Shi smiled in satisfaction. Her second daughter-in-law was truly admirable. Even before officially entering the family, she was already looking out for her mother-in-law. Seated in Jun Jinan's embrace, Jun Lily couldn't help but chuckle. "There are so many people today. Thankfully, no one is bothering me." She was relieved not to be compelled to entertain guests. Her large eyes darted around when suddenly she spotted a familiar figure among the palace maids. Su Yener. She blinked in disbelief and looked again, and indeed it was Su Yener. Hearing her sister's silent thoughts, Jun Jinan followed her gaze. Isn't Su Yener supposed to be on a mission to kill? Why is she masquerading as a palace maid at the banquet? Jun Lily remarked. Jun Jinan murmured, masquerading as a palace maid? Suddenly, realization dawned on him. Su Yener could not have appeared here without reason. She was not attending the banquet. Thus, the only explanation was that she was here to carry out an assassination. Noticing Jun Qi's muttering to himself, Pei Yin cast him a curious glance. "What are you saying, third cousin?" Pei Yin inquired. This piqued the interest of Yu Tingle and Deng Qing, who turned to look at him as well. "Dear sisters, please keep an eye on Lily. I must excuse myself for a moment," Jun Jinan said, handing Jun Lily over to them before heading in the direction where Su Yener had appeared. Pei Yin, Deng Qing, and Yu Tingle followed his gaze and noted that he was tracking a spirited young palace maid, exclaiming, "A young man cannot be kept," navigating through a pavilion. Jun Jinan finally caught up with Su Yener. "Su Yener," he called out. Startled to see him, Su Yener exclaimed, "What a coincidence. I keep running into you everywhere." At that moment, she was like any other palace maid, holding a tray of fruits, oblivious to her destination. You shadow assassins are truly capable, even infiltrating the palace. Yun Din insist. Don't concern yourself with how I got in. However, as a courtesy for our acquaintance, I advise you not to venture into the back courtyard of Qinglian Garden today. After the banquet concludes, leave swiftly with your family, Su Yener warned, indicating that something was likely to transpire in the back courtyard. Jun Jinan narrowed his eyes, pondering like a gambler, and asked, "Who is your target?" "Humph. Why should I tell you?" Su Yener smirked, recognizing Jun Jinan's keen intellect. "As long as the royal family remains unharmed, everything will be well." Jun Jinan was apprehensive that Su Yener's mission involved royal members. Upon hearing this, Su Yener was somewhat incredulous. It is said that the imperial family is devoid of affection. Thus, the Jing Wangfu need not regard them as kin. Her words genuinely amused Jun Jinan. The emperor, the ninth prince, and other concubines' well-being were of no concern to him or the Jing Wangfu. However, he did wish for the welfare of the empress, the crown prince, and Princess Chaoyang, who treated him and others in the Jing Wangfu quite favorably. Therefore, he naturally hoped nothing would happen to them. You and the Shadow Kill are mercenaries. Name your price, and I shall know your target for today. Jun Jinan decided to be direct and cut to the chase. You are the brother of her man. Today I will not charge you. Rest assured, my target is not of your royal blood. Rather, it is your employer who belongs to the royal family. Jun Jinan was left bewildered by her words. The first sentence, her man's brother, hinted at someone infatuated with her elder brother. The second sentence, rather, the employer belongs to your royal family, was even more perplexing. Chapter 119, Collaborating with Shadow Kill. Having uttered those two sentences, Su Yener turned to leave. Wait. Jun Jinan quickly grasped her arm. Su Yener raised an eyebrow, glancing at the hand he placed upon her. Realizing, Jun Jinan promptly withdrew it. You haven't told me who that person is. Zong Chengxiang. Jun Jinan's eyes widened. How could it be him? Which royal would want him dead? Why? He inquired, puzzled. That is already your second question. It comes at a price. Su Yin'er was reluctant to engage further. Then, let us not discuss the mission. I wish to know how you intend to escape the palace, regardless of whether you succeed or not. Moreover, why must you act within the palace? Would it not be more convenient outside? Jun Jinan found it hard to fathom. The assassins of Shadowkill were not fools. Su Yin'er smiled at his concerns. Are you worried about me? She teased, employing a tone as if addressing a modest gentleman. I am merely curious. Jun Jinan, having had little interaction with women, suddenly felt shy and stumbled over his words. Time was of the essence. The task assigned the previous night required completion before nightfall, within 12 hours. I am merely the first assassin. If I fail, there are others outside the palace. Su Yin'er did not conceal her intentions. Even Jun Jinan could not comprehend why Su Yin'er held such a favorable impression of him. Could it be due to her affection for his elder brother? At any cost. It seemed the conditions set forth by her employer were quite substantial, Jun Jinan deduced. Su Yin'er nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the conditions were not merely monetary. Jun Jinan pondered and proposed, how about we strike a deal? I possess evidence of Zhong Chengxiang's collusion with Shilei. If presented to the emperor, the entire Zhong family will face confiscation and exile. Naturally, you need not kill him. Su Yin'er's eyelashes fluttered. The allure of Jun Jinan's proposition was immense. She had approached her mission with a death wish, knowing that escaping the palace, regardless of the assassination's success, was an arduous task. However, collaborating with Jun Jinan could spare her life. What do you require? She promptly inquired, wanting to ascertain Jun Jinan's conditions, for if they were unreasonable, she could not acquiesce. In the future, you must inform me of any tasks you undertake. Agreed. Su Yin'er responded without hesitation, not even engaging in haggling. She would merely disclose the list of targets to him. He, along with the entire Jing Wangfu, was insufficiently capable of confronting the Shadowkill openly. Thus Su Yin'er felt no fear. Should they coincidentally encounter someone Jun Jinan wished to save, he would surely pay a higher price for her assistance. This business was bound to be profitable. Miss Su, your willingness is refreshing. It seems you hold a high position within the Shadowkill. Jun Jinan continued to probe. His sister had previously mentioned that Su Yin'er was the daughter of the head of Shadowkill, and it appeared to be true, for otherwise, an ordinary person would not possess the authority to accept such conditions outright. Having reached an agreement, Jun Jinan prepared to lead Su Yin'er to find the Pei family. They had scarcely moved a few steps, rounding the corner from the backyard to the front, when Jun Jinan abruptly pulled Su Yin'er into his embrace. He pressed her against the wall, with Su Yin'er nestled against his chest. Initially, she thought he was attempting to take advantage of her, ready to retaliate. When Jun Jinan gestured for silence and directed her gaze towards a figure walking along a nearby corridor, it was none other than his fourth uncle, Jun Mingjie. Are you afraid he will recognize you? Su Yin'er, being a member of the Shadowkill, was aware that many women employed seduction to achieve their objectives. Naturally, she possessed such capabilities. The slightest movement or expression from a man could reveal his thoughts to her. He is my illegitimate fourth uncle. He holds no official position in court and normally would not qualify to attend the Lotus appreciation banquet, Jun Jinan explained succinctly. He was uncertain of Jun Mingjie's intentions, but suspected he had come with a purpose related to Su Yin'er. Wait here. I will follow him to see what he intends. Su Yin'er, however, did not heed his words. I will accompany you, should anything happen. I can warn your family and retrieve your remains. Her tone was light and natural. In that moment, she had already regarded Jun Jinan as an ally. The corners of Jun Jinan's thin lips curved slightly upwards. He did not refuse. They trailed Jun Mingjie to the shallow banks of the lake in the backyard, a place where the palace servants dredged mud from the water, filthy and foul-smelling, generally avoided by outsiders. At that moment, Jun Mingjie was tugging a rope, seemingly pulling something from the water. The two concealed themselves behind an archway, observing for a moment. To their astonishment, Jun Mingjie pulled out a skeleton. Soon after, he retrieved another. Within a short period, he had fished up 3 corpses. I heard this courtyard was once used to accommodate women from Shilei for marriage alliances. A total of 3 women came here. Could it be? As members of the same sect, the Shadowkill and by Shoutang shared intelligence, and their reports were the most comprehensive across the continent, which led Jun Jinan to share her suspicion. What your fourth uncle is doing. Before Su Yin'er could finish her sentence, Jun Jinan hastily covered her mouth and pulled her into the nearby grass. Someone is coming. he whispered in a tone audible only to the two of them. Su Yin'er complied and hid in the grass. They were so close that they could feel each other's body warmth. Aside from moments of killing, it was Su Yin'er's first instance of such intimate proximity with a male. She could not help but glance at Jun Jinan's profile. One word, handsome. Despite having witnessed countless deaths, this young man was the most striking she had encountered thus far. The key was that his appearance resonated deeply with her heart. However, at that moment, Jun Jinan was far too focused to notice her thoughts. He watched intently as the newcomer approached, revealing none other than Zong Chengxiang. Junsai, have you found anything? Zong Chengxiang inquired. They seemed to be searching for something among the retrieved bodies. None. Seeing this, Zong Chengxiang crouched down to assist in the search. They examined all 3 skeletons, but appeared to find nothing of interest. This is impossible. The higher-ups stated it would be among one of those 3. Zong Chengxiang seemed bewildered. His eyes filled with confusion, his gaze darting as though contemplating something else. These 3 must have been searched before their deaths, Jun Mingjie remarked, offering his perspective. Whether they were or not, the higher-ups must know. If they can send us to search, they must be able to find it. Zong Chengxiang, indeed, was not one to dismiss the situation lightly. He pointed at the shallow area of the lake, commanding in a tone of authority, "Jump in and search." Jun Mingjie was left in disbelief, stunned at the suggestion of plunging into the filthy mud. Do not forget, in Dongji, you Western spies must heed my orders. The Prime Minister Zong wielded his status as a means of intimidation. Jun Mingjie continued to stare at him in disbelief. Who was he, after all? The son of Wang Jing, the grandson of the former emperor. Lord Jun, as far as I know, the position of heir in the Wang Jing residence has fallen to your legitimate elder brother. Just a few days ago, your mother, the side consort, also passed away, and your second and third brothers are either dead or imprisoned. If you do not serve the Western Lei dynasty, you will never live the life you desire in Dongji. When the intimidation tactic failed, Zong resorted to brainwashing. Jun Mingjie was evidently swayed, rolling up his sleeves and starting to search in the water. In Chapter 120, Capturing the Western Lei Spy, he soon discovered an iron box buried in the muck. Only iron could ensure preservation over the years, and he was certain it contained something significant. Upon seeing the box, Zong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The 2 men smashed the lock with stones and retrieved a piece of sheepskin scroll from within. Jun Jinyan and Su Yin'er, positioned too far away, could not discern what was inscribed upon it, but they could confirm it was indeed the item they sought. How infuriating! I wish I could know its contents. Su Yin'er pouted in dissatisfaction. Jun Jinyan responded without hesitation. That can be arranged. Su Yin'er looked perplexed. You block them here while I summon the crown prince and the empress to organize the situation. Jun Jinyan intended to create chaos, maximizing the disruption. Good. Su Yin'er, a mischievous spirit, eagerly agreed. Shout loudly. Try to draw more people over to witness. That way, Zong and Jun Mingjie won't be able to escape. Yun Jinyan update. Su Yin'er nodded enthusiastically, delighted by the plan. The 2 exchanged a glance and sprang into action. Utilizing his lightness skill, Jun Jinyan dashed toward the banquet area, directing everyone he encountered, be they palace maids, eunuchs, or guests, to Su Yin'er. Su Yin'er boldly presented herself before Zong and Jun Mingjie. She blocked the archway with her body. The little courtyard had only this single exit. Unless they could scale the wall, escape was impossible. Prime Minister Zong, Lord Jun, what are you searching for? Su Yin'er transformed into a curious little girl, adopting an innocent and charming demeanor. Zong quickly discerned that the girl before him, though dressed as a maid, was no ordinary servant. It's nothing. This doesn't concern you. Go back to your duties, Zong replied, his tone exceedingly polite. Uncertain of her true identity, he opted to turn a potential enemy into an ally, who would not prefer to avoid making another foe. Oh, might I request, Prime Minister Zong, to grace me with a glance at the sheepskin scroll you possess? Su Yin'er pressed forward, advancing toward him. The scroll was hidden within his garments, making it far from easy to obtain. Sir, why waste words with a mere girl? Jun Mingjie suggested, making a gesture across his throat. Su Yin'er shot him a glare. Realizing how he and the eldest son of Wang Jing, Jun Jingyan, could be so different in temperament, clearly they were not born of the same mother. Zong was swayed by Jun Mingjie's words. Could 2 men not handle a single girl? With no one else around, regardless of her identity, a dead person could not stir up trouble. The 2 men flanked her, one on each side. Jun Mingjie, accustomed to solitude in foreign lands, naturally possessed some skills to protect himself from bullying. Zong, as the chief spy of Western Lei and Dongji, was even more formidable. His martial prowess comparable to that of a general. However, Su Yin'er was a skilled assassin from the Shadow Kill. She was far from a typical woman. She cried out, "Help! Capture the Western Lei spy!" Before her words had fully settled, Zong launched an attack. His fingers curled into claws, aimed at Su Yin'er's throat. With agility, she crouched down slightly, evading his grasp. She seized his arm, intending to flip him over her shoulder, but Jun Mingjie charged at her from the other side. Su Yin'er had no choice but to retreat swiftly, putting distance between them. She pulled out a pouch of powder from her sleeve and threw it at the two men. This was a poison from Nanshin, aimed at incapacitating them. To her surprise, Zong showed no fear. As the chief spy of Western Lei, he certainly took precautions before venturing out. But Jun Mingjie was not so fortunate. He succumbed to the poison, collapsing to the ground in convulsions. Su Yin'er chuckled inwardly, viewing it as aiding Jun Jinian in dealing with him. Zong immediately tossed an antidote to Jun Mingjie while he engaged Su Yin'er. Su Yin'er drew out a dagger concealed in her sleeve, but Zong had been searched before entering the palace and carried no weapon. Nonetheless, his skills were impressive even without arms. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, and soon, Su Yin'er found herself at a disadvantage. Just as Zong was about to inflict harm, she silently thanked Jun Jinian. Had she acted rashly to assassinate Zong, she would not only have failed, but also risked her life. The shame of being defeated would be far worse than death itself. What has transpired? At this critical moment, several palace maids, drawn by Su Yin'er's cry, arrived, accompanied by guests summoned by Jun Jinian. Is that not the Prime Minister? What conflict has arisen with a mere maid? They murmured in disbelief. The Prime Minister possesses martial skills. Meanwhile, at the banquet in the front courtyard, Jun Jinian openly recounted Zong and Jun Mingjie's actions, from recovering a corpse to searching for the sheepskin scroll. Thus, I suspect both are spies sent by Western Lei. I implore the Empress to dispatch men to apprehend them. Jun Jinian knelt, clasping his hands respectfully. Mother, regardless of the truth of this matter, it warrants serious attention. I shall personally investigate. The Crown Prince was quick to support Jun Jinian. Jun Lily's mind raced. These two, Zong and Jun Mingjie, truly court disaster. I must find a way to deal with them. And now, they have unwittingly delivered themselves to me. Father, mother, second brother, I wish to join in the excitement. Jun Lily prayed that Jun Jingyan, Pei Shi, or Jun Jinian would take her along. The three, responding to her unspoken wish, complied. Jun Jingyan stood, clasping his hands, sister-in-law. Regardless of whether Xiaoyan's suspicion holds any truth, there is certainly something amiss with Zong and my fourth brother's act of retrieving a corpse that had sunk in the lake. Indeed, Your Majesty, I concur that the sheepskin scroll they found should not be overlooked. Yu Tingsong added in agreement. The Empress was also analyzing the situation. I worry for my friend. If she reveals too much, Zong and the others may silence her. Jun Jinian felt a growing urgency. Anyone could deduce that Zong was far more complex than he appeared. He feared that Su Yin'er would not be able to contend with Zong, especially with Jun Mingjie also present. This matter could not be delayed further. He would take it upon himself to apprehend them. With General Pei absent, the responsibility naturally fell to Lord Jie. Just as he concluded, several officials' families rushed to report that a conflict had erupted between the Prime Minister and a maid in the back courtyard. Jun Jinian quietly thought to himself that the situation was dire and ran off without a second thought. Slow down, third brother. Jun Jingyan called out to him, aware of the numerous nobles present and the importance of maintaining decorum. However, Jun Jinian could not afford to concern himself with such matters. He swiftly made his way to the back courtyard, fearing for Su Yin'er's safety. Upon witnessing this, the Crown Prince immediately summoned several guards and instructed the young Lord Jie to follow Jun Jinian to the rear. When Jun Jin arrived, he found Su Yin'er struggling desperately as Zong Qingxiang had her by the throat. Without hesitation, he activated the hidden arrow in his sleeve. This crossbow had been with him ever since it was devised for their outing to the Peach Grove, and it served him well in this moment of need. A tiny arrow struck Zong Qingxiang's arm with precision, causing him to release his grip on Su Yin'er. Jun Jinian rushed forward, catching her as she clutched her throat and coughed incessantly. Concerned, he asked, "Are you all right? Is everything fine?" At that moment, Su Yin'er felt her heart race unexpectedly. Under the sunlight, the young man had come to her rescue and displayed genuine concern for her well-being, a moment she would cherish for a lifetime. The merciless assassin had never received such care from anyone, except for a friend who admired Jun Jinshin. Even her biological father treated her merely as an heir to be cultivated, devoid of any paternal affection. "I am fine." Jun Jinan remained silent as he pulled Su Yin'er behind him. This gesture undeniably softened her heart further. Aside from her friend, who fancied Jun Jinshin, no one had ever protected her in such a manner. Yun Jinan, Jun Mingjie, upon recognizing him, appeared eager to settle old scores. "Your family caused my second brother's death and my third brother's imprisonment. Today, it is only fitting that you suffer the consequences." Jun Jinan could not be bothered to engage in futile conversation. Firstly, the death of his second uncle and the imprisonment of his third uncle had nothing to do with them. Secondly, his collusion with Shi Lei was an act of treason, and Jun Jinan must act with righteousness, even against his kin. Before he could finish speaking, the Crown Prince's voice rang out. "Well said, Shaoan." The Crown Prince, Jun Jingyan, Lord Jie, and a host of guards soon arrived. Upon seeing them, Zhong Qingxiang and Jun Mingjie were filled with dread, realizing that their demise was imminent. Shortly thereafter, the Empress, Pei Shi, and the other ladies who had come to watch the spectacle also arrived. Had the banquet commenced, many more would have attended, and Zhong Qingxiang would have faced utter humiliation. The Crown Prince noticed 3 skeletons by the lakeside and furiously demanded, "Hand over the sheepskin scroll." Su Yin'er had been pondering the scroll as well. The onlookers were curious about its contents after hearing Jun Jinan's earlier mention of it. "Allow me to search," Lord Jie volunteered, striding towards Zhong Qingxiang and swiftly subduing him. The Jie family's martial prowess was indeed commendable, rivaling that of the Pei family. "Apologies, old Zhong," Lord Jie said with a glare as he retrieved the scroll from Zhong Qingxiang's possession. He detested those who sold their loyalty for personal gain, having once been betrayed by a trusted confidant himself. Had it not been for this betrayal, the Emperor would not have confined him to Dragon City for defense duties instead of sending him into battle. "Your Highness, this must be the sheepskin scroll that young Master Jun mentioned." Lord Jie presented it to the Crown Prince. "Father, I will go and capture that fourth lord as well," the young Lord Jie exclaimed, noticing Jun Mingjie's helplessness. The Crown Prince exchanged a knowing glance with the Empress before unfolding the scroll. Curiosity piqued. Everyone leaned in to see. As this matter pertained to state secrets, no outsiders were permitted to view it. Su Yin'er cast a disappointed glance at Jun Jinan, who reassured her with a gentle pat. He moved closer to the Crown Prince, who understood his intent and did not obstruct him. Jun Lily and Pei Shi could not approach, but with their father and third brother present, she felt reassured that at least someone from her family could witness. After examining the contents of the scroll, the Crown Prince and his companions were left in shock and disbelief, frozen in place. Thankfully, Zhong Qingxiang and Jun Mingjie's schemes were thwarted, the Empress remarked. Hearing her words only heightened Jun Lily's curiosity. "What exactly is written on it? I really want to see." Jun Lily lamented, her impatience palpable. "Mother, this matter is of utmost importance and must be reported to father immediately," the Crown Prince stated gravely. Indeed, the Empress nodded in agreement. "Take Zhong Qingxiang and fourth Lord Jun away." Lord Jie received the order to imprison the two in the palace dungeon, with further sentencing to await the Emperor's decree. "Third brother, I will accompany you and present the evidence we have gathered regarding Zhong Qingxiang's collusion with Shi Lei to His Majesty," Jun Jingyan said, eager to take action. "No, we cannot present the evidence now. It would certainly arouse suspicion from His Majesty that the Jing Wangfu seeks to undermine the minister's estate," Jun Jinan firmly insisted, emphasizing the need for anonymity. This way, even if the Emperor harbored doubts, the officials would not be able to pinpoint the source, and the matter would eventually fade away. "Third brother, you truly think ahead." "Father, you flatter me. You were simply too eager to present the charges, which led to some oversights. It is nothing remarkable," Jun Jingyan replied, patting Jun Jinan's shoulder, grateful for the excuse his son provided. "Is this Miss Su?" Jun Jingyan, Pei Shi, and the others were meeting Su Yin'er for the first time. The Empress also noticed Su Yin'er, who, despite wearing a maid's attire, bore no resemblance to one, resembling more of a wandering minstrel. "Which palace do you belong to?" the Empress inquired. "Your Highness, please forgive me. She is not from the palace. She is my friend." She wished to attend the banquet, but her status did not permit it, so Shaoan devised this plan for her. Jun Jinan had already prepared an explanation for Su Yin'er. She had resigned herself to the notion that discovery would lead to her demise, yet this young man had lied on her behalf. His action stirred her heart once more. Noticing her dazed expression, Jun Jinan hurriedly grasped her wrist. urging her to kneel and plead for forgiveness before the empress. It was entirely my idea to bring her into the palace. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me. She is merely a young girl wishing to see the world. I implore you, your highness, to show mercy and not hold it against her. Jun Jinan sought to accept the blame for Su Yener. Jun Jinan, I do not require you to take the blame. It was I who disguised myself as a palace maid, so I beseech your highness to punish me instead. Their eagerness to confess amused the empress, who could not help but smile, having once been young herself and understanding the nature of their relationship. Chapter 122. Life is short. One more bowl, please. The empress had not anticipated that Jun Jinan would possess such a strong streetwise flair, even favoring a girl from the common folk. It seemed that recruiting him for an official position in court would be utterly impossible. You two may rise, the empress commanded, displaying her magnanimity. Today, you were the first to uncover the conspiracy of Zhong Chengxiang and Jun Mingjie, exposing two traitors to the eastern extremes. Consider it a balance of merits. I absolve you both of guilt. The empress indeed possessed the grace befitting a mother of the nation. Su Yener felt a mix of surprise and joy as Jun Jinan quickly pulled her down to bow in gratitude. How sweet. Third brother and the little enchantress seem to be quite close. Indeed, they make a striking pair. True beauty and talent are a natural match. I wonder if Su Yener can truly become my third sister-in-law. Jun Lily mused, watching their tender interaction with growing fascination. Noting her thoughts, Jun Jinan merely shook his head, as he held no romantic interest in Su Yener. His motives for saving and protecting her today stemmed purely from friendship. Today, even if the person present is not Su Yener, as long as she is a woman known to him and with whom he shares a decent relationship, Jun Jinan will protect her. It is merely a farce that does not affect the continuation of the Shanglian banquet. As more guests entered, Jun Lily overheard the other ladies around her discussing the newly popular soaps and toothpastes emerging in BigⅡ. This, they explained, is a small product gaining fame over there. Known as soap, compared to the traditional soap berry, it is entirely different. The white one is made from goat's milk, and using it for bathing or washing one's face leaves the skin smooth and radiant. Feel my hand, one lady said, rolling up her sleeve generously for the others to touch her skin. A curious young girl, seemingly intrigued, indeed reached out to feel it. Wow, it's so smooth, she exclaimed. I wasn't wrong. Ever since I started using this goat's milk soap, my husband, the esteemed official, can hardly keep his hands off me. The other ladies, understanding the implication, were eager to acquire some for themselves. Jun Lily curiously glanced at the soap in the lady's hand. Wasn't it the very goat's milk soap produced by her family? What? Goat's milk soap can enhance marital intimacy? This isn't my formula, is it? Has third brother added some He-Huan fragrance to it? Jun Lily was taken aback. Jun Jinan, can't you think of something positive, little sister? He felt wronged. Pay sure. Lily knows so much. She is quite clever for her age. I have a relative in BigⅡ who recently visited Longcheng and brought me this wonderful product. It truly works wonders. Another lady chimed in. However, I don't have your goat's milk soap. I bought an Artemisia soap. As spring and summer approach, my son is particularly prone to mosquito bites. I use this Artemisia soap to bathe him, and as the merchant advised, I scrape a few slices to put in his pouch for him to carry around. And indeed, mosquitoes do not bite him. A skeptical lady retorted, is it really more effective than carrying Artemisia sachets? The lady who had used the Artemisia soap nodded confidently. The inferior products I wouldn't dare show you. My relative mentioned that there's also a black bamboo charcoal soap that is even more medicinal. Mrs. Zhang, isn't your elderly mother troubled by itchy feet? She should try it. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily agreed. Indeed, bamboo charcoal is effective for athlete's foot. Seeing their products so well received brought smiles to Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan's faces. Yu Tingyi, Gong Shi, and others who were in the know felt restless. If it weren't for the Jun family's prohibition on speaking out, they would have loved to boast about it. This princess has also heard that these items are wildly popular in BigⅡ and are now hard to come by. Princess Chaoyang joined their conversation, undoubtedly pushing the Jun family's products to new heights. As soon as these words were spoken, many ladies began to contemplate. Such excellent products will surely make their way to Longcheng soon. It would be wise to send someone to inquire, whether for gifting or personal use. It would certainly be prestigious. It must be the princess cousin, the living embodiment of endorsement. Even Jun Lily exclaimed. Meanwhile, the ladies were closely examining the soap. Mrs. He, of lower status, could only stand outside the circle and listen intently. Just days ago, her daughter Jinru had patted her chest, assuring her that the formula for this soap was known only to her. And as for that bamboo charcoal toothpaste, she had never even heard of it. Worried that Jinru might impulsively confront these noble women and offend them, Mrs. E hurried to explain the situation to her. Just now, I heard them say that BigⅡ has introduced soap with various effects, such as goat's milk soap, bamboo charcoal soap, artemisia soap, and they even have bamboo charcoal toothpaste, all sounding like hotcakes. What? Jinru exclaimed in shock, her voice piercing through the air, even catching the attention of June Lily from a few meters away. Our protagonist is stunned, isn't she? How she wished she could go over and mock the protagonist. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Pei-Shi felt equally delighted. Before them sat a bowl of osmanthus milk pudding, which June Lily adored. The aroma of osmanthus was rich, and the pudding melted in the mouth, with just the right amount of sweetness. Come, Lily, take your time eating. Pei-Shi lovingly fed the last bit into June Lily's small mouth. Looking at the empty bowl, June Lily pouted her little face. Good things don't last long, do they? Are you still not full, Lily? Pei-Shi asked knowingly. Yes, mother, I want more. June Lily insisted, her small hands grasping at the air. But you've already eaten so much today, Pei-Shi gently reminded her. June Lily had indeed been munching continuously since arriving at the banquet, devouring all sorts of snacks and treats. Pei-Yin, Deng-Qing, and Yutingi also indulged her, feeding her whatever she desired. No, I want to eat. Life is short. I want another bowl. Mother, my beautiful and generous mother, let me have just a little more. June Lily was on the verge of throwing a tantrum. Eventually, Pei-Shi relented, gently rubbing her forehead, and called the palace maid for another osmanthus milk pudding. Chapter 123. Surely they will thrive. The laughter of the infants soon reached Jinru's ears, making her fume, unable to bear others' joy. After hearing Mrs. E's words, Jinru felt like crying. These people can even make bamboo charcoal toothpaste, something she cannot. They can create soaps with different effects, while she spent days and nights just to mix lime water. Truly, comparison kills. She never imagined that there were others here who understood these things. It was truly a world beyond her own. Impossible, absolutely impossible. She was certain that these techniques were only available in the 21st century. No one else could possibly know the formula besides her. As this thought crossed her mind, Jinru abruptly halted her steps. Could it be that there is another time traveler among them? Jinru was so furious she could only stare blankly, unable to recover for a while. Mrs. He sighed deeply. Many ladies and young women at the table were discussing it, and it was evident to all. Even Princess Choyang had used it. Jinru's heart sank at this revelation. She felt resigned and decided not to cause any further trouble. She took a step back, saying, Mother, I will no longer make soap, but I can create cosmetics, miraculous waters, and much more. If they wish to engage in the soap business, let them have it. Indeed, relinquishing the soap market was a minor sacrifice. Besides soap, she could craft various cosmetics and even develop gunpowder and explosives. A sly smile crept on her lips as she thought, what if the one capable of making soap is also a time traveler? Perhaps they could form an alliance. If that person is male, she might even pursue a romantic relationship with him. She was confident that, with their two brains from the 21st century, they would undoubtedly thrive in the Sihua continent. Ultimately, the mother and daughter had underestimated the situation. There are no secrets that cannot be uncovered, just a wall away. The carriage of the Nanksin Saintess passed by, catching the gist of the conversation between the He family. Not long ago, Yue had advised her to find a way to win over the minister of the Zong family, as the Zong family is the wealthiest in Longcheng, with businesses spanning the entire eastern region. Unfortunately, the minister of the Zong family turned out to be a spy sent by Shilei, known for its insatiable greed. The conditions proposed by the Zong minister had put considerable pressure on them. Most critically, the Zong minister had inadvertently discovered the secret of the 9th prince's lineage. Being left with no choice, he had resorted to spending a hefty sum to eliminate the Zong minister through the Shadow Killer. The mother and son had heard rumors about this, but they never expected to encounter someone holding the formula today. Truly, fortune favors them. Thus, one could commence production directly after acquiring the family business of the Zong clan in the future. Your Highness, if you do not enter soon, His Majesty will arrive. A respectful attendant beside the Saintess reminded her. The Saintess nodded lightly and proceeded. The Emperor, having concluded matters concerning Zong Chengxiang and Jun Mingjie, arrived fashionably late, entering alongside the NX and Saintess. Upon the Emperor's arrival, everyone rose to kneel in reverence. Although Junlili was now capable of walking and kneeling, Pei still cradled her in her arms, the small bundle resembling a large kitten nestled against her. Upon the emperor taking his seat, the empress eagerly inquired of the crown prince, "What is the status of the situation regarding the Zong family and Lord Jun?" The crown prince replied with a bow. "The evidence is irrefutable. He was caught red-handed, and no amount of clever reasoning from Zong Qingxiang will avail him." "Well, this reassures me," the empress sighed with relief, her thoughts returning to the banquet. After the meal, the subsequent activity allowed the young ladies from various households to freely take the stage and showcase their talents, creating a scene of lively excitement. Junlili watched intently, grateful that the empress was reasonable, permitting voluntary performances without compelling each family to present someone, resulting in no one from the Jing Wangfu performing. However, they could still enjoy the performances of others. This was an excellent opportunity to shine before the royal family and the city's esteemed guests. Those noble women seeking favorable marriages could hardly contain their eagerness. Some played the qin, others the xiao, and some even performed sword dances, yet none exhibited any spirit. The performances were rather mundane, lacking novelty. What truly captivated Junlili's attention was the enchanting Feiqian dance performed by Princess Chaoyang and Shuiya. The princess's movements were light and fluid, her dance a breathtaking spectacle. Although Shuiya served merely as her drummer, her drumming resonated with a powerful richness. Junlili had initially worried that Shuiya might lack spirit due to the affair concerning her father Zong Qingxiang, but seeing her now, one would never suspect any association with the Zong clan. Indeed, with Duke Shui's capabilities and Shuiya's relationship with Princess Chaoyang, even if the Zong family faced annihilation, Shuiya would be safeguarded. The arrangement to marry into the Zong family had originally been Shuiya's idea. The fate of the Zong family was entirely irrelevant to her. The moment she was exploited and scorned by the ninth prince, Shuiya found herself unable to love again, her heart sealed away. Well, the young marquis, experienced in the ways of the world, had seen many celestial dancers, yet this was one of the few occasions he witnessed his wife perform, naturally unable to refrain from applauding. "Look at the young marquis, that foolish expression of his," Junlili remarked disdainfully. Yet in the next moment, she felt a twinge of envy for Princess Chaoyang. Could it be that Princess Chaoyang saved the entire galaxy in her past life? She mused. She has a noble birth, striking beauty, loving parents, a caring brother, and a bosom friend akin to a sister. Most importantly, she has a childhood sweetheart who loves her above all else. Princess Chaoyang's life, regardless of the context, was enviable. Alas, this princess truly is the center of affection. Having been in this world for quite some time, Junlili had met many individuals and ranked their life experiences. At the forefront, without a doubt, was Princess Chaoyang. Her fate was the most fortunate among them, unparalleled. It is not an exaggeration to declare that this is what true luck looks like. After her performance concluded, the surrounding audience erupted into thunderous applause. Princess Chaoyang's dance was indeed astonishing, especially during her curtain call. Whether intentional or accidental, she stepped on the ribbon of her gown while descending the stage. And just as she appeared to stumble, the young marquis gracefully flew over, catching her in his arms and ensuring a steady landing. As they twirled in midair, their gazes locked, Junlili saw a flurry of pink bubbles around them. How sweet, she thought, inadvertently revealing a smile akin to an NES. From a distance, Junlili silenced the implot. This pair must be bound together. As the old saying goes, she could remain single for eternity, but she must witness this couple thrive. Chapter 124. The reputation of the protagonist is completely ruined. She stepped onto the stage, cleared her throat, and began to sing. The song she performed was quite melodious. However, the lyrics, rooted in the 21st century, were too explicit for this feudal society, causing discomfort among the audience. Junlili couldn't help but smirk. This protagonist truly is her own worst enemy. With her singing these songs, she might have captivated hearts in her past life, but now she is likely to incite anger. As expected, the faces of the emperor, the empress, and the assembled guests turned uniformly crimson. Yet, Hijinru remained confidently on stage, belting out her song, envisioning herself as the center of attention. The NNXN Saintis, believing that love should be boldly expressed and that women could have multiple suitors, also held her in high regard. This was the same girl who had just claimed to possess a special formula, clearly not an ordinary individual. Even the ninth prince, disguised as a guard and mingling among the crowd, took notice of her for the first time. Having heard such shameless lyrics, she was surely the only one in the entire continent capable of it. However, he paid little mind to her reputation. His focus was solely on the potential benefits she could bring him. Silence. Enough of this embarrassment. Cease singing. The empress could no longer contain herself and ordered two matronly attendants to silence He Jinru. Bewildered, He Jinru stood there, utterly confused about what had transpired. How can one be so shameless, singing of such matters in public? You are the daughter of He Shirelang, yet you're no different from the courtesans of the brothels. Is this how He Shirelang raises his daughter? June Lily shook her head in silent disapproval. Soon, whispers began to circulate among the guests. The daughter of He Shirelang was already lacking in modesty. She had previously jumped into a river to coerce the crown prince into marrying her, and had later gotten lost at the general's residence just to meet the ninth prince. Oh, I know the incident you're referring to. It was at the Jing Wangfu's centennial banquet. The ladies chuckled, covering their faces. Pei Shi and Jun Jingan could not help but join in the laughter. The murmurs grew louder, and before long, He Jinru became the target of scorn. She gazed around, perplexed, unable to comprehend why they spoke of her in such a manner. Lady He, feeling for her daughter, hurried forward to apologize on her behalf. Just as she was about to take He Jinru away, an NXN saintess called out to them, "Everyone, I believe Miss He's courageous expression of her affection is commendable. Unlike other noble ladies who are timid, what is wrong with boldly pursuing love?" The saintess lamented that her greatest regret in life was not having the courage to pursue love. "Your Majesty, do you not think Miss He resembles my younger self? Had I not been so brave, we would never have found our pair." With this, she cast a glance at the emperor. The emperor, seemingly swayed by her words, immediately declared, "This girl is deeply favored by me. Reward her." He Jinru's heart, which had been in suspense, finally relaxed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With the saintess's endorsement and the emperor's favorable disposition, the crowd dared not criticize He Jinru any further. After her performance, she retreated to the back courtyard to cleanse herself. Observing this, the saintess feigned a stomach ache and followed her. The banquet continued until dusk. The moon, weary, concealed itself within the clouds to rest, leaving only a few stars to twinkle faintly, as if guarding the now tranquil Longqing. In the palace, the guests dispersed. Jun Jingan and Su Yin'er parted ways at the entrance of the Jing Wangfu. "Jun Jinan, I must extend my gratitude to you today. Su Yin'er indeed owes him a debt of thanks, for he has rescued her on several occasions. There is no need for thanks. Let us not forget our collaboration." Jun Jinan replied, his words dispelling any notion of gratitude from Su Yin'er's mind. She shot him an exasperated glance. After speaking, Jun Jinan called for his house servant. "Shao Si, stop right there." Su Yin'er promptly refused. "Do not think you can simply follow me like this." Jun Jinan, perplexed, retorted, "What are you talking about? Why would I want to follow you? Are you afraid that others will discover the location of your secretive operations?" He questioned, genuinely confused. "Besides, your Shao Si's martial skills are mediocre. Should we encounter a true master, I wonder if it would be I who protects them or they who protect me." Since Su Yin'er was insistent, Jun Jinan decided not to press the matter further. After watching her depart, he turned and entered the estate. Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan had overheard their conversation, as did Jun Lily, who was nestled in Pei Shi's arms. "My third brother truly does not harbor any affection for Su Yin'er. It is late, and he allows her to walk home alone without even offering to escort her." Jun Lily mused, feeling that Jun Jinan's behavior lacked chivalry. However, Jun Jinan had his own intentions. He had no desire for any relationship with Su Yin'er beyond a professional alliance. "Third young master, we have successfully acquired all of the Zong family shops. Yet the final punishment for the Zong family has not been made public, and we could not negotiate the price down," Shao Si reported, his tone tinged with reluctance. Jun Jinan, however, was not as discontented as Shao Si presumed. "No matter. As long as the price remains within my budget, it is acceptable," he replied calmly, causing Shao Si's expression to relax. Jun Jinan, wary of being preempted by others, instructed Shao Si to keep a close watch on the Zong family's business dealings. He wanted to seize the opportunity before anyone else could. Upon returning to the main courtyard, Pei Shi, mindful that everyone had consumed alcohol at the banquet, instructed her servants to prepare some sweet soup to help her husband and son sober up. Jun Lily took the chance to sneak a few sips. The sweet soup was merely a simple syrup, lacking flavor and unpalatable. With an aunt who excelled in cooking, Lily had been spoiled by the culinary delights of the Gong family, and fortunately, the two families lived close enough for frequent visits. In recent days, his official duties had expanded significantly, leaving him little involvement in family matters. He was unaware of Jun Jinan's plans to align with the Shadow Killers. She originally came with a mission to assassinate Zhong Chengxiang. I struck a deal with her. I would help her overthrow him, and in return, she would provide us with a list of tasks assigned to the Shadow Killers. Jun Jinan succinctly explained. To his surprise, fate favored them, as they inadvertently uncovered the Zhong family's search for the mysterious parchment. Upon hearing Jun Jinan mention the enigmatic parchment, Jun Lily's interest peaked. She had suppressed her curiosity all day and was finally on the verge of discovering its contents. Third brother, please tell me, what is written on the parchment? She implored, climbing onto the table to get closer to Jun Jinan. Concerned for her safety, he quickly stood and held her close, gently ruffling her hair. He smiled with a refreshing demeanor. Are you in such a hurry, Lily? I cannot help but be anxious, she exclaimed, feeling a sense of urgency. The parchment looks like a treasure map. Jun Jinan finally spoke. I do not believe it resembles a treasure map. Rather, it is merely a map of some location. Jun Jingyan shared his perspective, having also seen the parchment's contents. It was simply an ordinary map of the eastern region. Jun Jinbai took a sip of sweet soup and pondered aloud. We may not discern its contents, but surely the crown prince and the emperor would understand. Since Jun Jinbai was not close enough at the time, he could not make out the details on the map. That is not the case, Jun Jinan countered. What troubles the crown prince is not the content of the map, but the 3 bone-eating nails wrapped in the parchment. Everyone stared in disbelief. Bone-eating nails? Those are lethal weapons of poison, with no known antidote. Furthermore, only the Nanshin royal family is qualified to concoct such poison. What is the crown prince suspecting? Jun Lily inquired, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Do not worry. The bone-eating nails belong to Su Yener. However, the crown prince is unaware. He likely suspects a collusion between Zhong Chengxiang and the Nanshin Saintess, which would only incite his anger further. Although the Nanshin Saintess lacked royal blood, she enjoyed all the privileges of a royal relative. Thus, father, the current evidence is insufficient to warrant a raid on the entire minister's residence. That is why I urge you to anonymously present the evidence against Zhong Chengxiang to the emperor tomorrow, Jun Jinan continued. Jun Lily nodded vigorously. Indeed, third brother is thorough in his considerations. Father and second brother, do not forget when the emperor orders the raid on the Zhong family. He must use their wealth to aid the destitute. Her kindness shone through as she always thought of the homeless populace. Should we consult the crown prince regarding the parchment? I feel there is more to this than meets the eye, Jun Jinbai suggested, feeling a sense of responsibility as a minister to alleviate concerns for Jun. Before anyone else could speak, Jun Lily dismissed the idea. Let it be, regardless of whether the parchment holds treasures or martial art secrets. It is of no concern to our Jing Wangfu. In these chaotic times, our priority should be to safeguard our own family. Jun Lily recalled that in the original story, there indeed existed a treasure in the eastern region, left by a princess from a bygone dynasty a millennium ago, containing not only immeasurable riches, but also some mysterious martial arts of the BigⅡ clan. Back then, the western region was known as Shichu, and BigⅡ was referred to as BigⅡ. The eldest princess of Shichu and the region of BigⅡ had left behind these treasures and techniques in the eastern region, also known as Dongli. However, time had transformed everything into mere legend. The previous emperor of Shichu had heard whispers of this tale and sent many to the eastern region in search of treasure, only for the expedition to falter when the treasure map was lost during a marriage alliance. Now, over 20 years later, the current emperor of Shichu still recalled this matter. Jun Lily's eyes sparkled with thought as she pondered these events, recalling a name her second uncle had mentioned regarding a remarkable young prince of Shichu. She had suspected he was not ordinary. Perhaps the emperor's renewed interest in the treasure map was spurred by his influence. Jun Lily felt a surge of anticipation. She truly wished to meet him. The following morning, during court, Jun Jingyan followed Jun Jinan's instructions and anonymously submitted the evidence mixed in with official documents to the emperor. As a result, in the afternoon, the 3 heads of the minister's household, Zhong Chengxiang, his wife, and Zhong Jiaobao, were imprisoned. This incident caused quite a stir, and naturally, the various businesses and associations of the Zhong family became aware, relieved that a foolish investor had purchased their shares just the day before. Otherwise, they would have been stuck with them. The execution of the Zhong family members and Jun Mingjie took place the next day. Jun Jingyan blended into the crowd to bid farewell to his fourth brother for the last time. But the gruesome scene was too much for him to share with Jun Lily. Jun Jinan's business flourished in the northern border. As time progressed, the future city lord mismanaged the territory, ultimately surrendering it to the Nanxing kingdom. He named the Zhong family's business alliance Anmin Shanghui and instructed everyone to refer to him as Shao. In recent days, Jun Jinan has been counting money to the point of cramping his hands. He has generously provided Jun Li a substantial amount of private funds and even crafted a modest treasure chest from gold for her to store her savings. Whether it be soap, bamboo charcoal toothpaste, or loose powder, these items are not costly to produce. To enhance production, Jun Jinan has rented several rooms in a village on the outskirts of the eastern city and employed a considerable number of workers. After deducting the monthly rent and labor costs, he has reaped a profit of a staggering 70%. Furthermore, with her health restored, Yu Tingyi has begun assisting Jun Jinan in cultivating medicinal herbs. Many of the medicinal materials from Nanxing do not adapt well to the climate of Dongji. Under Jun Li's guidance, Jun Jinan has constructed greenhouses to protect the herbs from harsh weather. However, many of these herbs require years to mature, and the older they are, the more valuable they become. Together with Yu Tingyi, he has also contracted a piece of land to grow vegetables and fruits. Although Dingshi is close to giving birth, she still hopes to help with the planting after delivering her child. Yu Tingyi finds joy in farming, yet Jun Jinbai bears the brunt of the burden. She needs to reside in the countryside, while Jun Jinbai is preoccupied with official duties, leaving them with precious little time together as a couple, only managing to meet every couple of weeks. Nevertheless, Yu Tingyi is unfazed, for to her, nurturing the crops she has sown brings her the utmost happiness. As she awaits the harvest of vegetables, fruits, and herbs, she sees it as a manifestation of her personal value. Longcheng, with its favorable climate, is indeed a perfect place for agriculture. Chapter 126. A fortuitous opportunity observing her family's growing prosperity, where each member seems to have altered their fate. Jun Li lets out a sigh of relief. All her worries have not materialized, and instead, everything is evolving positively. She gazes at the large, round moon in the sky and makes a wish. She hopes her family will enjoy longevity and prosperity. How wonderful it is! The family of the Jing Wangfu is filled with joy, yet the imprisoned ninth prince grows increasingly sullen. He cannot comprehend what force is opposing him. Despite expending considerable time and resources to hire assassins to eliminate the prime minister unexpectedly reveals his identity as a spy for Sheila at this juncture, causing the ninth prince to lose hundreds of taels of gold to the assassins. He aims to seize the opportunity to acquire the Zhong family's business while the prime minister's house is in decline, only to find that someone has already beaten him to it. He feels utterly powerless against that bosun. Your Highness, the saintess has arrived, Yu Kai announces as he enters the courtyard. Although Junyu is confined, others may visit him in his chamber. The son pays respects to his mother. Junyu bows respectfully. Since the saintess is not a consort of the Dongji emperor, Junyu addresses her as mother rather than mother consort. Seeing the bloodshot eyes in his gaze, the saintess is filled with compassion. You err. You have suffered. The ninth prince shakes his head, signaling that he is fine. The saintess, filled with worry, suggests, you err. Why not use the power of the moon worship sect? No. The ninth prince immediately rejects without hesitation. He is not willing to reveal the influence of the moon worship sect unless absolutely necessary. If he were to be caught with incriminating evidence, he would be utterly doomed. Habitually rubbing his nose, his brow furrows as he seems to be scheming once more. By the way, I previously mentioned that Shui seems to have learned about our connection to the moon worship sect. That day, when she barged into the courtyard, she overheard some unfavorable information about us. The saintess has only shared matters regarding the moon worship sect with Junyu, never disclosing his true identity. Guy, go to the assassins and have them devise a plan to eliminate Shuya. The ninth prince, Junyu, is a man of few words who takes decisive action. He should have dealt with Shuya long ago, but he simply has not found the time recently. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Yu Kai replies and departs with a bow. By the way, mother, have there been any updates on Jinru? Yunyu inquires second. The saintess shakes her head. Junyu lets out a sigh, speaking slowly. We shall wait a while longer. If it comes to it, I may have to resort to more drastic measures. His voice is low, as he contemplates using charm to ensnare Jinru. After all, Jinru has a notoriously poor reputation and is utterly shameless. What do you think of forming an alliance with the courts of Shilla, BigⅡ, or Nanshin? The Saintess proposes a new strategy. She has always opposed exterminating the Zong family, preferring instead to ally with them to undermine the Dongji regime from within. However, Junyu has consistently disagreed, as such an alliance would result in the division of the Dongji Empire's power and territory among the emperors of the allied nations, even if they were to seize the throne in the end. Junyu believes that as a mere crown prince, no matter how clever he becomes, he cannot surpass himself. Not for now. We may need it in the future, he states, wanting to preserve a fallback option, for one must never speak in absolutes. Very well, the Saintess sighs. Her son is far too arrogant. Ever since their last conversation at the Lotus Appreciation Feast, she has been weighed down with concern. Currently, allying with the Ninth Prince and the Saintess of Nanshin is the most powerful choice. Most importantly, that day, the Saintess introduced her to the Ninth Prince, who was disguised as a guard. Even dressed in mere guard attire, his presence alone was enough to alter the very air around him. The Saintess only shared some casual, intimate words with her. The Ninth Prince was like a caring older brother, merely taking her for a stroll in the courtyard. Yet, these simple gestures were insufficient to sway Jinru. She desires power and status. Marrying a prince is merely the first step toward acquiring these aspirations. At that moment, he leaned closer and spoke softly. Miss He, I know this may seem abrupt, but I have an unusual request. Upon seeing the Ninth Prince's expression, Jinru could hardly refuse, nodding eagerly for him to continue. The Ninth Prince appeared somewhat bashful, his cheeks tinged with red. I truly admire your talents, Miss He, and if possible, would like to deepen our acquaintance. She was taken aback by his words. Is that not acceptable? The Ninth Prince cautiously inquires. Jinru raises her gaze, meeting his earnest eyes. I only wish to be friends with you. Do not overthink it, he adds. Feeling embarrassed, Jinru realizes she has misjudged the situation. If you agree, we may correspond frequently, especially since Junyu is currently confined and unable to leave. With this proposal, Jinru can no longer bear to refuse and promptly agrees. This is a marvelous opportunity to connect with the Ninth Prince. Now that fortune has presented itself, she must seize it. To become the Empress of Dongji, one must marry either the Crown Prince or the Ninth Prince. The Crown Prince is utterly unattainable, but the opportunity with the Ninth Prince is one she must grasp. As her thoughts conclude, Jinru suddenly calls out towards the door, someone come. Hearing her voice, her personal maid enters. What news of the soap's origins that I asked you to investigate a few days ago? The maid shakes her head, but quickly regains her composure, saying, Miss, it appears to have come from the northern borders. We have not traced its source, but we have identified who is selling it within Longqing. Jinru's eyes light up, and she urgently prompts, speak quickly. Who is selling it? The seller is new to Longqing, having recently acquired several businesses under the Zong family to establish his own trading company. After delivering the report, the maid observes Jinru lost in thought. Just days ago, at the Lotus Appreciation Feast, Jinru nearly brought shame to the He family, and Shirelang is now anxious to marry her off to anyone. Yet, Jinru is unwilling to be married off randomly. As a modern woman, she only seeks to marry a prince and become an empress. Chapter 127. Whose daughter, whose best friend will save her to marry the Ninth Prince as a royal consort, is precisely the dream she has harbored since her arrival in this world. Her identity as a time traveler serves as her most advantageous golden ticket. She aspires to gradually become a prince's consort, then the crown princess, and ultimately the revered empress. Moreover, all that Shirelang desires is to achieve wealth and status. If she can provide him with these benefits and refrain from causing trouble, would that not suffice? Upon contemplating this, Jinru promptly commanded her maid, prepare the ink and brush. She commenced her correspondence with Junyu, engaging in a delightful exchange. Upon seeing the arrival of a messenger, the Saintess could not suppress a sly smile. The bait has been taken. The summer vegetable garden is always a kaleidoscope of colors. Jun Jinan is either at the Anmin Chamber of Commerce or tending to the fields in the estate behind the Jingwangfu. Currently, the entire hillside is flourishing with various fruit trees, nurtured by a few servants from the manor, and Jun Jinan only visits occasionally. Presently, Yu Tingyi is in her countryside, diligently researching the cultivation of Baiji and Jin Inhua. Observing the vibrant saplings, Jun Jinan senses that within 3 years, these fruit trees will bear fruit. Suddenly, A concealed weapon whizzed past, narrowly grazing Jun Jinan's bangs before embedding itself in a nearby fruit tree. Dressed in pink, Su Yener, adorned with a veil, perched atop a tree branch. "What brings you here?" Jun Jinan inquired curiously. "I have come to deliver a task list from our shadow kill organization," Su Yener replied, tossing him a slip of paper. "Couldn't you have sent someone else? Why come in person today?" Jun Jinan asked, puzzled. As it was customary to send someone to deliver messages to the Wangfu, which would then be relayed to him. The fact that Su Yener had come personally suggested that the target of their mission was no ordinary individual. Upon opening the note, Jun Jinan was met with the name Chueya. "Huiya?" he murmured. "Indeed, she is the same employer as the last mission involving Zhong Qingxiang." Su Yener anticipated Jun Jinan's inclination to rescue the target. However, he was somewhat hesitant. "Is there a time constraint on this operation?" "None. But as the foremost assassin organization on the continent, we aim to uphold our reputation and complete tasks as swiftly as possible," Su Yener explained. Jun Jinan nodded in understanding. "Thank you for informing me. Could you do me a small favor and delay the task by a few days? I will cover the costs." Hearing this, Su Yener seized the opportunity. "I have heard that the Anmin Chamber of Commerce's soap, toothpaste, and face powder are quite popular and often sold out. I tried to buy some several times, but they were always gone. Yun Dinan instantly comprehended. In 3 days, come to the Jing Wangfu, and I shall prepare a cart for you." He waved his hand decisively, realizing that the matter was simpler than he had anticipated. "However, you must gather the gold quickly to save the person. I can only assist you in delaying for 5 days at most," Su Yener cautioned. 3 days will suffice. If I do not see the money by then, you may proceed with the assassination, but do not cause serious harm. Merely injure her and leave her alive." Jun Jinan's lips curled upwards. While he certainly wished to save her, he didn't want to squander his own resources. It is better for those who have a stake in her life to come to her aid. Consequently, on the following day, Duke Chui and Princess Chaoyang each received an anonymous letter. The content revealed that the Shadow Kill organization had set their sights on Chueya, demanding a sum of 40,000 taels of gold to ensure her survival, to be delivered to a dilapidated temple in the eastern outskirts. To ensure their belief, Jun Jinan even included the Shadow Kill's emblem within the envelope. After each assassination, the Shadow Kill would leave a token by the body, varying in material according to the victim's status. Wooden tokens for commoners, bronze for martial artists, silver for officials, and gold for royals. The Jade token, reserved for the assassination of the true Dragon Emperor, had yet to be delivered. Chueya's corresponding token was the silver one for court officials. Jun Jinan, fearing they might still doubt the authenticity of the shadow emblem, instructed Su Yener to stage a mock assassination within 3 days if the money was not delivered, to frighten them into compliance. 3 days later, Duke Chui and Princess Chaoyang proved to be cautious. Su Yener dispatched her people to enact the staged assassination, wounding Chueya's arm and creating quite a commotion that attracted the attention of the Jie family's guards. While the Jie family could handle any ordinary threats, they were utterly unprepared for the Shadow Kill's tactics, which were elusive and formidable. Ultimately, Duke Chui paid 30,000 and Princess Chaoyang contributed 10,000, delivering the sum to the specified temple. Upon receiving the funds, Su Yener informed the Shadow Kill to retract their order for Chueya's assassination. Now, even a mere street assassin dares not accept his orders. This was the most helpless he had felt in nearly 20 years, as if the entire world had forsaken him. The sweltering summer heat intensified. Although June Lily, being a child, was spared from walking and labor, she still felt the oppressive heat. She yearned for the ice creams of the 21st century, constantly lamenting her desire to indulge. Recently, the Gong family developed a refreshing summer drink made from red dates, yellow pears, and snow fungus, which when cooked and frozen in their private ice cellar, provided immense relief. As a prominent household, they possessed a small ice cellar, sufficient for storing food. June Lily was inspired. While ice cream was unattainable, she could create various fruit-flavored shaved ice, as well as sweet and sour plum soup, rose dumplings and sweet wine, and taro balls and milk tea. Contemplating this, tears of longing trickled from the corners of June Lily's eyes. If only she could savor spicy hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, or bridge-crossing rice noodles, that would be true happiness. If I could use a spell to convey these recipes to others, allowing them to prepare them, wouldn't that mean I could enjoy them? Now nearly a year old, June Lily could handle some soft, boiled foods. I am truly clever. I shall do just that. In chapter 128, do you mean you want me to open a shop? She gazed eagerly at Lady Pei. Lady Pei shook her head, helpless against the insatiable appetite of her daughter. Yet, as she dotes on her, she decided to note it down and present it to her sister-in-law Gong for further exploration. June Lily used her magic to transfer all the culinary recipes from her mind into Lady Pei's. Lady Pei complied wholeheartedly, even fearing she might forget, and promptly jotted them down. Once completed, she presented the notes to June Lily for inspection, deliberately allowing her to verify if any steps were amiss. My mother is truly brilliant. She remembered everything perfectly, June Lily exclaimed. Lady Pei remarked, compared to you, my memory is nothing. After all, June Lily had retained these recipes from 2 lifetimes. That little glutton. When Lady Pei presented the stack of recipes to Gong, she was utterly astonished. What on earth is this? I recognize the characters, but I have never encountered such combinations. Lady Pei explained that these were dishes from overseas, brought to their realm by pirates from beyond the Four Symbols continent. Fortunately, Gong was not overly concerned with their origins. She loved cooking and relished the challenge of mastering new and unusual dishes. In less than 3 days, she had successfully created 3 of the recipes. At this pace, she would complete the entire stack in under half a month. Naturally, June Lily and Lady Pei became her willing test subjects. Yet, June Lily relished the experience. For her aunt was a culinary genius. In recent days, everything she prepared turned out splendidly, save for a few instances of inadequate ingredients. After indulging in a bowl of red bean, taro ball, mango smoothie, June Lily felt as though she were floating in a state of bliss. The flavor was simply exquisite, and she mused that her aunt's culinary skills could fetch an extravagant price in the 21st century. Given the high-value fruits like mangoes and lychees, which were only affordable to the affluent, a dessert crafted from such ingredients could easily be worth 500 won. If her aunt were to set up a stall or a shop, she would undoubtedly surpass even her 3rd brother in wealth within a matter of days. Upon hearing her daughter's suggestion, Pei could not help but express her admiration for the idea. It would be wonderful for her sister-in-law, who often idled at home, to earn some money, which could be used for charitable deeds or future plans. Pei subtly encouraged, suggesting that since everyone enjoyed these treats, it would be worthwhile to sell them and see if more people appreciated them. The delicacies prepared by Gong were indeed beloved by many, including those from the general's residence and the esteemed Wang family, particularly the young ladies like Pei Yin and Deng Qing, who especially adored these desserts. Gong aunt, are you suggesting I open a shop? Gong inquired, catching on to the idea. Both Pei and June Lily nodded eagerly in affirmation. However, Gong sighed, expressing a sense of regret. I recently contemplated this matter, but I can only manage to prepare 1 type of dish and 2 simple desserts by myself. If I only sell a few items, no matter how delicious they are, customers will eventually tire of them. June Lily, however, was unfazed, and can delegate the preparation of other dishes to Sister Deng, Cousin Pei Yin, or even second aunt. They can help share the workload, and we can all divide the earnings. We can also observe which items sell particularly well and consider opening a separate shop for those. The less popular items can be discontinued. Pei had already contemplated this aspect without June Lily's prompting. She called for Deng Qing, Shi, and Pei Yin, briefly explaining the situation and inviting those willing to support Gong to stay and learn, while those uninterested were free to leave. I want to learn, Deng Qing declared without hesitation. Pei regarded her with curiosity at her eagerness. In this world, I have no family left. Although the Pei family treats me very well, I cannot rely on you all for my entire life. The wealth my father left is meager. I should learn a trade to secure my future. Deng Qing's progressive mindset was something June Lily had long recognized, so she was not surprised by her words. I want to learn too. Pei Yin spoke up with newfound courage. Glancing at Shi, she shared her heartfelt thoughts. I also wish to acquire skill. As women, we should not always depend on men. We can carve out our own brilliance. Pei nodded with satisfaction, pleased to see her niece awakening to this realization, a testament to her own guidance. From Princess Chiang to Chueya, and now to Deng Qing and Pei Yin, Pei felt a deep sense of gratitude witnessing these young women cultivate a sound perspective on love. She only hoped her precious daughter, Lily, would learn from her elder siblings and develop her own independent thoughts as she grew. Iner, you must understand that cooking is arduous work, Gong cautioned. Do not worry, Aunt. Iner is not afraid of hardship. She fears being the most useless one in the Pei family. June Lily was genuinely astonished to discover that her seemingly delicate and pampered cousin possessed such ambition. Cousin, you can do it. I support you. She cheered in her heart. Pei Yin's temperament resembled that of fourth brother Jun Jinling. Outwardly fragile, yet resilient and unyielding within. All right, what about you, second sister-in-law? Pei Shi turned to Shi, who had remained silent. Shi hesitated, contemplating her uncertain future as the general's residence faced impending downfall. She anticipated obtaining a divorce and escaping with her husband before he was elevated to nobility by aiding the ninth prince. In such a scenario, she would transform into a dignified lady of high status, needing no means of earning a living, as wealth and luxury would be at her disposal. However, she pondered that if she learned to prepare these unique dishes for her husband, he would surely love her even more. After much deliberation, Shi decided to join in. I shall partake in this endeavor, she affirmed. Pei Shi and Gong Shi exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Now, select what you wish to learn, and I shall have your aunt teach you, Pei Shi encouraged, presenting the recipe book to them. They could each choose one main dish and 2 to 3 desserts. You may choose according to your preferences, Gong Shi added. The three of them gazed intently at the unfamiliar recipes, marveling at their novelty. Truly, they are extraordinary, Deng Qing remarked. How could they not be? These recipes originate from the 21st century, an otherworldly realm. Jun Lily beamed with pride, understanding the exhilaration of being a time traveler. At that moment, she felt an even greater sense of pride than he Jinru, for these recipes were beyond her reach. Ultimately, Deng Qing selected roasted meat, sour plum soup, and beer. Pei Yin chose hot pot, milk tea, and sweet rice balls, while Shi opted for the yet-to-be-developed snail rice noodles by Gong Shi. The remaining dishes, spicy hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, and shaved ice, were to be prepared by Gong Shi herself. Chapter 129. The opening of the Pei family restaurant. Pei Shi discreetly shared the recipes for the spicy hot pot and spicy mixed dishes with Gong Shi. In truth, aside from Gong Shi, the other 3 women were not particularly adept at cooking. Yet, each held an unyielding determination to succeed. Jun Lily observed their journey from fearing the splatter of oil to confidently flipping spatulas. The roasted meat and hot pot chosen by Deng Qing and Pei Yin required minimal culinary skill, but demanded precision in slicing meat. From a first day of lessons to their graduation 2 months later, their hands were continuously bandaged. The bittersweet struggles were known to them, but Gong Shi and the entire city watched as well. With the assistance of Pei Ting and Pei Yi, the Pei family restaurant finally opened its doors in the golden autumn of October. The location was strategically chosen in the heart of Longcheng, acquiring a shop previously owned by the Zhong family at a low price. Knowing it was established by the family of a prestigious general, patrons flocked to the restaurant upon its opening. However, soon after, visitors came primarily for the unique dishes. Their offerings were an array of peculiar delights, unfamiliar to the townsfolk. And more importantly, they catered to all price ranges. Affordable options were available for the common folk, while exquisite dishes were reserved for the elite. The establishment even caught the attention of the emperor and empress, who, perhaps spurred by the crown prince and princess Zhiyong, disguised themselves to enjoy a meal at the Pei family restaurant. Yet, after their first visit, they realized the portions were far too generous. To consume the entire menu would take at least 4 or 5 days. Witnessing the emperor's fondness for their cuisine filled Jun Lily with immense pride and a sense of accomplishment. It seemed her efforts in crafting these recipes had not been in vain. She had never anticipated that her culinary skills would flourish to such an extent. Thus, she bestowed upon her aunts a means of livelihood. With these skills, should she ever find herself facing exile in the northern frontier, she would be able to lead a comfortable life. If they are fortunate and adept at managing their affairs, fame and fortune are surely within their grasp. However, if they are born in an opportune time and lack the acumen for business, their skills may merely suffice to provide for their families, ensuring they're not burdened by hunger or want. As luck would have it, the influence of the Zhong family has waned recently. Duke Cui has released Cuiya from confinement. Beneath the bright moonlight, Cuiya is lost in revelry at Pei's restaurant. The delightful concoction known as beer, paired with sweet rice balls, is simply irresistible. Yet, no matter how delectable, it remains alcohol. Alas, she has succumbed to inebriation, and were it not for her status, Madame Gong would find such a drunkard insufferable. The waitstaff, noticing their mistress's discomfort, kindly urged her to depart. One of the attendants, with a forced smile, suggested she leave. Cuiya retorted defiantly, lifting her beer mug to continue her indulgence. Pei Yi, who was calculating the accounts for Madame Gong, shook his head and approached her. He patted the attendant's arm, signaling that he would handle the matter. Young master, please assist my mother. I will take care of this, he instructed. Aside from Chueya, the last table of guests had also departed, and Madame Gong was urging the remaining staff to tidy up. The attendant nodded and exited. Chueya continued to drink, fully immersed in her own world. Pai Ting. Chueya was not familiar with the Pei brothers and could not discern. No, it was Pei Yi, though somewhat intoxicated. She was not blind and knew Pei Ting would never dress in such flamboyant attire. Pei Yi pressed her again. You must leave. I have not had my fill yet. Your beer is simply the best in the nation. Chueya protested. Pei Yi, exasperated, resorted to his trump card. Miss Chui, if you depart on your own, we can keep your drinking here a secret from Duke Chui. As he spoke, he lit an incense stick and placed it before her. No, I cannot let my father know. Chui at least retained some sense of caution. She retrieved a pouch from her waist, extracted a silver ingot, and placed it on the table before wobbling away with an unopened jar of wine. Finally, they had seen the end of this goddess. Pi Halit deeply extinguished the incense and exchanged a knowing glance with Madame Gong. Exiting Pei's restaurant, Chui strolled down the street, sipping from her drink. Even at night, Long City was remarkably safe, with the Jie family S-guards ensuring order. Before she realized it, her drink was finished. Feeling a bit disappointed, she tossed the jar to the ground and raised her gaze to see the familiar Zhe Xiang Lu not far away. Zhe Xiang Lu was a well-known establishment, operating 24 hours a day, bustling with light and patrons as the night deepened. Chui swaggered inside and immediately shouted, "Waiter, bring me your strongest drink." Afterward, she chose the only empty table available, which, despite its lack of occupants, already had several dishes and a pot of wine laid out. She began to eat without hesitation. The attendant soon recognized Chui's identity and, despite her drunken state, did not dare to neglect her. However, the table she occupied was technically reserved, as the previous occupant had merely stepped to the back to wash his hands. The attendant hurriedly approached to apologize, but the man showed no signs of anger and even declined the offer to change seats. Adorned in splendid woven silk, complete with an unusual headdress, he wore a mask to deliberately conceal his identity. The attendant, accustomed to encountering influential figures, surmised the man must hold a significant position and thus complied with his wishes. The man approached Chui's table, elegantly sweeping his sleeve as he sat opposite her. Chui glanced at him and set down her wine cup. "Are you alone, miss?" he inquired. "Indeed," she replied. "I'm also unaccompanied. Why should we be strangers meeting here? There are many empty seats. May I join you?" he asked courteously. Recognizing his politeness, Chui readily accepted. Soon, the attendant brought a pot of wine to their table. The man held an empty cup, looking pitiful as he asked, "Might I trouble you for a drink?" Chui cheerfully replied, "Take it. I was just lamenting the lack of company to drink with, and I am fortunate to have met you." Elated, she requested the attendant to keep an eye out for a private room upstairs when it became available. After several rounds of drinking, a room opened up upstairs. At this point, Chui could barely stand on her own and was supported by the man as they ascended. The room was filled with the aroma of incense, a peculiar scent that they assumed was meant to mask any unpleasantness for esteemed guests, and they took little notice of it. Chapter 130. What if I spent a night with a man? Upon reaching the upper floor, Chui insisted on continuing her drinking, and the man did not hinder her. "You possess quite the capacity for alcohol," he remarked. Chui chuckled self-deprecatingly. "You don't understand. When wine enters the sorrowful heart, it only deepens the sorrow, making it impossible to become truly intoxicated." Hearing her words, the man seemed to recall his own troubles and downed his drink in one gulp. "If you have any grievances, feel free to share them with me. For this meal, I shall be your confidant tonight," he said earnestly. "Emotions must be expressed. Keeping them bottled up is unhealthy. Do you not fear the consequences?" Upon hearing this, Chui wholeheartedly agreed and asked, "Do you truly wish to hear me complain?" "Ha! Should you tire of speaking, I shall gladly share my own grievances with you," he said with a hearty laugh. Though he wore a mask, the sorrow in his eyes mirrored her own. Chui poured herself and the man each a cup and raised hers for a toast. "Let us drink to this. From now on, we shall be confidants," she declared, clinking her cup against his before downing the contents. The man, however, discreetly spilled his drink, knowing that without his mask, he could not be her confidant. "Tell me, have you ever loved someone to the depths of your soul?" Chui asked, her consciousness wavering between intoxication and clarity. The man shook his head, genuinely admitting he had never loved so profoundly. Let me put it this way. We are akin to the young Lord Jia and Princess Chaoyang. Childhood friends. I love him more than anything and would do anything for him. Yet, he views me as nothing more than a nuisance since childhood, drawing near only for the influence of my family. He nearly brought ruin upon my entire household, endangering my father and mother, even sending assassins after me. Yet still, I love him. Thinking of his good qualities makes me forget everything else. Tell me, am I not foolish? At this point, tears of sorrow filled Chuiya's eyes, her fragile frame trembling as she wept, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The man opposite her, whether feeling pity or reminded of his own misfortunes, spoke with a choked voice, "No, do not speak so of yourself. I am already 22 this year. If I do not marry soon, I shall grow old alone. Yet my heart is still with him, and I cannot forget him for even a moment. Watching the young lord and princess together, I feel a deep envy. Recently, I listened to others and hastily found a husband, thinking I could live a peaceful life. But who would have thought my husband conspired with the enemy against our country? How is it that a girl like me, possessing both beauty and a good family background, cannot find a suitable match?" Sometimes, Chuiya found herself at a loss for words. She could only drown her sorrows in wine, dreaming of the appearance of her first love, the ninth prince. Sigh. The man sighed at her words. "If you were to hear my story, you would surely consider yourself fortunate." Chuiya's curiosity was piqued. "What is your story?" The man, not holding back, candidly shared, "My ex-wife was unfaithful, and I foolishly raised another man's child for nearly 10 years. I was aware of this matter, and personally took the life of their child." As he spoke, the man's eyes were bloodshot and swollen, a terrifying sight. "Subsequently, my second son and my unborn child also fell victim to the treachery of my half-brother." His tone gradually became more subdued as he added this. Chuiya analyzed the situation carefully, sensing a disquieting similarity between his tale and that of the crown prince. "Would you believe it? We truly share a bond. My dear friend's brother, much like you, has lost all his children." Chuiya remained oblivious to the identity of the person before her and had no intention of unveiling his mask. As their conversation deepened, so did their sorrow, accompanied by an increasing consumption of alcohol. Gazing at the lingering wisps of smoke in the room, both found their eyelids growing heavy. In a moment of inebriation, Chuiya murmured, brother you," while leaning drowsily against the table, her mind fixated on the ninth prince, Junyu. The man, also intoxicated, noticed her slumped posture and, fearing she might catch a chill, rose with care to drape his outer garment over her. At that instant, Chuiya impulsively grasped the man's hand, still under the delusion that he was her beloved Junyu, and exclaimed, "Brother you, please don't leave." "Xiaoya, let go. I am not the ninth prince," he protested, feeling the pain of her grip as he struggled free. Seeing him attempt to flee, she lunged forward, throwing herself at him and toppling him to the ground. In her eyes, he truly resembled the fourth prince, Junyu. "Brother you, if I cannot win your heart, then possessing your body shall suffice. Fear not, I shall not hold you accountable afterward. Do not despise me, although I am wed to the Zong family. He is lacking in that regard, and we have yet to consummate our marriage." The mere thought of this filled Chuiya with rage. The Zong family had deceived her into marriage and deserved their fate. She argued that at her age, it was implausible for her to marry a man with whom she had not exchanged vows. While speaking, her delicate hands had already begun to undo the man's belt. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, both their senses were dulled. "Chuiya, while I regard you as a sister, I am still a man. If you play with fire, do not blame me for the consequences." Initially, the man resisted, but as she unfastened his clothing, he could no longer endure it. With a sudden movement, he reversed their positions, pinning Chuiya beneath him. The ensuing actions flowed seamlessly, leading to a tempestuous encounter, culminating in a fervent climax. Outside, Yukai, having pierced through the paper window to spy, smirked maliciously. "Chuiya, if the shadows do not claim your life, then let your reputation be utterly ruined." The following morning, the two awoke to the clamor of an agitated crowd. Outside the room, Yukai had gathered a throng of individuals, including common folk, martial heroes, and naturally, high-ranking officials. Chuiya and the man exchanged glances, both feeling an overwhelming sense of shame as the events of the previous night flooded back. Before they could say much, the door was forcefully kicked open. "Ah, it truly is the daughter of the Duke," the first person exclaimed, astonished. Those behind, including some scholars and older gentlemen, could not bear the sight and hastily covered their faces with their sleeves, feeling embarrassed on Shui's behalf. Let us unveil the identity of the scoundrel. Curious about the masked man in Shui's chamber, the crowd pressed forward. Some of Yukai's hired thugs attempting to seize him. Shui, however, no longer resembled a naive young woman. The trials she had endured had sharpened her intellect. Impudent! Who dares to intrude upon this lady's private quarters? Regardless of the circumstances, you shall face justice, Shui declared with formidable authority. The men dispatched by Yukai were relentless, continuing, while we may be at fault, Miss Shui, you have spent the night with a stranger. If this gets out before he could finish, the masked man erupted in anger, and Shui's fury flared to new heights, viewing their words as an outright threat. Shui, I've already been married, and my husband is a traitor to the nation. What do I have to fear? Is it merely spending a night with a man? How many noble women in Longcheng do not seek companionship? Shui spoke with unwavering conviction. Begone, all of you. Whoever dares to provoke me is courting death. In the room, the masked man, appearing as a wrong spouse, received a few silver notes from Shui, who carelessly tossed them his way. I shan't seek you out again. Your clumsiness nearly caused me harm. With that, she picked up her outer garment from the floor and, with an air of nonchalance, strode out. The masked man stood in a daze, bemused by the unexpected silver notes forced into his hands, his expression one of disbelief. Truly, she was the daughter of Duke Shui, distinctly exceptional. Although in Dongji country, they were quite liberal and did not place great emphasis on a woman's chastity, her first experience was bestowed upon him. Removing his mask, he revealed the face of the crown prince, Junheng, and cherished the silver notes close to his heart. Xiaoya, I shall take responsibility for last night's events. Since the crown princess passed away last year, the Eastern Palace has yet to have a mistress. The crown prince exited the Zue Xianglu. Even though some dubious individuals recognized him as the masked man who had been with Shui, none dared to utter a word against him, for he bore the face of the crown prince. As he passed by the Pei family restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered He Jinru around the corner. Initially in good spirits, contemplating breakfast, the crown prince suddenly felt a wave of misfortune and hastily moved on. He Jinru had come specifically to sample the Pei family's cuisine, curious about how they could create such dishes, wondering if they were acquainted with the time traveler. After being guided to a seat by a waiter, He Jinru expressed her desire to meet the proprietress, Mrs. Gong. The Pei family's staff had adopted the temperaments of their master, and thus were not easily provoked. Miss, if you're not here to dine, please leave. Our restaurant is quite busy, and your vacant seat can be offered to another. The waiter implied she was occupying space without purpose. If you wish to see the madam, you should go to the general's residence, not our restaurant. With that, the waiter shrugged off his apron and departed. What status did the proprietress hold? Could a mere daughter of a deputy minister expect to meet her at will? Displeased at being turned away, He Jinru spotted Pei-in coming out to fetch some wine and approached her. The waitstaff were all dressed uniformly, while Pei-in wore finer clothing, clearly of superior material. Even if He Jinru did not recognize her, she could surmise her status. Miss Pei, He Jinru called out. Pei-in paused and turned to look at He Jinru. Did you call for me? He Jinru wore a professional smile and nodded. I am the daughter of Deputy He Feng Shui. I am greatly intrigued by the culinary creations of your esteemed establishment. May I inquire how the Pei family prepares these dishes? Although Pei-in did not know He Jinru personally, she remembered her from the Lotus appreciation banquet, where He Jinru had made quite an impression. These recipes were developed by my aunt. If Miss He enjoys them, you may apply for a membership at our establishment to receive discounts on future visits. Pei-in, wary of He Jinru's intentions, offered a brief response. He Jinru scoffed, recognizing the assistance of someone from another world, even utilizing a membership system. I wish to meet the proprietress. Might you facilitate this, Miss Pei? Pei-in, quick-witted, directly refused. Miss He, given the current busyness of the restaurant, my aunt likely has no time to meet you. Perhaps you could visit the general's residence this evening instead. He Jinru's desire to meet the proprietress was undoubtedly ill-intentioned, and Pei-in could not allow her to learn the secrets of their culinary recipes, which had been painstakingly acquired by her uncle and aunt from beyond the continent. Frustrated at being left to wait, He Jinru pounded her fist in exasperation. Who exactly is the traveler? Are they friend or foe? Since I am here, it is of utmost importance to first have a meal. After finishing her own, she did not forget to pack 2 portions to take to the palace for the Shengv and the 9th prince to taste. The Pei family's restaurant is quite renowned. having been visited by both the emperor and empress. Yet the Sheng has never had the chance to dine outside the palace. Ever since the demise of the moon worship leader, she has been devoid of any joy, consumed by thoughts either of plotting to assist her son in seizing the throne or reminiscing about the moments spent with the moon worship leader during her time in the Nanshin kingdom. Regarding these delicacies or any newfangled items from the common folk, she felt no inclination. However, upon seeing He Jinru bring food to her, she felt a warmth from the bottom of her heart. This child truly has a thoughtful disposition. Yet, if she could find a way to be of greater utility to Yuer, it would be even better. Your Highness, please enjoy your meal. I shall take the other portion to His Highness the Ninth Prince. He Jinru could hardly wait to see the Ninth Prince. Although she harbored little affection for him, he was the sole individual capable of helping her realize her dream of becoming an empress. Even if it was merely a matter of utilitarianism, she felt the need to curry favor with him. Very well, you may go. Watching He Jinru's departing figure, the Sheng chuckled softly, thinking to herself that it is her wish for He Jinru to fall in love with Yuer, willingly offering everything for him. Both He Jinru and the Ninth Prince are adept at scheming. Yet, their conversations are merely trivial exchanges of premeditated dialogue, devoid of any substantial content. He Jinru did not reveal her formula to the Ninth Prince, nor did he make any promises to her. Both are acutely aware that the formula and reputation are the most valued possessions in their eyes. As He Jinru was leaving, Pei Shouting caught sight of her. Calculating the time, she realized that He Jinru had resided in the Ninth Prince's estate for over half a year, encountering all manner of people. Yet she had never seen this young lady before. She appeared youthful and elegantly dressed, undoubtedly a daughter of a wealthy family. Indeed, the Ninth Prince seems to favor such innocent and noble young ladies. However, there can only be one position for the Ninth Prince's consort, and she did not wish for the person she had guarded for half a year to be taken away by a woman of unremarkable appearance and demeanor. Contemplating this, she unconsciously approached the Ninth Prince. Although he could not leave the palace, the courtyard was spacious enough for him to move about freely. I have seen Your Highness. Pei Shouting greeted respectfully. Your Highness, I would like to inquire about the young lady in white. Pei Shouting displayed commendable courage. Oh, she is the daughter of He Shirlang. Here to bring me some food, the Ninth Prince replied succinctly. Upon mentioning He Jinru, a smile unconsciously graced his lips. Upon witnessing this scene, Pei Shouting understood everything but could not resist asking, Does Your Highness have feelings for her? The Ninth Prince scoffed dismissively. Feelings? I am no longer worthy of true love. I only favor those who can be of benefit to me. There was no need for him to conceal anything from Pei Shouting, a young lady from a defunct general's family. His words were like ice daggers, piercing through Pei Shouting's heart with chilling clarity. Shouting, there is no need for you to overthink. Simply remain at the estate. As long as I'm still a prince, I will ensure your safety. The Ninth Prince said gently. Pei Shouting shook her head, perplexed by why such a self-serving individual would show her such tenderness, leaving her to wonder about his intentions in keeping her nearby. Chapter 132. You are the 444th person to inquire of me. Regardless, this He family young lady is undoubtedly a potential threat. Though she could not foresee the future, she was certain that as long as this He family young lady remained, her chances of becoming the Ninth Prince's consort were null. Thus, she resolved not to hesitate in eliminating her swiftly if others were to appear later. She would deal with them all in due time. With this thought, Pei Shouting's eyelids twitched. After leaving the Ninth Prince's estate, she turned to a group of street ruffians, instructing them to intercept He Jinru on her path. There was no need to harm or insult her. They merely needed to compromise her. In the future, should anything new arise, they would promptly inform her, allowing her to distance herself from whatever she desired to pursue. Miss He, here is your identity token. Please keep it safe. If lost, we at the Anmin Merchant Association will not issue a replacement. A shop assistant handed a small wooden plaque to He Jinru. She turned and passed it to her maid, instructing her to keep it secure. Excuse me, could you tell me if Boston is present today? He Jinru thought that perhaps meeting Boss and might lead her to a clue regarding the traveler. These goods originated from the northern frontier, and it was imperative to inquire at the source. However, the northern frontier was too far from Longsheng for her to travel, so she could only start from her immediate surroundings. The Anmin Merchant Association, which could supply her with goods, was her beacon of hope. Our boss is elusive, rarely seen, the shop assistant mentioned, leading her to believe she might not have the opportunity to meet him. Yet the very next moment, the assistant provided her with hope. Miss, you arrived at just the right time. Today, our boss is indeed at the association. However, he never meets clients, so whether you can see him is uncertain. This news was sufficient for He Jinru. She had her own methods to ensure boss and would see her. Jun Jinan had previously acquired 3 franchises from the Zhong family, one of which was located within Longsheng, while the others were in nearby cities. Being one individual, he could not run around every day, but due to the proximity, he visited the franchise in Longsheng most frequently. Thus, He Jinru happened to catch a stroke of luck. At this moment, Jun Jinan was in his chamber, sipping tea and counting money. Miss He, this is the boss's study. The assistant led He Jinru to the room before leaving. Hearing movement at the door, Jun Jinan hastily donned a mask and stood behind a screen. Miss He, daughter of He Shilang, wishes to see boss, and Jun Jinan paused, realizing it was He Jinru. Although they had not interacted before, he still spoke with a disguised voice for caution. I am but an ugly individual, unworthy of an audience. If you have something to say, please do so from outside the door. I can hear you. He was direct, leaving no room for pleasantries. He Jinru, feeling thwarted, gritted her teeth and suppressed her frustration. She leaned closer to the door and peered through the crack, faintly seeing a figure behind the screen wearing half a mask. She mused, so afraid of being seen, standing behind a screen, and even wearing a mask. Unbeknownst to her, Jun Jinan was oblivious to her peeking. After taking a few steps, he sat down on a chair behind the screen and, growing somewhat impatient, said, Miss He, if there is nothing of importance, please leave quickly. Of course, I have business. He Jinru quickly replied. I would like to inquire with boss and regarding the source of your goods. Jun Jinan replied curtly. It is of no use to inquire. These goods have been acquired solely by my family, and no one else in the launching area will sell them. If Miss He seeks to snatch business, I advise you to abandon that thought promptly. His tone was flat, yet it still managed to intimidate He Jinru. Rest assured, I will not sell in Longsheng. The 4 symbols continent is vast. I shall find other places to sell. He Jinru continued to probe. Miss He, since I opened these shops nearly 4 months ago, you're the 444th person to inquire about my sources. Do you think I would be foolish enough to share such a lucrative business with others? Jun Jinan's words were not untrue. Indeed, many had approached him seeking sources. He Jinru realized that continuing to press would not yield any information about the traveler and would only provoke boss N's disdain. With no other recourse, she decided to employ her trump card. The goods you have here are rather monotonous. I have some other novel items in my possession. Let us engage in a fair exchange. You shall disclose the origin of these goods, and in return, I will offer you other commodities from my collection. This is the only bargaining chip that HJNRU can present. Simultaneously, I assure boss and that I would never encroach upon your business. I merely wish to establish a connection with this enigmatic supplier. Merchants are driven by profit, and if the only individual in the room were boss N, he would undoubtedly respond. Yet, JNJNN is different. He himself is the source of the goods. So how could he furnish HJNRU with the contact details of the supplier? However, HJNRU claims to possess some novel items. Could they be the perfumes, lipsticks, and skincare products that her younger sister mentioned? Curious, JNJNN directly inquired, are those peculiar items in your possession indeed perfumes, lipsticks, or skincare products? Upon hearing this, HJNRU's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind in a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? How does he know? Noticing HJNRU's prolonged silence, JNJNN added, Miss H, do not be alarmed. These items are merely trifles that can be easily produced, though she regards them as beneath her dignity. She aspires to create products that benefit the nation and the populace. Universally accessible, such as soaps with various effects and toothpaste for dental health. By the way, it might interest you to know that winter is approaching, and she is currently developing a product called New NBO2, Keep the Citizens Warm. JNJNN's words pierced through her like a dagger. HJNRU felt unsteady on her feet, barely managing to steady herself with the help of a nearby maid. Unbearable, that is something I could never create, even if I racked my brains. Not to mention the other materials, I cannot even procure activated carbon. That individual is extraordinarily formidable. Miss, are you all right? The maid inquired with concern, noticing her mistress's pallor. Jian shook softly. Recently, JNLL indeed shared the formula for new NBO, yet she is yet to develop it. I apologize for the intrusion. Boss N, we shall take our leave. Upon exiting the Min Chamber of Commerce, The day was already waning. HJ and RU stumbled away from the bustling city center towards the H residence. Night had fully descended. The difference between the 8th ring and the 1st ring was starkly evident. The center of Dragon City remained vibrant, while the street where the H family resided was eerily quiet. "Miss, I notice you appear troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind?" HJ and RU's gaze was vacant. The adversary was too powerful, and she stood alone in her frailty. She must swiftly ally with the 9th prince, or, at the very least, leverage his influence to locate the time traveler. With this thought, HJ and RU resolved that she must secure the favor of the 9th prince and his mother. "Very well, I shall go at once." The young maid hurriedly dashed away. HJ and RU continued toward the H estate, only to be confronted by a group of 7 or 8 burly men who appeared out of thin air, blocking her path. With money to be gained and a beauty to toy with, these ruffians, recruited by Big:Ing, were in for a delightful evening. "My lady, wandering alone at such a late hour?" The lead man with a bushy beard leered, beginning to unfasten his belt. Chapter 133. Camellia's Silver Ingot. As HJ and RU turned to flee, his lackeys swiftly seized her, restraining her arms. As a time traveler, she lacked martial prowess and was no match for so many men. She was quickly subdued. "What do you want? Release me at once." "My father is HSHLing, a 3rd-rank grand official." HJ and RU's protests were in vain. "Huh. We are simply here for the H family's young lady." Although the bearded man was a mere thug, he was not desperate enough to brazenly abduct a woman in the streets. "What do you mean by that?" HJ and RU's eyes hardened. She sensed a plot against her, but could not fathom who she had offended. "To be frank, someone has paid for your virtue." The bearded man weighed the silver ingot in his hands, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Though the alley was deserted, lanterns hung outside nearby shops provided dim illumination. Under the feeble light, HJ and RU discerned that the silver ingot bore the imprint of a camellia flower. This type of silver was specifically minted by the emperor to curry favor with the saintess of NNXN, as the camellia was her national flower. Was it the saintess of NNXN who sent you? Fear flickered in HJ and RU's eyes. She could hardly believe that the very person she intended to ally with had dispatched thugs to harm her. What saintess? We common folk have never laid eyes on her. Yet, they did acknowledge that a woman had indeed sought them out. The bearded man, focused solely on the money, had no interest in Big:Ing's identity. But HJ and RU was convinced it was the saintess. In that moment, her mental defenses crumbled entirely. Why? She could not comprehend why everyone seemed intent on her ruin. She cried out to the heavens in desperation, and fortuitously, her cries attracted the attention of passers-by. A young man clad in white, lantern in hand, approached with his attendants. "Brother, someone is coming," the bearded man's subordinate reported. Hearing this, HJ and RU seized the opportunity like a lifeline, shouting, "Help! Please save me! They're trying to harm me! Help! Someone is trying to kill me!" Before she could finish her plea, the bearded man stifled her voice with a rag. "Who are you? Release that girl!" The young man in white bellowed, though his voice was feeble, suggesting he was on the verge of illness. His attendants, following his command, rushed forward to rescue her, clashing with the bearded man's lackeys. Seizing the moment, HJ and RU summoned all her strength to break free from her captors. In a desperate bid, she collided with the bearded man, forging a path, and sprinted towards the H residence. She was not jesting. She ran with unparalleled speed, overcoming any obstacles in her path. Her agile and petite frame allowed her to evade confinement, while the man behind her struggled to keep pace. The young man in white appeared frail and hindered, seemingly reliant on his attendant for support. However, HJ and RU had no time to ponder this, quickening her flight. At last, she glimpsed the silhouette of the H estate. "Help! Save me! Someone is trying to kill me!" She cried out, her voice echoing through the night. The doorkeeper, hearing her cries, rushed out with a staff. Upon seeing them, HJ and RU felt a wave of relief wash over her. Exhausted, she finally halted. The ruffians, seeing the number of H family guards, hesitated and promptly fled in the opposite direction. The young man in white seemed to recognize HJ and RU. Relieved that she had returned safely, he prepared to depart with his attendants. "Thank you for your gallant assistance," HJ and RU called out, stopping him. "Miss H, I am relieved to see you unharmed," he replied politely, nodding before attempting to leave. "How did you know I am from the H family?" HJNRU inquired curiously. The young man in white smiled gently and replied, "If you were not a member of the H family, these servants would not have come to your aid." HJNRU chuckled awkwardly, realizing that such a simple truth had escaped her. Yet, she sensed that despite his gentle demeanor, he harbored a certain disdain for others. Throughout their conversation, he consistently averted his gaze, focusing on the ground instead of meeting her eyes, which left HJNRU, who prided herself on her beauty, feeling self-doubt. The individual before her must possess an extraordinary sense of self-restraint, for he dares not even glance at himself. "My residence lies just ahead. Why not accompany me inside? Young master, to share a cup of tea as a token of my gratitude?" Jinyu warmly invited. This young gentleman was indeed quite handsome, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, he bore a striking resemblance to both the crown prince and the emperor. "Very well, I shall humbly accept your invitation." The young gentleman in white surprisingly acquiesced. One of his attendants took the lantern from his hand, while another stepped forward to support his arm, guiding him towards the residence. "Young master, be cautious, there are steps here." The attendant nearly let slip a revealing comment. The young gentleman in white cautiously tested the ground with his toes, ascending the steps slowly yet steadily. Jinyu began to suspect something amiss. Even in a state of weakness, one should not struggle so to navigate a mere staircase, should they? Observing the vacant and listless gaze of the young gentleman, Jinyu waved her hand before his eyes, but he remained unresponsive. "Miss He, my master's vision is indeed impaired, yet there is no need for such indignity," one of the attendants remarked, sensing her lack of decorum. "It matters not," replied the young gentleman with a calm demeanor. "I was born blind, unable to perceive anything. However, I sense that you waved your hand before me moments ago." A gentle smile graced his lips, and under the warm glow of the lantern, his dark pupils sparkled with an almost ethereal luminescence. Unbeknownst to her, Jinyu found herself entranced. His visage, complemented by his white attire and frail demeanor, was utterly captivating. She yearned to tease him until he wept. Jinyu welcomed him into the main hall of the residence, preparing tea with her own hands. "Please, young master." She presented the cup of tea to him, thoughtfully cautioning him against its heat. After he took a sip, she continued, "May I inquire about your esteemed surname, young master? I must express my gratitude for your timely rescue today, and I intend to present you with gifts in the near future." Before the young gentleman in white could respond, Lang stormed into the room, brimming with ire. The previously serene young gentleman, upon hearing the commotion regarding him, rose to his feet. Though sightless, he could perceive the presence of the newcomer, undoubtedly Jinyu's father, Lang. Initially, Lang intended to admonish Jinyu, but upon seeing the young gentleman's countenance, he was rendered speechless. Prince Chi? Chapter 134. A new character, Prince Chi Junshe. Lang had recognized the identity of the young gentleman. This revelation startled Jinyu as well. Prince Chi Junshe was indeed born blind and, having been poisoned in his youth, now remained frail despite the poison having been purged from his system. Even the imperial physicians asserted that he could perish at any moment. Consequently, he had been secluded in Meihua Mountain Villa, situated 3 cities south of Longsheng. "I was unaware of your arrival, your highness. I beg your pardon for not extending a proper welcome," Lang quickly stated, pulling Jinyu to kneel in reverence. "I did not know you were his highness, and I apologize for my negligence," Jinyu hastily added. Moments ago, when she had been on the brink of losing her purity to a band of ruffians, she had lamented the unreliability of the 9th prince. Yet now fate had bestowed upon her a Prince Chi. Though blind and frail, he was under her guidance, not without potential for the throne. She hailed from the 21st century. While she lacked medical expertise to cure Prince Chi's ailments, her knowledge extended to cosmetics, gunpowder, and cannons, sufficient to aid him in rebellion. Should he treat her well, she would overlook his blindness and frailty, forging a bond of everlasting affection. Conversely, should he neglect her, upon seizing the throne, she would ensure her father's legacy continued and eliminate him, claiming the title of Empress Dowager for herself. As these thoughts danced in her mind, a triumphant smile stretched across Jinyu's face. Truly, fortune favors the bold. She had always claimed to be the chosen one. Where there is a will, there's a way. "Father, just now I was nearly humiliated by a group of ruffians, but His Highness happened to pass by and saved me," Jinyu succinctly explained to Lang. The irritation in Shilong's eyes lessened significantly, and he gazed at Junshi with gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my daughter," Shilang said with a bow. "I did little. It was Missy who was swift of foot," Junshi replied, his face alight with mirth. Though he could not see, his eyes still radiated affection for Jinyu. Shilang, a seasoned official, discerned the underlying nuances. The father and daughter harbored their own thoughts. As the day waned, he inquired, "Might I ask where Your Highness intends to go? If you are not in haste, I implore you to stay the night at our humble abode." Departing in the morning, Shilong's hospitality was evident. "Indeed, Your Highness's health is delicate, and having accompanied my daughter such a distance, it would be wise not to overexert yourself," Jinyu chimed in, eager to persuade him. Junchi's frail constitution indeed precluded further exertions, and he consented. She had purchased a box of Tieshia's prized iron-skinned dendrobium, a potent tonic, which she could now present to Prince Chi, ensuring it would not go to waste. "Miss, I heard you were nearly humiliated by a group of ruffians, yet were saved by Prince Chi?" a young maid inquired with concern. "Humph, mentioning that matter vexes me," Jinyu exclaimed, striking the table in frustration. "This gift shall not be given to the ninth prince." She longed to confront the Holy Maiden and the ninth prince, demanding an explanation for their attempts to tarnish her reputation. "Miss, what troubles you? Xiaolu, tomorrow, investigate who has access to the silver bestowed upon the Holy Maiden by the Emperor." Though the maid did not comprehend the significance of this command, she dutifully prepared to obey. Yes, the morning air was suffused with the fragrance of blossoms, imparting a sense of tranquility and beauty. After enjoying breakfast, Junshi prepared to depart from the He residence. Before he left, Jinyu presented him with the iron-skinned dendrobium, a token of gratitude for his assistance. As a gesture of courtesy, he felt compelled to accept it. However, he too offered a gift in return. Junshi, being an uncherished prince with a deceased mother, had few possessions, and he gifted Jinyu a small pouch he carried with him. "Missy, within this pouch are fragments of meteorites left to me by my mother, believed to bring good fortune to the bearer. I hope you remain safe and healthy, never to encounter such peril again." A modest gift, yet it was imbued with genuine sentiment. Junshi sincerely wished for Jinyu's well-being. For a fleeting moment, Jinyu found herself moved by his kindness. Yet, her heart yearned for the lofty throne above all. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall treasure it," she assured, tucking it away into her embrace. After seeing Prince Chi depart, Shilang muttered, "Whether it be the 7th or 9th, neither shall ascend to that position." Indeed, the emperor cannot be one who is blind and frail, at risk of death at any moment. Nor can he be of foreign descent with a record in the Zongjing Temple. What then can be done? Shilang only perceived their current inability to ascend. "If I marry either of them and assist them, surely they shall succeed." Jinyu was overly confident in her own abilities. Madam, he pulled her back, urging her to silence her rebellious thoughts. Jinyu met her father's calculating gaze. "Do not presume that only princes can ascend. Even among the princes of the Jing royal house, I can aid them in claiming the throne." She stepped forward, rising on her toes to confront Shilang. Her words were not just for him, but served to embolden herself. As a transmigrator, she must strive to ascend. Until she encounters another like herself, she aims to be the singular figure above all in Dongji. She firmly believed that should she grow powerful, another transmigrator would inevitably appear, as no one could refuse the alliance of the strong. Ultimately, her ambition encompassed the entirety of the Four Symbols continent. "Miss, I have discovered that aside from those in the Ninth Prince's residence and the Holy Maiden's palace, no one else has access to the silver designated for the Holy Maiden. Moreover, those who possess such silver must undoubtedly be valued by the Ninth Prince and the Saintess, for the quantity of such silver is indeed scarce." At this moment, she not only no longer wishes to ally with the Ninth Prince, but has even begun to regard him as an adversary. "Xiaolu, continue your investigation into the local ruffians. It is not in the nature of Jinru to endure oppression without retaliation. This matter shall not conclude with the Ninth Prince and his associates. Those who wish to harm her must pay the price." When this reached June Lily's ears, only 2 days had passed. The 7th Prince? June Lily felt unfamiliar with this suddenly introduced figure. In the original text, only the 9th Prince and the Crown Prince were mentioned. Indeed, I have entered a pirated version of the book. Who is this 7th Prince? But to no avail, her frustration leading her to pound her head in desperation. Observing her distraction, Yun Tianling attempted to intervene. It was not her fault for being unable to think of a solution, given the multitude of matters she had already articulated, assisting the Jing Wangfu so significantly. They were all immensely grateful. Sister, what troubles you? Is it a headache? Jun Jinling inquired gently, blinking his long eyelashes. Strangely enough, I do feel a bit of headache from thinking. Jun Lily replied, striking her head a few more times. Fourth brother has recently learned a new massage technique. Allow me to help you. With that, Jun Jinling lifted Jun Lily into his arms and gently massaged her temples. With Wang Daoxing's assistance, Jun Jinling's health had improved considerably, and he was gradually returning to a state of normalcy. Chapter 135. My father truly sees clearly beside them. Their father, Jun Jingyan, began to enlighten everyone about the seventh prince. So, the seventh prince's health is even worse than my fourth brother's used to be. Jun Lily interpreted this in her own manner. That strikes deep, little sister. How can you compare me while I am giving you a massage? Jun Jinling retorted with a playful smile. Peisher observed the interaction between the two children and couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, this year, Lily was there to keep her company. Occasionally, Wang Daoxing would grant the fourth brother a break, allowing him to dine and provide her with massages. Yun Jingyan continued. With that said, the three of you cannot always rely on Jun Lily. Father and mother, should we make our intentions known to His Highness the Seventh? Yun Jinling tentatively asked. No need. Our Jing Wangfu shall maintain its independence and will not interfere in political matters. Assisting the crown prince is merely out of regard. Currently, we hold no ties with the seventh prince, thus no action is required. Jun Jingyan dismissed the idea without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily clapped her hands in approval. Indeed, my father is wise, living clearly in chaotic times, safeguarding oneself and one's family, while also having the ability to assist the common folk, is the mark of a true victor. Jun Lily exclaimed, raising her thumbs in admiration, wishing to praise her father, though she could not articulate a complete sentence yet. Father, you are amazing. Her soft and adorable voice melted even the roughest heart. Come, let father hold you. Let's embrace our precious Lily. Jun Jingyan was overjoyed as he lifted his daughter high in the air, having snatched her from Jun Jinling's embrace. As a dignified third-grade official and the heir of the Jing Wangfu, he could indulge his daughter at home and carry her on his shoulders in public, a true daughter, doting father, in a vast long city. Who did not know of the Jing Wangfu, renowned for its doting fathers and protective brothers? I wonder how things are progressing with the protagonists? Jun Lily began to fret again. Seizing the opportunity, Jun Jingyan said, we have sent someone to keep an eye on the Saintess Palace and the He family. Ever since He Jinru delivered food to the Saintess and the Ninth Prince, she has had no further contact with them. Have they had a falling out? Peisher speculated. It does not seem so. There must be a new plan afoot. Jun Lily, having witnessed the profound love between the protagonists, could not believe they would quarrel or grow weary of one another. While the specifics were unclear, He Jinru had recently been inquiring about a group of ruffians, leaving everyone puzzled about her intentions. Jun Jingyan, equally perplexed, pondered this matter aloud. What could the heroine possibly want with street thugs? Given her disdainful character, to engage with ruffians suggests she is plotting something. Jun Lily mused, stroking her smooth chin, mimicking a sage deep in thought. Despite her tender age of just over a year, regardless, we must closely monitor their every movement, ensuring they do not pose a threat to our Wangfu. Peisher asserted with a heavy tone and resolute words. It has been over half a year since the eldest brother departed. I wonder how the battles are faring? Today marked the 200th day since Jun Lily missed Jun Jinsheng. At the mention of her elder brother, a somber atmosphere enveloped the room. Yet, he had not sent word in quite some time. Since his departure, her heart had not found rest. Just as the mood grew heavy, the voice of Jun Jingon broke through. Jun Lily looked up to see her third brother rushing into the room in a state of urgency. What is causing third brother such haste? Be careful not to trip, Jun Lily worriedly observed, her heart racing for him. Hearing her concern, Jun Jingon slowed his pace. Sister is so kind to worry about me. Jun Jingyan, seeing the foolish grin on his third son's face, shot him a disapproving look. What was he so pleased about? Slow down, third brother. If there is something to discuss, do so at a measured pace. Peisher advised. Mother, father, fourth brother, sister, guess what news I have uncovered? Jun Jingon exclaimed, brimming with excitement. We cannot guess. This is beyond our comprehension. Jun Lily shook her head, as did the others. Jun Jingon then relayed the news he had just learned. They chatted for a while, and somehow the topic turned to marriage. Noticing the crown prince's sudden blush, Jun Jingon realized that something was afoot. The crown prince did not conceal the truth, openly sharing the details of his night with Chueya. What? You two are quite the pair. Jun Jingon teased with a knowing smile. Do you think I'm the sort to simply walk away after a fling? The crown prince poked him playfully, continuing, I have decided to formally marry her and make her the mistress of the Eastern Palace. I plan to seek my father's approval for the marriage once the situation with the seventh prince stabilizes. The crown prince treated the members of the Jing Wangfu as his own brothers, revealing everything to Jun Jingon. As they indulged in this gossip, Jun Jingon felt that since the crown prince valued him so greatly, he too should regard the crown prince as a brother. He resolved to offer the crown prince some sage advice. Crown cousin, may I inquire about your true feelings for Miss Chui? Is it merely a sense of responsibility, or do you truly hold affection for her? Upon hearing this question, the crown prince fell into contemplation. Regardless of your feelings, you must not harm her. The crown prince was taken aback by this statement, believing he merely sought a bride, not to cause any harm to Chueya. In response to the prince's perplexed gaze, Jun Jinan remarked, Cousin, do you believe you can protect her? What do you mean, Shaoan? The prince still did not fully comprehend. I believe you do not wish for Miss Chui to share the fate of those few little cousins, Jun Jinan stated, taking the risk of inciting the prince's anger. The prince paused, his expression absent. He gazed at Jun Jinan and nodded gravely. Indeed, he felt powerless to safeguard the one he cherished. Shaoan is correct. I cannot let Chueya live in uncertainty alongside me. Shaoan, what should we do now? After all, we have already taken the first step, the prince inquired anxiously, finding it difficult to articulate such matters, his ineptitude causing him to nervously pinch the back of his hand. Witnessing his restlessness, Jun Jinan resolved to be a good person to the end. You should meet her as you first did, with the same identity. Jun Jinan stated, what if she inquires about my background or wishes to discuss marriage? The prince pressed, urgency evident in his eyes. Jun Jinan steadied himself and replied calmly, which is worse, to break her heart or to witness her demise? Is that even a question? The prince fell silent, his demeanor becoming serious. In these tumultuous times, with the court in disarray and threats both internal and external, it was indeed challenging. If Chueya were to conceive, what means would he have to protect her and their child? Thank you, Shaoan, I understand now, the prince said, patting Jun Jinan on the shoulder in gratitude before departing. Finally, Jun Jinan could cease pretending to share his sorrow, delighting in the juicy gossip. At that moment he thought, the prince's news must be shared with my parents and younger sister. Thus, the scene unfolded with Jun Jinan rushing in. Upon hearing his account, the others in the room were equally astonished. How did the prince and Chueya find mutual affection? Indeed, it seems like a match made in heaven, each with their own love. Yet, their tumultuous romantic journey makes them quite compatible. Realizing this, Jun Lili couldn't help but burst into laughter. Oh dear, I can't contain my amusement. However, Pei Shi sighed, feeling that Chueya was utterly foolish. You all are concerned about the prince. Yet no one has asked Chueya how she feels. What if she does not wish to marry into the royal family? As an independent and strong woman, Pei Shi always approached matters from a feminine perspective. Even if she does not wish to, what can be done? The die is cast. Jun Jingyan countered. Pei Shi shook her head, casting him a disapproving glance. Jun Jingyan, feeling unjustly wronged, was at a loss as to what he had done wrong. At that moment, Jun Lili had already concocted a grand drama in her mind. Ha! The bitter fruit they sow will indeed bear fruit. Prince, would you be my princess? Chueya, it was merely a fleeting affair. Prince, is it wrong to love you? Is it wrong to wish for a lifetime together? Ha ha ha! Jun Lili was lost in her imaginative reverie. The members of the Jun family, who could hear her thoughts, fell silent. Lili certainly understands a great deal. Jun Jingyan felt a pang of fear. The thought of someone taking their precious daughter away in a decade or so filled him with rage. In the original tale, Chueya was wed to the prince as a secondary wife. Now, they are together, and better still, the Chui family remains unscathed, allowing Chueya to openly become the prince's consort. Jun Lili genuinely felt happy for her. Pei Shi thoughtfully remarked, you all should engage more with Chueya and guide her. She too had learned to indulge in gossip. The pair of Chueya and the prince must be sealed in fate. As we are all men, it is not convenient for us to approach her. Mother, you should seek out cousin Pei Yin and sister-in-law Deng Qing. Jun Jinan nearly had I have no time written across his forehead. With that, he nonchalantly rose and left, taking a sugar tangerine from the table. After his departure, Pei Shi and Jun Jingyan also rose to leave. One headed to the Pei family restaurant to discuss the matter with Pei Yin and Deng Qing, while the other intended to visit the Chui family estate for a casual chat, to gauge the elder's thoughts on becoming the prince's father-in-law. In an instant, only Jun Li and Jun Jingling remained in the spacious room. Father, mother, and third brother have all left? Why not take me along? Jun Li lamented, wishing for her little frame to grow. Infants are capable of so little. Little sister, fourth brother recently learned several antidote recipes. Would you like to take a look? Jun Jingling coaxed. Jun Li pouted. No, this lucky koi has no interest. With no other option, Jun Jingling, left alone to tend to Jun Li, was about to pick her up when a maid rushed in. Fourth young master, you must come quickly to see Miss Jun Ping. She has vomited foam and is in dire condition. A servant has gone to summon the physician, but we fear it may be too late. Recognizing the maid as belonging to the second branch, Jun Li noted that after the third branch disbanded, and with the fourth branch and the concubine deceased, the servants in the Jing Wangfu had diminished significantly. The Jing Wang was wise, having directly linked the quarters of those individuals with the previous Jing Qingguan, repurposing it to shelter more orphans. Fortunately, he had treated Jun Ping and Jun Qi well, and their quarters had remained undisturbed. All right, I will accompany you to see her. As a compassionate individual, Jun Jingling was inclined to help. He instructed Mi Jiao to carry Jun Li and followed the maid to the second branch's courtyard. Upon arrival, he found Jun Ping convulsing on the ground. As he entered, the onlookers made way, including Jun Qi, who stood by, eyes red from tears. Jun Jingling placed the medical box on the ground and was about to approach when Jun Qi seized his wrist. Fourth cousin, I implore you, you must save my sister. She is my only remaining family. His demeanor resembled that of a lost dog, pleading softly. Life and death are paramount. Past grievances are of no consequence today. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to treat anyone who falls ill, Jun Jingling replied, dismissing Jun Qi's grip and kneeling beside Jun Ping to check her pulse. The symptoms mirrored those of Su Shi, who had previously ingested a small amount of arsenic. Jun Jingling quickly employed silver needles to seal her acupoints, preventing the spread of the poison. Jun Qi, what exactly did you feed her? Jun Jingling demanded angrily, unable to fathom who would have such motives against Jun Ping. I do not know. Yun Qi fluently explained. Jun Jingling wrote a prescription for the servant to fetch medicine, and upon glancing at the prescription, Jun Qi realized he would never forget. It was the same concoction Su Shi had consumed when their parents were harmed. Is it arsenic? Yun Qi anxiously inquired. Yes, but fortunately, the dosage is not severe. It is even less than that of second aunt. If treated promptly, she should awaken within 3 days. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, and Jun Qi broke down in tears. Arsenic again? Must it claim all my relatives before it ceases? Someone promptly inform grandfather of this matter. We must uncover the true culprit. Jun Qi shouted at the servants. Jun Li too found it perplexing. Who would wish harm upon two seemingly inconsequential children? Wait, she thought. Earlier, Jun Qi mentioned that Jun Ping's words sounded like a farewell. She must know she is close to death. Could it be suicide rather than murder? Upon hearing this, Jun Jingling's expression changed dramatically. Jin Ping must have taken her own life. Moreover, the arsenic she ingested is undoubtedly connected to the poison that claimed the life of my second uncle. No one in this household would supply her with arsenic. My mother has had both the young sirs and maids keep meticulous records of her outings. I am certain that there is more to my uncle's death than meets the eye. Upon hearing this, J and L felt that there were too many unanswered questions. My sister's analysis is quite astute. However, regardless of the circumstances, we must wait until Jin Ping regains consciousness to inquire further. You mentioned earlier that she appeared somewhat unwell this afternoon. Think carefully about what has transpired with my cousin Jin Ping lately. Jin L spoke with an air of warning. If Jin Q wishes for his sister to survive, he must address the root of the problem. Otherwise, even if we save Jin Ping this time, she may seek to end her life again. You do not suspect my sister committed suicide, do you? Jin Q quickly reacted with concern. He then expressed his doubts. If it were indeed suicide, who provided her with the arsenic? Let us postpone these questions until she awakens. With that, Jin departed with Jin. In the 3 days leading up to Jin Ping's awakening, a fresh incident occurred in L. Ing Ching. One morning, HJN-RU struck the drum of grievance at the government office, accusing the ninth prince JNU of hiring someone to harm her, intending to tarnish her reputation. Furthermore, she had spent a considerable sum to bring several ruffians from that day as witnesses to the court. This matter quickly gained significant attention in LNCHing, even reaching the emperor, who personally took charge of the case, summoning both the plaintiff HJN-RU and the defendant JNU to the Golden Lawn Hall. Fortunately, it was still early court hours, and JNJ-YN and JNJNB I were present, eagerly observing the unfolding drama. The emperor bellowed in fury. HJN-RU, being a lady of noble birth, had gathered both witness and material evidence to identify JNU, making her claims no mere jest. Regardless of whether this was the act of his favored son, he was still embroiled in the matter. Father, the ninth prince, was utterly bewildered. His head was spinning, and he could not comprehend the current situation. Noticing his confused expression, HJN-RU grew even angrier. Was he truly refusing to acknowledge the charade? Ninth prince, how could you treat me so cruelly after I considered you a friend, delivering meals and caring for the holy maiden? Even if you do not harbor feelings for me or wish to marry me, you need not resort to such malice as to have someone tarnish my reputation. The sorrow in HJN-RU's eyes appeared genuine, further perplexing JNU. Miss H, is there some misunderstanding between us? I do not even know these ruffians. The ninth prince felt wronged. He truly knew nothing. HJN-RU, with tears brimming in her eyes, tossed a piece of silver at JNU. Observing his daughter's rudeness, HSHL-ing interjected, urging her to maintain her decorum. However, the emperor dismissed this concern, stating, H-I-Ching, if your daughter has suffered injustice, we must hear her out. HJN-RU bowed to the emperor and continued, it is well known that only the holy maiden's silver bears the camellia flower emblem, and the quantity of such silver ingots is exceedingly rare. The very piece in the ninth prince's possession was obtained from that ruffian. Now that witnesses and evidence have converged, does the ninth prince still dare to argue that he did not send someone to shame me? As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her heart-wrenching display, even causing the emperor to feel a pang of sympathy. The seventh prince was also present in the hall, seizing the opportunity to shift the blame onto him. Oh, the emperor looked quizzically at JNCH. It seemed that HJN-RU's relationship with the seventh prince was not particularly amicable, suggesting that it would not pose any immediate threat to them. Old Ninth, do you have anything to say? Tell me, why would you harm the daughter of the H family? The emperor's gaze bore down on the ninth prince like an executioner. Though he favored this youngest son, if he continued to misbehave and cause trouble, he would not hesitate to consider replacing him, especially since he and the holy maiden were still young. The ninth prince stood frozen in place. Father, there must be some twist to this matter. Perhaps it was those servants in my palace who acted. I often reward them with such silver. The ninth prince was certainly seeking any excuse to absolve himself. He then turned to HJN-RU, speaking earnestly. Schwer, did you not claim we were friends? In truth, I regard you as more than a friend. I desire for you to be my ninth princess. How could I harbor feelings for you and wish you harm? Meanwhile, the crown prince, JNJNYN, and JNJNB, I were all keenly observing the spectacle. Alas, with the emperor present, JNJNYN longed to produce some sunflower seeds from his sleeve. Ah, shall be I. Do you recall when Old Ninth and Miss H first developed feelings for one another? The crown prince whispered in gossip. JNJNB, I shook his head. By all accounts, their initial spark had long been extinguished by my sister and their brothers. Furthermore, my sister had mentioned that the ninth prince was a self-serving individual. He could not have genuinely fallen for HJN-RU, nor would he sincerely develop feelings for her afterward. Thus, it was likely that the sentiments he expressed were mere fabrications. Even if this were the doing of the servants, they were still under your command, without your direction. Why would they target me without cause? HJN-RU remained clear-headed, unaffected by the ninth prince's sweet talk. Her words served as a reminder to the ninth prince. Unprovoked hostility towards HJN-RU could have been that wretched woman P.I.She-O-Ting. At this thought, he clenched his garments tightly, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. This matter bore undeniable evidence. His mother was kind-hearted, merely punishing her lightly before sending her away from the palace. If you do not believe me, you may inquire with my mother. Once the holy maiden was mentioned, the emperor's anger dissipated significantly. The ninth prince turned to HJN-RU and added, "That palace maid has long sought to rise above her station, having attempted to climb into my bed more than once. However, my heart belongs solely to Miss H. I would never allow her to succeed. This incident must have arisen from her jealousy of my affections for you." Chapter 138. The leads of the protagonists have fractured. Indeed, after hearing his words, HJN-RU's animosity towards him lessened considerably. Yet, she could never truly love him. At best, they would engage in a mutually beneficial partnership. Even JNB, I silently praised, impressive. What had once seemed a dire predicament was deftly reversed by the ninth prince's eloquent words. No wonder even my sister once held him in high regard. "Father, I beseech your mercy. I am willing to atone for my misdeeds by personally capturing that palace maid and avenging Miss H," the ninth prince proclaimed with a respectful bow. "Very well, but I shall grant you only 3 days. If you fail to locate her, you shall face punishment," the emperor decreed. After all, in front of the entire court, the emperor could only treat the ninth prince equally. "Thank you, father. 3 days will be sufficient." Observing the ninth prince's confident demeanor, JNJYN speculated that he had already prepared a scapegoat. However, given his earlier bewilderment and daze, it seemed he was truly unaware of the situation. Fortunately, his relationship with HJN-RU had been irreparably damaged. The thought that they could not conspire together against his family filled JNJYN with delight. "All right, Miss H, this matter is now clear. Do you have any further concerns?" The emperor waved his sleeve, signaling the end of the session. HJN-RU quickly knelt and bowed her head. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting justice. I shall be eternally grateful and pray for Your Majesty daily." After expressing her gratitude, the morning court session concluded. HJN-RU deliberately slowed her pace, hoping to wait for the seventh prince. As he approached, she hurriedly stepped forward. "Seventh prince." HJN-RU greeted respectfully. The seventh prince merely nodded politely, mindful of the many eyes in the palace. Jinru certainly discerned the intentions of the seventh prince, maintaining a commendable distance befitting their genders. "How has your health been of late, Your Highness?" she inquired. "I am well, and I appreciate your concern, miss," he replied. Juinch's body was on a countdown, and he lived each day as if it were his last, cherishing every moment as a precious gain. After her words, Jinru turned to leave. "By the way, I have no particular relationship with the ninth prince. My previous association was merely due to the favor shown by the Holy Maiden at the Lotus Appreciation Banquet." With that brief statement, she hurried away. Junche was momentarily taken aback. Why was she so eager to clarify her connection with the ninth prince? Such a grateful and filial girl was indeed a rarity. Though he was born blind, his other senses were acutely heightened. The faint fragrance of gardenias lingering in the air reminded him of Jinru, a scent unique to her. Unlike any ordinary sachet, he inhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips as he found himself yearning to know what she looked like for the first time. However, his heart sank again. With his frail body and blindness, he perhaps lacked even the qualification to be her friend. Had he not fortuitously saved her that day, they would never have crossed paths in this lifetime. June Lily stubbornly refrained from taking a midday nap, fearing she might miss any news. Jun Jingyan and Jun Jinbai had left for court at an early hour, and due to the delay caused by Jinru's matter, they returned just past noon. Having attended court on empty stomachs, they were now famished after half a day. Madame Pei instructed the servants to prepare a feast, and the family gathered to converse behind closed doors. "Ah, what has transpired? What trouble has Jinru caused now? Father, second brother, please eat more. You must be starving. Once you've finished, quickly tell mother what happened. I want to hear all about it too." June Lily, nestled in Madame Pei's embrace, could only babble in her unclear speech, her urgency palpable. Jun Jingyan and Jun Jinbai did not withhold any details, recounting everything they had learned in court. "What? The male and female leads have fallen out." June Lily was equally astonished. Who had been so instrumental behind the scenes? It was as if they were providing unseen assistance. "Yet, I suspect that Miss He is preparing to court the seventh prince. I even saw them conversing as they exited the palace." Jun Jinbai dropped another bombshell. With the seventh prince's frail health, he may not withstand her advances. June Lily sighed, fearing for Junche's future. However, matters of the heart are often reciprocal. Outsiders cannot impose their will. As for her, the little coy, She had descended to experience tribulations for 3 lifetimes and had yet to fall in love even once. In her first 2 lives, she barely reached the age of 20 before meeting her end. In this lifetime, she vowed to strive for longevity. Junjin continued his analysis. Though the 7th prince was unwell, he possessed a kind heart. Madame Pei shared the situation from her end, revealing that the items had been delivered to them earlier that morning by the 7th prince's envoy. Could it be that he intended to win over their royal household, but lacked a suitable pretext? Junjin speculated that the 7th prince might seek to assert his claim to the throne. It seemed unlikely, especially given his fragile state. Madame Pei pondered this and ultimately dismissed the notion. Before they could discuss further, a maid arrived with news that King Jing summoned Jun Jingyan to the nearby Jingxing temple. The maid from King Jing's household informed them that the 7th prince was present there, and King Jing requested Jun Jingyan's attendance. Jun Jinbai and Madame Pei exchanged glances. Could it be that Jun Jinbai's suspicions were indeed correct? Regardless, you should go and assess the situation, Madame Pei encouraged Jun Jingyan. Yes, that seems the only course. He nodded before departing. On this chilly autumn afternoon, with the cold wind rising, Jun Jinbai prepared to visit the countryside to see Yu Tingyi, having no other pressing matters at hand. Madame Pei had just intended to attend to her own affairs when another maid arrived, announcing that Jun Ping had awakened. As the matriarch of the royal household, Madame Pei felt compelled to check on her. Coincidentally, 4th brother Jun Jinling was also heading to provide her treatment. So mother and son took Jun Lily along. Although Jun Ping had regained consciousness, her complexion was alarmingly pale, and she appeared emaciated and frail, evoking concern. There is no grave issue. She must continue taking the prescribed medicine for 10 days to expel the remaining poison from her system. Jun Jinling advised as he checked her pulse. Yunqi nodded appreciatively. Sister, please tell me who has harmed you? Yunqi gasped Yun Ping is isient, tears brimming in his eyes as he demanded answers. Yun Ping weakly shook her head. No one has harmed me. Upon hearing this, Junqi cast a glance at Jun Jinling, realizing he had indeed been correct. This was a case of self-harm. But why would you resort to such measures? Junqi questioned in confusion. And who provided you with the poison? Yun Jinling pressed forward. Jun Ping's face was ashen, and she shook her head repeatedly. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably, like a kite severed from its string. I did not wish to end my life, but I saw no other way. Her voice trembled, and her appearance conveyed the immense suffering she had endured. Chapter 139. The truth behind Jun Wulian's death. Due to her still recovering body, her voice was weak and intermittent. I truly do not wish to die, but my grandfather, he insists I marry into Sheila. The room fell silent. Jun Lily exclaimed, What? The tyrannical emperor had summoned King Jing secretly days prior to discuss the matter of marriage alliances. Should our forces falter against Sheila, we would have no choice but to rely on marriage as a means to negotiate peace. However, the emperor had no eligible princesses of suitable age. His daughters were scarce, either already wed or too young, and the only suitable candidate, the eldest daughter of the 2nd house, Jun Ping, was approaching 13, an ideal age for such an alliance. Yet, this was not a negotiation, but rather a notification to King Jing. If the Eastern Empire were to falter, Jun Ping would be compelled to marry. The pressure fell upon King Jing, leaving him with no recourse. Upon returning to the estate, he discussed the matter with his trusted steward, inadvertently overheard by Jun Ping. Upon returning to the 2nd house, Jun Ping felt as though her world had collapsed. She recognized that the marriage was inescapable. With only herself and Jun Lily as daughters in the King Jing household, if she were not to go, would they send the still infant Jun Lily instead? In her despair, she pushed open her parents' door, seeking the comfort of their presence, when she inadvertently discovered a half-pack of white powder in her mother's vanity drawer. Unaware of its nature, she had a servant bring a mouse for experimentation. To her horror, the mouse perished after consuming a minuscule amount. In that moment, she recalled the arsenic that had poisoned her father and nearly claimed her mother's life. Consumed by a singular thought, death, she believed that marrying into Sheila would be akin to living hell. Rather than suffer the indignity of a union with a man older than her father, she resolved that an early death would be a more merciful escape. As the others absorbed Jun Ping's harrowing tale, a wave of sympathy washed over them. As an elder, Madame Pei sought to comfort her. You need not fret over the marriage. How could the Eastern Empire ever lose to Sheila? Moreover, your eldest cousin is stationed at the front lines. She hoped to provide reassurance, as she too did not wish to see the Eastern Empire defeated, nor her family members harmed. "Aunt, I truly do not wish to marry." Junping wept, her voice filled with desperation. "Please, I promise to obey you from now on. I implore you and uncle to intercede on my behalf. Do everything in your power to prevent me from being sent away. The marriage is decreed by the emperor, if the Eastern Empire truly falters. Will you go in my stead? You shall not take your own life, for it may bring calamity upon the entire Jingwangfu. However, rest assured, with my elder brother present, Dongji shall surely withstand the storm." Pei-Shi wholeheartedly concurred with Jun Lili's words. "Do not worry. Neither the prince nor the emperor would permit you to engage in a marriage alliance, for Qin heir cannot possibly be defeated." Pei-Shi was filled with unwavering confidence regarding this matter. Upon hearing her words, Junping could only let out a silent sigh. Her aunt's firm belief that her elder cousin would not falter implied that she had no intention of aiding her. Observing the helplessness in Junping's gaze, Jun Jinling offered words of comfort. "Life is precious. Every day lived is a gift. You need not rush towards death. Should the day come when you must go to a marriage alliance, you may choose to depart then." Jun Lili remarked that it was the first time she had seen her fourth brother comfort someone in such a manner. Junping wept even more bitterly. By the way, since Junping mentioned that the arsenic was found in second aunt's drawer, does that mean second uncle's demise? Jun Lili harbored suspicions that second uncle had been murdered by second aunt. Upon hearing her thoughts, Pei-Shi and Jun Jinling furrowed their brows in concern. "Did you say the arsenic was discovered in your mother's dressing table?" Pei-Shi inquired with a serious tone. "Yes." Junping nodded weakly. Junqi expressed his curiosity. "How could their mother possess arsenic?" "I do not know. Was it not said that our parents were harmed by grandmother?" At the time Junping saw the arsenic, she too found it unbelievable, but her mind was solely occupied with thoughts of her own demise, leaving little room for further contemplation. After the departure of the second sister-in-law, did anyone enter their room? Pei-Shi probed further. Both Junping and Junqi shook their heads in contemplation. Occasionally, servants would come to clean, but we had instructed them not to touch our parents' belongings. With this analysis, Jun Lili reached a firm conclusion. It appears that the arsenic belongs to second aunt, and it is likely that second uncle was killed by her as well. In a bid to absolve herself of suspicion, second aunt ruthlessly poisoned herself. She knew that consuming only half a package would not be fatal. She truly is a ruthless individual. In her heart, Jun Lili had already found the answer regarding Jun Wu Lian's death. Jun Jinling spoke in a calm voice. "Junqi, have you considered that the arsenic found with your parents may not have been the doing of your grandmother?" Junqi abruptly lifted his head, meeting Jun Jinling's gaze, his face reflecting the thought that he too harbored similar sentiments. The side princess, he sure, was the one whom he had deceived and inadvertently caused harm to, all in the pursuit of avenging his father, Jun Wu Lian. However, he had heard with his own ears grandmother repeatedly declare that she had not harmed his father before her passing. Words spoken by one nearing death are often sincere. At that moment, Junqi began to waver in his beliefs. Yet it was too late. He had already caused grandmother's demise. Grandfather did not make a fuss over this, and the family was aware of Junqi's actions, but they believed the child should be allowed to seek vengeance for their parents. Thus they chose not to expose him. In hindsight, this may have been a significant misunderstanding. Pei-Shi paused for a moment, contemplating the bestowal of choice upon Junqi and Junping, for they were no longer children. "The cause of your father's death lies before you. If you too choose to pursue the truth, we shall report it to the authorities for a thorough investigation. Should you choose not to pursue it further, this matter shall remain buried within us, never to be mentioned again. A mother's act of killing her husband is something no child can accept." Junqi and Junping exchanged glances. After all these years, Mother has had her struggles. Father was a man of no merit and had caused Mother much distress. Now that she is free, we should extend our blessings. Junping sighed, finding it hard to believe she could utter such words at her tender age. Indeed, we should offer our blessings. Junqi ikud sinsumt. He smiled at Junping, tucking her in, and turned to Pei-Shi with a solemn expression. "Aunt, let this matter be one we all remain unaware of, and we shall never mention it again." Pei-Shi smiled with relief, agreeing. Jun Lili observed the transformation in Junqi and Junping over the past few months. They had matured remarkably, shedding their previous vices. The Junqi who now tenderly tucked in his sister was a far cry from the one who wished her harm a few months prior. Indeed, adversity can spur swift growth. Jun Jinling imparted a few more words of advice to Jun Qi regarding the care of Jun Ping, and the group departed. Upon reaching the door of the second household, Jun Qi asked to speak with Jun Jinling privately. Pei Shi did not intervene, carrying Jun Lili away. How curious. What could Jun Qi wish to discuss with my fourth brother? Jun Lili thought to herself, glancing back. In the ensuing chapter, it was revealed that some soldiers had contracted smallpox. Jun Qi dismissed those around them before speaking softly. Fourth cousin, I'm grateful for your rescue of my sister. Jun Jinling initially thought he was referring to some other matter, merely an expression of gratitude. It is nothing, after all, she's also my cousin. Upon hearing this, Jun Qi's eyes flickered slightly. He had not expected that the elder branch would forgive them so readily. Since their father's death and their mother's remarriage, uncle and aunt had consistently treated them well. While they could not regard them as their own children, the bond of kinship was still present. Their needs were always met. Noticing Jun Qi's contemplative silence, Jun Jinling continued, Jun Qi, you and cousin Jun Ping are inherently good-natured. It was merely the influence of your second household and the matriarch that misled you. The grievances of the past belong to the previous generation. We are still young, and the road ahead is long. Jun Jinling's nature was gentle. While he could not entirely forgive them on behalf of the entire elder branch, he had already forgiven them in his heart. This sentiment evidently moved Jun Qi, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Thank you, fourth cousin. Jun Qi earnestly bowed and clasped his hands before Jun Jinling. Having grown up in the Jing Wangfu's villa, Jun Jinling was not well acquainted with Jun Qi, making this the first time Jun Qi had shown such respect and sincerity. Jun Jinling simply smiled warmly, nodding slightly. The following morning, as Jun Jingyin and Jun Jinbai went to court, the ninth prince had already captured the true culprit behind the assassination attempt on He Jin Ruo. It was none other than Pei Xiaoting. It was unclear how the ninth prince had managed it, but Pei Xiaoting voluntarily confessed and accepted her punishment, sentenced to lifelong imprisonment. Jun Jingyin pondered the timing of Pei Xiaoting's acquaintance with the ninth prince. Nevertheless, as long as they posed no threat to their family, it mattered little. I have heard troubling news regarding the situation at the border. The emperor suddenly broached the subject of war. Upon his declaration, the court fell silent. There was little that could be done regarding matters on the battlefield. This time, the Western Lei posed a formidable threat. All ministers should deliberate on how I might conquer the Western Lei. After a moment of silence, an elderly man with a grizzled beard stepped forward. This elder was responsible for provisions and was among the first to receive intelligence regarding the war. What? The emperor's fury erupted upon hearing this. Why had such a grave matter only been reported today? The elder trembled as he knelt and bowed his head. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I only learned of this last night. Although I had long known about the smallpox outbreak, it was indeed only last night that I confirmed the truth of the matter. The emperor's fury surged once more. Was the Pei family scheming? Are they intentionally leading Dong Ji to a disastrous defeat? The elder interceded on behalf of the Pei army, stating, I have also heard that General Pei has contracted smallpox, while second General Pei suffered severe injuries in battle, and General Pei was captured by the enemy. At this point, the elder cast a cautious glance at Jun Jingyin and Jun Jinbai. The emperor, of course, noticed the elder's subtle expression and commanded, continue. The elder nodded, resuming. Currently, all pressure rests upon the shoulders of the young general, who seems to have also contracted smallpox, yet still leads his troops into battle. Upon hearing this, Jun Jingyin and Jun Jinbai felt their hearts clench tightly. No wonder Jun Jinshun has not written to his family for 2 months. With the current intensity of the war, he is undoubtedly overwhelmed. This matter must not reach Shuangmei and Lily, for if they were to find out, they would surely worry for their elder brother. Smallpox? The emperor fails to comprehend. How could a mere smallpox be considered an ailment? What is the role of military physicians? The crowd. Is smallpox not even regarded as a disease anymore? Although they long to refute him, the court remains silent, none daring to speak. What solutions do you all propose? Speak to me. As the war rages on, the emperor's mood naturally sours, prompting him to invite opinions from all present to offer strategies for the conflict. Lord Jie stepped forward and stated, Your Majesty, my son Yaoji can lead troops to provide assistance. It has been over 6 months since young Lord Jie was injured. Now that he has recovered, he is ready for battle. Jun Jingyan also spoke up. Your Majesty, in addition to reinforcements, we currently require physicians. Although smallpox is not a grave illness, Its contagion is exceedingly strong and needs to be managed with care. Jingyan, I understand your urgency. Thus, I shall dispatch 2 imperial physicians to accompany the young lord. The emperor responded dismissively. The crowd. The Eastern Ji emperor is indeed notoriously stingy. With so many in the Imperial Medical Bureau, he only sends 2 physicians to the front lines? Even Jun Jinbai could not bear to watch and shook his head. With such a ruler, the Eastern Ji shall inevitably face destruction. Although the Jing Wangfu does not engage in factional strife, for the sake of the Eastern Ji's people and the foundation of the nation, he suddenly yearned for rebellion. Lord Jia. The emperor called out to Lord Jia. I am here, replied Lord Jia, bowing respectfully. The crowd gasped. Jun Jingyan thought, this dog emperor is audacious. Previously, he spoke of marrying Jun Ping to secure an alliance, and now, disregarding the betrothal between Chaoyang and the young lord, he intends to send Princess Chaoyang for marriage. Lord Jia thought to scold him, but he dare not. I shall obey, Lord Jia acquiesced, still bowing in submission. After the court session, the attendees expressed their astonishment regarding the emperor's announcement about marrying off Princess Chaoyang. They believed this was a deliberate tactic by the dog emperor to exert pressure on young Lord Jia, utilizing his affection for the princess to compel him to fight fiercely. However, this time, the young lord would not have sufficient troops to aid him. The emperor did not even provide his own guards. Young Lord Jia could only rally some of his family's Jia army, and he could not mobilize too many, for if he did, Longsheng and the imperial palace would be left vulnerable. The emperor's actions truly chill the heart. Observing the despondent Jia, father and son, Jun Jinbai sighed softly. However, second brother, how did smallpox infiltrate the army? Jun Jingyan was exceedingly curious. I shall send someone to investigate, Jun Jinbai replied, bowing as he departed. Whether at the Jing Wangfu, the imperial palace, or other locations in Longsheng, the atmosphere was rife with secrets. News spreads rapidly. It did not take long for the tidings of the troops contracting smallpox to permeate the city. By afternoon, it reached Pei Shi and Jun Lily's ears. They had come to the Pei family's restaurant for lunch, and establishments like tea houses and taverns were the most effective channels for information dissemination. Thus, they learned everything they wished to know without needing to inquire. Oh my, how perilous is my elder brother's situation. Upon hearing this news, Jun Lily's heart trembled violently, her eyes reflecting unease. She took a deep breath, feeling a lump in her throat. Elder brother, grandfather, uncle, second uncle, please do not come harm. Upon learning that her grandfather had also contracted smallpox, that her uncle had been captured by the enemy, and that her second uncle was gravely injured, Jun Lily could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading uncontrollably. Pei Shi and Gong Shi wore solemn expressions, their breaths growing heavier. No, it cannot be. Eldest brother will be fine. His martial skills are unparalleled. Gong Shi, still holding a plate, dropped it to the floor upon hearing the patron's words. Eldest sister-in-law. Pei Shi hurriedly supported her, suppressing her own pain to comfort her. Do not worry, eldest sister-in-law. With Chun'er and the others by her side, he will surely rescue his uncle. Pei Shi's brow was furrowed, her voice trembling, yet her heart remained resolute, unconditionally trusting in her son, father, and brother. Eldest sister-in-law. Perhaps we should close the shop for a few days to rest. Pei Shi observed that the Pei family members appeared distressed after hearing the news from the front lines. Gong Shi shook her head with difficulty, her brows knit tightly, and responded softly, no, the emperor does not provide military salaries, relying solely on father, husband, and second brother's meager stipends is utterly insufficient for the expenses of tens of thousands of soldiers. I must earn more to provide for the fallen soldiers' compensation. Gong Shi sniffled, gazing up at the ceiling, determined not to let her tears fall. Meanwhile, Deng Qing and Pei Yin were already in tears, and Shi was not present in the establishment, thus unaware of these matters. Upon hearing her aunt's words, Jun Lily's fury ignited. Why should we bear this burden? We are the ones fighting for the dog emperor, so why must we bear the costs, risks, and sacrifices? He only provided a handful of manpower when my elder brother set forth, and now, as young Lord Jia prepares to march, he gives nothing. At this rate, how shall we fight? Jun Lily voiced her grievances, yet she was still too young to possess any power or ability to effect change. Otherwise, she would truly wish to deliver a powerful kick to the dog emperor. Moreover, regarding the smallpox, he sent only 2 physicians. Being stingy is one matter. But those physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau all entered through connections, lacking any real capability. To send them to treat smallpox? They might end up making the healthy sick. June Lily continued her mental tirade. Peishur's mind echoed with her words of indignation. She too contemplated how to address this situation. To secure victory in battle, the first priority must be to resolve the smallpox crisis. Suddenly, she recalled her fourth brother, Jun Jinling, and Wang Daoshang. The fourth brother had been studying medicine with Wang Daoshang for nearly a year, achieving some small success. Thus, the issue of smallpox would not be difficult for him. With this thought, Peishur's eyes narrowed. A new idea arose within her. She intended to bring Jun Jinling and June Lily to the front lines. This would allow the fourth brother to treat the soldiers, and her precious daughter, who possessed considerable knowledge, might provide insights on strategies to repel the enemy. Eldest sister-in-law, do not grieve so deeply. Young Lord Jia is currently mustering troops for assistance, is he not? Peishur continued to comfort Gongshi. Speaking of this matter, the remaining members could only sigh. There are few troops available. Without military salaries, what can young Lord Jia take to provide support? I believe that this dog emperor is not sending young Lord Jia to assist, but rather to send him to his doom. The Eastern Ji has no soldiers left. Are we to send heir to aid? It is no exaggeration. It is indeed the case. If the Eastern Ji's military strength were divided into 5 parts, the Pei army would occupy 2/5, while the remaining 3/5 would be shared among the defenders of the city's walls and the border troops from various nations. Of course, these figures only reflect the visible strength of the Eastern Ji, excluding the Emperor's private dark forces and the troops maintained by other factions. The last time my elder brother marched, he took a significant portion of the troops. If young Lord Jia wishes to have more soldiers this time, he can only mobilize the garrison troops from BigⅡ and Nanxing. However, if those garrison troops are called upon, it is feared that the two nations will seize the opportunity to invade. At that point, the Eastern Ji would truly be besieged on all sides. June Lily's analysis was thorough, covering all angles. These insights were not found in the original text. She had devised them herself. Peishur followed June Lily's train of thought. Contemplating the matter, the garrison troops from BigⅡ must not be disturbed, but Nanxing is different. The territory of Nanxing borders both Eastern Ji and Shila. Once the war between East and West ignites fully, the Nanxing border will undoubtedly be affected, finding no peace. Murongtan, Murongtan. June Lily and Peishur uttered the name in unison. It is as if there exists a telepathic bond between mother and daughter. Murongtan owes a debt of life to Jun Jinshun. Had she known he was in peril, she would not have remained indifferent. Moreover, if she does not assist Dongji, her own Xin will also be disturbed by Shi Lei, leaving her no peace. Oh dear, my mother is thinking along the same lines as I am, June Lily remarked with a sense of wonder. Pai, she smiled confidently at Yun Lili, for she too possesses considerable intelligence. Peishur made a promise. Before Gongshi could respond, she embraced June Lili and departed. Gongshi was utterly bewildered by Peishur's intentions. Could she truly be planning to take the battlefield herself? That evening, Peishur gathered Jun Jingyin and her 4 sons, sharing her thoughts with everyone. In an instant, the main hall of the Jing Wangfu erupted in contention. The third son and the young marquis were somewhat pretentious, as she had already sent the third son to arrange troop movements in Xin that afternoon. Peishur explained. Indeed, her son had conveyed the plan to the young marquis, who had secured the emperor's consent, and the military orders were already en route to the borders of Xin. Jun Jin and reported the results from his side. Regarding Mu Rongtan, I have also sent her a letter detailing the circumstances and their gravity. I trust she will assist us, Peishur continued. I can attest to this. I witnessed my mother penning the letter. The content she wrote aligns perfectly with my own thoughts. June Lili exclaimed repeatedly, marveling at her mother's cleverness. Peishur replied, My dear daughter, could it be that the contents I wrote were all inspired by your words? Indeed, this approach is feasible. After analysis, Jun Jinbai also believed that Mu Rongtan would take action. I plan to accompany Li Li and the fourth brother to the borders of Shi Lei with the young marquis. Upon hearing this, the crowd voiced their objections. Even Jun Li was taken aback. Why take the fourth brother to treat smallpox? What use am I? I cannot heal. Wait, is it my magical abilities that are being valued? But my powers can only be employed once a month, and I lack the prowess to face an army single-handedly. Jun Lili began to reflect, realizing that if her magical abilities were stronger, she might indeed be capable of breaking through myriad spells and single-handedly confronting legions. She recalled one divine being she knew well, Xueqi Lin, a disciple of Yuan Shi Tianzun. during the great battle between gods and demons. It was Shueqi Lin who severed the tail of the demon fire dragon, rendering its powers useless and casting it into the nine-cold hell, where it suffers eternal frost. If only she could possess even 1% of Shueqi Lin's prowess, she could aid her grandfather and elder brother. Alas, her capabilities were limited. Even her own powers had only been restored to 1/3. I cannot agree. Jun Jing Yan's dissent echoed loudly, nearly shattering the ceiling. He had no objections to the fourth brother accompanying them to practice medicine, but for his wife to go as well, especially with their precious daughter, he found utterly unacceptable. On the battlefield, blades and swords are indiscriminate. Should they be harmed, even if they survive, it would break his heart. Yingge, my intentions are my own, and my presence is essential. You and the second brother must attend court daily, and the third must manage the business. There are no idle hands at home. This was indeed true. Pei Shi could opt out, yet Jun Li and Jun Jinling must go. If Jun Li were to accompany them, she needed someone strong and intelligent to protect her. At present, no one fit that role better than Pei Shi. Yet it is a battlefield. Jun Jingyan's furrowed brow remained tense, tears glistening in his eyes. What a battlefield! Do you doubt my martial skills or my ability to use poison and manipulation? Chapter 142, Heading to the Front Lines. Pei Shi radiated a commanding presence, embodying the essence of a formidable heroine. I am merely concerned for your safety. Jun Jingyan's incessant worry made him appear like a delicate husband. You need not fret at all. Pei Shi's voice momentarily softened, her gaze turning icy. Imbued with a chilling and ruthless aura, she raised her chin, her eyes and tone unwavering, as if she were resolute in her decision. Wow, my mother is incredibly courageous. Jun Li couldn't help but praise. At that moment, Pei Shi looked as though she were clad in armor. If properly attired, she would resemble a general of Dongji. Mother, I am willing to accompany you to rescue our soldiers. Jun Jinling volunteered for the task. Very well. Pei Shi nodded with satisfaction. Jun Jin and Jun Jin exchanged glances and decided to support their mother's decision. Mother, please take care, Jun Jin advised. Mother, this is for you. It may prove useful for protection. Jun Jin said, removing his crossbow from his wrist and handing it to Pei Shi. Mother, Xiao will grow up quickly and soon share the burden with you and my brothers. Yun Jin seeing her sons in agreement. Jun Jing Yin had no reason to continue his objections. That night, he quietly held Pei Shi, sharing many words. Jun Jinling was also preparing his belongings. In a wooden chest nearly his height, he packed everything necessary for healing. The various pills, silver needles, and several prescriptions he had discovered for treating smallpox. Unfamiliar with battlefield ailments, he could only prepare every remedy he knew to bring and test. As he meticulously organized, Wang Daozhang strolled in leisurely. Lingya. Wang Daozhang called out to him. Master, Jun Jinling bowed in response. Why are you still awake at this hour? Your journey to heal others is a noble cause, but do not forget, your own ailment remains untreated. Jun Jinling accepted the small porcelain vial from Wang Daozhang, gratefully clasping his hands in thanks. Master, this holy water must have been hard to obtain, right? Jun Jinling observed the weariness on Wang Daozhang's face and speculated. You young man, so full of chatter, like a girl, Wang Daozhang remarked, having lived for thousands of years and being intolerant of such sentimental displays. Accepting Jun Jinling as a disciple, teaching him medicine, and aiding him in recovery were all favors granted due to Jun Li's influence. Originally, Wang Daozhang had little faith in Jun Jinling, viewing it merely as a transaction. However, despite the trials Jun Jinling faced, he treated others with kindness and respect, displaying great charm and tact. Gradually, Wang Daozhang began to regard him with newfound respect, genuinely nurturing him as his only disciple. For Jun Jinling, who had long been deprived of parental care, the kindness he received was deeply cherished. In their daily learning interactions, he gradually came to understand Wang Daozhang's temperament. Though he may seem fierce and ill-tempered, he possessed a heart of tenderness beneath his harsh exterior. Looking at the small porcelain vial in his hand, Jun Jinling felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. Wang Daozhang briefly explained, this potion's effects will last for quite some time. Rest assured, it will be sufficient for you. Observing Jun Jinling's continued industriousness, Wang Daozhang sighed lightly. It seemed that his disciple's ailment would not be easily remedied. As the long moon hung high, Jun Li lay in her cradle, gazing at the ceiling. The thought of soon reuniting with her elder brother and grandfather filled her with joy. Yet, reflecting on the current state of affairs on the battlefield, she could not remain cheerful. Lei was a formidable foe, and behind it loomed the prodigy prince, born merely half a year after her. Should he possess the power to command the elements, she would certainly be outmatched in a duel of magic. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, for her elder brother, for her grandfather and uncles, and for the beautiful lands of Dongji, she would strive with all her might. With another sigh, she found herself unable to sleep, realizing that the events she was experiencing diverged significantly from the original story. In the original narrative, there was no such battle. Her elder brother's leg had not healed, and he could not possibly lead an army. It seemed that as she approached the battlefield, she must exercise utmost caution, prepare to face all manner of uncertainties. How vexing! In her cradle, flailed her limbs in a disorderly manner, which only served to exacerbate her mother's irritation, rendering her sleepless. Ultimately, she resolved to seize the opportunity for rest on the morrow, for a mere infant such as she had little obligation to fulfill. 2 days hence, the day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon learning that the Pei family would accompany her to the battlefield, Junping felt a tumult of emotions. She had assumed her aunt would refrain from intervening in her affairs, yet to her surprise, her aunt had chosen to don armor and partake in the fray. Aunt, must you go? The battlefield is no place for jest. What if something were to befall you? Junping, gripped by concern for the Pei family, implored her to reconsider. Fear not, for while we venture to the battlefield, we shall not engage in combat. That task is reserved for the young lord and your elder cousin. Pei family matriarch succinctly clarified. Junping, head bowed, languished in discontent. Pei gently adjusted her collar, treating her as one would a cherished child. Rest assured, dear niece, I promise you, this battle shall be victorious, and you shall not be sent off in marriage. Hearing these words, a glimmer of tears shone in Junping's eyes, overshadowed by feelings of guilt and shame. The Pei family had shown her such kindness, yet she had previously conspired against them. Aligning Vik Yun Ki to Budi Yun Dien Di. Junshi, you are now a man. You must protect your sister, Pei instructed Junshi. Yes, I understand, he replied. Together, Junshi and Junping accompanied Junjing Yin to bid farewell to the Pei family at the gates of the royal residence. The Pei family, discreetly en route to the battlefield, could not afford to draw attention by traveling with the young lord's army. However, their carriage would trail the troops closely, ensuring their safety. Shuang Mei, Junjing Yin grasped Pei's hand and cast a glance at the infant in her arms, hesitating to voice his thoughts. He was the one who found it most difficult to part with Pei, and Junli Li. Pei, with unwavering conviction, assured him that as long as Jun Jinling could cure the army's smallpox, her father, brothers, and son would quell the unrest within 2 months. It was not blind faith she had in them. The Pei army and her kin possessed the strength to achieve this. Junjing Yin insisted on joining the battlefield, but Pei promptly countered, no, you must remain in Longcheng, keeping a vigilant eye on your second sister-in-law, and Yukai, as well as the 9th prince and the holy maiden. Particularly, the second sister-in-law and Yukai must not be allowed to undermine the entire Pei family. While our family battles for the nation, the second sister-in-law conspires with ill-intentioned individuals to threaten the general's residence. The thought of it ignited her fury. Sensing her agitation, Junjing Yin comforted her. Do not worry, Shuang Mei. The matters concerning your father-in-law's household are my responsibility. I shall keep a close watch on the second sister-in-law with my sons and relay all their movements to you. Pei nodded in agreement. The couple lingered in affection for a moment. Nearby, Junjin Bai and Junjin and imparted their final words of caution to Junjin Ling. However, Jun Li believed their concerns for Junjin Ling were unnecessary. Although he appeared frail, he was remarkably resilient and astute. Seemingly gentle and mild, he possessed a cunning disposition. After all, he was the son of Junjing Yin and Pei. His intelligence could not be underestimated. Take care of yourself and your younger sister, was Junjin Bai's final admonition. Do not fret, second brother, third brother. I shall protect mother, Junjin Ling assured them. With that, the three boarded the carriage. Before they set forth, Pei lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Junjing Yin reminded them to remain vigilant. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage rolled forward. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered the young lord's army, still stationed there. The young lord and Princess Zhao Yang were oblivious to their surroundings, openly embracing one another. Yao Ji, I apologize on behalf of my father. Pay no heed to his words. In this life, the next, and for all eternity, you are the only one I wish to marry. If I cannot wed you, I would rather perish." Before Princess Zhao Yang could finish her sentence, the young lord silenced her with his hand. "Enough. I will not permit you to speak of death," he admonished her. Witnessing her current demeanor, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. The matter of marriage was a ruse by the emperor. "You are far too mature for such arrangements." The young lord jested lightly. "Yaoji, are you mocking me for my age and appearance? What girl would delight in being called old?" Princess Zhao Yang retorted, playfully striking his arm. Seeing her playful antics eased the young lord's worries. "Princess, if I were to fall in battle, you must ensure you find a good man to marry. Weapons are unpredictable. No matter one's skill, miscalculations can occur." "Nonsense. You are forbidden from dying. If you fall, I shall not survive either." Her earlier words echoed in her mind, overwhelming her with distress. The young lord, upon hearing her response, felt as though he had consumed honey. He pulled her closer, enfolding her in his embrace, and gently pressed a kiss upon the back of her hand that had silenced her. In that moment, Princess Zhao Yang felt a delightful tingling sensation. His kiss was gentle, like the light touch of a dragonfly upon water. "Princess, wait for me. Upon my triumphant return, we shall wed." Princess Zhao Yang called out after him, chasing behind. The trio of mother and children following the procession were treated to a splendid spectacle. Alas, Princess Zhao Yang is so fortunate. Aside from having a foolish emperor for a father, she faces no other misfortunes. I am utterly enamored with their romance. Jun Lili felt a stirring of emotion. "Mother, when shall we reunite with the young lord?" Jun Jinling, unlike the carefree Jun Lili, remained vigilant, determined to protect his mother and younger sister throughout their journey. They had to navigate beyond the confines of Longcheng. Pei remarked calmly, "They are venturing to the battlefield in secrecy. We cannot allow the foolish emperor to find out, lest he create unnecessary trouble and punish them." Longcheng resided at the very heart of the eastern extreme kingdom, encircled by 3 cities on each side, collectively known as the Longcheng Circle. Their path would lead them westward, requiring passage through 5 cities and taking over 20 days to reach the western border. The young lord commanded his army, unable to seek lodging within the city. Pei's carriage would occasionally overtake them, aiming to secure early accommodations within the city. Until recently, their journey had been smooth, with the first 2 cities within the Longcheng Circle presenting no difficulties. They had eaten, rested, and procured some provisions. However, upon entering the 3rd city, Lubocheng, they sensed a disquieting change in the local customs and manners, particularly at the inn closest to the city gates. As soon as they entered the inn, Pei felt an unsettling atmosphere. Observing her as a woman accompanied by 2 children, a group of men dining nearby began to harbor ill intentions. "Look, that woman is quite striking. The fabric she wears must be worth several taels of silver." Pei overheard their remarks, knitting her brows in confusion. Despite her veil and the common garb she had donned, how could she still attract such attention? "Esteemed guest, may I assist you? Are you seeking a meal or a room?" A young waiter with a feigned smile approached them. "A room, preferably one with twin beds and of moderate quality," Pei requested, hoping to avoid drawing undue attention. "Very well." The waiter eagerly took their payment and scurried off to fulfill their order, bringing them some food and a bowl of honeyed goat's milk. However, it was not long before those unscrupulous men approached Pei's direction. Upon realizing that the men were approaching with intentions directed at her, Jun Jinling immediately became vigilant. Her mother, Pei Shi, shook her head in a gesture that implored her not to act rashly. The mother and son exchanged glances, standing by the counter while the waiter busied himself, completely ignoring the group of men. "Oh my, the young lady is quite striking. Staying alone at the inn? Where's your deceased husband?" Jun Jinling frowned at their provocative remarks. Pei Shi restrained her, treating their words as the barking of mad dogs, choosing to disregard them. Seeing this, one of the men, marked by a scarred face, could no longer contain himself. He lunged forward, forcibly grabbing Pei Shi's clothing and turning her to face him. Taken aback by the audacity of so many men, Pei Shi was caught off guard and found herself staring into the man's eyes. "I'm asking you a question. Don't pretend you can't hear me," the scarred man bellowed. "Is there no law in Lubocheng brazenly harassing respectable women?" Even Jun Lili could not help but comment. "But he has picked the wrong person. He has met my mother, and that spells trouble for him." Jun Lili nestled quietly in Pei Shi's embrace, watching the unfolding drama. Upon hearing her daughter's sentiments, Pei Shi smiled. "Do I know any of you?" she inquired coldly, addressing the group of men. They were taken aback. surprised that a woman with a child would show no fear. Suddenly confronted by Peishur's question, they were momentarily speechless. Since I do not know you, why should I converse with you? Did your mothers not teach you that one should not speak to strangers? Peishur began to educate them. My son is only 11 and understands this principle. She glanced at Jun Jinling and continued. What? Do you not comprehend? Peishur's words were clear, and the men grasped her meaning. Boss, this woman is taking advantage of us, one of the scarred man's lackeys reported. Do I need you to tell me? The scarred man retorted, smacking his subordinate. Truly, she is a foreigner. She has some nerve. You are the first to speak to me like that in Big:In. The scarred man found Peishur amusing. Peishur narrowed her eyes, sensing that this ruffian was not to be trifled with. I am merely passing through this city, seeking shelter for the night as the sun sets. I shall depart by dawn and will not impede your affairs, she stated. A strong dragon does not bully a local snake. Not wishing to provoke trouble, Peishur aimed to avoid conflict. Here is your room key. The fourth on the left upstairs. The waiter finally finished registering and handed Peishur a key. Thank you, she replied, preparing to leave, but found herself completely surrounded by the scarred man and his lackeys. Please move aside. Peishur's voice was icy, laced with a commanding tone. Not a chance. The scarred man countered, intent on clashing with her. This was the first time he encountered such a defiant and sharp-tongued woman, and he was eager to savor the experience. With that, he attempted to grab her shoulder. Peishur crouched down, easily evading him. Undeterred, he tried again to encircle her shoulder, unable to bear it any longer. Jun Jinling swiftly threw a silver needle, striking the scarred man's arm. Even if Peishur could endure the affront, he, as her son, could not tolerate anyone humiliating his mother. You little brat, are you seeking death? The scarred man glared at Jun Jinling. I was willing to let you off for the lady's sake, but now you have sealed your fate. Seeing his boss enraged, his lackeys rushed to seize Jun Jinling. Though he lacked martial prowess, Jun Jinling was nimble, evading them with ease, slipping away like an eel. I said I am merely passing through. I have no intention of quarreling with you. Since you insist on pursuing this matter, I shall oblige, Peishur declared, handing Jun Lily to Jun Jinling for safety. Positioning him behind her, with a sweeping kick, Peishur sent the scarred man and his cohorts staggering back in shock. Before they could catch their breath, another kick followed. While the others received strikes to their shins, Peishur delivered a merciless blow to the scarred man's groin. Such scoundrels who harass respectable women deserve to be rendered incapable. Oh! The scarred man screamed, his voice nearly shattering the roof. You better get lost. Peishur shouted, her gaze as frigid as the Ice Age, suggesting that if they did not leave at once, their lives would be forfeit. The scarred man and his gang scrambled away, and as they fled, they shouted threats, vowing that Peishur would regret it. Observing the disarray and the wreckage of tables and chairs, Peishur generously handed a silver ingot to the waiter. This should suffice to cover the damages caused. The waiter, stunned, had never encountered someone willing to compensate for broken items so readily. Thank you, esteemed guest, he stammered. As Peishur and her children prepared to ascend the stairs, the waiter interjected, Please wait. What is it? Peishur inquired, raising an eyebrow. That man was the nephew of our magistrate who. You have crossed him, and it may not be easy for you to leave Big:In tomorrow, the waiter warned earnestly. Thank you. Peishur chuckled lightly, intrigued to see how a mere magistrate would dare to hinder her departure. The following morning, the trio was having breakfast in their room. Big:In was not particularly affluent, and the food was hardly palatable. Jun Lily, being quite picky, had only sipped some goddess milk, while Peishur found the coarse rice almost inedible. Just make do with what you can. You are fortunate to have food when so many displaced people are starving daily due to the war, Peishur admonished, despite her own distaste for the meal. Her words rang true. As they traveled westward, the number of refugees increased. Once they left Longsheng, she dared not traverse the official roads, where the most destitute were found, their bodies gaunt and marred. Peishur could scarcely bear to look at them. Upon hearing her mother-s words, Jun Lily felt her appetite vanish. The conditions on the battlefield were also dire, and she worried whether Jun Jincheng was faring any better. What's wrong, Lily? Jun Jinling noticed her daughter's distracted demeanor and asked with concern. Alas, it has been 218 days since I last saw my elder brother. Jun Lily lamented, a number she repeated daily, growing larger with each passing day. Peishur, just then realizing, noted that her eldest had been gone for 218 days. He had been on the battlefield with his grandfather and uncle since childhood, and she had no concept of how long he had been away. Reflecting on it, she realized she had not cared for any of her 5 sons properly. Now with her new daughter, Lily, she vowed to cherish her, keeping her close at all times. As the mother and her children were enjoying their meal, a commotion erupted downstairs, followed by the sounds of items being smashed. Jun Jinling cautiously stepped outside to peek, discovering the scarred man from the previous day, accompanied by a figure clad in a red official robe, presumably the magistrate who mentioned by the waiter. "Mother, it's those troublemakers," Jun Jinling reported. "Lily, have you had enough to eat?" Pei-Shi asked, producing a handkerchief to wipe Jun Lily's mouth. "I'm full," Yun Lily replied, her little voice bright as she tilted her face for Pei-Shi to clean her. "Fourth brother, gather our things. We are leaving," Pei-Shi stated solemnly. Jun Jinling picked up the bundle from the bed and slung it over his shoulder. Their belongings were minimal. Clean clothes and Jun Jinling's medicine kit were already secured in the cart outside the courtyard, making this package containing money essential to carry. As the trio reached the staircase, the scar man spotted them. This woman is truly bold. She dares to come out," he sneered, having expected them to remain in their room, waiting for him to search each one. "We shall not simply stand by and watch as you recklessly vandalize our establishment," declared Pei-Shi with unwavering boldness. Meeting the gaze of the magistrate who, she exhibited no fear whatsoever. "You audacious ruffians, it is evident that you instigated trouble and even assaulted my nephew. Guards, seize this trio and confine them to prison," commanded Magistrate Hu. Chapter 145. Let the criminals serve as shields. Several officers immediately encircled Pei-Shi and her children. However, Pei-Shi remained undeterred, striding confidently down the stairs. Those officers who had heard of her martial prowess were intimidated by her fearlessness, retreating in trepidation, their hands trembling with their weapons. Indeed, a mere hint of her inner strength was sufficient to instill fear in them. As a frail woman accompanied by 2 children, "How could I be the instigator of trouble? It is you, sir, who, having been bested by my skills yesterday, now resorts to leveraging your uncle's authority against me. Such tyrants, who wield power to oppress the common folk, must be confronted. Mother, reveal your identity and apprehend this pair of vengeful relatives," urged Jun Li in her heart, eagerly anticipating her mother-esque confrontation. "Bold woman, you need not be so eloquent. Here in Lubo City, I hold a final say. I declare you the troublemaker, and thus you are." Magistrate Hu stated with righteous indignation. "Attempt to apprehend me? I fear your status is inadequate." Pei-Shi retorted with a cold laugh, observing their bewildered expressions. "How many times have you visited Long Chung in your life?" Magistrate Hu, realizing her origins, attempted to assert his authority, claiming that her connection to Long Chung did not intimidate him. "After all, I have visited Long Chung multiple times. What does that have to do with you? You do not even recognize the royal consort." With a slight lift of her eyelids, Pei-Shi displayed the insignia of the noble consort of the Jing Wangfu, casting a chilling glance at her adversary. The commanding demeanor evoked an involuntary sense of submission among those present. Upon closely examining the insignia, Magistrate Hu collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed with despair. "I was unaware of the noble consort's visit to this city. I beg for your mercy, your highness." At his words, the surrounding crowd promptly knelt before Pei-Shi. Yet, the scar-faced man appeared bewildered. "Uncle, that insignia must be a forgery. You truly believe her claim of being the noble consort?" Jun Lili cast him an impatient glance, observing his heightened vigilance. Even if the emperor himself were to arrive, he would likely question its authenticity. Magistrate Hu tugged at his clothing, urging him to kneel and pay respects. Nevertheless, the scar-faced man remained unmoved. "Even if she were the noble consort, if we were to eliminate her, there would be no evidence left behind, and Long Chung would be powerless to act." The crowd gasped in shock. Jun Li's eyes widened in terror. This scar-faced man was undoubtedly more ruthless than his uncle. She perceived that he resembled a bandit more than the nephew of the magistrate. As soon as he spoke, the scar-faced man lunged at Pei-Shi. Jun Jinling swiftly dispatched a silver needle, striking the man's laughter point. In an instant, he erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if driven mad. "Magistrate Hu, your nephew sought to harm the noble consort, and all present have witnessed it. What further justification do you have to offer?" Pei-Shi's tone was calm, yet it carried an innate authority and the commanding presence of one accustomed to high office. At that moment, Magistrate Hu trembled on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Listening to his nephew's laughter, he did not dare to plead on his behalf. My impudent nephew has committed an unforgivable offense by attempting to harm the noble consort, and I hereby sentence him to 30 lashes as a warning to others. Jun Jinling interjected, dissatisfied, insisting on 50 lashes instead. Very well, 50 it shall be. Magistrate, who dare not protest, fearing that advocating for his nephew would result in his own punishment. Uncle, 50 lashes. If they truly strike me, I shall perish. The scar-faced man cried, alternating between laughter and tears, a truly comical sight that elicited laughter from the onlookers. 50 lashes shall occur right here. I am in no hurry to depart, so I shall witness it, Big:It declared, taking a seat on a nearby bench and instructing a waiter to bring tea. Left with no choice, Magistrate who complied. Big:It understood that if she left, Magistrate who would undoubtedly refrain from punishing the scar-faced man. Summon your city's governor, Big:It instructed the waiter, demanding the highest authority in Lubo City, the governor. By the time the scar-faced man had received his lashes, the governor finally arrived. Without further ado, Big:It revealed her identity. With such a magistrate in Lubo City, what should the governor's actions be? She placed the pressure squarely upon him. I shall heed the noble consort's directives, the governor replied, bowing submissively, making no decisions of his own. Big:It nodded, initially intending to grant him some leeway, allowing him to manage his own subordinates. However, since he was so accommodating, she could not refuse his courtesy. According to the laws of Dongji, those who engage in corruption and favoritism shall be dismissed and investigated. It is not that Big:It is heartless. Rather, individuals such as this uncle and nephew deserve their fate. Moreover, failing to eradicate them entirely may allow them to cause further trouble in the future. Noble consort, please spare me. Though I am guilty, my nephew has already received his punishment of 50 lashes. Magistrate who implored. He is he, and you are you. Big:It showed no mercy. Officials like him are a blight. Today, it is his nephew, and tomorrow it could be a cousin. They must be rooted out entirely. At present, my army is engaged in battle with the western fortress, while you able-bodied men neglect to defend your homeland and instead oppress the common people and harass women. The presence of such scoundrels in our Dongji is truly a national disgrace. Big:It recognized that the vast Dongji harbored many such corrupt influences. At these words, is it not said that there are not enough soldiers from the western fortress? If only we could send these unlearned ruffians and the criminals from the prisons to serve as shields, would that not be splendid? If we could eliminate the bandits throughout Dongji, our border forces would undoubtedly be bolstered. Jun Jinling exclaimed in astonishment. This idea for my younger sister is truly ingenious. These scoundrels deserve death. Yet if they could be sent to the battlefield, they might contribute to the nation in their final moments, thus benefiting the common folk. Big:It resolved to proceed with this plan. She would pen a letter to Yengu, suggesting that he inform the emperor, who would then issue an edict for the city lords and governors to implement. Did you not hear the noble consort's command? Hurry and take Magistrate who away. Dismiss and investigate him. The governor responded with a bow, summoning several subordinates. Magistrate who, reduced to a pitiful state, lay on the ground, feeling as if he were being dragged away to his demise. As he was led away, the governor hastily pleaded, Noble consort, this matter is indeed my oversight. Could you refrain from reporting it to Longcheng and grant me another chance? The governor, timid as a mouse, understood the gravity of Magistrate who's situation, knowing that it hinged on Big:It's word. Should it escalate, his own position could be at stake. You must atone for your failures. I shall draft a decree to Longcheng, requesting the emperor's approval to enlist criminals from various prisons into military service. At that time, Lubo City must represent other states and regions, leading the way in sending these recruits to the western frontier. Big:It concluded her statement and instructed a waiter to bring paper and ink. Yes, I shall certainly cooperate actively, the governor affirmed with a bow. Once this matter was resolved, the trio of mother and children set forth on their journey. Chapter 146. A midway journey. The general is lost. As the carriage exited Lubo City, a man clad in the uniform of the GF family army approached on horseback. With a sudden halt, the carriage was intercepted by a man. Big:It lifted the curtain to peer outside, where she discovered that the man was a trusted aide of the young marquis, sent specifically to deliver a message to the Shitsi Fei. Upon hearing this, Big:It and her children exchanged bewildered glances. What could the young marquis possibly want to communicate at such a critical juncture? Was it not an unnecessary gesture to send a message instead of meeting in person? Li, her eyes darting with curiosity, shared a meaningful glance with Pei-Shi and Junjin Ling. Something felt amiss. The young Marquis's decision to dispatch someone at this moment could imply an intention to prevent their reunion, perhaps to thwart their plans. Pei-Shi, grasping her daughter's unspoken thoughts, hastily tore open the envelope, revealing only the cryptic words, "See you" in Shijiang. What could the young Marquis mean by this? Taking the reins herself, Pei-Shi urged the carriage forward, determined to catch up with the departing soldier. "Wait, hold on," she shouted as her voice echoed down the mountain path. Accompanied by the sound of hooves and the cold western winds, the man reluctantly halted, letting out a sigh as he turned to face her. "Shi Fei," he acknowledged with a bow. "What does your young Marquis mean by this? We, as a mother and her children, are counting on his army for protection. Does he intend to abandon us?" Pei-Shi's tone was not accusatory. She understood the nature of the young Marquis and his subordinates. They would not divulge the truth without provocation. "Please do not speak so harshly. The young Marquis has no intention of forsaking you," the man replied, though his expression suggested otherwise. "However, he is currently in a precarious position and cannot ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, the brows of Pei-Shi and her children furrowed in concern. Indeed, there seems to be something amiss, they thought. But what predicament has befallen the young Marquis? Jean Li, anxious for the young Marquis's well-being, implored, "Please tell us what has transpired." Pei-Shi grabbed the soldier's collar, her voice firm and serious. The soldier remained silent, likely bound by the young Marquis's orders. "Name your price. We shall pay." Pei-Shi tempted him with gold. When he remained unyielding, she resorted to threats. "This is 7-step heartbreak grass. Should you speak, I will provide the antidote." "Shi Fei, even if you were to kill me, I must obey the young Marquis," he protested. Jean Li could no longer bear the sight of such unwavering loyalty. Pei-Shi, sighing, thought to herself that she had other means of persuasion. She turned aside to prepare her poisons. In the meantime, Junjin Ling engaged the soldier in conversation. "Surely your young Marquis has encountered some trouble?" he inquired cautiously. The man remained tight-lipped. "If you reveal the truth, perhaps we can rush to his aid." Junjin Ling coaxed. The soldier shot him a disdainful glance. "You think a woman, a half-grown child, and an infant can rescue the young Marquis?" To this, Junjin Ling produced a silver needle and swiftly pricked the man's acupoint. "If you move, you will regret it," he warned. The soldier, feeling immobilized, pleaded, "Fourth young master, I was wrong. Please release me." "Indeed, your methods are quite effective," Jean Li remarked, impressed. "Release him, but first, tell us what has happened to the young Marquis." Junjin Ling's usually gentle tone now bore a commanding edge. The soldier, now distraught, explained, "It is not that I do not wish to speak, but I fear for your safety." Clearly, the young Marquis is in a dire situation, Jean Li mused. "We cannot afford to waste any more time. Every moment you delay could cost him dearly." The soldier, realizing the urgency, finally decided to reveal the truth. "Last night, we camped at a place called Qingyao Village. The young Marquis went into the village to procure food, but he has yet to return. This morning, we sent more men to search for him, but they too have not emerged. Thankfully, they left 3 letters at the village entrance, one addressed to you, another for us, instructing us to proceed to the battlefield without concern for them." The trio was perplexed. What kind of village could ensnare even the young Marquis? Did the villagers provide any means or conditions for his release? Junjin Ling quickly asked. "None," the man replied firmly. "Not a single villager has shown themselves since I departed." Jean Li's expression darkened with worry. The young Marquis must be trapped by something. They provided him with paper to write, yet did not disclose their demands. This cannot be a mere kidnapping for ransom. Then why detain the young Marquis? She pondered, unable to find a plausible explanation. Pei-Shi pressed for more information. "They merely instructed us to head to Shijiang and disregard him. Nothing else." The soldier grew agitated. "If there were more clues left behind, I wouldn't be in this predicament. The army is in disarray, and we have lost our commander. Mother, this situation is exceedingly suspicious." Junjin Ling cautioned. Pei-Shi, recognizing the gravity of their circumstances, resolved, "You shall proceed as the young Marquis instructed, while we take charge here. Rest assured, I swear by the name of the Jingwang Fu that we will rescue the young Marquis." Although she harbored doubts about their success, she spoke to bolster their spirits. "Indeed, mother, you seem quite adept at assuming authority. But we must save the young Marquis. We shall give it our all." The soldier hesitated, unsure whether to trust Pei-Shi. "Rest assured, the young Marquis is in our capable hands." Should anything happen to him, I will take full responsibility without implicating you. To reassure him, Big:I'Shu made her vow. With a formal bow, the soldier mounted his horse, and Big:I'Shu and her children followed closely behind. They arrived at the scene just as the army was retreating, witnessing the tail end of the military exodus. A mere 100 meters from the encampment lay the Qingyao village mentioned by the soldier. "Mother, are we truly going in?" Jun Jinling asked. Peering into the empty village, unease creeping over him. Jin Li too felt a shiver of dread. What choice do we have? The young marquis must be saved. Indeed, they were the only ones capable of doing so. As a mother herself, Big:I'Shu felt reluctant to drag her children into danger. That is out of the question. My luck can surely bring us fortune. With me here, we shall find the young marquis swiftly. I possess magic that can protect you, Jin Li added, calculating that she could use her spells 3 times. With her encouragement, Jun Jinling resolved, "Mother, we will accompany you. My silver needle may assist you in combat. Moreover, I possess the skill to poison." Jun Jinling not only studied medicine under Wang Daochong, but also learned the art of poisoning from the Pei clan. Very well, let us proceed. Big:I'Shu smiled with satisfaction, pleased that her children were so understanding. Just as the 3 took a step forward, a young girl's voice called out from behind. "Lady Shitsi, wait." The girl shouted. The 3 were taken aback. How could there be a girl in such desolate wilderness? The girl leaped down from the treetops. Upon reaching them, Jun Lily recognized her. "Isn't that Su Yenna? To encounter Su Yenna here?" Big:I'Shu observed Su Yenna as well. Despite being the young master of the shadow kill, she possessed a good heart. Yenna had met the Lady Shitsi before. "Isu Yenna agritzit her respectfully." "Sister Yenna." Jun Lily beamed at her with a sweet smile. "Are you the young lady of shadow kill who is close to third brother?" This was the first time Jun Jinling had seen Su Yenna. With just one glance, he was struck by her lively and charming demeanor, so vastly different from the maids he typically encountered at home. Indeed, Su Yenna nodded. "It was third young master who entrusted me with a substantial sum to guard you and ensure the safety of you 3. Su Yenna revealed the truth. Jun Lily, only partially comprehending, thought, "That is odd. If you've been following us, I should have sensed it." Indeed, the journey had been remarkably smooth, and Jun Lily had noticed nothing amiss. Hearing her daughter's thoughts, Big:I'Shu felt a twinge of doubt. She too had sensed nothing. How could a living person have followed them without her noticing, given her martial prowess? "Miss Su, please speak honestly. Was it truly third brother who sent you?" Big:I'Shu inquired cautiously. Su Yenna grew anxious, hastening to defend her integrity. "Lady Shitsi, it is absolutely true. He gave me 1,000 taels of gold to escort you until you reunite with the army from the Jie family." Big:I'Shu pondered for a moment before asking, "Then why do we not feel your presence until now?" Su Yenna, flustered, replied, "I was delayed for 2 days due to my playful spirit when I left Longchen. I only caught up with you this morning. I'm also aware of the troubles you faced with the governor of Big:I'Shu." Fearing Big:I'Shu might doubt her, Su Yenna produced a token given by Jun Jinling. Upon seeing the token, Big:I'Shu's expression softened, becoming gentle and amiable. Had she revealed it earlier, they could have avoided this lengthy conversation. "Lady Shitsi, you cannot enter this village," Su Yenna warned. "But the young marquis is inside. We must rescue him," Jun Jinling explained. Jun Lily squinted her eyes. Could it be that Su Yenna knows something peculiar about this village, prompting her to stop us? "Misu, do you possess in-depth knowledge of this village? Could you enlighten us?" Big:I'Shu asked politely. Su Yenna sighed. Since they were determined to enter, she felt powerless. "I don't know the specifics, but there have been rumors in the martial world about a faceless monster residing in this village." Before the 3 had a chance to respond, Su Yenna had already expressed her fear. Perhaps they captured the young marquis to consume him, fulfilling his last wishes by sending you 2 letters before. Su Yenna speculated with growing trepidation. "If that is the case, I should go alone. Fourth brother, you should stay here with Lily." Big:I'Shu was concerned for her children's safety. Although they were dutiful and insisted on protecting her, she truly feared for their well-being. "You are being unreasonable," Su Yenna retorted, glaring at him in exasperation. This fourth brother was even more difficult than third brother. "Do not forget, you have yet to fulfill third brother's mission. You admitted that you were neglectful, only catching up with us this morning. Thankfully, nothing happened on our journey. Otherwise, you would bear a significant responsibility." Yun Jinling continued to press Su Yenna. "If you wish to preserve the reputation of shadow kill, you must accompany us into the village to complete your task and safeguard us." Jun Jinling seized upon Su Yenna's vulnerabilities. Big:I'Shu did not oppose Su Yenna joining them. Her martial skills were formidable, and she could certainly help them flee in a crisis. June Lily, however, was increasingly disapproving of fourth brother's attitude, feeling as though he was bullying the young girl. This fourth brother is even less considerate than third brother. He will surely be single for years to come. June Jinling responded, "Little sister, what have I done to deserve such a malicious prophecy?" His intention in wanting Su Yen'er to accompany them stemmed solely from her familiarity with the village. Moreover, should they encounter danger within, he would undoubtedly risk his life to save her. "Miss Su, consider entering Qingyao village as my rehiring of you. You may set your price." Pei Shi proposed a reasonable solution. "Really?" Su Yen'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I wish to become your daughter-in-law," she unabashedly declared. The trio was taken aback. June Lily thought, "Oh no, she truly has feelings for third brother." Pei Shi remarked, "I have 5 sons. If third brother does not accept you, there will always be others." June Jinling commented, "This young lady is quite bold." "Very well, but such matters must be mutually agreeable. You cannot force them to marry you." Pei Shi established the ground rules in advance. "Rest assured, Lady Shitsi, the women of Shadowkill are well versed in the art of charm." Su Yen'er was confident in her ability to win over June Jinan, just as her friend, who adored June Jinshan, had advised, "If you like someone, pursue them boldly." At the very least, the genes of the Jing Wangfu are exceptional. Having a child with such a man would be splendid, even if he were to leave. "Now, can we enter?" Pei Shi urged. They had lingered outside for far too long. "Lady Shitsi, let us leave some evidence. We cannot rely solely on verbal agreements." Su Yen'er said, producing a small knife and casually picking a maple leaf from the ground. In a flash, intricate inscriptions engraved the promises they had just made upon the leaf. Pei Shi gently tugged at the corners of her mouth. This girl's skills were indeed remarkable. She might surpass her in a few years. Wow, such a remarkable technique. If it were the 21st century, she would surely be a master. With such talent, she could easily reside in the highest echelons. June Lily was also witnessing this extraordinary skill for the first time, finding it unfathomably profound. Pei Shi and June Jinling did not quite grasp the meaning behind her words. What was the highest echelons? However, now was not the time for such contemplations. They must first enter the village and rescue the young Marquis. Chapter 148. They captured us with merely 2 mechanisms. The weather, once clear and bright, grew increasingly foggy as the group ventured further. Visibility had diminished significantly. "Stay close together," Pei Shi cautioned to prevent them from straying apart. Both June Jinling and Su Yen'er proceeded cautiously, while June Lily, nestled in Pei Shi's embrace, remained vigilant, her eyes wide open. "This square, did I not just come through here? Could it be that this village has 2 identical squares?" June Lily scrutinized her surroundings, clearly recalling that it was at this very spot that the fog had begun to thicken. Pei Shi and June Jinling, upon hearing her words, also grew wary. "Have you noticed how familiar this place seems?" Su Yen'er asked, her voice trembling. "We aren't encountering a ghostly wall, are we?" Her tone faltered, clearly frightened. "Do not frighten yourself. Master has said that without a certain connection, one cannot see ghosts." June Jinling reassured her, though he was not one to comfort others. As long as his intentions were understood, that sufficed. Pei Shi tore a strip from her garment, tying it to a shrub beside a stone pillar to mark their path. They decided to continue their journey, hoping to encounter the mysterious cloth once again. The group pressed on, enveloped in an impenetrable fog that obscured their vision of what lay ahead. "Curse fog, it's far too dense. If only I had the power to disperse it," lamented June Lily, feeling helpless and merely staring into the obscurity. "Do you smell that? There's an odd odor in the air," inquired Su Yen'er, sniffing curiously. Although Pei Shi could not identify the scent, her experience with poisons made her instinctively alert, urging everyone to cover their mouths and noses for caution. Su Yen'er and June Jinling complied, while Pei Shi used her clothing to shield June Lily's face. "If only we had masks," Yun Lili mused, contemplating the necessity of manufacturing masks, especially in the western frontier battlefield where they faced those afflicted by smallpox. Before Pei Shi and June Jinling could ponder the concept of masks further, they inadvertently triggered a mechanism, causing the ground beneath them to crack open, and they fell unceremoniously into a pit. Fortunately, both Pei Shi and Su Yen'er possessed considerable martial prowess, allowing them to land gracefully. However, June Jinling was not so fortunate, landing squarely on his rear and grimacing in pain. Unable to suppress her amusement at his pitiful state, Su Yen'er chuckled, June Lousy, your little frame is rather fragile. You ought to learn some martial skills from your third brother. Despite her teasing, she gently helped him up, tenderly checking for injuries. Their playful banter belied the genuine concern Su Yin'er felt for June Jinling, akin to a sister's care for her brother. Meanwhile, June Lily and Pei Shi began to survey their surroundings. Pei Shi took a few steps forward, inadvertently triggering another mechanism that resulted in a loud crash, as a massive cage fell from above, trapping them inside. Both June Jinling and Su Yin'er rushed over to investigate. The iron bars of the cage were formidable, and without a key or a means to operate the mechanism, escape seemed impossible. Have we been captured? June Lily mused wryly. Our captors did not poison us or engage in combat. They simply ensnared us with two mechanisms. It's quite astonishing, she remarked incredulously. The cleverness of their adversaries was undeniable, far surpassing their own vigilance. Su Yin'er attempted to break the bars, but Pei Shi halted her, saying, "Let us wait a moment. The villagers have not harmed us directly. They must have their reasons for confining us here." Calming down, Su Yin'er sat down on the ground to wait quietly. Pei Shi sat beside June Lily on a rock, leaning against the wall, deep in thought. "I suppose I'll take a nap. We've been through quite a bit today." As the thought crossed her mind, fatigue washed over her. June Jinling shook his head, bemused by his sister's carefree nature. It wasn't he that she was naive. Rather, this little cage could never contain her luck. Without the need for spells, she could easily employ the lock-picking technique her third brother had taught her. After their eldest brother had departed, she had grown fond of clinging to June Jinan, but it was not merely because of his handsome appearance. Among her 5 brothers, aside from the eldest, she believed her third brother to be the most exceptional, possessing both an intriguing personality and remarkable abilities. "Let us rest here and gather our strength. When someone arrives, we can inquire about their intentions," Pei Shi instructed. June Jinling nodded and settled beside Su Yin'er, closing his eyes to recuperate. He had been prudent, bringing provisions for the 3 of them for 2 days. Yet he hadn't anticipated Su Yin'er joining them, leaving their supplies somewhat lacking. As night fell, a woman wearing a fox mask arrived to bring them food. She retrieved bowls of sustenance from a food box. June Lily glanced over and noted that the meal was quite palatable, even including sheep's milk. Pei Shi observed both the food and the masked woman before questioning, "What is the purpose of keeping us confined like this?" "The clan leader has decreed that you shall remain here as honored guests until her wedding in 3 days. After the ceremony, you will be allowed to leave," the masked woman replied. Su Yin'er found this somewhat absurd and was about to argue when Pei Shi intervened. "Is it truly your clan's way of treating guests to confine us and restrict our freedom?" Pei Shi retorted politely. The masked woman hesitated before finding a switch on the wall and pressing it. With the wall removed, they caught sight of another large cage containing several men dressed in the uniforms of the Jie family army, though Jie Xiaoho was notably absent. June Lily counted and realized that, aside from Jie Xiaoho, 3 or 4 others were also missing. "If you esteemed guests feel lonely, you may converse with your companions," the masked woman stated kindly before turning to depart. The Jie family soldiers, upon seeing Pei Shi, bowed and knelt in respect. There is no need for such formalities. "How did you end up in this predicament? Where are the others?" Pei Shi inquired urgently. The soldiers looked dejected, their heads bowed. "Allow me to explain." A middle-aged man stepped forward, appearing to hold some authority. "Last night, 5 of us accompanied Jie Xiaoho into the village for supplies. After wandering for several hours, we suddenly fell into this place, and Jie Xiaoho along with 2 of my comrades vanished. After hearing him, another man with a beard added, 'We came this morning to look for them, and like them, we fell and found several missing. The 4 of them, Pei Shi, June Lily, June Jinling, and Su Yin'er, were left perplexed. Their experiences mirrored each other. Yet why had a few individuals gone missing? They had all descended together. What characteristics did the missing individuals possess?" June Jinling inquired swiftly. "Could it be that they triggered another mechanism and are imprisoned elsewhere?" The Jie family soldiers shook their heads in unison. "We didn't do anything unusual. We were together the entire time." "That is indeed strange." Everyone was in a state of confusion. Pei Shi continued, "As I mentioned earlier, we are to remain here as guests for the wedding. We will ask more questions later." Chapter 149, Fully Developed Human Offspring. The group fell silent, each lost in thought about the matter. Meanwhile, June Lily's mind raced with questions. How peculiar. Why are only those individuals missing? This village is so strange. Could the villagers be using them for alchemy? No, I must take action. Let me inquire. With that, June Lily jumped down from Pei Shi's embrace, thankfully from a low stone seat. Addressing the Jie family soldiers in her sweet, childish voice, she asked, "Is it true that those who are missing are still young?" June Jinling understood her intent and sought confirmation. "Little sister, do you wish to know if the missing individuals are still youthful?" "Yes, yes." Yun Lili nodded enthusiastically. It was a relief to have family members who understood her thoughts so intuitively. The Jie family soldiers pondered before shaking their heads. Some among them had wives and children. Not all were young. June Lily then proposed birthdays. June Jinling translated, "Is little sister inquiring about their birth dates?" Yun Lili nodded vigorously. "Fourth brother is so clever. He knows exactly what I am thinking." Suddenly praised, June Jinling felt a bit flustered. "Could it be that your thoughts are so loud that our entire family can hear them?" The Jie family soldiers shared what they knew. June Lily analyzed the information, noting that the birth dates varied among them, lacking any distinct characteristics. It seemed the captors had not taken them for any ritualistic purpose. It appeared that there was little to glean from the Jie family soldiers. She approached the lock on the cage, but it was too high and required someone to lift her. Without hesitation, she extended her arms toward June Jinling, treating her fourth brother as a mere tool. "Fourth brother, carry me to the lock. I can unlock it," having learned from third brother. In her heart, June Lily silently pleaded, hoping for a moment of connection with her fourth brother. As expected, June Jinling lifted June Lily effortlessly. She pointed at the lock. June Jinling feigned understanding and walked over. The hairpin she was using was one given to her by June Jinan before her departure. It was soft yet resilient, akin to a golden thread with supportive strength. Perfect for unlocking. As June Lily easily unlocked the mechanism, Su Yinner's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment, her mouth forming an exaggerated oval shape. "Let's go take a look," June Lily instructed once more. June Jinling turned to call Su Yinner to follow, unable to suppress a chuckle at her dumbfounded expression. "Hee. What do you think, Sister Yinner? Have you ever seen a legendary koi like this formidable little human?" Yun Lili proudly tilted. Pei Shi gestured silently to the soldiers in the adjacent cell, signaling them to remain quiet. The four of them explored the vicinity of the cage, but found no exit. The door was likely a hidden mechanism embedded within the wall, Su Yinner conjectured. "We and the Shadow Assassins have similar secret rooms. My father never allowed me to approach them." Upon hearing this, the four resumed their exploration along the walls, yet nothing revealed itself. Could it be that the switch for this mechanism is only outside, with none inside? Yun Lili speculated. All agreed with her assessment, concluding that they would have to wait for the masked woman to return with food the following morning. Regardless, they felt secure for the time being. After days of travel, everyone was able to sleep soundly through the night. In the early hours, they heard the sound of horns and what resembled military drills. However, trapped within the underground cell, they could do nothing but listen, which was futile. Morning finally arrived. Fortunately, their shelter had a skylight, allowing them to perceive the passage of day and night. The masked woman returned, carrying a food box. June Lily observed closely as she entered, noting that the door remained ajar. While the woman knelt to arrange the meal, June Jinling swiftly launched a silver needle, striking the masked woman at her pressure point. In that fleeting moment before she collapsed, Su Yinner dashed out of the cage to catch her. The sound of her fall was loud, and to avoid alarming anyone outside, this was the only way. They dragged the masked woman into the cell and removed her mask. The young woman was not unattractive, appearing quite ordinary. Thus, June Lily wondered why she wore a mask. "She resembles me closely. If I don her clothes and mask, I could sneak out to investigate. You all take care of Lily," Pei Shi stated, outlining her plan. "Don't worry, Mother. I will look after little sister," June Jinling assured, casting a glance at June Lily who was examining the fox mask. Pei Shi, having only changed her outer attire, moved swiftly. Once the mask was donned and the food box tidied away, she boldly strode out. The switch for the door was indeed outside. Pei Shi left a small mechanism, allowing those inside to pull a string to open it. "You all know how to use mechanisms?" She muttered to herself after ensuring everything was in place, satisfied with her handiwork before departing. At the entrance, two other women, also wearing fox masks, stood guard. "Why did you take so long today?" questioned a woman in orange attire. Pei Shi, altering her voice to mimic that of the food delivery woman, replied, "I was delayed by a few questions from guards." Upon hearing this, the orange-clad woman immediately became wary. "You weren't lying, were you?" Her expression was one of fear, as though she had encountered a grim specter. Pei Shi hastily shook her head, signaling that she had spoken no falsehood. The woman sighed in relief, saying, "We are fox spirits. They are merely humans, inherently different." If it weren't for the matriarch's interest in a few of their men, insisting they remain for breeding, they would have been eliminated long ago. "Hey, sure. Did I just hear that there are indeed supernatural beings in this village?" Acknowledging this, she resolved to remain silent, eager to dismiss the woman and search elsewhere for the young lord. "Well, that's good." Paisher nodded, preparing to leave when another woman called out to her. "Wait a moment." Her heart raced, fearing her cover might be blown. "Why have you been so distracted lately? You even took the wrong direction. The kitchen is this way." The woman gestured to the right. Paisher exhaled deeply, thanking her before hastily departing. This place was less of a village and more akin to a grand estate. The so-called matriarch mentioned by these masked women seemed to be the head of the household. As she walked, Paisher encountered several other masked women. Their masks were identical, yet their clothing varied. These women did not appear to be servants. They moved freely, laughing and playing, a stark contrast to the behavior of typical housemaids. Upon reaching the kitchen, Paisher set down the food box and was about to examine the kitchen's layout when the voice of a middle-aged woman broke through. "Xiaofei, why were you gone so long today?" the woman inquired. Paisher lowered her head, responding cautiously, "I chatted with the two guards." The middle-aged woman did not pursue the matter further. "This fruit platter is for Elder Wu. You must deliver it." Paisher understood her role as the kitchen runner for whoever requested food. "Oh, very well." Accepting the platter, she exited the kitchen. She deliberately moved far from the kitchen to inquire about Elder Wu's residence, claiming to be newly transformed and unfamiliar with the surroundings. After a lengthy search, Paisher finally arrived at the residence of the so-called Elder Wu. True to her status, the elder's house was far more lavish and expansive than those of the common folk. After knocking, a woman's voice invited her in, saying the door was unlocked. Upon entering, she could faintly hear the sounds of a woman's soft gasps and the creaking of a bed. "Elder Wu, I am here to deliver the fruit platter." Paisher called cautiously. "Just place it on the table." Through the screen, it was evident that two bodies were intertwined behind the curtain, with various garments strewn across the floor, including armor from the GF family's army. It appeared that these fox spirits had detained members of the GF family army solely for their own pairing. Throughout that morning, Paisher learned that the village was inhabited entirely by women, with no males, not even children. They regarded themselves not as humans, but rather as foxes that had cultivated in the mountains, albeit lacking sufficient power. In their eyes, only the matriarch and the 9 elders possessed true magical abilities and could leave the village for the human realm. The other fox spirits served them, obeying their commands in exchange for rewards. From this, it seemed that Qingyao village was an isolated utopia, complete with its own rules and customs. However, Paisher remained skeptical about the existence of true supernatural beings in this world. She believed the women in the village were ordinary humans, likely under the influence of substances that altered their memories, leading them to believe they were fox spirits. Strangely, there were no mirrors present, and an unwritten rule forbade the removal of masks. Paisher found this regulation perplexing and, while working in the kitchen, casually inquired about it with a middle-aged woman. "Mirrors?" The woman reacted with visible terror upon hearing the word. "The matriarch has decreed that mirrors are harbingers of misfortune, revealing our true fox forms. The masks, too, must remain on, as they are a form of protection from the matriarch." It was apparent that these individuals had been thoroughly deceived. "Sister Tingfeng, after so many years of transformation, have you ventured outside?" Paisher continued to inquire. This middle-aged woman seemed older than her years. Though her face was concealed by a mask, her voice revealed she was at least 50. "My powers are insufficient. Only the clan leader and the elders possess the strength to breach the barrier and visit the mortal realm. Could you demonstrate your powers for me, dear sister? I yearn to learn and aspire to visit the human world soon." Paisher lowered her voice, embodying the spirit of a curious and playful young girl. Perhaps due to her memory being erased, the sisters here were innocent and kind. Tingfeng did not ponder long. If her sister wished to see, she would oblige. "Well then, be sure to watch closely." With that, Tingfeng retrieved a radish from the frame, wielding a knife in one hand and tossing the radish into the air with the other. As she sliced through the air, the radish was deftly cut into slices at an almost imperceptible speed. My heavens! Paisher was truly astonished. This technique is nothing short of extraordinary. It can be deemed the pinnacle of culinary mastery. "Wow, Sister Tingfeng, you are simply incredible." Paisher's admiration was heartfelt. Tingfeng did not succumb to pride. Instead, She sighed softly, remarking that this was merely a knife skill, unlike the elders who could traverse walls and roofs with ease. Big:I'Sha inquired, traverse walls and roofs? Is that not lightness skill? It seemed the spells they referred to were akin to martial arts. Sister Big:I'Feng, do you know what the clan leaders do each time they descend a mountain? Big:I'Sha continued her casual dialogue with Big:I'Feng. The affairs of the clan leaders are beyond our concern. Big:I'Feng's words carried significant weight. If the clan leader were injured, their combat prowess would undoubtedly diminish. Nevertheless, the 9 elders were formidable, and with many skilled individuals like Big:I'Feng, a direct rescue would be futile, necessitating a clever strategy. Xiaofei, focus on mastering your spells, and strive to earn the qualification to choose a partner next time. Big:I'Feng jested. Big:I'Sha was puzzled. But aren't there still a few men in the dungeon? Why is no one selecting them? Those few are far too unattractive. Who would want them? Big:I'Feng retorted swiftly, providing Big:I'Sha with an answer. There is a saying, better to lack than to have an excess. Upon hearing this, Big:I'Sha chuckled lightly. How disdainful of those men. After their conversation meandered to a close, Big:I'Feng noticed the medicine simmering on her stove and hurried over to check on it. As she fanned the flames with a hand fan, she instructed Big:I'Sha on her tasks. All right then. Big:I'Sha sighed. The work here was indeed far from leisurely. However, exchanging labor for sustenance brought its own joy. She strode confidently into the room, sharing all she had learned with everyone. To keep it brief, she departed shortly after. Just as she reached the doorway, voices from within the room caught her attention. Men and women conversing. Oh, impressive skills. Truly befitting of a young lord. Miss, please conduct yourself with propriety. I'm already betrothed and cannot betray her. No worries. What man does not indulge in revelry? Afterward, I will not hold you accountable. Consider it merely a dalliance with a courtesan. Why would a lady of your stature demean herself in such a manner? This remark from the young lord seemed to irk the clan leader. Her voice, no longer pleasant, turned sharp. Our clan has no men, for the sake of procreation. We merely borrow passing men. Would you not assist us, young lord? Upon hearing this, the young lord hesitated. It was unreasonable for any man to decline, especially in the presence of a woman of celestial beauty who promised no repercussions afterward. Yet, he could not acquiesce, solely for the sake of his beloved Princess Jiang. Noticing his furrowed brow, the clan leader teasingly queried, could it be that at over 20 years of age, you remain a virgin? The young lord's face flushed, casting a glance at her. The clan leader smiled, satisfied. Indeed, mentioning such matters would not cause one to blush so deeply otherwise. The young lord hesitated, then raised his chin and confessed directly. I am, and I must remain faithful to her. Thus I cannot assist you, dear lady. The clan leader was momentarily taken aback. It was her first encounter with such a devoted soul. I am willing to offer all my possessions as compensation. I implore you, show mercy and allow us to hasten our journey to the west. The young lord bowed respectfully. Upon hearing this, the clan leader's previously subdued anger resurfaced. The emperor of the eastern extremes is mediocre and incompetent, neglecting the governance of the nation, while the common folk suffer greatly. Such a monarch does not deserve loyal subjects like you. Speaking ill of the emperor did not faze the clan leader. Rather, she became increasingly animated, as if harboring a deep-seated animosity toward him. The young lord sighed in response. I do not wish for this either, but as a subject, and moreover, he is my future father-in-law. If I do not take to the battlefield, he will surely betroth my beloved to another. Chapter 151. A battalion of women warriors in regard to the criticisms of the emperor, even Big:I'Sha, eavesdropping outside, found herself in agreement. Currently, in the vast eastern extremes, only the cities near Longcheng could be deemed somewhat prosperous. The rest barely sufficed for survival, while the border cities and those embroiled in conflict in the western regions were in dire straits. Fortunately, the plague had only erupted within the military and had yet to infect the common people. Should it spread, the entire West would descend into a living hell. Merely contemplating such matters was terrifying. Meanwhile, the oblivious emperor never considered these issues. The physician accompanying the troops was also someone Jun Jingyan had requested from the emperor during court, and he had miserly provided only 2 inept individuals. How frustrating. Big:I'Sha freed a hand to knock on the door. Clan leader, the medicine is ready. Come in. Big:I'Sha placed the medicine near the clan leader and, while she was distracted, discreetly tossed a paper ball to the young lord, indicating for him to find her in the kitchen. After she departed, the young lord excused himself to use the restroom, leaving the clan leader's chamber. Big:I'Shur was aware that the young lord was pursuing her and led him to a secluded cluster of flowers. "Do you recognize me, my lady?" the young lord whispered. "It is I." Big:I'Shur removed her mask and spoke softly. The young lord's expression shifted to one of surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. "It is indeed a member of the Jing Wangfu, possessing both loyalty and affection." He had faith they would not remain indifferent. Yet he sincerely hoped they would not put themselves in danger. "This place is perilous," the young lord began, but was interrupted by Big:I'Shur. "Spare me the pleasantries. Is there a way to escape?" Confronted by such a commanding elder, the young lord gasped. "This lady is even more intimidating than the empress. They harbor no ill intentions towards us. After 3 days, once the bridal chamber rituals conclude, they will release us." The young lord believed these women would honor their word. "Do not wait for 3 days. The longer we linger, the more precarious our situation becomes. If they change their minds and wish to harm us, what then?" Big:I'Shur was distrustful of these individuals. The young lord shrugged, expressing regret. "Unfortunately, I have yet to devise a suitable escape plan." Big:I'Shur had not anticipated him to find a solution. "Earlier, when delivering meals to the girls and their children, I heard Lily mention a method, but it requires everyone's cooperation." Big:I'Shur inquired anxiously. The young lord nodded. He indeed had some knowledge of this. "The women here possess varying degrees of martial skills. They are all warriors, and the clan leader and several elders are renowned bounty hunters, their skills unfathomable. Perhaps to avoid detection, they practice their techniques clandestinely at night, from individual skills to formations. However, not every woman possesses martial prowess, nor is everyone's skill exceptional. The flower patterns on the forehead of the fox mask indicate their ranks and abilities." Upon hearing this, Big:I'Shur realized the truth. So, the women of this village are indeed a battalion of female warriors. However, she had never paid attention to the number of petals on the huadian. Now that she thought of it, the mask of I had only 1 petal. The mask of Ing had 3 petals. The mask of the dungeon guard had 2. The leader she had just seen had 5 petals. "I will seek a way to escape from here." Big:I'Shur was certain that the barrier in the village mentioned by Ing was the same ghost wall they encountered upon entering. It must be an illusionary formation, and if they could break it, they would be able to come and go freely. "Young lord, can you contact the others who were asked to marry?" Big:I'Shur inquired once more. "I can attempt to summon them. Our Jijiao army also has its own signals," the young lord replied, though he was uncertain. Although these women did not restrict their freedom, whether they could leave still depended on the women's decision. "All right, reach out to them, find someone clever, and have him draw information from those elders on how to break the formation," Big:I'Shur instructed. "Leave this matter to me. They will practice martial arts in the back mountain after dark. We shall meet there." The young lord believed that those skilled in martial arts would not be present, making their actions more convenient. "Very well, I entrust this to you." The young lord did not dare to neglect the task assigned by Big:I'Shur. He needed to find someone astute, and after some contemplation, he thought of the little soldier Big:I'Z, who had caught Elder Ba's attention. As for Big:I'Shur, she took the initiative to intercept the task of fetching water at the kitchen, boldly heading to the village entrance. Upon arrival, she found herself in the same spacious area with several large pillars as before. Since another woman accompanied her to fetch water, Big:I'Shur had no opportunity to approach that side. The well was located in the nearby woods. From this vantage point, the pillars seemed to stand amidst the clouds. "What are you looking at?" "We should leave after fetching the water," the woman accompanying her urged. "Oh, I was wondering why there's a constant mist over there," Big:I'Shur replied candidly. The woman glanced over and said without hesitation, "That is the leader's spell to protect us, preventing outsiders from entering the village." "A spell, you say?" "A normal person can smell the strong aroma of burning firewood surrounding us. Do you not smell it? It resembles the scent from our kitchen." Big:I'Shur feigned sniffing the air. "You wouldn't know, would you?" The woman adopted a storytelling tone. "Look at those pillars over there. They're not merely pillars, but towers. Inside them are the elixirs refined by the leader, which could allow one to shorten their cultivation by 10 years and directly attain immortality." As she spoke, the woman gazed enviously at the pillars, clearly yearning for the so-called miraculous elixirs within. Big:I'Shur shook her head, pondering the indoctrination these women had undergone. Why did they never question their identities as fox fairies? What power had altered their memories? Big:I'Shur could not fathom it, but at the very least, she believed that NNXN's poison technique could not reach such a level. She had heard that the Big:I'Su clan possessed a mysterious hypnotic technique. 1,000 years ago, a prince of NNXN misled by treachery, slaughtered city. And it was the regent of Big:InNyu who saved the entire dragon city using hypnotism. However, this hypnotic technique, along with the UZHO clan, had long since vanished. The Y family, being the last descendants of the UZHO clan, did not possess such abilities. How could someone in this small Big:InNyu village have it? How can we obtain the elixirs inside? Big:InNyu inquired with sudden curiosity. The woman sighed. We can only consume them after we die. Observing Big:InNyu's puzzled expression, the woman continued to explain, only after death can one be carried into those towers. Consume the elixir, and then be blessed by the 9 elders together, thus truly attaining immortality. Seeing the woman's eager demeanor, Big:InNyu could not bear to disillusion her. Still thinking of leaving the village, Big:InNyu picked up the water bucket and followed. Do you think TNGFA's spells are powerful enough for her to escape? She asked casually during their conversation. The woman shook her head and replied, it must be someone with elder-level abilities. She then pointed to the petals on the mask's forehead. It must have 4 petals or more. However, Big:InNyu held a different view. She believed that the reason only those above the elder level could leave was not due to a lack of skill, but rather that the secrets of the formation were known only to those at the elder level. Chapter 152. The plan to attack the tower when delivering dinner to those in the dungeon. Big:InNyu mentioned the smoke formation in the village. JNLL interpreted what Big:InNyu said in her own way. Only the dead can enter. I suspect those pillars are not for refining elixirs, but for refining corpses, aren't they? Isn't that akin to the concept of cremation? No wonder there is constant smoke. It is likely produced by these corpses. JNLL's little face scrunched up as she continued her analysis. And that ghost wall we cannot escape. I suspect it is a 5-element A-trigram formation. Unfortunately, this lucky koi cannot leave. Otherwise, I would surely be able to research it thoroughly. The others were unsure where JNLL's mysterious confidence came from. But since she said so, they felt compelled to indulge her. Mother, have there always been 2 guards at the entrance? JNLing asked. Big:InNyu replied uncertainly. Perhaps there will be fewer at night. JNLing nodded. Big:InNyu pondered for a moment and said, in that case, tonight when I meet the young lord, I will see how things are progressing on their end. All right, we will discuss it tonight. JNLing agreed. Big:InNyu could not linger long while delivering dinner. Even if she did not leave, everyone urged her to go, for if her identity were exposed, all would be lost. Farewell, mother. Stay safe. JNLL waved her little hand, bidding Big:InNyu goodbye. The villagers' work hours were orderly. The leader and elders were not like the ladies in the city, who required constant attendance. After resting, Big:InNyu and the others had to do everything themselves. The dormitories housed 4 people per room. Big:InNyu's impersonation as I had her bed by the window. Not that the items were of exceptional quality, but they were all adequate. Beside her bed, there were even several folktales. After chatting with her roommates about interesting village anecdotes, they each settled down to rest. Big:InNyu also lay down and pretended to sleep. After experiencing a day in the village, Big:InNyu genuinely felt that such a simple life was quite pleasant. For these women, this place was their home, and their companions were their family. They labored daily to earn their sustenance, living self-sufficiently and leading a rich and vibrant life. Yet, Big:InNyu could not comprehend why the leader sought to erase everyone's memories and deceive them into believing they were foxes from the mountains. What roles had these women played in the world before arriving at Big:InNyu village? As she pondered, the faint sounds of her roommates snoring began to fill the air. Around the 3rd watch of the night, the horn sounded as expected. Big:InNyu waited for a moment, then stealthily rose, not daring to breathe heavily as she exited the room. Their dormitory was relatively close to the back mountain, where she could vaguely see a group practicing swordplay in formation. She had heard earlier that they rotated shifts every few days. Those who worked during the day would not need to practice at night, and vice versa. After a few days, the 2 groups would switch, allowing everyone to both work and have opportunities to practice martial arts. Big:InNyu arrived at the location where she had arranged to meet the young lord in the afternoon. He was already waiting there. Did that little soldier uncover any valuable information? Big:InNyu asked directly, skipping any pleasantries. He did. The 5 structures at the village entrance are not mere pillars, but slender towers, each containing a mechanism that must be deciphered to break the formation. How do we unlock the mechanisms? Big:InNyu inquired earnestly. I do not know, the young lord replied candidly. Big:InNyu sighed, realizing that she could not rely on them. Do you know what the mechanisms are? She pressed further. I do not know. He shook his head once more. Exasperated, Pei rolled her eyes and was about to depart when the young lord added, "Each of the 5 towers is guarded by a different elder each day. To unlock the mechanisms, we must first defeat the guarding elder." Pei instructed, "You are responsible for gathering them together. I will use a smoke bomb as a signal. If we succeed, you must come when you see the smoke." Her rescue plan was straightforward and precise. Had it not been for the fact that half of the people would be sleeping while the other half trained on the back mountain, she would not have dared to use a smoke bomb so openly. "Understood," the young lord responded, then went to assemble the others. Pei made her way towards the dungeon. To assault the towers and unlock the mechanisms, she needed the assistance of those children. Upon reaching the dungeon, the guard, surprised by her late arrival, was about to ask the reason when Pei incapacitated him with a swift strike. As she walked, she removed her outer garment, draping it over her arm, and began to take off her mask. With delicate fingers, she pressed a switch on the wall, causing the heavy stone door to open. And in her mind echoed the delighted voice of her little girl. Pei succinctly instructed Jun Li to release the nearby Jie family soldiers as well. The situation is as follows. Li, 4th brother. "Miss Su, you must accompany me to attack the tower," Pei commanded, her tone tinged with a hint of beseeching. "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. "Do not worry, mother. I shall handle the mechanisms," declared Jun Li confidently. As a diligent student of the Zhou, Yi, and the 8 trigrams for countless years, these trivial mechanisms pose no challenge for me. Yet beneath her confidence lay a tinge of guilt. If only she could swiftly devise a formula for explosives, they could obliterate the tower without such complications. "I yearn to confront the clan leader and those elders," Su Yin expressed vehemently. When Pei brought dinner that evening, she had already felt displeased upon learning that these women resorted to bounty hunting for income. Though her family's shadow kill organization was also an assassin group, it charged exorbitant fees and adhered to strict principles, thus allowing others with decent martial prowess to take on jobs that shadow kill would not accept. These individuals could undertake tasks that the shadow kill deemed beneath them, often at a significantly lower cost, even targeting defenseless elders and children, and if the price was right, they would not hesitate to eliminate loyal and virtuous individuals. As the heir to shadow kill, she felt a duty to eradicate the parasites within the industry. "Miss Su, exercise caution and do not act recklessly," Jun Jinling admonished sincerely. Pei allowed the Jie family soldiers to accompany them, but they would not be needed for the tower assault. Their martial skills were mediocre, lacking any element of surprise. It would be pointless to risk their lives in vain. "You all find a suitable hiding place. After we succeed, we will signal with the smoke bomb, and then regroup," Pei advised, and they complied without objection. However, as Pei and her group were about to leave, they inquired about the general direction of the village entrance. Considering that they would be retreating from the village entrance, Pei thought it prudent to inform them of the location so they could arrive sooner. Chapter 153. Li. Believe in yourself. The 4 of them stealthily approached the village entrance. Pei carried Jun Li in front. Jun Li scrutinized the arrangement of the 5 towers. "The order of these towers is likely based on the 5 elements," she mused. The designer of this formation truly exerted tremendous effort. With just a glance, Jun Li marveled at the sophistication of the array. Yet, no matter how intricate, it would not confound her. As they drew closer, Jun Li concluded that to assault the tower, they must proceed according to the sequence of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Metal corresponds to the western position. This one, Jun Li pointed to the tower in the west. "Mother," she called out with unwavering conviction. "Let us proceed," Pei commanded. The nighttime mist surrounding the area was not as dense as during the day. However, in the pitch darkness, they could not discern the attributes of the 5 towers without Jun Li's guidance. Approaching the metal tower, they gripped their weapons tightly. Jun Jinling was the busiest, with silver needles pinched between his fingers in one hand and a soporific drug clutched in the other. "I shall lead the charge. If I can incapacitate the guards within, you will not have to engage in combat," he explained his strategy. Agreed. Jun Li was the first to concur, displaying no concern whatsoever. Pei also acquiesced. Su Yin, however, harbored doubts about Jun Jinling's capabilities, fearing that he might complicate matters. The martial prowess of these elders was formidable. If they could resolve the situation through stealth, ambush, or poison, it would be ideal. Otherwise, should they confront them together, not only would they be at a disadvantage, but attracting additional adversaries would be counterproductive. Pei cautioned. Though methods involving poison and ambush seemed underhanded, Junlili had grown accustomed to such tactics. From the moment of her birth, she had known her parents and family were rather unhinged, all possessing the potential to play the role of a villain. Su Yin air chimed in, cracking her knuckles, adopting the demeanor of one ready for a fierce battle. They stealthily infiltrated the metal tower. Since Pei Shi was carrying Junlili, Jun Jinling, and Su Yin air shielded them from behind. The interior of the tower was cramped, occupying less than 5 square meters, nearly entirely taken up by a staircase and an object resembling an alchemical furnace. Due to the constant heat from the fires, the temperature inside the tower was exceedingly high, akin to summer despite it being winter. The space was so confined that they could see no one on the first floor, nor any mechanisms. The group ascended the stairs quietly. At the corner of the second floor, a woman wearing a fox mask was writing, presumably one of the tower's guardians. Jun Jinling peeked out, launched a silver needle, and struck the woman's sleeping pressure point. As she fell unconscious, she inadvertently crossed paths with Jun Jinling. But there was no time to react. After subduing the woman, they scoured the tower for mechanisms until they reached the top, discovering a small box containing several differently shaped blocks. It seemed they needed to place the blocks in the correct positions to dismantle the connection of the metal tower to the external formation. Studied the mechanism, while Jun Jinling and Su Yin Air remained at the base to guard against intruders. Junlili attempted to move one of the blocks, but hesitated, unsure if she might trigger an alarm by making a mistake. Lili, believe in yourself. Your mother believes in you, Pei Shi encouraged her. With renewed resolve, Junlili nodded, closed her eyes, and mentally rehearsed the arrangement of the blocks. These were Luban blocks and were not difficult to assemble. With a determined spirit, she opened her eyes and swiftly arranged the blocks. At that moment, even Pei Shi felt a surge of trepidation. The mother and daughter leaned against the window to gaze outside, witnessing the tiles in the square subtly shifting. This confirmed that Junlili had succeeded. The first metal tower had been successfully breached. The group then advanced towards the wood tower, situated in the eastern position. Perhaps due to the negligence of its guardian, the temperature within this tower was not as high as that of the metal tower. It was just right, akin to a warm furnace. After taking just a few steps, a young woman's voice rang out. Who dares to invade the tower? As her words trailed off, a woman wearing a fox mask leaped down the stairs. Upon seeing that Pei Shi and her companions were unmasked and included a male, she immediately recognized their identities. Is it you? To incapacitate the guard, locate the mechanism, and escape from the dungeon is indeed remarkable. Certainly, she has been an elder here for over a decade, and this is the first time she has witnessed someone emerging from that dungeon. Merely devising a way to open that mechanism door signifies a level of intelligence that is truly superior. How peculiar it is to find someone so astonished by the ordinary. Jun Jinling intentionally provoked the woman, enticing her to engage in combat with him. However, his aim was not to fight, but rather to find the opportune moment to administer a tranquilizer. Cover your mouth and nose, Jun Jinling shouted. Pei Shi, along with Su Yin, immediately covered their mouths and noses with their sleeves, while Junlili also used her small hands to conceal her mouth. The tranquilizer dispersed into the air like a gust of sand. The masked woman, unable to cover her mouth and nose in time, inhaled the tranquilizer, rendering her limbs weak and her head spinning. Within 3 seconds, she lost consciousness. Jun Jinling and Su Yin remained downstairs, while Pei Shi carried Junlili upstairs to decipher the mechanism. Remarkably, the mechanism within the wooden tower resembled a Rubik's Cube, which Junlili could solve even with her eyes closed. Outside, the tiles corresponding to this side of the wooden tower were also undergoing transformation. The four, undeterred, proceeded to the water tower located to the north. As they entered the tower, before even reaching the second floor, they heard the woman's delicate gasps. Pei Shi, having heard this sound in the fifth elder's chamber that morning, instantly understood the implications. Fourth brother, you take Lily to the top floor. I will deal with the tower guardian. Miss Su, you stay at the entrance to keep watch. Once I am finished, I will come down to find you. To avoid alerting the tower guardian, Pei Shi lowered her voice and communicated with gestures. Although they were unaware of her intentions, Jun Jinling and Su Yin complied without question. Upon reaching the second floor, Pei Shi discovered a soft couch hidden behind a screen. She extended her arms, and a black insect crawled from her sleeve, landing on the couch. In mere moments, the person on the couch became still. As Jun Jinling passed by, He couldn't help but glance in that direction, only to be sharply reprimanded by Big:�. Do not look. This command ignited June Lily's curiosity. Unfortunately, June Jinling moved too swiftly for her to see anything. The mechanism in the water tower resembled a chessboard. Fortunately, fourth brother carried her up, otherwise she would have been unable to solve it. Having traversed time, she was utterly unversed in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It wasn't that she lacked aptitude. Rather, she simply had no talent in these areas. Over the past year, having spent time with Taoist Wang, learning about pharmacology, he had also engaged her in chess and tea. Thus, she possessed a rudimentary understanding of the game. Yet, even after staring at the chessboard for a quarter of an hour, he remained perplexed. Noticing his furrowed brow and pained expression, June Lily was filled with confusion. Fourth brother, are you even capable? June Jinling. He truly was not. Little sister, come take a look. June Jinling had no choice but to seek outside assistance. At that moment, June Lily's expression resembled the seventh emoji in the first row of your collection. She raised her eyes to the chessboard, which indeed appeared extraordinary. The black pieces were dominant, while the white pieces were in decline. The paths of the black pieces were steady, whereas the placements of the white pieces were erratic. This conflict between black and white mirrored the current struggle between the East and West. Chapter 154. Overcoming my challenge is no easy feat, June Lily pondered, her delicate brows knitting together. However, upon hearing June Lily's analysis, June Jinling suddenly experienced a spark of inspiration. Indeed, that was the interpretation. He too perceived the chessboard as a representation of the world, and the pieces as the two nations of East and West. June Lily, she was startled by fourth brother's realization. She did not comprehend what fourth brother had understood. June Jinling hoisted June Lily on his shoulder, freeing a hand to play chess. With decisive moves, he executed his strategy flawlessly. Indeed, June Lily observed as the tiles in the northern section of the plaza below the tower began to change. Another tower has been breached. How wonderful! June Lily sighed in relief, victory within reach. The fourth tower, the fire tower, presented a surprise, as it was devoid of a guardian. While the reason remained unclear, the four did not dwell on it, and quickly ascended to the top to solve the mechanism. To prevent a sneak attack from the tower guardian, they all gathered at the pinnacle. Upon encountering the mechanism, their eyes widened in astonishment, understanding why the guardian of the fire tower had abandoned their post. The entire wall was a colossal bagua abacus. Every strike, whether too many or too few, would be detrimental. Ultimately, the beads would form a bagua. Without a basic knowledge of feng shui, one could never solve it. For Big:� and the others, it was their first encounter with such a large abacus shaped like a bagua, leaving them somewhat astonished. Yet, June Lily remained unfazed. To her, it was the simplest of tasks. This puzzle seemed tailor-made for her. However, her small stature and lack of strength necessitated the assistance of the three to manipulate the abacus beads. This one, that one, the topmost one. June Lily continuously directed the others. As they reached for the highest bead, Su Yenner leaped gracefully, using June Jinling's shoulder as leverage to soar to the highest point and successfully shift the bead. Soon after, the tiles in the southern section of the tower below also transformed. In that moment, the four felt as if they glimpsed the light of hope. Only the final earth tower in the center remained. They hurried to the tower's entrance and pushed the door open. The situation was dire. At the center of the first floor sat a woman wielding a long knife. It was evident that a fierce battle awaited them. As the sound of their footsteps echoed, the woman opened her eyes. So it is you four. Impressive, managing to escape the dungeon and defeat the other tower guardians to reach me. Her words were laced with admiration for their accomplishments. Yet, she warned, but passing my test will not be easy. The woman's demeanor suggested a volatile temperament. Without further ado, she drew her long knife and lunged at them. June Jinling, quick-witted and swift, hurled several silver needles in an attempt to ambush her. But the woman reacted with remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging the needles with a backflip. Big:� recognized the urgency of the situation, entrusting June Lily to June Jinling while exchanging a knowing glance with Su Yenner, signaling a two-pronged attack. The two drew their daggers and charged at the woman. As they soared through the air, it was as if they were conjuring a tempest, leaving June Lily dazzled. Wow, mother is so beautiful in a fight. Sister Yenner is not bad either, but she pales in comparison to mother. June Jinling sheltered June Lily behind a cabinet at the entrance. Yun Lili, restless, continually peeked out to observe the battle. Jun Jinling could do nothing but shield her with his body. However, as the elder and his mother engaged in fierce combat, they were likely too preoccupied to notice the two siblings. This woman, having attained the position of elder, was indeed formidable. Jun Lili witnessed her effortlessly disarming Su Yener. Both Pei Shi and Su Yener fought valiantly, but even together, they found it challenging to contend with her. Mother, go for it. Mother will surely triumph. Sister Yener, you too. Jun Lili silently cheered for them. Pei Shi felt invigorated by her daughter's encouraging words. The elder, regaining her composure, then targeted Su Yener, who was less formidable than Pei Shi. Little girl, you show great potential, but alas, you are too young. Give it 10 years, and you could certainly shine like a bright star, but as the elder spoke, her gaze turned sharp, and she swung her knife towards Su Yener's back. Miss Su, watch out! Jun Jinling shouted, disregarding everything else, rushing forward to block the blow aimed at Su Yener. Fortunately, his shout diverted the elder's attention, causing her blade to veer off course and merely graze Jun Jinling's arm. Did fourth brother just play the hero, saving the beauty? Jun Lili was taken aback by Jun Jinling's selfless act of shielding her. Even Su Yener was astonished. Pei Shi stepped forward, directly confronting the woman's assault to buy time for Jun Jinling and Su Yener. Jun Laosi, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Su Yener was overwhelmed with emotion, yet she still spoke reproachfully. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Jun Jinling replied dismissively. Don't brush it off. Just take good care of your little sister. Upon hearing Su Yener's words, Jun Lili was stunned. She was chiding Jun Jinling for abandoning her to rescue her instead. Sister Yener, your affections are profound. Jun Lili thought, tore between laughter and tears. Be cautious. At that moment, Pei Shi was beginning to tire, having just braved 4 towers without rest. As Su Yener resumed fighting, Pei Shi sighed with relief. We must finish this quickly, she advised, having discerned that Su Yener's stamina was also depleting rapidly. Su Yener nodded and charged toward the elder. However, her dagger barely grazed the opponent's clothing before her wrist was seized, twisted violently, dislocating her forearm. The sharp pain contorted Su Yener's features. Yet the elder had no intention of letting her go, hurling her toward the doorway, as if discarding an object. Su Yener! Jun Jinling shouted in horror, rushing to catch her. However, his own strength was insufficient, and he was instead pulled along, both crashing to the wall's base. Fourth brother, Sister Yener. Oh no, please be safe. Jun Lili witnessed their flight, her heart pounding in fear. The pain must be excruciating. She hurried over, grasping their fingers in a futile attempt to help them up. Alas, as a mere infant, her tiny hands could only clutch their fingers, lacking the strength to lift them. She struck Pei Shi's abdomen with a punch, causing Pei Shi to stagger back a few steps, spitting blood. Mother. Jun Lili was at a loss regarding whom to assist, and the harsh reality was that she could help neither. Just a small infant left. The elder advanced toward her, wielding a blade longer than Jun Lili herself. On the ground, Jun Jinling and Su Yener struggled to rise, desperate to protect Jun Lili, but their efforts were in vain. Pei Shi summoned her remaining strength to grasp the elder's leg. Stop. I beg you, spare my daughter. I will agree to anything you desire. As a mother, even the exalted noble consort must humbly plead for her child. Chapter 155. Is it not merely 300 years of cultivation? Witnessing this scene, Jun Lili felt her heart bleed. It was as though someone was gripping her heart tightly, inflicting unbearable pain. Mother, unable to contain herself, the infant was moved to tears by Pei Shi's plight. Detestablemans. How dare you provoke the great Koi immortal? Jun Lili declared, hands on her hips, glaring at the elder. She was about to unleash her ultimate attack. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky outside. Though I lack martial skills and cannot fight you, I can summon heavenly thunder to teach you a lesson. Just as her thoughts concluded, a bolt of lightning crackled outside. If it struck, the entire tower would likely be destroyed, and they still needed to break the mechanism to escape. So they couldn't afford to let the thunder descend just yet. Before anyone could react, a group burst through the door. It was a young lord accompanied by several soldiers from the GF family army, here to provide assistance. Everyone is here. The elder appeared elated to see them all gathered. With reinforcements arriving, Pei Shi no longer needed to plead for the elder to spare Jun Lili. She struggled to her feet and asked, Young lord, why have you all come? Noble consort, it is not easy for you and your daughter to be out here alone. Risking ourselves to come here is to save you. I cannot be so ungrateful as to watch you take risks on our behalf. The young lord was also a person of deep loyalty. He had never intended to heed Pei-Shi's advice to remain behind. Pei-Shi smiled faintly, realizing she should have anticipated their arrival. After they had emerged from the dungeon, when those soldiers inquired about the village's location, it was evident they intended to come to her aid. 2 soldiers assisted Pei-Shi to his side. The young lord instructed all the soldiers to protect Pei-Shi and Jun Li while he confronted the elder alone. His martial prowess was quite formidable, only slightly inferior to Jun Jin-shun, but more than adequate against the elder. The young lord engaged in a fierce battle with the elder, while Jun Li remained busy. We cannot waste time. We must quickly break the 5th mechanism. Once we do, we can leave the village freely without having to contend with the fierce elder. With her short legs in motion, Jun Li made her way towards Pei-Shi. Though Pei-Shi was gravely injured, she still had the strength to carry Jun Li to the tower's summit to break the mechanism. Mother, the mechanism. Jun Li pointed toward the staircase, signaling Pei-Shi. Understanding her daughter's intent, Pei-Shi realized it was unwise to continue exhausting themselves against the elder. Their priority was to escape swiftly. Pei-Shi nodded to Jun Li, lifting her up. Young lord, hold her off. We are going to the tower's peak to break the mechanism. Pei-Shi hoped the young lord would buy them some time to ascend without being pursued by the elder. Understood, the young lord responded, forcing the elder into a corner with his blade, providing Pei-Shi and Jun Li with a safe passage to ascend, allowing him to breathe easier. The final tower's mechanism was quite ingenious, featuring a rotating gear lock arranged according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. With 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, there were a total of 120 combinations. Though the quantity was considerable, it posed no challenge for Jun Li, who was adept in 21st century arithmetic. She mentally generated the formulas, deep in thought. Meanwhile, the battle below was nearing its conclusion. The young lord had the blade positioned against the elder's neck, but he did not intend to kill her. Instead, he used Jun Jinling's tranquilizer to render her unconscious. Pei-Shi noticed the sounds of combat had ceased, and since they had prevailed. Li, stay calm. Do not rush. Pei-Shi soothed, fearing that Jun Li's anxiety would only lead to more chaos. Jun Li, undeterred by external distractions, quickly reached a conclusion. Mother, turn to the right 3 times, then to the left 15 times. Yun Li holds, tugging at Pei-Shi's sleeve. Right 3, left 15. As she spoke, she gestured the numbers with her fingers, anxious that Pei-Shi might not comprehend. Having understood her daughter's thoughts, Pei-Shi immediately complied, witnessing her mother execute her intentions flawlessly. Jun Li marveled at her mother's intelligence. With the final rotation completed, the path out of the village revealed itself. Pei-Shi swiftly carried Jun Li down the stairs, and together they exited the tower, successfully escaping. Fortunately, their carriage remained at the village entrance, and the Jie family army had left behind some horses for the young lord and his companions. The horses were well cared for, neither starved nor fled. As their group emerged from the village in a grand procession, the driver hurried to meet them. Noble consort, how could 4th young master be so gravely injured? And who is this young lady? The driver, unfamiliar with Su Yan air, inquired curiously. We must leave here at once. We could discuss everything on the way. Pei-Shi had no time to elaborate with the driver. Their priority was a swift escape. However, with horses, even if the people of Qingyao village pursued, they would not catch up easily. Shall we head to the nearest Jinxi town? The driver suggested. Pei-Shi exchanged glances with the young lord, both agreeing. Given that Jun Jinling and Su Yan air were severely injured, and Pei-Shi and the young lord were also wounded, along with several soldiers not in optimal condition, their most pressing need was to rest. Moreover, the residents of Qingyao village would hardly dare to confront them openly in broad daylight within the bustling town. A grand procession made its way to the town. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, the young lord and several soldiers from the Xie family discarded their armor, while Pei-Shi and Jun Li donned the attire of ordinary folk. After checking into an inn, they swiftly summoned the finest physician in town. Jun Jinling had just served as a human cushion for Su Yan air, and his frail constitution was now in a state hardly better than that of the injured Su Yan air. Oh dear, how could one sustain such grievous injuries? The elderly physician lamented. How are my sons? Pei-Shi inquired anxiously. However, the young master's injuries appear as if he was struck directly in the chest and abdomen by a heavy object. His internal organs are nearly shattered. The physician hesitated to elaborate further, the implication clear to all present. You should tend to her fractures first, Pei Shi instructed calmly, directing the physician to attend to Su Yin Air. Young lord, please take care of Miss Su for me, she added, dismissing the others until only the three of them remained in the room. Could it be that fourth brother? Junlili thought of the physician's words and began to weep uncontrollably. I apologize, fourth brother. I once thought you brought Su Yin Air into the village to use her as a shield, yet in a moment of crisis, you would rather sacrifice yourself to protect her. Junlili felt a tightness in her chest, realizing fourth brother was truly kind-hearted, akin to a pristine white lotus emerging from the mud. Having endured so much suffering since childhood, he was still able to show gentleness to others. Do not fear, fourth brother. You saved someone, and I shall save you. The little koi, cannot allow you to come to harm. The soldiers at the border, grandfather, and elder brother are all waiting for you to rescue them. Isn't it merely 300 years of cultivation? As a little koi fairy, this is trivial. Standing by Jun Jinling's bedside, she grasped his hand, sobbing incessantly. Hearing her heartfelt words, Pei Shi felt an even heavier sorrow. To save fourth brother would cost Lili 300 years of her cultivation. Chapter 156. The hero's burden is quite costly for his sister. She had heard Lili mention that her tribulations across 3 lifetimes, along with her training in the Zizhu forest, had only amassed a little over 1,000 years of cultivation, and saving fourth brother would require 300 years. She worried about the potential consequences for her daughter after such an act. Pei Shi gazed at her resolute daughter with concern. Unbeknownst to her, Junlili had already lost more than 1,000 years of cultivation. The tribulations were a punishment, causing her cultivation and soul power to diminish with each lifetime. She now had less than 800 years remaining. Mother, Junlili called out. I am here, Pei Shi responded promptly, wiping away her tears. Before her children, she needed to maintain her strength. The tears had dried, yet the redness around her eyes lingered. Witnessing her mother's state pained Junlili as well. She wished to express leave it to me, fourth brother, but her urgency made it difficult to articulate the words clearly. All right, mother understands, Pei Shi assured her, comprehending her unspoken thoughts. Without uttering another word, she turned and exited the room. At the moment the door closed, she leaned against it, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Though Pei Shi stifled her sobs, Junlili could discern her mother's gradually stooping figure at the doorway. Time was of the essence, and she swiftly began to cast her spell to save Jun Jinling. The petite figure, with fingers clumsily moving, emanated vibrant rays of light from her fingertips. The brilliance intensified, enveloping her entirely as she ascended into the air. Once she felt sufficiently charged, Junlili directed the light into Jun Jinling's body. As her magical energy dwindled, her own body could no longer withstand it, and she fell from the air, unable even to stand, collapsing onto the ground. In the snowy December of Longcheng, beads of sweat streamed down Junlili's forehead. Her brow furrowed, and her face was nearly devoid of color. In contrast, Jun Jinling, lying quietly on the bed, gradually regained warmth, the color returning to his face and lips. The last glimmer of light was absorbed into his being. And Junlili, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out in a shape, panting heavily. Fourth brother, your heroics are quite impressive. Yet saving you has taken considerable effort, she mused inwardly. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress certainly came with its own burdens for sister. Hearing her thoughts, Pei Shi steadied herself and entered the room, finding her daughter lying on the floor, hurriedly lifting her up. December, how cold it is on the ground. Fear not. Fourth brother is already fine. He will awaken shortly, and after a few days of rest, he can prescribe some medicine for himself. I can't go on. I'm utterly spent and must rest, she uttered just before succumbing to sleep. Having exhausted her magical energy, she naturally drifted off. Pei Shi laid Junlili beside Jun Jinling, allowing the siblings to rest. Upon exiting, the young lord approached. How is Xiaoling? The young lord wished to inquire about Jun Jinling's condition, but had just heard the physician declare that he was near death and did not want to cause Pei Shi further distress. Xiaoling is fine now. His master, Taoist Wang, is a remarkable figure who provided him with a life-preserving elixir. No matter how severe the injuries, he will be all right. Unfortunately, that elixir was a rare find, existing only in one instance. They were well aware of Taoist Wang's true identity. As long as he chose not to, No one could compel him to part with the elixir. The young lord nodded, still somewhat skeptical. It seemed that the esteemed Jing Wang had indeed achieved much during his 60-year seclusion. By the way, Miss Su has awakened. The young lord shifted to more pressing matters. Come, let us see her, Pei Shi declared, leading the way to the adjacent room. The physician had already departed, and several soldiers stood guard over Su Yin Air. Her arm hung limply before her, and her pallor suggested she was in dire straits. Young lady, everyone greeted Pei Shi respectfully. She shook her head in refusal. Hastening to Su Yin Air's side, the young lord followed behind, ensuring the door was closed. Miss Su, how is your injury? Pei Shi inquired with concern. I am fine. This minor injury is nothing. I've endured worse during missions, and I will recover in a few days, Su Yin Air replied dismissively. Observing her lively demeanor, Pei Shi felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. She was indeed a child of misfortune. You have no mother, do you? Pei Shi asked, somewhat inappropriately. Su Yan, lacking in intelligence and somewhat oblivious, nodded. My mother passed away when I was very young. Pei Shi nodded in understanding. From now on, you may call me Annie. There is no need for formalities like young lady. When you have the time, come often to the Jingwang Fu and take my son out to play. In that moment, Pei Shi regarded Su Yin Air as if she were the daughter of an ordinary family, fully embracing her as one of their own. Do you truly not mind my status? Su Yin Air asked uncertainly. Pei Shi smiled and shook her head. Having shared life and death, endured hardships together, there exists no greater bond than this. Su Yin Air nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she would eventually become the daughter-in-law of the Jingwang Fu. Thus, there was no need for excessive formality with her future mother-in-law. By the way, young lady, the young lord began, unsure of what to say. But Pei Shi interjected, you need not call me young lady, just address me as Annie along with Chuyang. Upon hearing this, the young lord was overjoyed. He and Princess Chuyang were merely betrothed and had yet to marry. However, Pei Shi's words delighted him. Then you may call me Ao Ji, he thought, feeling quite content. Well, what were you about to say just now? Please, do share, said Tang Shun. Regarding Qingyao village, what course of action should we take? Upon hearing this, Pei's expression grew somber. The people of Qingyao village are all warriors. It is imperative that the court dispatches troops to suppress them. Yet presently, Longsheng is lacking in military strength. We do not even possess enough forces to defend against the Western encampment. How can we confront them? Pei's statement, though blunt, held a kernel of truth. They indeed lacked military might. There are only young women there. Perhaps we could persuade them to surrender and offer them amnesty, suggested the young lord. Pei quickly dismissed this notion, asserting that persuading them to surrender would likely prove difficult. The young lord had no objections and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Really? Su Yin'er was a person easily swayed by the allure of wealth. Indeed, Pei replied with a smile and a nod. She did not harbor disdain for this avaricious nature. After all, who among the populace was not covetous of riches? Rather than emulate those noble ladies who hypocritically proclaim that money is unimportant while extravagantly spending their family's fortunes, it is far preferable to be open about one's desire for wealth. As exemplified by Jun Lily and Su Yin'er, who can earn their own fortunes through their capabilities. Pei also wished the best for Su Yin'er, considering that her injuries were unsuitable for the battlefield. Your task is accomplished, and we shall reunite with the young lord. Chapter 157. The youthful exchange of hearts. Seeing that Su Yin'er was reluctant to depart, Pei resorted to discussing the contract. Is it not possible for me to accompany you to the western frontier without requiring payment? Es you Yon'er Halfbautet. If you do not comply, I shall ensure that the third brother does not seek you out for future missions. She had to invoke Jun Jinan. Although she was unsure why Su Yin'er had taken a liking to him, this tactic was undeniably effective. Very well, Su Yin'er conceded. Her arm was injured, and should she encounter a formidable enemy, she would not stand a chance. The young lord was indeed considerate, acting out of gratitude. For Su Yin'er's injuries were incurred in her efforts to save them. Agreed, Pei affirmed. I appreciate your efforts. She cast a glance at the soldiers nearby and expressed her gratitude. They had already endured a night of chaos in Qingyao village and then hurried to Jingxizhen to find Nin, seek a doctor, and so forth. They had been occupied until now, and dawn had long since broken. Upon awakening, it was already well into dusk. Concerned for Jun Jinling's well-being, Pei hurried to his room. Jun Jinling was already awake, pouring himself a glass of water. Fourth brother, how are you feeling? Pei inquired with concern. Mother, I am well, thanks to Lily. Jun Jinling replied, casting a guilty glance at the still slumbering Jun Lily. Were it not for her efforts to save him, she would not have exhausted so much of her magical energy and would not have been in such a deep slumber for several hours. You were aware? Pei asked curiously. Jun Jinling had been unconscious. How could he know what had transpired? Yes, I had a sense of things while I was unconscious. That is good to hear. We must ensure Lily is compensated well, Pei said, her heart aching for her youngest daughter, whom she held dear. Jun Jinling nodded silently, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. Since enlisting Taoist Wang's help for his ailment and learning medicine, he had accumulated an insurmountable debt to his younger sister. In the future, should she require anything, he would willingly offer his life for her use. Pei continued, this is for the best. Her agreement with the third brother has been fulfilled. Jun Jinling's heart suddenly felt a pang of constriction. Through these past few days of interaction, he had discovered that he harbored extraordinary feelings for Su Yener. Perhaps it was due to having grown up in the countryside, devoid of interactions with peers of the opposite sex. He knew Su Yener was fond of the third brother, and aside from familial affection and a negligible friendship, they should possess no other feelings for one another. As the mother and son conversed, a knock sounded at the door. Fourth brother. It was Su Yener's voice from outside. Pei smiled at Jun Jinling, cradled Jun Lily, and exited the room. Upon opening the door, she encountered Su Yener directly. I heard voices from within and realized that Xiao Ling had awakened. So I came to check, she explained hurriedly. Pei, having been through her own youthful experiences, saw through the intentions of the two children in an instant. You young ones converse among yourselves. I shall take Lily to get some food. Su Yener smilet aukvartli, unkonsanet, and stepped into the room. Noticing her arm dangling before her chest, Jun Jinling immediately furrowed his brow with concern. Su Gunyang, are you, before he could finish? Su Yener interrupted. I am fine. It's merely a minor injury. She feigned indifference, but perhaps she overexerted herself, and the pain caused her to grimace. Are you truly all right? Please, have a seat, Jun Jinling insisted, assisting her to a chair. Su Yener stubbornly waved her hands, insisting she was unharmed. Jun Jinling simply chuckled beside her. If you are in pain, do not hesitate to express it. You need not conceal it before me. His gentle demeanor resembled that of a docile little rabbit. In that fleeting moment, Su Yener felt as though she had grown dependent on Jun Jinling's gentleness during these past days. Fourth brother, I have decided to befriend you. In the future, when I become your third sister-in-law, I shall play with you every day. Su Yener, merely 14 years of age, perhaps did not fully grasp her feelings at this tender age. Upon hearing her refer to herself as a third sister-in-law, Jun Jinling's fingers trembled as he poured tea. With a wry smile, he remarked, what if my third brother does not fancy you? That is of no concern. Have you forgotten what I am capable of? Su Yener responded confidently. The women of an Sha have mastered the art of seduction. Handling men is a trivial matter. Hier resolute demeanor lift Jun Jinling speechless. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yener began sharing her experiences over the years. Do you know what age I was when I first employed the art of enchantment? She playfully inquired. I do not know, Jun Jinling replied, shaking his head. 7. Su Yener exclaimed as if boasting. Did you know at that age, my skills in enchantment were already quite refined? Alas, I was too young, and no one could be swayed by a mere child. That was the first time I took a life, intending to use my charms, but it failed. Ultimately, I found martial arts to be more effective. So I dedicated myself to honing my skills in combat. As she recounted these tales, her eyes sparkled with excitement. That time was also when I sustained my gravest injuries. I broke a leg and received a stab wound to my chest, spending 3 whole months bedridden. They all thought I had perished, yet in the end, I miraculously survived. Her tone was remarkably light-hearted, even joyous. However, to Jun Jinling's ears, it was laden with profound sorrow. His own childhood had been dark and tragic, and he had not anticipated that Su Yener had endured even more. Do you know? I believe I possess magical powers. Su Yener suddenly mentioned her powers. Capturing Jun Jinling's attention. Throughout my life, I have endured numerous injuries and faced death several times. Yet ultimately, I emerged unscathed. Do you think perhaps some deity is watching over me? Su Yener's outlook was extraordinary, prompting even Jun Jinling to envy her optimism. Perhaps, he replied softly. He was uncertain whether Su Yener had divine protection, but he had his own, his younger sister, his master, his family. He resolved to grow stronger, to become Su Yener's guardian. Is it not possible for you to leave an Sha and pursue another profession? Jun Jinling cautiously inquired, aware that this topic might be overstepping. But an Sha is the culmination of my family's lifelong efforts. I cannot allow it to perish in my hands. Su Yan'e replied helplessly. Jun Jinling had no better solution for the time being. Yet, as the esteemed lady of an Sha, many tasks could be entrusted to others. Could they not? He continued to probe. Su Yin'er chuckled softly, declaring that it was precisely because she was a young lady that she ought to set an example, demonstrating to the disciples of an Sha how to conduct themselves. Otherwise, when her father was no longer present, how could she command respect as she took over an Sha? Su Yin'er was acutely aware of the heavy burden upon her shoulders. Jun Jinling was at a loss for how to assist her. If there is ever anything I can do to help, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you. Su Yin'er replied with a smile, then inquired, but why are you so kind to me? You said it yourself. We are friends. Jun Jinling raised an eyebrow, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 158. No saints in times of turmoil. They exchanged smiles and lifted their teacups to sip their tea. Very well. Jun Jinling nodded emphatically. Su Yin'er was quite familiar with that area, having known where to find Jun Jinan. I visited once to seek your third brother. At that time, an Sha was tasked with eliminating Chueya. She continued, not forgetting to mention the potential profits for an Sha, by the way, as friends. If you ever wish to eliminate someone, just come to me and mention my name for a discount. Observing her playful and endearing demeanor, Jun Jinling felt a stirring in his heart, captivated by a style he had never encountered before, uniquely distinctive. As their conversation unfolded, darkness enveloped the outside world. It's getting late. Let's rest for now. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, we shall set off for Shijian tomorrow. Jun Jinling bid her farewell. He could not keep Su Yin'er any longer. He was already struggling to control his feelings, and if he spent more time with her, he feared he would fall deeper. She had been away for several days, and an Sha had many matters awaiting her attention. After Su Yin'er departed, Jun Jinling leaned against his bed, lost in thought. At that moment, his most pressing concern was traveling to Shijiang to treat the smallpox outbreak. Everything else could be set aside for the time being to avoid distraction. Having slept a great deal during the day, he found himself restless now and resorted to studying medicine. That night was destined to be sleepless. The following morning, the group bid farewell at the inn, parting ways in two directions. The young lord had dispatched most of his limited soldiers to protect Su Yin'er, leaving only 2 by his side. However, they were already quite close to Shijiang. Calculating the time, if they traveled day and night, they would arrive in 3 days, with normal nightly rest. They could reach it in 5 days. With only 5 people in Jun Li's party, the carriage remained spacious. Throughout the journey, despite the hustle and bustle, Jun Li woke up only a few times for brief moments. Jun Jinling checked her pulse. Her health was stable. They all understood that Jun Li was exhausting her own cultivation and spiritual energy. As they ventured further west, the number of refugees increased. The young lord and Jun Jinling felt pity for them and wished to offer food and silver, but were stopped by the awake Jun Li. It was not that she was heartless or lacking compassion, but rather that helping these refugees was fraught with danger. Amidst chaos, there are no saints. If we indiscriminately show kindness, these desperate souls will swarm us, demanding all our money and food. In life and death situations, people are akin to beasts, focused solely on survival, devoid of humanity. We must avoid trouble. Let us move swiftly. Do not question how Jun Li knew this. These were hard-earned lessons from her previous trials. Do not engage with them. Let us depart. Upon hearing Jun Li's inner thoughts, Pei Shi felt alarmed, but fortunately, Jun Li prevented them from acting impulsively. To avoid the masses, they did not take the main road or the back path, but instead traversed directly through the town. As the number of refugees dwindled, Jun Li began to doze again. I shall rest for a bit. We are nearing Shijiang, and I must conserve my energy to see my elder brother bravely fighting in battle. Thoughts of Jun Jinchen occupied her mind once more. The climate in Shijiang was milder than that in Longcheng, being closer to Nanxiangua, making it quite pleasant. As the carriage entered the bustling market area, the chaotic sounds of the populace became discernible. Have you heard? The Jie family army, which has long guarded Longcheng, has been mobilized this time. Alas, do you think we in Dongji are out of troops? Indeed, I have also heard that the southern garrison has been summoned. Groups of townsfolk engaged in discussions about the war as they gathered for tea and meals. They were near the battlefield, and even discussing national affairs openly on the streets drew little scrutiny. They needed to stay informed about the latest developments to respond effectively. It's all due to that plague. Yes, perhaps we should leave quickly and seek refuge in other cities. If the plague spreads here, It may be too late for us to escape. What is there to fear? Did not the emperor send 2 royal physicians to accompany us? They arrived in Shijiang yesterday and should be devising treatment plans today. Upon hearing this, a man immediately countered, "Oh, the latest news is that those 2 incompetent physicians have no idea how to treat smallpox. They are less capable than the veterinarians treating horses in the Pei family army." His words ignited outrage among the nearby crowd. Jun Jinling, unable to remain seated any longer, called out, "Big:In, stop the carriage." He instructed the soldier driving to halt. Once the carriage came to a stop, Jun Jinling leaped out and approached the townsfolk who had just been conversing. "Dear villagers, rest assured that smallpox will not spread here. Please remain calm and do not abandon your homes," Jun Jinling proclaimed loudly in the street. Peisher lifted the carriage curtain to look outside, a faint smile gracing her lips. This journey had allowed the 4th son to mature significantly. "Aunt, I shall go out and see." The young lord, concerned for Jun Jinling, followed suit. "Who are you to claim that the plague will not reach Muliang City?" A villager quickly questioned. "Because I am also knowledgeable in medicine. I am heading to Shijiang to treat the soldiers afflicted with smallpox." Despite Jun Jinling's assertion, some remained skeptical. "You, a mere child, speak such nonsense." An elderly man perceived Jun Jinling as a reckless youth, causing a stir in the streets. "I am the Prince of Jing." Jun Jinling began to reveal his identity, but the young lord intervened. It was not wise to expose himself before reaching Shijiang. Jun Jinling pouted in frustration, but then had a clever idea. "If you do not believe me, perhaps you would trust the war god of Dongji. Yun. I have heard that the young general has summoned renowned physicians from Longcheng, who will arrive tomorrow. You can wait a couple of days. If the physicians do not arrive, or if they fail to treat the smallpox, you may leave." Though Jun Jinling's voice carried an air of authority, his expression remained gentle, as if he were negotiating with the townsfolk. "You are quite an amusing lad. I shall give you the benefit of the doubt and wait 3 days." The elderly man who had previously mocked Jun Jinling changed his perspective. With his 3-day deadline established, the crowd acquiesced. "We shall wait 3 days. I do not wish to abandon my homeland. What if this young lad is correct?" "Indeed, 3 days is not too long to wait." Another woman suggested, "We can prepare our belongings. And if by the end of 3 days there is still no news of treatment for smallpox from Shijiang, we can depart then." The townsfolk echoed her sentiments, nearly all agreeing with Jun Jinling's proposal. Chapter 159, At last, I can meet my elder brother. Jun Jinling felt confident in this plan. Before departing, he had diligently studied how to treat smallpox, and even during their journey, he pondered over it. He was certain he could bring healing. "Moreover, dear villagers, if you trust me, each household can prepare this remedy." After speaking, Jun Jinling produced a mask from his sleeve, a creation inspired by Jun Lily's suggestion during their idle moments in the dungeon of Qingyao village. He deemed it a feasible solution and had Jun Lily sketch the design, which he then meticulously crafted himself. This item, known as a mask, is worn over the mouth and nose to prevent the spread of smallpox. Jun Jinling tossed the mask into the crowd, encouraging them to pass it around for examination. The common folk, having never encountered such an object, likened it to a type of veil. Some ventured to try it on, discovering that it provided better sealing than a veil and was not as suffocating as they had imagined. Fearful of death, they were willing to pay for such an item if it could truly prevent smallpox, and many expressed their gratitude to the young master. The young marquis remarked in astonishment that the 4th young master of the Jing Wangfu could also sew. Jun Jinling urged the onlookers to stop gawking and instead focus on mending the mask for their own use, stating that no one would supervise their efforts. He then handed several semi-finished products to the young marquis and his companions, inviting them to join in the production of masks. The unskilled Pei family matriarch, using her embrace of Jun Lily as an excuse, evaded the task of sewing. Jun Jinling kindly crafted a small fish pattern for Jun Lily, which appeared vividly lifelike. Upon awakening, Jun Lily was surprised to find the mask adorning her face, wondering how her elder brother had managed to create it so swiftly. She marveled at how clever her family was, seeming almost to possess an innate understanding of her thoughts. Their carriage swayed gently, destined to arrive at Lingxiao City by dawn the following day. Most of the city's inhabitants had fled before the fighting began, leaving it eerily desolate, resembling a ghost town. The Pei army had set up camp not far from the city gates, where the Pei family banner billowed gracefully in the sky. The coachman, Big:In, nearly wept upon seeing the flagpole, reflecting on the arduous journey they had endured. The Pei family and the young Marquis anxiously lifted the carriage curtains to gaze outside, while June Lily nestled in the arms of the matriarch, equally eager to witness the magnificent sight before her. As she looked out, countless tents sprawled across the landscape. Fortunately, the climate in Shijiang was mild. Otherwise, her elder brother and grandfather would have had to endure the discomfort of camping out. Contemplating this, June Lily retrieved a piece of osmanthus cake, carefully wrapped in a handkerchief. Military life was harsh, and she suspected her elder brother had not tasted such delicacies since leaving home. She had secretly stashed the cake during a meal at the inn, intending to save it for him. Additionally, she had brought along a bag of pear syrup candies from the Wangfu, securely nestled among her clothing. All of these were meant for her elder brother. On the 225th day of longing for him, she was finally on the verge of reunion. As the carriage entered the camp, the area was deserted save for patrolling soldiers and guards, creating a desolate atmosphere. June Lily anxiously scanned her surroundings, worried about the condition of the soldiers afflicted by the illness, including her grandfather, who had also fallen ill, and her elder brother, who had been battling with a cold. She fretted over her maternal uncles, one captured by the enemy and the other wounded. Her concerns multiplied, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Inside the tent, June Jinsheng, engaged in discussions with the deputy commander regarding military affairs, recognized his younger sister's familiar voice and knew she had arrived. Just as June Lily and the others descended from the carriage, June Jinsheng emerged from the tent. "Elder brother," June Jinling called out. Hearing her elder brother's voice, June Lily turned in the matriarch's embrace, her gaze landing upon the significantly thinner figure of June Jinsheng, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She wriggled restlessly in her embrace, and, as the matriarch lost her grip, June Lily seized the opportunity to dash towards June Jinsheng, her short legs flailing about like a little penguin. "Elder brother," she cried while running. June Jinsheng approached her, marveling at how his little sister had not only learned to run, but could also articulate her words more fluently than before. She extended her tiny arms, eager to embrace him, but tripped over a stone on the ground and fell with a loud thud. Dazed from the fall, she yelled in frustration, "Curse it! Why is there a stone here?" Her knee throbbed with pain. Seeing her fall, onlookers rushed over to assist her. "Ouch, it hurts so much," she sniffled, tears brimming in her eyes. June Jinsheng bent down to scoop her up, quickly offering comfort. "Where did you fall? Are you hurt?" The matriarch and June Jinling hurried over as well. "Mother, let us take her inside. Let the fourth young master have a look," suggested June Jinsheng. After 6 months apart, he relished the chance to hold his little sister, who had been nurtured well in the Wangfu, plump and rosy. Holding her in his arms felt warm and comforting, though unfortunately, the osmanthus cake she had brought was now in ruins. Clutching the shattered remnants of the cake, June Lily felt more heartbroken than from her fall. "Woe is me, the osmanthus cake for elder brother is ruined," she lamented. "I'm so useless, I can't even walk without falling." Her chubby little face scrunched up in distress, her lips forming a pout. "Elder brother, I'm sorry," she apologized tearfully. "So this osmanthus cake was a special gift from my little sister?" June Jinsheng inquired knowingly. Seeing his smile, June Lily felt her sorrow lift and nodded in affirmation. He retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her tear-streaked face and picked up a small piece of the cake, tasting it. Quite sweet," he remarked with a smile. His words were like a sweet treat to June Lily, instantly dispelling her worries. "We were delayed on the road for several days. I wonder how the military situation stands now." The young Marquis promptly inquired about pressing matters. The matriarch shared in the concern, particularly regarding the spread of the smallpox epidemic. Sighing, several deputy commanders expressed their concerns. "Young Marquis, young lady, fourth young master, as you can see, the situation is as such. We, the GF family army, have been here for several days." "What of the situation?" The young Marquis named a commander of the GF family army. The man bowed, saying in recent days, "The enemy has not made any incursions, and we have not engaged in any battles." He then inquired about the masks they had worn upon entering. June Jinsheng, observing closely, asked about the purpose of the masks. Others, too, expressed curiosity, their eyes glimmering with eagerness for knowledge. "These are masks designed to cover our mouths and noses, effectively preventing the transmission of smallpox to us healthy individuals," June Jinling explained. He glanced at June Lily, who subtly shook her head, signaling him to refrain from revealing the truth, as few would believe that a child barely over a year old could possess such knowledge. To avoid drawing unnecessary attention, she decided to remain an innocent infant free from worries. This method was taught to me by my master. I must not conceal from you all. This time I, Jun Jinling, have accompanied my mother and the young Marquis to the battlefield at my master's behest to assist the army in treating smallpox, he declared. The revelation left several seasoned generals utterly astonished. May I ask who your master is, fourth young master? J&L casually remarked. My master is a renowned Taoist who, upon meeting my grandfather, discovered a profound connection with the celestial realm. Thus, he stayed at our Wangfu for a few days and accepted me as his disciple. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. The fact that Wang Jing was enamored with the pursuit of immortality was common knowledge across the land. There is no time to lose. Continued J&L. I have heard that my maternal grandfather has contracted smallpox, and I wish to attend to his treatment first. The group marched resolutely towards the tent of the venerable General Pei. Given the highly contagious nature of smallpox, I shall enter alone, J&L stated, already donning a mask. Mother, I shall accompany you. I wish to meet my grandfather, Pei Shi expressed, her concern for her father evident. I too wish to see grandfather, chimed in J&L, eager to join the fray. J&L sighed, having already warned them about the disease's virulence. Why is it that no one listens? He glanced helplessly at J&Ch, hoping he might persuade their mother and little sister to reconsider. Mother, perhaps you could first check on Ergio? He has been unresponsive since learning of Degio's capture and has refused to eat or drink for 3 days. He is injured, and if this continues, he may starve himself to death, which will not resolve anything, J&Ch suggested, bringing up the plight of Pei Lauer. Upon hearing this, Pei Shi could not ignore the suffering of her second brother. Very well, we shall first see to Ergio. Leave this matter to Shao Si, she decided. With J&Ch cradling LL in one arm and assisting Pei Shi with the other, J&L was finally free to focus on treating his grandfather. He had several remedies for smallpox at his disposal and was eager to experiment, confident that one would prove effective. Thus, he arranged for a few soldiers afflicted with the disease to serve as subjects for testing alongside General Pei. Meanwhile, in Pei Lauer's tent, upon seeing Pei Shi's arrival, he felt no joy. Ergo, Pei Shi called out to him. Pei Lauer lay on the bed, looking feeble, the food on the table beside him cold and congealed. How long has this meal been here? L quipped. Someone, take this food away and warm it up. J&Ch immediately instructed someone to heat the meal. Ergio, you must eat something, otherwise, how can your wounds heal? He urged. Ergio, it's time for a meal, L added with her sweet voice. Hearing her, Pailau finalistiert. L misses everyone. I brought her to see you all, Pei Shi explained, unable to articulate that she hoped LL's presence might inspire him. Pei Lauer was in anguish, tears streaming down his face. Ergo, what nonsense are you speaking? Pei Shi admonished. Your focus now should be on eating well, resting, and healing. Once you are better, we shall rescue to go together. At the mention of Pei Lauer's sorrow deepened. It is my fault. If it were not for my rescue attempt, the Go would not have been captured. Why must I continue to live? He pounded his fist against the bed, only to reopen his wounds, staining his white garments with crimson. Ergo, do not move, Pei Shi urged, pressing him down and instructing J&Ch to fetch bandages. You. Degio's capture is not your fault. He acted to save his brother. If you do not take care of yourself and succumb to despair, you will dishonor Degio's sacrifice. Even if you wish for death, you must wait until after we have rescued him. Otherwise, who will save Degio? L continued to encourage Pei Lauer in her heart, though she feared he could not hear her. Unbeknownst to her, he was indeed listening. The only one who could call him Ergio was the innocent LL before him. Seeing her obliviousness, Pei Lauer realized that only he could perceive his niece's thoughts. Could it be that he was destined to survive? Was he truly the hope of the entire village? Had the heavens sent his niece to enlighten him? With this thought, he felt a surge of vitality. He suddenly felt hungry and believed he could consume 5 bowls of rice. LL's voice echoed in his mind. Ergio, you must not falter. Do you not know that Ergio Mu is consorting with her childhood sweetheart, parading about for her lover, and dishonoring you? Her old flame, Yukai, is in league with the 9th prince, plotting to usurp your grandfather's military power and dismantle the entire general's residence. At this point, L tugged at Pei Shi's sleeve. Mother, we must inform grandfather, so they can prepare. We cannot allow the general's residence to be seized. Once Pei Shi finished tending to Pei Lauer's wounds and withdrew her hand from his shoulder, he could no longer hear L's thoughts. Yet, his mind was buzzing with determination. Just then, the meal was warmed. Having gone 3 days without food, Pei Lauer eagerly picked up his chopsticks and devoured the meal. Seeing him eat with such vigor, Pei Shi, LL, and JNCHN felt a wave of relief wash over them. Xiao Xiaoshen, what are your plans regarding the GOS situation? Pei Shi inquired with concern. JNCHN remained silent, which only fueled Pei Lauer's frustration. He slammed his bowl down angrily, declaring, in my opinion, we should infiltrate the Chalet camp, rescue him, and then eliminate their leader. Ergio, such reckless thinking is dangerous. Even LL recognized the impracticality of his suggestion. Ergo, do not act impulsively, Pei Shi advised. Instead, we should send an envoy to gauge the enemy's intentions and ascertain what they truly desire. LL proposed a sensible strategy. Pei Shi and JNCHN nodded in agreement. This matter could not be rushed. Although the Geo had been captured, the enemy had no intention of ending his life at this juncture. Thus, they deemed it paramount to support Xiao Si in treating the soldiers afflicted with smallpox. Since the outbreak, dozens of soldiers had already perished. As commanders, JNCHN and Pei Lauer could not allow the disease to spread unchecked. With this resolve, they proceeded to the main command tent, awaiting news from JNLN. Upon encountering Pei Lauer, he bowed respectfully. Xiao LN, how is your grandfather? Pei Lauer inquired tentatively, fearing the worst. Rest assured, I have discovered effective methods for treating smallpox and have prepared a prescription for the medicine. With JNLN at the helm, success was assured. Both Pei Shi and Pei Lauer sighed in relief. At that moment, the young Marquis entered, accompanied by several members of the Jijiao army. This afternoon, we managed to produce a number of masks, but to equip everyone, we will need a workday and night for at least a month. The young Marquis lamented, noting that while the task seemed simple, with only a dozen soldiers, they had barely made 100 masks in the time allotted. However, our army numbers in the tens of thousands. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. Relying solely on masks is insufficient. We must implement isolation measures to separate the infected from the healthy. Possesses a profound understanding of the pandemic, having experienced it multiple times in her previous life during the 21st century. Nevertheless, even in isolation, the use of masks remains imperative. Since we cannot produce them ourselves, we can employ the citizens of Muliangqing to assist in their creation. The collective strength of many is indeed formidable. This notion received unanimous agreement from the others. Thus, you shall first allocate the limited masks to those who are responsible for caring for the ill. Jun Jinsheng made the most prudent decision. Excellent. The young lord nodded in affirmation. Additionally, it is crucial to remember that 2 individuals should never share a single mask. Each must wear their own. Jun Lily busied herself with reminders. Upon hearing this, Jun Jinling conveyed Jun Lily's sentiments to the group in his own words, maintaining the essence of her message. Jun Lily exclaimed, "My 4th brother is indeed brilliant. That is precisely the intention." Under normal circumstances, being praised by his younger sister would have filled Jun Jinling with pride. But the current situation did not allow for such vanity. Earlier, you mentioned gathering the sick in one place, given the limited space of our camp. Where should we accommodate them? The young lord inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. His question plunged the group into contemplation, unfamiliar with the layout of the camp. Jun Lily refrained from interjecting. After a moment, Jun Jinsheng seemed to reach a resolution. Why not settle them in the nearby Lingxiaking? After all, the city is already vacant. However, that may not be appropriate. In our military endeavors, we cannot appropriate the resources of the common folk. Pei Lauer, adhering to his principles, voiced his concerns. At present, this appears to be the most suitable course of action. Pei also suggested. Jun Lily pondered and believed she could help her elder brother modify this idea. We should allow those without illness to enter the city while keeping the afflicted here. This is more advantageous. Firstly, the sick are hindered in their movements. Secondly, the ventilation here is superior to that in the city, which will aid in their recovery. The Jun family unanimously agreed. Let be so. Jun Jinsheng exchanged a knowing glance with Pei, then set about implementing this plan. Although the young lord and Pei Lauer were unaware of Jun Jinsheng's thoughts, they were certain he had a scheme in mind. With that matter settled, Jun Lily spent her first night at the battlefield, while Jun Jinsheng and Pei Lauer enjoyed a restful slumber. The scenery at the border was exquisite, unlike the brightly lit Longsheng, which obscured the brilliance of the stars. The silvery Milky Way lay serenely across the dark sky. Jun Jincheng's cold had nearly subsided, and after taking some medicine brought by Jun Jinling, he felt significantly better. At this moment, the three siblings sat amidst the grass outside the camp, gazing at the stars. The resplendent constellations twinkled in the Milky Way, akin to countless beacons floating on the river. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the sky. "Look, a meteor!" Jun Lily's sweet voice chimed as she tugged at the hems of Jun Jincheng and Jun Jinling's garments, quickly clasping her hands together in prayer. "Elder brother, fourth brother, make a wish." Regardless of whether they did or not, Jun Lily made her wishes first. In her heart, she harbored countless desires. May the war end soon. May my family live long and prosper. May the nation be peaceful and the people safe, allowing everyone to lead a stable life. May I successfully overcome my tribulations and return to Zizulan. Her aspirations were numerous, and the fleeting moment of the meteor was far too brief to encompass them all. As she watched the meteor vanish, leaving only a long tail across the heavens, Jun Lily sighed in resignation. Jun Jinling, having learned from her, had made a wish too, but his thoughts were neither as plentiful nor as expansive. "Alas, the meteor is gone," Jun Lily lamented. Jun Jincheng affectionately ruffled her hair and, feigning ignorance, inquired, "What wishes did my little sister make?" "I didn't have time," Jun Lily replied regretfully. "Fear not. Whatever wishes you have, you can tell your elder brother. If you crave delicious food or enjoyable activities, I will procure them for you." In the past, when they resided in the Wangfu, whatever Jun Lily desired would invariably be delivered to her by Jun Jincheng. He had indeed spoiled her to the point of being her most treasured possession. Jun Lily carefully reflected on her many wishes, realizing that her elder brother could fulfill them all. In truth, he was akin to her personal Aladdin's lamp. Yet, at this moment, she held only two wishes of utmost importance in her heart. "Elder brother, I desire nothing but the swift conclusion of the war and the safety of our entire family." Upon hearing her heartfelt plea, Jun Jincheng's gaze flickered with emotion. A breeze stirred, tousling his dark hair. The gentle strands brushed against his armor, and from a young age, he had fought alongside the Pei family. Having spent countless nights like this beneath the starry sky, contemplating the so-called peace and prosperity of the nation, this was the highest honor of a general's life. Yet, all he longed for was to protect his family and those dear to him. 2 days later, Jun Jinling used the medicines he had brought to cure General Pei and several officers afflicted with smallpox. They gradually regained their health. However, other soldiers who had contracted the disease were not as fortunate. Due to certain ingredients in Jun Jinling's prescription, his subordinates scoured the entire Xizang but could not gather them all. "Elder brother, the current medicinal supplies will suffice to save only around 500 individuals. Yet we recently counted over 13,000 afflicted, some of whom are in critical condition and require double the usual dosage." Jun Jinling conveyed the gravity of the situation to Jun Jincheng. Jun Jincheng was equally anxious. "Fourth young master, why not consider alternative solutions? Shall we change the prescription?" suggested a senior officer leading the care of the patients. Jun Jinling shook his head. Several key ingredients were indispensable regardless of the prescription. Inside the tent, the 10 or so individuals fell into silence. How long would it take to procure supplies from Longsheng or the entire Dongji region? The young lord inquired. Chapter 162, Arrival at Nanxi Nanling Prefecture. Jun Jincheng immediately dismissed the idea, stating it would be too late. The time required for procurement and transportation would extend far beyond the lives of the afflicted. "This won't do. We must find a solution. Lieutenant General, please. What shall we do?" a young officer asked impatiently. Jun Lily's brow furrowed slightly in contemplation. The cities closest to Xizang are not those of Dongji, but several in Nanxin. If we cannot transport supplies from Dongji, why not send someone abroad to purchase from Nanxin? Pei and Jun Jinling responded in unison. "This is a splendid idea," Jun Jincheng remarked, recalling the Princess Murong Tan when Nanxin was mentioned. "But wait, Mother wrote to Sister Tan when she left home. Why hasn't Sister Tan come?" Jun Lily pondered, questioning whether Murong Tan had chosen to turn her back on the conflict between East and West. That could not be the case. If the conflict between East and West continues, it will inevitably affect Nanxin. She cannot remain indifferent. Yun Lily's target to comprehend. Jun Jincheng, upon hearing her words, felt a sudden tightness in his chest, a sense of unease. Mother must be quite fearful of our defeat. hence she sought the aid of the Nanxing princess. Strangely, he found himself looking forward to meeting Murong Tan. Pei succinctly summarized the method that June Lily had just conceived. What? Go to Nanxing to buy? The old officer exclaimed in shock. However, at present, there seemed to be no better course of action. Yun Dianling affirmed this. But the two armies are currently engaged in battle. If we rashly proceed to Nanxing, it may pose a danger. The old officer, perhaps due to his age, was always preoccupied with thoughts of danger. There is no need to worry. Our Dongji has always maintained amicable relations with Nanxing. Even the emperor's favored consort is a holy maiden of Nanxing. Upon hearing Yun Dianxing is words, Yun Dianling the Mox. So the title of the Holy Maiden of Nanxing can be utilized in such a manner. We shall depart at dawn, and I will personally lead the way. Yun Dianxing commended. With General Pei unwell and Pei Laer captured, the authority within the military had now firmly rested upon Jun Jincheng. Even though Pei Laer had recovered, he bore injuries, and military affairs were still entrusted to Jun Jincheng's capable hands. At least here, what Jun Jincheng says is akin to an imperial decree. Very well. I shall accompany you. The young lord took the initiative to volunteer. Jun Jincheng promptly declined, stating, If you go, who shall guard the camp? As soon as he uttered these words, the crowd fell silent. Brother, Li Li and I will accompany you, Pei Shi volunteered. Unlike the young lord, her presence with Jun Jincheng seemed most fitting. Furthermore, it was imperative to bring Jun Li along, for her cleverness and quick wit were invaluable. Additionally, should they wish to enter the Nanxing kingdom under their true identities, it would prove quite challenging. Thus, they must disguise themselves as merchants on a procurement mission. A woman traveling with her son, who is not yet of age, and her 1-year-old daughter would raise little suspicion. Very well, we shall remain at the military camp. Jun Jinxing nodded at Pei Shi, reassuring her that he would do his utmost to suppress the illness afflicting the others. The winter sun cast a particularly transparent warmth. The encampment lay beyond the city, and the air was remarkably fresh. Golden rays illuminated the earth, and the gates of Nanxing's Nanling prefecture swung open. Jun Li, nestled in Pei Shi's arms, mingled with Jun Jincheng and several soldiers within the throng entering the city. The inspection was stringent, with several guards scrutinizing each citizen entering the city. Wow, such a thorough inspection. What has happened? For they were but 2 teams away from their turn. Hearing his sister's thoughts, Jun Jincheng too was intrigued by the events transpiring within the city. Ordinarily, the scrutiny would not be so severe. My good sir, I wish to inquire if any recent events have transpired in the city. Jun Jincheng casually asked a burly man ahead. Alas, it is unfortunate. This war between our 2 nations has wreaked havoc upon us. Lumin sighed, noticing that Jun Jincheng and his companions bore the countenance of Eastern extremists, and he awkwardly smiled, realizing he had misspoken. It is of no consequence. Although we are Eastern extremists, we too have suffered under the scourge of war. As he spoke, Jun Li reflected upon the Emperor of Nanxing's genuine care for his people. Regrettably, 10 days prior, a significant quantity of gold had vanished under heavy guard. This incident had even drawn the attention of the esteemed princess dispatched to bolster the border. Upon hearing this, the Jun family collectively sighed in unison. So, Sister Taner's absence is due to this theft of gold. Jun Jincheng replied, I did not expect she would indeed come to the border at the invitation. The trio, a mother and her 2 children, had their thoughts fixed upon the matter at hand. However, regardless of the circumstances, this theft of gold held no bearing on them. Their task was to swiftly gather medicinal herbs and depart. In the midst of their conversation, they approached the security checkpoint. Eastern extremists? What brings you to our Nanxing? The guard scrutinized their travel documents and inquired curtly. We come to trade, specifically in medicinal herbs. Jun Jincheng replied with a smile, revealing the truth. As they would undergo another search upon exiting the city, honesty proved the safest approach. Sincerity is always a potent weapon. What is your name? We shall register it to ease your exit, the soldier continued to ask. As he spoke, he retrieved paper and ink from the side. Jun Jincheng and Pei Shi exchanged glances and promptly articulated the fictitious name they had devised. You may simply note my name, Pei Shichen. After the registration was completed, the soldier lifted the curtain of their cart and glanced inside, noticing it contained mostly empty provisions and did not further impede their passage. Very well, you may enter. The soldier urged them onward. Pei Shi felt a twinge of sorrow upon hearing this, for Nanxing was also the homeland of her birth mother. and she bore half of its bloodline. Previously, the relationship between Nanshin and Eastern extremists had been close, akin to brotherly nations. However, since the onset of frequent conflicts, their ties had grown increasingly tenuous. Mother, Nanling Prefecture is vast. We should split into two groups, one heading east and the other west, to inquire with the prominent herbal merchants here and ascertain if their stock meets our needs. Upon entering the city, Jun Jincheng promptly organized their efforts. Very well. Do take care, Pei Shi admonished. The two of them each led 4 subordinates and 2 carts. Pei Shi worried that Jun Jincheng's obsession with perfection would compel him to fill both carts to the brim, and before departing, she emphasized this point once more. The mother and son, well prepared, swiftly acquired 4 carts of herbs. By afternoon, they returned laden with their bounty. Upon reaching the city gates, Jun Jincheng thoughtfully slipped a bag of silver to the guards, knowing they would return the following day, and these herbs would be of little use otherwise. They had roughly calculated that, with their current cart loads, they would require at least 2 more days of hauling. On the following day, everything proceeded smoothly. By the 3rd day, their entry into the city was remarkably seamless. Having spent 2 days already, they had become familiar with the guards at the gates. And with Jun Jincheng's generous offerings of silver, the guards even cleared a path for them today, allowing them to bypass the queue. However, the major herbal suppliers in the city had nearly exhausted their stock for them. Thus, they needed to venture further afield. By the way, are you not here to procure medicinal herbs? There is a prominent supplier in the eastern part of Nanshin, Big:It. You might consider negotiating with him. It will be far more efficient than visiting each merchant individually. With a single word from him, all the merchants in the city would come to your door with supplies. One guard kindly advised. Perhaps having received too much silver, the guard exhibited a sense of camaraderie. These people from Nanshin are indeed more compassionate than those from Eastern extremists. Thank you, military sir, Jun Jincheng replied thoughtfully. However, may I inquire what you intend to do with so many medicinal herbs? Is it true that the Eastern extremists have fallen to such poverty that you lack even basic remedies? The guard posed his question with curiosity. Have you heard about the outbreak of plague within the Eastern extremist army? Jun Jincheng had no intention of concealing the truth. Their herbs were intended for treating smallpox, and anyone knowledgeable would discern their purpose. While their identities could be concealed, the reason for procuring herbs could not. Upon hearing this, the guard's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed, "The smallpox has already spread among your people?" After asking, he exaggeratedly jumped back, maintaining a safe distance from Jun Jincheng and the others. Observing his reaction, Jun Jincheng did not take offense. It was only natural for one to cherish their life. Do not misunderstand, military sir. It has not yet spread widely. Should it do so, I might also profit from the national calamity. At that moment, Jun Jincheng's demeanor epitomized that of a shrewd merchant. Jun Lili could not help but retort, "Is this really my elder brother? For a moment, I thought my elder brother had been possessed by the 3rd brother." Upon hearing this, Jun Jincheng replied, "Do you think everyone possesses your kind of magic? It is exhausting to maintain this facade. Then you must indeed seek out Big:It." He too rose to prominence during a national crisis. The officer seemed well acquainted with this fact, presumably having engaged in some morally dubious business himself. Yet now he appeared to have had a change of heart. "Thank you for the advice, military sir. We shall go and investigate," Jun Jincheng said, bowing slightly and slipping another bag of silver to him before departing. As they walked, Pei Shi, filled with skepticism, questioned Jun Jincheng. "Do you truly intend to seek out that Big:It?" Jun Jincheng nodded affirmatively. "If there's an easier way, why should we not take it?" He shrugged nonchalantly in response. "But I can't shake the feeling that Big:It must be a rogue businessman." Pei Shi feared that Big:It would inflate his prices. Although they had ample funds, it would be unwise to squander money unnecessarily. Should Jun Jincheng learn of their concerns, he would undoubtedly be furious. "You may have no worries about finances, but it is I who earns the money." Jun Jincheng remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. The concept of raising prices does not instill fear. For any problem that can be resolved with money is not a significant issue. Nevertheless, my intuition warns me that this Mr. Ku is no ordinary man. He is surely a person of substance. Though I might be overthinking the officer's mention of Mr. Ku profiting from national calamity left me with the impression that he is far from benevolent. Perhaps he engages in some underhanded dealings or unlawful activities. Regardless, we should proceed to test the waters. Jun Jincheng is still inclined to take the risk. In recent days, they have nearly traversed the entire city. He is indifferent to it, primarily concerned that his mother and younger sister may not endure such exertion. The required medicinal herbs are nearly gathered. A mere half-day's delay is inconsequential, as they can afford to wait. The group made their way towards the Ku residence. This family is of high status and has significant ties to the authorities. Otherwise, a minor official would not assist them in securing business. Moreover, the Ku family's location, Hangshen Terrace, was recently used as a temporary storage for gold. Since this incident occurred over 10 days ago, the robbers remain at large, and Hangshen Terrace is heavily guarded. Soldiers have even cordoned off the entire alley, allowing entry only to those claiming to seek business with Mr. Ku. The opulence of the Ku residence is evident. Its grandeur rivals that of a third-rank official's estate from the eastern extremities. "Gentlemen, my master requests your presence," a servant announced, and Mr. Ku warmly welcomed them into his abode. Jun Jincheng instructed his subordinates to wait in a side hall while he, along with Pei Shi and the young Jun Lily in her arms, proceeded to meet Mr. Ku. Their initial impression of Mr. Ku was less than favorable. He was excessively fragrant, quite unusual for a man of stature. After the formalities, Mr. Ku politely inquired, "What business brings you all the way from the eastern extremities?" Jun Lily nearly burst into laughter at his question. "Aren't you in the business of selling herbal medicine? What else could we possibly want?" She thought, puzzled. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Wait a moment. If Mr. Ku asks this, it implies that there must be more to his business than mere herbs. Realizing this, Jun Lily narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the elderly man before her. Pei Shi and Jun Jincheng, attuned to her thoughts, also heightened their vigilance. Mr. Ku chuckled. "Recently, there's been an outbreak of smallpox in the eastern extremities. We intend to stockpile some herbs to sell at a premium once the epidemic escalates. If it does not, these particular herbs are hard to come by." Pei Shi feigned ignorance, portraying herself as merely a woman in need of purchasing medicinal herbs. "As orphans, we have no choice but to seek profit in times of national distress." With that, Pei Shi began to weep softly. Mr. Ku, clearly a man of avarice and lechery, softened at the sight of her tears. It is no wonder. Pei Shi, though middle-aged, possessed a charm rivaling that of a young maiden, especially when she cried, which even Jun Lily found difficult to bear. Pei Shi's theatrical performance was one thing, but she also drew Jun Jincheng into the act. As she wept, she cast a glance at him, signaling him to play along. "Mother, do not be sorrowful. If necessary, we can venture to BigⅡ and see if there are other opportunities. Yun Lili Inta Shektel. The debts left by father will surely be repaid." Jun Lily thought, what on earth is happening here? Why is my family filled with such ruthless individuals? My brother and mother are improvising a script and performing with such finesse. They truly are masters of theatrics. Even acclaimed actors would feel inadequate in their presence. Mr. Ku, upon hearing their exchange, grew even more pleased. He favored widows, especially those who had lost their husbands. "Dear sister, do not be disheartened. What herbs do you seek?" Mr. Ku's familiarity was astonishing. He addressed her as sister upon their first meeting. Jun Jincheng seized the opportunity to present the list of required herbs to him. "Just these?" "Quite simple," Mr. Ku replied, waving his hand to instruct a steward to prepare the items. "Thank you, Mr. Ku, but may I inquire about the pricing?" Yun Dianxing est cautiously. Mr. Ku's gaze lingered on Pei Shi with a glint of desire. "Oh, no need for such formalities, call me Uncle Ku." As he spoke, one of his hands brazenly reached for Pei Shi's shoulder. Observing this, Jun Lily sprang from her mother's embrace and kicked Mr. Ku. He immediately recoiled, clutching his hand and shooting a fierce glare at her, silently cursing. "This little rascal has some strength." Pei Shi, witnessing this, stepped back and produced the prepared banknotes. "This is the market price. I wonder if it suffices?" Mr. Ku accepted the notes without counting, pocketing them immediately. Yet he persisted in his lewd intentions, remarking, "Sister, whether this money is sufficient is entirely up to you." Pei Shi, sensing the herbs were already loaded, lost her patience with Mr. Ku's charade. She replied, maintaining politeness, "This is the most I can offer you." With that, regardless of Mr. Ku's agreement, the mother and son bowed and prepared to leave. Just as they stepped outside, Mr. Ku's authoritative voice called out, "Stop. You cannot simply come and go as you please. Do you think my family is a mere establishment?" His words would hold weight if directed at ordinary merchants, but the royal family and the general's household could not afford to retreat. Noticing their silence, Mr. Ku shifted his tone, continuing, "Sister, my first wife passed away early, and I have yet to remarry. Your husband is gone. Why not join forces and spend the latter half of our lives together? As he spoke, he leered at Big:In. This proposal was utterly distasteful to her. However, for an ordinary widow, Mr. Ku's suggestion might seem enticing. Your son is quite handsome. I have a daughter who would be a perfect match for him. We could even arrange a betrothal for our children, strengthening our ties. Before he could finish, Mr. Ku, unable to restrain himself, lunged at Big:In like a starving wolf. With agility, Big:In evaded him, causing Mr. Ku to crash into the door. A visible bump immediately formed on his forehead. Huh. To think you would dare lay hands on my mother, even a martial arts master would be hard-pressed to achieve that. Unbearable and Mr. Ku's plight. Those who engage in wrongdoing ultimately meet their demise. You wretched woman, no martial arts? Mr. Ku was taken aback, surprised that a seemingly delicate widow could possess such prowess. Big:In reminded him, let's not forget, we are merchants accustomed to traveling and thus capable of defending ourselves. It is not unusual. Her demeanor was calm, her tone steady, as though she were a mother explaining reason to a misbehaving child. We came here to conduct business, Mr. Ku. I implore you to show some respect. She had shown considerable restraint. Let's depart. Casting a glance at Jun Jincheng, Big:In strode out confidently. As they emerged, Jun Jincheng's subordinates began to lead the horse-drawn carriage towards the entrance. Behind them, Mr. Ku, catching up, barked orders at his men, seized at mother and daughter. In an instant, numerous servants from the Ku household surged forth, armed and ready, surrounding them completely. Mr. Ku, we must conduct our business amicably. Only then can we prosper. Big:In cautioned that she truly did not wish to engage in conflict, considering they were on another's territory and she sought to avoid trouble. This master possesses ample wealth, yet lacks a wife, Big:In bluntly stated. Big:In shook her head, realizing that some individuals were intent on courting disaster. Mother, stop wasting words with him, Jincheng advised. Alas, they truly do not know the peril they invite, should they encounter my mother and elder brother. Boss Ku and his associates would likely find themselves incapacitated. Jun Lily internally scoffed, prepared to witness the unfolding drama with wide eyes. Let them escort the medicinal herbs away first, Big:In suggested, fearing that a scuffle might result in the precious herbs becoming tainted with blood. Indeed, Jun Jincheng agreed, leading the group slowly towards the entrance. With each step they took, the servants of the Ku residence mirrored their movement, as if both sides awaited the other to strike first. Seizing the moment, Big:In removed her oversized sleeves, fashioning a bundle with her garments to carry Jun Lily on her back. Once she was prepared, Jun Jincheng retrieved several long knives from beneath the cart and distributed them among Big:In and several subordinates, keeping one for himself. The other subordinates mimicked him, extracting long knives from the concealed compartments of the remaining carts, each cart containing 3 or 4 blades. Jun Jincheng's agility was akin to a swift gale, distinctly differing from the rugged martial skills of the Southern Sun people. Big:In, equally formidable, dispatched an adversary with a kick and then swung her knife to fell another. In no time, they carved a path forward. Take the medicinal herbs and go. Jun Jincheng bellowed at his subordinates. To him, the herbs were paramount, followed closely by the lives of his comrades. Thus, he would be the one to provide cover. Mother, take my sister and depart with them. I shall remain here to hold the rear, he instructed once more. At that moment, his subordinates had already breached the doors of the Ku residence. Seeing their impressive skills, Boss Ku grew fearful and issued a harsh command. Listen well, whoever captures that woman shall be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. The crowd could scarcely believe their ears, convinced they had misheard. 1,000 taels of gold. Regardless of Boss Ku's wealth, such a lavish expenditure was unprecedented. When had their master become so generous? For a mere woman, several servants exchanged bewildered glances. Hearing their murmurs, Boss Ku roared, "Hurry up, the master has plenty of gold. Do not let it go to waste." Following his orders, the servants continued their assault on Jun Jincheng and Big:In. Jun Lily found it peculiar. Boss Ku's extravagant offer only reinforced her suspicions about his ulterior motives. Beyond medicinal herbs, he must possess other, illicit sources of income. As the skirmish escalated and pushed them into the streets, the clamor attracted numerous onlookers, as well as soldiers stationed at the alley's entrance. "Cease! Everyone stop!" A battalion of soldiers rushed in, using their authority to subdue the combatants. The lead soldier inquired sternly. Jun Jincheng spoke plainly. Big:In remarked, "Good son, you truly have left your mother with no dignity." Jun Lily chimed in, "Elder brother, you are utterly devoted. Upon hearing their unabashed remarks, Boss Ku hastily emerged, eager to clarify. This is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I have crossed paths with a few lunatics. They are foreigners who disdain reputation. Yet, I still require mine. Otherwise, how could I maintain my standing in Southern Sun? I care not for your explanations. During your scuffle, the princess happened to pass by, and you disrupted her peace. You shall apologize to her. Take them all away, commanded the lead soldier, prompting the soldiers to detain everyone, including the Jun family's cart. On the road, Pei-Shi and Jun Jinshun exchanged glances. Mother, is the princess they speak of Morong-tan? Yun Jinshan inquired. That seems likely. Let us not provoke them. We should see what they intend, Pei-Shi replied. Jun Lily observed her elder brother and mother exchanging furtive glances, raising an eyebrow in confusion. What are they playing at? She could not decipher their silent communication and could only speculate wildly. Speaking of which, the princess we are to meet must be Sister Tan, right? It has nearly been a year. Finally, elder brother and Sister Tan can reunite. Jun Lily could hardly contain her excitement, imagining the moment of their encounter. Her heart raced with 1,000 thoughts. Little sister, control yourself, Jun Jinshin admonished. The princess's carriage stood at the alley's entrance, where she sat veiled within. The Jun family, positioned at a distance, could not discern her clearly. Princess, those who caused the ruckus have been apprehended. Boss Ku hastily approached the carriage, apologizing. I was unaware the princess was passing by. I did not intend to disturb your tranquility, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Upon his approach, Morong-tan instinctively covered her nose, overwhelmed by the scent emanating from Boss Ku, which gave her a headache. Morong-tan cast a cold glance at him, then noticed the Jun family standing behind, her heart sinking. Were it not for the proximity to Hongqiantai, she would have disregarded the commotion entirely. She had not anticipated that the fighters were from the Jun family. Are you unaware that disturbances are prohibited near Hongqiantai? What was the cause of your altercation? She inquired icily. Boss Ku continued to smile nervously. It was a trivial matter, already resolved. Hearing this, Jun Jinshun could no longer remain silent. Unless Boss Ku was dealt with thoroughly, they would likely find themselves trapped in the city. It was you who coveted my mother's beauty and sought to detain us forcefully. We are merchants from Dongji and had no intention of provoking conflict. I implore you, princess, to see clearly, Jun Jinshin stated, performing a greeting customary of Dongji. Morong-tan merely snorted in response. Merchants? You are quite adept at masquerading. Princess, I admit, I found her beauty appealing, yet I had no intention to detain her forcefully. Rather, I wish to marry her openly. Furthermore, I have a daughter who would be a suitable match for this young man. After all, they are both orphans. And who would care for them otherwise? Boss Ku rushed to defend himself. Pei-Shi could not tolerate his words any longer, retorting, do not speak nonsense. Marriage is a matter of mutual consent, and my son and I have no interest in your co-family. Moreover, my husband is not dead, and my son's beloved is standing right before you. The crowd gasped in surprise. Boss Ku reacted most vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Pei-Shi, cursing, you are indeed a deceiver. Did you not just say your husband had departed? Pei-Shi straightened herself and glared at him. Who decreed that departure equates to death? Boss Ku nearly choked on his own blood. The people of Dongji were indeed more cunning than foxes. As if recalling something, he widened his eyes in confusion. Wait. You mentioned your son's beloved is before me. Who is she? At his words, Morong-tan's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing there were no other young women present aside from herself. Jun Lily beamed inwardly. My mother is truly impressive. She is helping elder brother pursue his love. Before anyone could ponder further, Morong-tan's cold voice rang out again. Boss Ku, you have indeed provoked someone you ought not to have. Do you know who this pair of mother and son before you are? Morong-tan asked, her tone tinged with pity. Boss Ku, utterly bewildered, looked at Jun Jinshin and Pei-Shi with confusion. They are the daughter-in-law of the Jing Wangfu of Dongji and the young general known as the god of war of Dongji, Jun Jinshin. Morong-tan revealed their identities on behalf of the mother and son. The expression on Boss Ku's face was one of astonishment, rendering him speechless. At that moment, Jun Jinshin's subordinates straightened their backs. Boss Ku, let's leave today's matter at that, said Morong-tan. Boss Ku had no choice but to soften his stance and plead for mercy. I was blind and failed to recognize the young lady in the major general. I deserve punishment. After saying this, he trembled as he retrieved the silver notes given to him by the Pei family and returned them. These several carts of herbs shall serve as my apology to both of you. I will not accept payment. Pei Shi hesitated briefly, glancing at Murong Tan in the carriage. Take it, auntie, consider it compensation for you. It was only after Murong Tan spoke that Pei Shi accepted the money. Boss Ke hurriedly departed. Seeing the street was sparsely populated, Murong Tan dismounted from the carriage. Tanner, it truly is you. Pei Shi reminisced with Murong Tan. Murong Tan grasped Pei Shi's arm, joyfully exclaiming, Auntie, it has been nearly a year since I left. I have missed you dearly. You seem to have aged even more gracefully. Murong Tan's words were sweet, prioritizing Pei Shi's happiness over Jun Jinsheng's significance. Jun Lily also extended her arms towards Murong Tan. Hearing the little one's voice brought surprise to Murong Tan. Lily can talk now, although she could only manage a few simple words, lacking coherence. Murong Tan pinched Jun Lily's chubby cheeks and playfully tapped her little nose. Enjoying their interaction immensely, Pei Shi laughed along, occasionally exchanging a few words with Murong Tan. Meanwhile, Jun Jinsheng felt like an outsider, solitary and isolated. Where's my elder brother? Why isn't he coming over to speak with Sister Tanner? Is it possible that I misjudged? Does my brother not like Sister Tanner? Concern lingered in Jun Lily's eyes. She would not permit her affections to be unreciprocated. Resolutely, she turned her head and called out, Big brother. Upon hearing his little sister's voice, Jun Jinsheng paused, sighed, and approached. Miss Murong, it has been a long time, he said shyly. Jun Lily thought to herself, Big brother. Really? If it weren't for Sister Tanner, I would never have guessed you could be so bashful. It has been a while. How is your leg? Has it healed? Murong Tan already knew of Jun Jinsheng's recovery and asked deliberately. Perhaps at a loss for words, he replied. The Major General has certainly considered what I might need from you, hasn't he? Murong Tan remembered her to Jun Jinsheng. Huh? Jun Jinsheng was taken aback, quickly denying. No, we came here merely to purchase medicine. Now that we have acquired what we need, we shall not impose further. Pei Shi and Jun Lily exchanged puzzled glances. Pei Shi found her son's demeanor perplexing. Her eldest was as slow to warm in matters of affection as Yen Ge. Pei Shi felt a sense of urgency for him. Tanner, it seems our Xiaoqing has something to discuss with you. I will take Lily to play over there. As they departed, Pei Shi cast a resolute glance at Jun Jinsheng, as if to say, Eldest, this is as far as I can assist you. Both your younger siblings have awakened to their feelings. As the eldest brother, you must not delay any longer. Although Pei Shi and Jun Lily had moved aside, Murong Tan still did not grant Jun Jinsheng a pleasant expression. Reports indicate that you have been purchasing herbs in large quantities for 3 consecutive days. Are you engaging in illegal smuggling? Murong Tan spoke harshly, akin to a reprimand. No, we are dealing with an outbreak in our military. Time is insufficient to seek herbs elsewhere in Dongji. Venturing to Nanjing for medicine is currently our quickest option, Jun Jinsheng earnestly explained, sharing his plight. Since you are already in Nanjing, why not seek my assistance? Murong Tan raised an eyebrow, countering. It is merely for medicine, he replied. You have also attracted the attention of Ke Guanjin. Are you aware that he is the primary suspect in a recent theft of gold? Your actions may alert him. It was evident that Murong Tan was suppressing her anger. To avoid causing a scene, she spoke in a hushed tone, so only they could hear, closing the distance between them as she leaned against him. I apologize. It was unintentional on our part. Jun Jinsheng assumed responsibility for their blunder, feeling obligated to assist, especially as it concerned Murong Tan. I received a letter from Annie requesting my support. Murong Tan's tone remained calm. However, the next moment, she raised an eyebrow, adopting a mocking demeanor as she regarded Jun Jinsheng. The illustrious war god Major General has fallen so low. My intelligence reports state that your maternal uncle has been captured, while your second uncle was gravely injured and only just regained consciousness. Jun Jinsheng was rendered speechless by Murong Tan's retort. However, you have indeed encountered misfortune, facing an epidemic as well. At this juncture, Murong Tan's tone softened, and she inquired, You need not assist me in investigating the case without compensation. If you require herbs or provisions, feel free to ask. The plight of the Dongji army was apparent to all. Will you be joining the battle in a few days? Jun Jinsheng asked in a low voice. His troops were insufficient, and the reinforcements brought by the young Marquis and the station soldiers of the Nanjing border were limited. Without the support of Murong Tan's forces, victory in the impending battle seemed nearly impossible. Murong Tan shot him a disapproving glance. What are you saying? I, as the young lady of this house, must intervene. If you continue to fight, it will be my Nanjing that suffers. Hearing her words, Jun Jinsheng felt reassured. Yun I wish to ask you something. Murong Tan's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Jun Jincheng sensed the atmosphere around them shifting. Last year when you saved me, was it truly only to collect a personal favor to exploit me later? Beneath the warm winter sun, Jun Jincheng could see that Murong Tan's eyes were reddened. After leaving without a word, I had people follow you and saw you frequently indulging in drink. If that is the case, why did you say those words that night? Do you truly dislike me so much? Jun Lily, hiding and eavesdropping, felt an overwhelming anxiety. Indeed, the emperor may not be anxious, but the eunuch is. Big brother, behaving this way may cost you a wife. The matter of her elder brother's romantic prospects weighed heavily on Jun Lily's heart. Why, despite clearly caring for Sister Tanner, does he act so aloof? Jun Lily found Jun Jincheng utterly perplexing. Jun Jincheng pressed his lips together, grappling with his own burdens. Miss Murong, I understand that I had to touch you to save you. If you need anything, I could do my utmost to compensate. This was the extent of his capabilities. In this era, merely holding hands could imply engagement. Murongton glared at him scornfully. Do you consider me one of those ordinary young ladies? You are certainly not. Jun Jincheng quickly affirmed. Murong Tan's anger gradually dissipated, her mood calming as she stated, My father intends to betroth me to the son of a minister from our Nanjing. Although we are not yet engaged, the matchmaker has already paid a visit. With that, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Jun Jincheng's reaction. Pei Shi and Jun Lily, listening nearby, grew increasingly anxious. They could not allow a bride to slip away at their doorstep. Is that so? Then congratulations to the young lady, Jun Jincheng replied, his body trembling slightly, yet he maintained a facade of nonchalance. Unable to contain herself, Jun Lily rushed forward. Zista Tanya, she called out as she ran. Fearing she might fall, Murong Tan hurried to meet her and lifted her up. Sister, big brother has his reasons. Yun Lili defended Herr Ildopol. To help him pursue his wife, this devoted younger sister was determined to do everything possible. Upon hearing Jun Lily's words, Murong Tan regarded Jun Jincheng with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Reasons? Jun Jincheng, do you have any grievances that you can share with me? We can all brainstorm together. Murong Tan found it difficult to comprehend. To her, isn't the essence of marriage to share both joys and sorrows? Yes, indeed. Let's work together. Jun Lily concurred with this sentiment. She surmised that her elder brother's predicament was likely tied to his identity in relation to Murong Tan. Murong Tan, being the daughter of the South Exine's princess, and Jun Jincheng, the grandson of the Eastern Ji's king, both wielding military power, if they were to discuss marriage. The Eastern Ji's tyrannical emperor might suspect Jun Jincheng of harboring disloyal intentions. Elder brother must fear implicating Sister Tan. Jun Lily speculated. However, this is easily resolvable. If one party relinquishes their military power, would that not suffice? As this thought crossed her mind, she quickly dismissed it. The Pei family army represented the lifelong endeavors of her grandfather and two uncles. Her elder brother would never simply hand over power to outsiders. Moreover, Murong Tan was no ordinary woman. She would never relinquish her military authority for a man. Alas, it seems this pair is fated. Yun Lili sighed. No, she suddenly exclaimed. Both Murong Tan and Jun Jincheng were startled and turned to her. Jun Lily, no longer concealing her intentions, felt compelled to assist this couple. Military authority. She hinted at it, allowing Murong Tan to deduce for herself. Little sister. Jun Jincheng cast her a warning glance, signaling her to remain silent. He swiftly lifted Jun Lily from Murong Tan's embrace, preoccupied with farewells. Elder brother, you should stay to assist Tan. Let Lily remain as well. We must resolve matters here promptly to strategically prepare against the next assault from the west. Indeed, Annie has made many valid points. Our South Exian forces must also advance to the Pei family army's camp to familiarize ourselves with each other. Murong Tan nodded in agreement. As the Pei family departed, they exchanged knowing glances with Jun Lily, as if conveying, whether Murong Tan could become your sister-in-law rests upon you. Jun Lily responded with a hand gesture, assuring her that she would ensure success. After all, she was the little koi, capable of granting wishes and bringing boundless fortune. Watching the Pei family leave, abandoning him and Jun Lily in South Exian, Jun Jincheng felt an odd sense of abandonment. Did his mother no longer want him? Had she sold him to Murong Tan? Contemplating this, he glanced down at Jun Lily in Murong Tan's arms. Had even his little sister turned against him for Murong Tan? As a princess, Murong Tan naturally resided at the relay station. There is no need for that. I shall take my little sister to find a random inn. Jun Jinshin quickly rejected the idea. How could I allow the young general to lodge at an inn? That would reflect poorly on my hospitality. Murong Tan would not grant Jun Jinshin the opportunity to decline. She freed a hand to assist him into the carriage. Initially, all seemed well. However, upon passing through a bustling market, the coachman abruptly halted to avoid a child, causing Murong Tan to lose her balance and nearly fall. While she was unscathed, she was concerned about Jun Lily. Fortunately, Jun Jinshin was quick-witted, swiftly wrapping his arm around Murong Tan. Just then a gust of wind swept by, causing their hair and garments to dance gracefully. It was unclear how they felt, but Jun Lily was utterly entranced. Wow, my dual-power ancient romance protagonist looks stunning. So captivating. I adore this. Hearing her little sister's enthusiastic remarks, Jun Jinshin scolded the coachman. What kind of driving is this? You nearly caused our princess to fall. I apologize. I had to swerve to avoid a child, the coachman hastily replied. Jun Jinshin had always known he was handsome, but the way he held her just now was truly breathtaking. Noticing Murong Tan slipping from his embrace, he straightened his posture. It is a bit warm. Perhaps you should sit a bit further away from me. Murong Tan's face flushed. Was she shy? No, what if the carriage swayed? And she fell again? Saying this, she not only did not move away but inched closer. Elder brother, you truly excel at this. Yun Lili smiled knowingly, finally witnessing the affection between her elder brother and Sister Tan. Miss Murong, I have never held any dislike towards you, Jun Jinshin summoned his courage to say. Then why do you insist on addressing me as Miss and Princess? Murong Tan retorted. What I should say is, before he could finish, Jun Lily's voice echoed in his mind. Nonsense. Of course, you should call her by her nickname, Tan. Tan? Jun Jinshin tentatively called out, taking his little sister's advice. Murong Tan boast momentarily. Playfully pushing him and teasing, Jun Jinshin, are you using sorcery? I must have fallen under your spell, for my heart races so. Hearing this, Jun Jinshin smiled blissfully. Tan, to clarify, that night, my intention was merely to ask you to look after my family. Jun Jinshin recounted the events from a year ago when he had unintentionally driven Murong Tan away. Even if you do not owe me that favor, I would do my utmost. Murong Tan was unconvinced. Besides, you are of royal blood. What troubles could you possibly face? Jun Jinshin's expression darkened. Our Jing Wangfu, along with my grandfather's general's residence, may soon encounter significant turmoil. At this point, he recalled Jun Lily's prophecy. Thus, before the prophecy manifests, he could only tread cautiously regarding his feelings for Murong Tan. Is this the reason for your rejection of me? Murong Tan, perceptive as she was, quickly deduced his reasoning from his words alone. What do you truly feel for me? It was not that Murong Tan was relentlessly probing. This was genuinely important to her. If she understood Jun Jinshin's feelings, she would be willing to defy her parents' wishes and wait for him. I like you. Jun Jinshin conceded with a slight nod. Their feelings were not flamboyant. Even the confession was facilitated by Jun Lily. Yet, it was this unspoken understanding that lent their relationship a romantic charm. Tan, can you refuse the marriage your parents have arranged for you? Wow, is elder brother about to confess? Jun Lily mused, I will not keep you waiting long. I shall return the Pei family army to my two cousins, and I will certainly have my mother visit South Exine to propose. All right, I shall wait for you. Murong Tan smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. Alas, I feel as though elder brother is being overly simplistic. If my two cousins could have taken over the Pei family army, they would have done so already. However, if our Eastern G were to replace the emperor with the crown prince, elder brother would not need to resign to marry Sister Tan. Jun Lily spoke without much thought, but Jun Jinshin took her words to heart. If the crown prince ascends, it is not out of the question. A sudden desire for rebellion washed over him as he narrowed his eyes dangerously. Murong Tan sensed this and inquired with concern, what troubles you? Have you thought of something? What is the Eastern G Emperor like in your South Exine intelligence reports? Jun Jinshin asked. Selfish, incompetent, more enamored with beauties than with the realm, indifferent to governance. In truth, he is not worth comparing to my royal uncle. Once Murong Tan finished speaking, she realized she had misspoken. The Eastern G Emperor was, after all, Jun Jinshin's relative, and even if he were merely a common general, it was inappropriate for her to disparage their emperor in front of him. Given their opposing identities, perhaps they were truly ill-suited to be a couple. No worries. That was well said. Jun Jinshin chuckled lightly, for in his heart, he too believed the Eastern G Emperor to be a poor ruler. Xiao Chun. Do you have any concerns? Murong Tan asked, noticing his still troubled expression. I am fine, Tan. Jun Jinshun forced a smile, boldly taking hold of Murong Tan's hand. She did not resist. Instead, she smiled more sweetly. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the relay station. Upon witnessing the arrival of the duo with a child, the doormen of the inn were rendered speechless. Did I not recall that our esteemed princess was yet unmarried? How is it that she has brought along a man and a child? Doorman A remarked to Doorman B. Who knows? However, they certainly make a striking family. In my opinion, it is highly likely they are a married couple. Just look at the little girl in the princess's arms. She bears a striking resemblance to the man beside her. Doorman A added, What nonsense are you two spouting? Murong Tan and Jun Jinsheng's ears are not deaf. The two doormen immediately fell to their knees in terror. This is the esteemed General Jun Jinsheng of the Eastern region. I have summoned him to assist in the investigation of the stolen gold. This is his younger sister, and she is not our child. Murong Tan clarified the identities of Jun Jinsheng and Jun Lily. Yes, we understand. The doormen, panicked, bowed repeatedly. Should I ever catch you gossiping behind my back again? Beware of your tongues. Murong Tan, rightly nicknamed the Mother Nightshade of Nanshin, regarded such threats as mere trifles, whether it be tongues or far graver penalties. After settling in at the inn, Jun Jinsheng eagerly inquired of Murong Tan regarding the gold theft. Why is it that you suspect Boss Ku of stealing the gold? Upon hearing Murong Tan's explanation, Jun Jinsheng queried, perplexed. Given that the gold vanished under heavy guard, should the first suspicion not lie with those tasked with its oversight? It seems implausible to suspect someone like Boss Ku, who merely appears to be a drug merchant, because someone reported it. The reasoning provided by Murong Tan left both Jun Jinsheng and Jun Lily without retort. And who might that informant be? Jun Jinsheng continued to press. Unknown. It was an anonymous letter. Jun Lily felt a headache coming on. How are we to investigate this? Might you take us to the scene? Jun Jinsheng asked. Certainly. Let's proceed. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the Hongshan platform. Jun Lily circled the room, discovering that aside from the main door, the only opening was a small window near the ceiling meant for ventilation. The door was heavily guarded. Even if an insider were involved, it would be impossible to swiftly relocate such a significant number of guards. Thus, the thief's focus must have been that minuscule vent, too small for even a child's head to fit through. Or perhaps the secret passage below? Secret passage. Chapter 168. The first glimmer of a Li Jun Lily shared her thoughts with her elder siblings. Jun Jinsheng quickly turned to Murong Tan, signaling her to investigate. None found. It has been thoroughly searched. Murong Tan shook her head, indicating that the area had already been turned upside down, and she was uncertain about any remaining clues. If it is not a secret passage, then it must be the vent. Jun Lily speculated, scrutinizing the vent closely. Although small, could it not be feasible to melt the gold and siphon it out through a tube? She pondered, bending down to pick up a small bead of gold that had melted and then solidified on the ground. Yun Lili remained paused, continuing his solitary examination. Upon hearing his sister's musings, Jun Jinsheng suddenly grasped the situation. Without a secret passage or an insider's involvement, to transfer such a large quantity of gold at once, it would indeed require melting it down into liquid form. After the gold was lost, did you clean this room? Observing the intact furnishings, Jun Jinsheng noted their neat arrangement. Naturally not. Murong Tan understood the necessity of preserving the crime scene. During our dispute with Boss Ku this morning, he appeared to have come into a windfall, quite ostentatious. Jun Jinsheng recalled the oddity of the situation. It seems quite possible that he is indeed involved. Murong Tan thought of the anonymous letter she had received. Who could have sent it? Have the guards been investigated? Perhaps the letter was merely a ploy to mislead you. Jun Jinsheng speculated. They have been investigated. Most of the guards are my personal soldiers, and the locks on this room employ a mechanism known to only me and the esteemed Governor Peng of Nanling Prefecture. After the gold was stolen, there were no signs of tampering with the locks, clearly indicating that the thief never even entered the room, but rather seemed to have magically made the gold vanish. Upon hearing about another figure, Governor Peng, Jun Jinsheng immediately inquired, Have you looked into Governor Peng? Murong Tan nodded. He personally instructed me to search his residence. Jun Jinsheng was relentless in pursuing this lead. Was the search thorough, regardless of who stole the gold? It could not have been left openly in the house. It must be hidden in a secret chamber or transferred elsewhere. Listening to Jun Jinsheng's analysis, Murong Tan experienced a sudden flash of insight. You remind me. When I searched Bosco's residence, I was meticulous, even locating his secret chamber. Yet there was no trace of the gold. It seems he must have already moved it. The two continued to analyze the case, while June Lily focused on the window that was too small for even a person's head to fit through. Jun Jincheng, at a loss, followed his sister's gaze towards the window. Murong Tan, noticing their collective attention, explained it cannot be a case of bone contraction. That technique only reduces the size of the body, not the head. Sister Tan, I am not considering bone contraction. I am pondering whether the thief utilized some implement. She spotted a droplet of gold that had melted and formed a pool in the area where the gold had been previously placed. What is this? June Lily pointed at the golden liquid, feigning ignorance to provide them with a clue. Jun Jincheng immediately knelt down to examine it. He recognized it as molten gold and called for Murong Tan to join them. Tanner, come here and see why there is such a quantity of gold liquid here. Murong Tan hurried over, squatting down to pick up a piece of solidified gold. Indeed, but what does this have to do with the stolen gold? Murong Tan was puzzled. Not only her, but even Jun Jincheng was baffled. Perhaps we can find a clue among this gold liquid, Jun Jincheng reassured. June Lily voiced her hypothesis. If I am correct, the thief likely used a long tube that extended through the window. The tube contained concentrated sulfuric acid or similar substances that can rapidly dissolve gold. Once the gold was completely melted, they would then use a suction device to extract the liquid gold through the tube and into the ceramic jars they brought along. Her analysis left Jun Jincheng in stunned silence. Concentrated sulfuric acid? What is that? A tube of such length must have taken considerable time to manufacture. Before he could dwell on it further, the voice of June Lily echoed in his mind. If you wish to ascertain the validity of my conjecture, simply check behind this window. As soon as June Lily's thoughts concluded, Jun Jincheng directed Murong Tan. Let us go to the backyard. Indeed, they discovered solidified gold liquid in the grass, directly adjacent to the window. Yun Jincheng lukse Yun Lili vid newfound admiration. My sister's analysis was indeed accurate. He briefly relayed June Lily's thoughts to Murong Tan. Wow, it seems my elder brother had the same idea. June Lily, misunderstanding, thought it was Jun Jincheng's own deduction. Jun Jincheng merely smiled at her and continued, take a whiff of the air here. June Lily and Murong Tan, though perplexed, complied and inhaled deeply. A pungent odor lingered in the air. Even after 10 days, the scent remained. Is this the smell of green vitriol oil? Murong Tan cuiridan certainly. Yun Jincheng affirmed, yes, indeed. This is the method by which the thief absconded with the gold. We need only search the blacksmith shops throughout the city and inquire whether anyone has crafted a long iron tube since the arrival of the gold. Jun Jincheng proposed a solution. Oh, my elder brother is truly astute. This is precisely the rationale. So sulfur was called green vitriol oil in ancient times? I have learned something new. June Lily felt completely at ease, confident that her family could handle any situation with remarkable finesse, allowing her to relax. However, Murong Tan remained perplexed, sensing something amiss. While we have uncovered how the thieves transported the gold, the question remains, how did they infiltrate the Hongshan platform? With so many guards stationed both inside and out, did they burrow underground or become invisible? Murong Tan's inquiry plunged June Lily and Jun Jincheng into silence once more. June Lily had also overlooked this point earlier. Regardless of whether he flew in or emerged from the ground, as long as he is willing to confess and face justice, that suffices. June Lily exhibited no interest in how the thief arrived. Nevertheless, her musings prompted Jun Jincheng's realization. Clearly, flying in was impossible. Under such heavy guard, it would be as difficult as taking flight. However, burrowing underground might indeed be feasible. Contemplating this, he circled around and discovered a well. Near the well cover, scattered gold droplets lay. He promptly removed the well cover. Jun Lily and Murong Tan hurried over upon hearing the noise. Look, there are also golden droplets in this underground waterway. Jun Jincheng pointed to the shimmering golden light in the water. Tanner, do you know where this waterway leads? It connects to the backyard of a Mr. Wu, who specializes in antiques. Their residence is merely a street away from the Hongshan platform, sharing this waterway. Yun Jincheng nodded. Should we investigate? Murong Tan inquired. Jun Jincheng declined. Let us not alert the snake before we find the one who crafted the soft tube. Very well, I shall instruct them at once. The hour was growing late, dusk approaching. After a day filled with turmoil, they were all fatigued and retired for the night. Chapter 169. I should crawl beneath the table the following morning. The siblings awoke, washed up, and arrived at the front hall of the inn. Tan had already begun attending to official duties. In contrast to Jin-Shun, the leisurely young general, Tan was quite industrious. She meticulously organized the daily training schedules for her troops. Upon noticing the Jun siblings' arrival, Tan set down her pen and greeted them. "Did you sleep well last night? Are you adapting to our southern exile?" Amused by her bright and lively good, Tan rushed over to pinch her cheek playfully. "What would you like for breakfast?" "Li," she asked gently. The little foodie, Jun Li, brightened up at this question. "Since Sister Tanner has asked, I shall not be modest." Unbearable. "Sister, I wish to eat milk fan and rose flower cakes." It was only when discussing food that Jun Li unabashedly showcased her verbal prowess. She could already articulate complete sentences, but chose to speak in fragments to disguise her abilities, as many children her age might still struggle with speech. "Lily is quite knowledgeable. These are all specialties of our southern accent," Tan remarked, impressed. The little darling was endearing precisely because of her extraordinary intelligence, possibly recalling something she had overheard from the servants. Jin clarified, "I have not spoken to my sister about these delicacies. Since Lily wishes to eat, this princess shall take you to sample the exquisite cuisine of southern exile." Tan generously assured them that she would treat the siblings well. She instructed her subordinates to set a banquet at a high-end tavern in the city, and by the time the trio arrived, the dishes were nearly all served. As they gazed at the array of delectable southern exile dishes, Jun Li's eyes sparkled with delight. "Sister Tanner, do you believe in light?" Jun Li gazed at Tan with her large, watery eyes. "From this day forth, you shall be my deity." Hearing this, Jin quipped, All right. My little sister has taken on a new role. Our Jingwang Fu is not lacking in your sustenance. Tan has easily won over my sister with a single meal. What does Lily wish to eat? Sister will serve you. Shrimp. Jun Li pointed to a plate of stir-fried river shrimp that was a bit farther away. Tan rolled up her sleeves and placed several shrimp into her bowl. The shrimp were longer than Jun Li's fingers, and seeing that it was inconvenient for her to eat, Tan proactively peeled the shrimp and fed them to her. Tan's temperament was too impatient for such meticulous tasks. Jun Li couldn't bear it any longer. "Sister, shall I peel them myself?" She noticed that Tan was discarding half of the shrimp while peeling, and the pace was painfully slow. After 10 minutes, she had hardly eaten anything. Sensing Jun Li's expectant gaze, Tan apologized. The shrimp from this tavern are not fresh. I wonder how long they have been dead and preserved." Just then, a waiter overheard her remarks. "Dear guest, please do not speak carelessly. These shrimp were delivered just this morning." The waters of many regions in southern exile are so warm that even in winter, their rivers and lakes do not freeze, allowing fish and shrimp to thrive freely. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Jun Li felt embarrassed and quickly said, "Sister, I no longer wish to eat shrimp. I want that." She pointed to a nearby, crispy duck. Very well, Tan promptly added a duck leg for her, finally freeing her from peeling shrimp. After finishing the remaining shrimp in her bowl, shells and all, she exclaimed, "These shrimp are truly delightful. Waiter, bring another plate of shrimp." As soon as Tan finished speaking, Jin-Shun ordered another plate for her. "Xiao-chun, do not order more. I do not wish to peel shrimp skins any longer." She felt as if she might collapse from peeling shrimp and leaned closer to Jin-Shun, whispering. When the newly ordered shrimp arrived, Jin-Shun noticed that Tan also enjoyed eating but was not adept at peeling shrimp skins. So he placed the entire plate in front of himself and began peeling slowly. Jun Li thought her elder brother was falling into old habits again. Keeping the dish for himself. "Elder brother, could you peel a few for me?" Jun Li gazed longingly at the shrimp meat in Jin-Shun's hands. With a mere flick of his slender fingers, in the blink of an eye, a plate of shrimp transformed into a plate of shrimp meat. Jin-Shun set aside a small dish for Jun Li and pushed the rest towards Tan. "If you're not skilled at peeling shrimp, just let me know. As long as I am here, you can have as much as you want." After saying this, he affectionately wiped the oil stains from the corner of Tan's mouth. Meanwhile, Jun Li, quietly eating her meal, thought, "I am such a bright light bulb. I should not be sitting here. I should crawl beneath the table." Unable to resist glancing at Tan and Jin-Shun, she thought it would enhance the flavor of her meal. Jin-Shun drizzled a spoonful of soy sauce over the shrimp meat to elevate its taste. Seeing this, Jun Li pouted, realizing that her elder brother had not added soy sauce to her plate. All right, elder brother, you are truly biased. You have forgotten your little sister. Oomph. She felt she could hardly eat anything, her appetite spoiled by the display of affection. Also, pour some soy sauce for Lily, Tan suggested. She is too young and cannot handle overly salty food, Chen casually remarked. It was not that Shan was unconcerned. He merely spoke with reason, as children should not consume overly salty foods. Then I shall dilute it with water. With that, Tan began to prepare a special sauce, just for Li. Touched, Li's eyes brimmed with tears. Sister Tanner treats me the best. Please hurry and enter the door, or else no one will be able to manage my elder brother at home. Li nuzzled against Tan's arm like a small kitten. Tan adored her as well and smiled gently. Witnessing the scene, the nearby waiter could not help but exclaim, "You three share such a wonderful bond." Tan blushed and explained, "We are not." Before she could finish her sentence, Chen interjected, "Since we are all one family, how could our relationship be anything but harmonious?" Xiao'er finally realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly forced a smile. "What you say is indeed correct, my lord." Perhaps feeling awkward, he stepped outside to keep watch. Once Xiao'er departed, Tan somewhat displeasedly inquired, "Why did you lie just now?" "I did not lie. After all, you will eventually become my wife. But Lily is not our daughter. No matter, she can temporarily play the part." Quietly eating her meal, Lily thought, "I knew it. I am merely a cog in your scheme." As they dined, a servant approached Tan with news that they had located the blacksmith who had crafted the steel pipes. The blacksmith was already brought in by Tan's subordinates. "Who commissioned you to make the iron pipes?" When he remained silent, Tan tempted him. "If you cooperate fully with the investigation, this county princess will reward you handsomely." She sat high, playing with a gold ingot while speaking. Otherwise, as she mentioned the consequences of non-cooperation, she directly tossed a dagger at the blacksmith. Shun, holding Li beside him, observed this fierce side of Tan. Were it not for Li's strong mental fortitude, she would surely have been frightened. It seemed that every smile and frown from Tan concealed lethal intent. "I will speak," the blacksmith trembled, recounting the events. Chapter 170, Boss Ku is dead. The one who sought him to forge the iron pipes was not Boss Ku, but rather Boss Wu from the antique shop. So, Boss Wu is an accomplice? Tan quickly pieced the puzzle together. It is very likely, given that the underground waterway leads to his home as well. Edit. Tan's eyes narrowed as she tossed the ingot to the blacksmith and descended from her seat. Someone, follow this county princess to capture the true culprit. As she left, she elegantly flicked her skirt, a gesture both graceful and commanding. Lily felt that her sisters-in-law were quite remarkable, each possessing their own unique charm. Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law are already set. Will Su Yin e'er be the third? Lily was curious about this, but her current interest lay in the letter Tan received, identifying Boss Ku. Could the thief truly be Boss Wu? Who sent the letter identifying Boss Ku? Lily pondered, unable to comprehend. Had someone witnessed Wu and Ku in the act, but could not testify, thus resorting to an anonymous letter? Shun was equally perplexed. What is the situation? He urgently inquired. Tan shook her head, revealing that Boss Wu had confessed, yet the gold was still unaccounted for, and he refused to disclose its whereabouts. Chen contemplated taking drastic measures, perhaps employing poison or a curse. Tan again shook her head. It is too late. He has committed suicide out of guilt. The siblings fell into silence, having exhausted their leads. However, it was evident that he had a close relationship with Boss Ku, as Wu's servants often witnessed Boss Ku visiting. Furthermore, my subordinates discovered a significant amount of correspondence between him and Boss Ku among Wu's belongings. Tan added another clue. This detail struck Shun. Boss Ku. It has to be him. Those who had used verdigris oil would carry its scent, which is notoriously difficult to eradicate. When we visited Boss Ku's house to procure medicine yesterday, I detected a strong fragrance on him, sweeter than any woman's perfume. It is highly likely he was attempting to mask the scent of the verdigris oil. Recalling her own experience with the overwhelming scent during her meeting with Boss Ku, Tan resolved, "Let us investigate the Ku residence once more." With that, she took immediate action, and this time, the Jun siblings accompanied her. The Ku household certainly exhibited some peculiarities. The old steward reported that Boss Ku had declared he would seclude himself in his room since last night and had not eaten for 3 meals, refusing to emerge. Strangely, Bosco did not have any known beliefs or practices. Why would he seclude himself? The steward led Junli Li and the others to knock on Bosco's door. "My lord, the county princess wishes to ask you something." Jun Jin Shun pressed his ear to the door, but it was eerily silent inside. He voiced his concerns, and Mu Rong Ten also leaned in to listen. Both seasoned in battle and frequently dealing with corpses, they quickly sensed something amiss. The stillness was unnatural, suggesting no one was inside. Something is not right. They exchanged glances and together kicked the door open. Upon entering, they were met with a waft of blood. Bosco lay dead, having been stabbed fatally. "Oh, my lord!" The steward wept as he embraced Bosco's lifeless body. Mu Rong Tan sighed, realizing yet another lead had vanished. As Jun Li wandered about the room, she stepped on a loose floorboard, discovering it was hollow. What could this floorboard be hiding? Is there a basement beneath? She was filled with excitement and was about to call for Jun Jin Shun when he had already sensed her thoughts and arrived. Jun Jin Shun lifted the wooden board, revealing a passage leading underground. "Tanya!" He called for Mu Rong Tan to come and see. At that moment, Mu Rong Tan was examining Bosco's wound. There were no signs of struggle, and it was clear he had not been attacked unexpectedly. It was either a betrayal by someone familiar or a calculated act by an acquaintance. The former could be dismissed, as an unfamiliar person would not have gained entry into Bosco's room. Thus, it must have been someone he knew. "Tanya, look, I wonder what this place is. Shall we explore?" Yun Tin Tin suggested. "It would be prudent to investigate, as I too harbor doubts about Bosco's cause of death," Mu Rong Tan agreed. She instructed her subordinates to secure the scene, and with Jun Jin Shun leading the way, holding a candle, Mu Rong Tan followed with Jun Li in her arms. The passage below led to an unknown destination, clearly excavated by Bosco. In Nanshin, there are many ancient tombs, naturally attracting treasure seekers from afar. Moreover, residents of Nanshin are well-versed in poison and curses, which could easily invite enemies. Thus, affluent families in Nanshin often possess their own escape routes, some through underground waterways or hidden rivers, while others, like this one, are self-dug tunnels. Mu Rong Tan provided them with a brief explanation, indicating that tunnels are not uncommon in Nanshin. Jun Li understood that Boss Wu from the antique shop likely built his fortune on such illicit dealings, and Bosco was certainly involved in nefarious activities. "Hush!" Jun Jinshin suddenly signaled for silence. "Listen, there are footsteps and heavy breathing." He communicated through lip movements. Mu Rong Tan and Jun Li strained their ears. The sounds were faint, but two of them were skilled fighters, and one possessed acute animalistic senses, enabling them to discern clearly. As they continued forward, they treaded lightly, observing the footprints on the ground. The marks were faint, suggesting the individual was either small in stature or exceptionally agile. In this narrow passage, agility would be of little use. Could the thief have abandoned the gold and fled upon realizing we were pursuing? Murong Tam pondered it, perplexed. "It seems this thief values his life," Jun Li remarked, equally baffled. If it were her, she would never abandon gold. She was materialistic and shallow, valuing wealth over life. The gold remains, indicating the thief cannot be far. Yun Tin Tin asserted. "There appears to be an opening." Mu Rong Ten pointed to the side. "Let's investigate," Yun Tin Tin suggested, unconsciously tightening his grip on the long knife at his waist. He took the lead, protecting Jun Li and Mu Rong Tan. As they entered the opening, a cloud of powder greeted them. Jun Jin Shun reacted swiftly, covering his mouth and nose. "Do not worry. It is merely a common hallucinogenic smoke." Mu Rong Tan, knowledgeable in poison and curses, explained before producing an antidote to administer to Jun Jin Shun and Jun Li. Jun Li was reluctant to consume it. Forgive her limited understanding. Can such a young child consume this medication? Yet, before her objections could be voiced, a pill had already been administered. Jun Li felt fortunate that both her parents were alive. Had she been orphaned and raised by her elder brother and sister Tan, she surely would not have survived to this day. This antidote, known as Baidu Jia, was also in possession of Pei and Wang Daoling, capable of neutralizing over 80% of toxins, making it an essential item for any household or journey. After taking the medicine, they pressed onward and soon encountered a woman running while clutching a ceramic jar. Upon noticing they were in pursuit, the woman gritted her teeth, discarded the jar, and continued her flight. No wonder the footprints were so shallow. It turns out to be a woman, Jun Li exclaimed. Chapter 171, The Case Unraveled. Mu Rong Tan flung a small knife towards the woman, grazing her rear leg and leaving a moderately deep wound. Sister Tan, you are ruthless indeed. You knew to pierce her leg to prevent her escape. In her agony, the woman collapsed. Jun Jinsheng set down the candle and swiftly restrained her. You are an accomplice of Wu and Ku, are you not? He accused directly. No, I did not steal the gold. I merely took a life, the woman confessed candidly. Then what was your motive for killing Bosco? Was it for the gold? Murong Tan's inquiries were based on her deductions. Yet the woman's tone suggested a confession was imminent. It was not my intention to kill him, nor did I mean to steal the gold. Under the intimidation of the two formidable figures, she revealed the truth. She was a concubine of Boss Ku, privy to the knowledge of Wu and Ku's gold theft. Accidentally overhearing that Boss Ku planned to escape with the gold while leaving her behind for another mistress, she was incensed and anonymously reported him. Planning to seize the gold for herself, she killed Boss Ku the previous night. There are only 2 ceramic jars here. That amounts to 10 taels of gold. What are the others? Her imposing presence forced compliance from the woman. Follow this path further. There's a grove ahead and within a dilapidated hut. They are buried underground. Exiting the scene, Jun Lily listened to the casual gossip of the citizens of Nanshin while being carried by a maid. Have you heard? The newborn prince of Chile is extraordinary. What happened? Do tell. Several onlookers gathered around a tea stall. Observing this, Jun Lily urged the maid to draw closer. Chile borders our Nanshin in Shilin Prefecture. A few years ago, didn't they discover some sort of dragon vein? This young prince, upon his birth, can divine fortunes. Under his guidance, the people of Chile unearthed countless treasures from the ancient dragon tombs. Without such wealth, do you think Chile could have sustained a prolonged conflict with Dongji? Hearing this, Jun Lily felt a surge of indignation. This Chile prince was someone she must confront. Let us go, she said in a low voice to her maid. For a moment, the maid thought she had misheard. How could a mere 1-year-old child utter such a grave tone? Jun Lily awaited the return of Jun Jinsheng and Murong Tan until dusk. Brother, sister, she exclaimed, joyfully stepping forward. I wonder if they found the gold? Is everything proceeding smoothly? As soon as Jun Jinsheng lifted Jun Lily into his arms, he heard her murmuring anxiously. He shook his head and gently tapped her little nose, remarking on her penchant for worry. Jun Lily, caught with her concerns laid bare, shyly smiled. Brother understands me. He knows I am anxious about the case. Before she could ponder further, her small hand was grasped by Murong Tan. Did you behave well at the inn this afternoon? To Murong Tan. Jun Lily appeared as merely an ordinary child. I was very well behaved. Jun Lily pouted, displaying a hint of pride. Her demeanor elicited a laugh from Murong Tan. And even Jun Jinsheng smiled faintly. Miss Jun, although you are quite young, you must surely grasp these matters. The maid's reminder prompted Murong Tan to recognize that Jun Lily indeed differed from typical children in many aspects. Yet, she dismissed the thought, attributing it to Jun Lily's intelligence. Under the pretext of bidding farewell, Jun Jinsheng informed Jun Lily of the resolution regarding the stolen gold case. Ah, the gold has been found. At last my heart, which was burdened like a koi, can finally be at ease. Jun Lily sighed in relief, her face lighting up with a smile. Murong Tan, upon hearing Jun Jinsheng's farewell, did not dissuade him. Understanding the weight of his responsibilities and the importance of national matters over personal concerns. With a sense of reluctance, Murong Tan expressed her sentiments. Jun Jinsheng nodded. By the way, how is the situation regarding your epidemic? Is there any way I can assist? Murong Tan inquired with concern. Uncharacteristically, Jun Jinsheng did not engage in pleasantries but directly expressed his needs. Might I request the princess to lend me several physicians for my army? Jun Lily was momentarily taken aback. Brother, how very forward of you. However, this does indicate that he truly regards Sister Tan as family, she thought. Little sister, how did you come to know? Yun Jinsheng responded. We have very few military doctors and the support sent by the court lacks skill. Currently, the responsibility of treating smallpox falls solely on my younger brother. He is still quite young, and I fear he may not manage. Jun Jinsheng elucidated to Murong Tan. He spoke truthfully. Jun Jinshengling had been tirelessly devoted during this time. When recalling Jun Jinshengling, Murong Tan's impression was vivid. He had healed her injuries upon her arrival at the Jing Wangfu. Though young, his medical skills were impressive. Very well. How many do you require? I shall dispatch someone to find them at once. Murong Tan's efficiency was remarkable. For now, I need 5 physicians. If possible, a group of aides to care for the patients would be even better, Jun Jinsheng requested, pressing his advantage. Even June Lily felt a sense of embarrassment for him. Brother, it is fortunate that Sister Tan is to be my future sister-in-law. Otherwise, the dire state of the Dongji army would soon become widely known. With a sigh, the spies sent to Jun Jincheng's side would promptly relay any occurrences to her. Naturally, she had heard whispers about the Pei family's army's current plight. Your emperor is truly something. He neglects to treat the army's illnesses and even fails to provide adequate military rations, yet expects you to triumph over Chile? Murongting could not help but express her disdain. Indeed, the military funds are supplemented by my maternal grandfather. Jun Jincheng lamented with a heavy heart. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he remains our sovereign, and both the Jing Wangfu and the general's residence are subjects of Dongji. Chapter 172, Young Lovers in Bloom. As a general, Jun Jincheng held deep affection for his homeland. He had contemplated supporting the crown prince's ascension, but had never considered betraying his country. Murongting understood this sentiment profoundly. Fortunately, peace reigned between Dongji and Nanshin. Otherwise, the relationship between herself and Jun Jincheng would have faced insurmountable challenges. On another moonlit night, the sky was adorned with countless stars, each twinkling like brilliant diamonds scattered across the deep blue expanse. May you have sweet dreams. The following morning, after a simple breakfast, Murongting accompanied the two to the city gate. Upon seeing Jun Jincheng carrying June Lily as they emerged from Murongting's carriage, the guard stationed at the gate could hardly comprehend the sight. Isn't that the merchant who frequently comes to procure goods? What merchant? That is the war god of Dongji, the major general. What? A few days ago, I was still on friendly terms with him. The young officer, upon discovering the true identity of Jun Jincheng, turned pale with fright. The middle-aged officer conversing with him cast a sidelong glance, appearing eager to witness the unfolding drama. At the carriage, Jun Jincheng expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the group of helpers gathered at the base of the wall and bowing slightly to Murongting. Between us, there is no need for thanks. Murongting smiled sweetly, her satisfaction evident. I have been reorganizing my troops as well. Once your epidemic subsides, do remember to inform me so I can send our southern exile soldiers over. Indeed, Jun Jincheng replied with a smile and a nod. Moreover, should the epidemic persist, or if you encounter any other troubles, be sure to let me know. Murongting continued her counsel. Understood. I shall not stand on ceremony with you. Jun Jincheng smiled indulgently. By the way, when you have the time, write me a few letters to be delivered at the city gates. The affectionate interaction between Murongting and Jun Jincheng was evident to any observer, resembling that of a young couple in love. June Lily, who was being force-fed dog food by Jun Jincheng, lamented, "Does anyone understand what it feels like to be stuffed with dog food?" Jun Jincheng was utterly absorbed in thoughts of Murongting, disregarding June Lily's voice echoing in his mind. "Tanner, take good care of yourself, and do not get hurt," he murmured affectionately. Wait for me," Murongting replied with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped and devoid of any trace of the fierce southern exile warrior, instead resembling a shy young girl. Reluctantly, Jun Jincheng departed. "Oh, Xiaocheng, are you robbing southern exile's bandit den?" the young marquis teased. Jun Jincheng shot him an irritated glance. "Allow me to introduce. These are the physicians and helpers lent to me by the southern exile princess, who will join us in combating the epidemic." Jun Jincheng could not resist interjecting, "With the little divine physician Jun Jincheng here, is there any fear of not curing the smallpox?" Peisher also stepped forward, her attention focused on the relationship between Jun Jincheng and Murongting. "So how is it, my dear? Have you secured a daughter-in-law?" Peisher inquired, eagerly. "Secured." Before Jun Jincheng could respond, June Lily made a gesture, looking adorable. "She is the little matchmaker for my elder brother and sister Tan." Peisher embraced June Lily, exchanging a knowing glance. "As long as it is settled. What daughter-in-law?" The young marquis could not help but pry. "Oh, just southern exile." Peisher began, but Jun Jincheng deliberately coughed twice to interrupt her. "Fourth brother, you take them to arrange accommodations and work," he instructed, casting a glance at the southern exile helpers nearby. "Understood," Jun Jincheng acknowledged as he departed. Before leaving, Jun Jincheng thoughtfully distributed masks to everyone. "Wearing this can prevent 90 of infections," he explained, donning his own mask. Observing the mask resembling a veil when worn over the face, several physicians from southern exile inquired, "Might I ask, fourth young master, what is this?" "Oh, this is called a mask, a method devised by my master," Jun Jinxing replied, having anticipated this question. How may we purchase such an item? One physician expressed keen interest, realizing that even without an epidemic, it would be wise to wear one for prevention. This item is a gift to you, no payment required, Jun Jinxing quickly clarified. Might we promote this item on a larger scale in Southern Exile? The physicians sought authorization, wishing to manufacture, trade, and wear the masks themselves. This matter was not solely Jun Jinxing's to decide, as he glanced toward Jun Lily, his eyes seemingly asking for her opinion. Is there something on your mind, fourth brother? Yun Lili inquired, perplexed by Yun Jinxing's expression. Pei Shi and Jun Jinxing, having heard Jun Lily's thoughts, also turned to look at Jun Jinxing, who gestured for them to approach. Jun Jinxing briefly explained the situation to everyone. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily thought, Southern Exile wishes to acquire usage rights. It is merely a mask. On Tanner's behalf, I shall grant authorization to Southern Exile. Jun Lily waved her hand generously. Fourth brother, it is acceptable. Your princess and my elder brother, along with our entire Jing Wangfu, are closely allied. This item shall symbolize the friendship between our two nations. With just a few phrases, Jun Jinxing broadened the scope of the discussion. The physicians, recognizing his youth and exceptional medical skills, felt a newfound respect for him. We are fortunate to be chosen by the princess to support Dongji in the days to come. We shall devote ourselves tirelessly to alleviate the suffering of the Dongji army from smallpox, one physician stated earnestly. The Jun family members nodded in approval. As the year drew to a close, everyone busied themselves throughout the month of Layu. Jun Lily, unable to contribute significantly to combating the epidemic, often remained alone in the tent. Each individual was preoccupied, and no one paid her much attention. She was capable of taking care of herself, sparing her mother and brothers additional worry. Her mother, elder brother, second uncle, and recently recovered grandfather all assisted in caring for the sick. The most fatigued were fourth brother and the physicians. For some critically ill soldiers, relying solely on existing methods proved insufficient. They tirelessly sought new remedies and treatments, continuously experimenting, persistently researching despite repeated failures. In the Dongji Pei family military camp, no soldier would be abandoned. No matter the difficulty, they were determined to save every last one. Chapter 173. Request to guard the northern frontier. Pei Shi entered with several bowls of medicinal soup, just in time to see General Pei encouraging a critically ill soldier. Father, you should rest. We can manage here, Pei Shi urged, concerned for the elderly general's well-being. It's nothing. I am merely conversing with everyone, General Pei replied gently. After distributing the soup to the soldiers and ensuring they all finished, Pei Shi exited with the empty bowls. Coincidentally, General Pei had just concluded his rounds and followed her outside. Father, the number of ill soldiers is dwindling. Only a few remain in serious condition. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief, Pei Shi remarked, gazing at the vast grassland in the distance, her mood considerably lifted. Indeed, the new year is approaching, General Pei responded, reflecting on how swiftly time passes. Is it almost the new year? This year marks your 66th birthday, correct? Upon hearing this, General Pei stroked his graying beard and chuckled. Haha, a daughter is indeed a blessing. Daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets for their parents, so consider it. Unlike your two brothers, who may have forgotten how old I am this year. Mentioning her two brothers, tears shimmered in Pei Shi's eyes. She wondered how her eldest brother was faring. Now that their forces were gradually recovering, coupled with the aid from Southern Exile, rescuing Pei Lauda should not be insurmountable. Rest assured, a scout reported a few days ago that he is doing well, with plenty to eat and drink, receiving treatment equivalent to a fifth-rank official in Sheila. General Pei reassured her. He appeared completely unperturbed. In truth, worrying was futile. The Sheila had captured Pei Lauda and were treating him well, but what were their true intentions? Look at this grassland, General Pei remarked suddenly, his interest piqued. Pei Shi looked up and responded softly, it is quite expansive. Does it not resemble the pasture where I taught you to ride as a child? General Pei became sentimental. Pei Shi was momentarily lost in thought, taking a few seconds to nod in agreement. When Lily grows up, you must teach her to ride, Pei Shi suggested earnestly. General Pei smiled wryly and shook his head. I fear there may be no opportunity. I will entrust the entire Pei army to Xiao Cheng. He is nearly 18 and should hold some real power. General Pei holds the utmost hope for Jun Jincheng. Among his 6 children, excluding the youngest daughter Jun Lily, his favorite is the eldest, Jun Jincheng. Perhaps it is due to the careful nurturing he received from a young age. Among his 5 sons, only the eldest possesses both literary and martial prowess, excelling in both strategy and strength. So far, the only one capable of succeeding Jun Jincheng is the 3rd son, Jun Jinan. Although his intellect and martial skills do not match those of Jun Jincheng, they are still sufficient. Father, why must he go to such lengths? We could easily find evidence of second sister-in-law colluding with Yukai, and you need not hide in the northern frontier. The Pei family certainly does not wish for General Pei to venture so far away. Who says I'm hiding in the northern frontier? General Pei retorted angrily. As I grow older, I have long wished to resign from my official duties. I have discussed this matter with your 2 elder brothers, suggesting that they accompany me to the northern frontier so that our family may withdraw from the political arena and live in tranquility. Upon hearing this, Pei Shi recalled Jun Lily mentioning the confiscation and exile of the general's estate to the northern frontier. Volunteering to guard the borders is preferable to being exiled. After careful consideration, Pei Shi tacitly accepted her father's intentions. Seeing the changing expressions on his daughter's face, General Pei added, "Of course. This does not include Pei Ting and the others. If they wish to stay, I will need you, as their aunt, to look after them." As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. "Father, what are you saying? Looking after them would hardly be a burden," Pei Shi responded. "As long as they need me, the doors of the Jing Wangfu will always be open to them." Hearing this, General Pei burst into laughter. "Dinner is ready. I shall go ahead." Without waiting for Pei Shi to respond, he quickly departed. Pei Shi watched her father's hurried figure, involuntarily smiling at his endearing demeanor. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Jun Jincheng observed his younger brother Jun Jinling diligently working on a new medicine and approached him, inquiring, "Fourth brother, is there anything I can assist you with?" Jun Jinling glanced around. "Eldest brother, could you help me brew the medicine? This is for tonight." Several critically ill brothers need to take their medicine 5 times a day. He could recall each patient's condition, leading one to question if Jun Jinling's emotional intelligence and intellect were lacking. This was because most of his mental capacity was devoted to memorizing prescriptions and ailments, and perhaps half of it was reserved for Su Yin. He felt that his skill in brewing medicine could qualify him for a position in a medical clinic. He rolled up his sleeves, sat on a low stool, one hand holding a palm fan, while the other rummaged through the firewood pile for suitable pieces to toss into the fire. Watching the clay pot bubble, he knew the medicine was ready. After Pei Shi had washed the empty bowl, Jun Jincheng's potion was just finished. He poured into the bowl, ready for Pei Shi to take away. "Mother, I'm not hungry yet. You should go eat first," Jun Jinling said, not truly lacking hunger, but rather focused on preparing the medicine tirelessly. "Mother, you go ahead. Once you finish eating, we will join you." Jun Jincheng could only acquiesce temporarily, hoping to avoid Pei Shi's incessant chatter. His words conveyed a deep sense of longing for Pei Shi and her 3 children. Jun Jinan, feeling sorry for his sister, had even hired a courier to send Jun Lily some food and toys. Upon receiving these items, Jun Lily realized that she had been away from home for 2 months. The new year was approaching, yet the borders devoid of common folk bore no festive spirit. This year's celebration for the Jun family was unlike any other. There were no delicacies, no amusements, nor new clothes, but witnessing the recovery of the ailing soldiers brought smiles of happiness to their faces. On the 29th day of the 12th month, nearly all the sick soldiers had recovered, with fewer than 10 remaining unwell. The hard work of everyone had not been in vain. "Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Shall we have something nice to eat? I will pay for myself." The young lord volunteered to treat everyone. "I think that's a splendid idea. I'll contribute as well and buy more to reward the soldiers." General Pei chimed in. "You needn't go buy anything. Consider this my treat to everyone on behalf of Jun Jincheng." Just as they were discussing, a familiar feminine voice echoed from outside the camp, causing the Jun family to rise in unison. "Is that Murong Tan?" In an instant, Murong Tan entered the tent, eliciting astonished reactions from all. "Why has Tana come?" Jun Lily exclaimed. "I have missed her terribly after a month." Jun Jincheng added, "My daughter-in-law." Pei Shi interjected. "How did she just walk into the military camp?" Yun Dianling wondered. "Tena, Yun Dianxing cold, hastening told her." The young lord, Pei Er, and General Pei stifled their laughter at the sight. "With the new year approaching, I brought you some food. Do not misunderstand. This is merely a gesture of goodwill from the ruler of Nanshin to Dongji." Murong Tan's motives were somewhat self-serving. "There's no need for formalities," General Pei replied courteously. "Please, no need for such niceties," Murong Tan said with a gracious smile. I have instructed my people to leave the items in the courtyard. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." She bowed slightly, winking at Jun Jincheng before turning to depart. Jun Jincheng, feeling anxious, was about to chase after her, but refrained due to the crowd. Pei-shi noticed her son's intentions and quickly intervened to retain Murong Tan. In Dongji, influenced by the culture of BigⅡ, we celebrate the Little New Year a day earlier than Nanshin, which just happens to be today. As Pei-shi spoke, the others looked at her with admiration. Jun Jincheng secretly gave her a thumbs up. Even Jun Lily thought to herself, "Mother truly has a way. Lady Murong, this is not only my mother's wish, but also that of all of us." Jun Jincheng articulated each word carefully, fearful that his sentiments towards Murong Tan might be misconstrued. "Very well, I shall stay tonight." Murong Tan conceded, unable to refuse further. In the evening, the group gathered together, roasting lamb and drinking wine. "Little Ling, what is this sauce? It smells divine," the young lord remarked, drawn by the aroma. Jun Jinling continued applying the sauce, while Pei-shi glanced at Jun Lily, who sat alone, admiring the moon. "This is our Jing Wang Fu's secret sauce, not to be shared," Pei-shi explained. The barbecue sauce also stemmed from Jun Lily's heartfelt desires. When it came to culinary skills, she had an abundance of talent. Hearing Pei-shi's words, the young lord did not press further. "Then please give me some of that sauce. I shall apply it to the remaining lambs," he offered to help. "There's a bucket over there. Just be sure to use it sparingly," Jun Jinling advised. He scooped some sauce into a bowl from a larger container and, using a clean brush, mimicked Jun Jinling's technique, slathering it onto the nearby lamb. "This young lord shall not believe that I cannot deduce the recipe for this sauce," he declared, diligently applying the sauce while inhaling its fragrance, determined to uncover its secrets. However, he soon gave up, realizing that many of the ingredients in the sauce were unfamiliar to him, even questioning whether they were edible. Before long, Jun Jinling finished applying the sauce to his lamb. Noticing the young lord's clumsy application, Jun Jinling sighed and approached him. "Xie, why don't you go join the others? I can handle this," Jun Jinling suggested. The young lord indeed yearned to join the festivities, but felt reluctant to leave Jun Jinling to grill the meat alone. "I shall remain here to assist you. With so many tasks at hand, how long must you toil alone?" Jun Jinling replied, "I truly do not need help. It is quite all right. I am not fond of crowds, so I shall refrain from joining in the festivities. Instead, I will prepare food for everyone and take this opportunity to reflect on how to treat the remaining patients." Upon hearing this, the young lord chose not to intrude further. "Very well, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Outside the camp, Jun Jincheng and Murong Tan sat side by side, gazing at the celestial river of stars while engaging in light conversation. "You seem to know nearly everything about me. Why not share something about yourself? I am yet to learn of your exploits during your youth," Jun Jincheng inquired tentatively. Murong Tan scoffed softly and took a sip from the wine flask beside her. I was not as fortunate as you, with your grandfather and 2 uncles treating you like a treasure." A hint of jealousy colored her tone. "Though my mother held the title of princess, my father could not resist seeking the company of other women, maintaining a mistress. Once my mother learned of this, she confronted him fiercely, leveraging her power to compel him to eliminate the mistress. My father, left with no choice, bore a grudge against my mother for it." As she recounted this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She took another sip of wine, bolstering her courage to continue. "In retaliation, my father devised numerous schemes to bring about my mother's demise. Ultimately, my uncle, the emperor, avenged her by executing my father." Jun Jincheng grasped the weight of her words. Her parents had perished because of a mistress. I was but 5 years old, utterly oblivious to it all. I was later raised by my uncle and maternal grandfather, trained in martial arts, and enlisted in the military. Once Murong Tan finished her tale, she noticed Jun Jincheng's unwavering gaze upon her, prompting her to shyly ask, "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" Jun Jincheng quickly shook his head, saying, "No, your face is truly beautiful." His compliment deepened her blush, and she lowered her head in silence. "Tanner, do you still think of your parents?" Jun Jincheng asked with concern. "I know my father was preoccupied with his mistress, and I remain unaware of my mother's endeavors. Yet, my feelings for them are not profound." Jun Jincheng then understood why an Xian Huang held a divine status in Murong Tan's heart. She had effectively been raised by him. "Tanner," he gently took the wine jug from her grasp and held her hands. "In my youth within the military, I too was not pampered like a treasure by my grandfather and uncles. This statement was sincere. General Pei had nurtured him as a successor, ensuring he was not overly indulged. However, from now on, I shall treat you as a treasure, he vowed earnestly to Murong Tan. As he spoke, Jun Jinsheng extended an arm, attempting to pull her into an embrace. Murong Tan resisted, saying, "No thanks, you men are all the same. You speak sweetly now, but in the future, you will surely fall for others and maintain mistresses. I would never," Jun Jinsheng declared fervently, pulling her shoulder to ensure she met his gaze. "In our Jing Wangfu, as long as the first wife is alive, one cannot take concubines." This unwritten rule had indeed been mentioned by the previous Jing Wang. Chapter 175, Zhang Wan's Son. It's snowing. Murong Tan pondered for a moment. It seemed that everyone in the Jing Wangfu had indeed only taken one wife. The late Jing Wang had only taken a secondary consort after the death of the primary wife. "You may speak of marriage once you are able to wed me," Murong Tan playfully remarked. "Our union involves the interests of two nations and differs from ordinary matters. Even though our hearts are intertwined, the path to a formal engagement will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges." Murong Tan was well aware of the difficulties they faced in being together. "Do not worry about such matters, Tanner. Leave them to me." As she leaned quietly against his shoulder, they both gazed at the starry sky, dreaming of the future. Paisher observed June Lily sitting alone and wished to lift her to join the revelry by the bonfire. "Lily, shall we go dance over there? I do not wish to be forced into performing. It is too warm by the bonfire. Yu is afraid of the fire." June Lily internally refused 100 times. "Mother, you go ahead. I'm fine here," June Lily replied in a sweet voice. Paisher, left with no option, complied but did not venture far, staying close to ensure her daughter's safety. June Jinling distributed a skewer of roasted meat to June Lily first. She held it, inhaling the delightful aroma. "It has been so long since I had lamb skewers. Fourth brother's skills are truly impressive," June Jinling, feeling undeserving of the praise, remarked, "if not for your sauce recipe. Little sister, I could not have achieved this flavor." To prevent the sharp end of the skewer from pricking June Lily, he carefully broke off the pointed tip. Concerned for her digestion, he ensured the skewer contained only a modest amount of meat, merely allowing her to savor the flavor. Knowing she was still quite young and many foods were unsuitable for her, yet June Lily was thoroughly delighted. It had been ages since she had enjoyed a small barbecue, and she wondered when this body would grow up enough to eat and drink normally. How tantalizing! "I want more." June Jinling offered her a piece of flatbread to accompany the skewer. Seeing it was not meat, she expressed her disdain. "Ooh, I want to eat meat. But fish are omnivorous creatures." June Lily vented her dissatisfaction internally. June Jinling pretended not to hear. He could not give her more meat, as too much would upset her stomach. Just then, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, one by one. June Lily sensed it and immediately looked up. "Is that snow?" She found it strange. Due to the mild temperatures at the Chile border, snowfall was rare. She extended her small hand to catch a snowflake. This sudden light snowfall added a touch of enchantment to the joyous night. "Zhang Wan's son, it's snowing." The phrase struck her as particularly poetic in the context of snow. She adored the snow, and without further insistence for lamb, she quietly rested her chin on her hand, watching the flakes fall. "One snowflake after another, weaving our fates together," she sang in her heart. Paisher and June Jinling, overhearing her thoughts, exchanged bewildered looks. Who is Zhang Wanson? When did Lily meet him? What connection do they share? The mother and son shared a knowing glance. "We must unearth Zhang Wanson, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground after the destruction of Longchen." Yet, the melody of the song she sang seemed oddly peculiar, yet delightful. June Lily was lost in her own merriment, completely oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes of her mother and fourth brother. A night of revelry ensued. The following morning, Murong Tan took her leave. In the days that followed, Jun Jinsheng, General Pei, and their companions began strategizing on how to rescue Pei Laoda. Jun Jinling continued his efforts to assist the remaining ailing patients toward recovery. Each person understood their role and diligently attended to their tasks. Regarding the rescue of Pei Laoda, Jun Jinsheng proposed a surprise attack on the Chile military camp during the eve of the new year. First, they would be less vigilant on that day. Second, the recent cold weather would weaken the combat effectiveness of the Nan-Xian forces, who were typically deployed from the southwest. A direct assault would be insufficient given the limited strength of Dongjigua's troops, but a sudden strike could yield different results. Moreover, their goal was singular, to rescue Pei Laoda. Once accomplished, they would withdraw their forces. I believe Xiao Qin's plan is indeed commendable, General Pei remarked with admiration. Does anyone have any objections? Jun Jinqing scanned the group. If none arose, they would proceed with the plan to rescue their comrade. Shall we launch our assault by day or by night? The young lord inquired with a look of perplexity. One astute question. Jun Jinqing chuckled lightly and continued. During the day, everyone observes the tradition of staying up on New Year's Eve, so they will surely catch up on sleep during the day. The young lord nodded repeatedly. Therefore, our objective is to strike unexpectedly while the majority of the Shilei army is in slumber? Jun Jinqing affirmed with a nod, precisely. Very well, I have no further questions. The young lord, having satisfied his curiosity, fell silent. Jun Jinqing then glanced at the others, and seeing that there were no additional concerns, commanded, on that day, we shall divide our forces into 3 groups. Second uncle, you shall lead a contingent to rescue eldest uncle. I will take a team to create a diversion, granting you more time. Xiexiong, you will rendezvous at the Xingyao Gorge along the border. Jun Jinqing's arrangements were methodical and orderly. Excellent. The young lord and Pei Lao exchanged glances, expressing no dissent towards Jun Jinqing's plan. However, Pei Shi, cradling Jun Lily, felt an unsettling premonition. For some reason, her right eyelid twitched incessantly. It continued to twitch with increasing frequency even after Jun Jinqing and the others departed on New Year's Eve. Is it possible that this mission may bring danger to my brother? Yun Lili mused inwardly. Nevertheless, today's ambush was indeed the most advantageous choice. After today, any attempts to rescue would become significantly more challenging. Meanwhile, Jun Jinqing directly led his men into the territory of Shilei, confronting the Shilei army head-on. Taking advantage of the Shilei troops being preoccupied with Jun Jinqing's forces, Pei Lao stealthily infiltrated the Shilei military camp. To amplify the chaos, he even set fire to the Shilei army's provisions, ensuring that even if they realized someone had breached their camp, they would be too preoccupied to respond. According to earlier reports from scouts, Pei Lao was imprisoned in a small room in the northwest corner of the camp, surrounded by guards. Pei Lao advanced cautiously. Upon reaching the location where Pei Lao was held, he signaled for his men to approach, leaving the Shilei soldiers guarding Pei Lao to them. As the two groups clashed, Pei Lao seized the opportunity to slip into the room, only to find no trace of Pei Lao. Just as he began to wonder, the back door of the room swung open. A burly middle-aged man clad in General S armor entered, cradling a boy roughly the same size as Jun Lily. Chapter 176, The Shilei Young Prince, Tianwang. The infant boy was plump and adorable, with skin as smooth as lotus root. Noticing the dragon embroidery on his small garment, Pei Lao guessed that this child must be the prodigious young prince Tianwang of the newly born Shilei royal family. The middle-aged general holding him was the commander dispatched by Shilei, Qi Su. General Pei, what brings you to invade my Shilei military camp? Qi Su inquired with a sardonic tone. Even with limited intelligence, Pei Lao understood that he had fallen into a trap. However, he could not fathom how their plans had been foreseen by Qi Su. Curious, aren't you? Qi Su asked knowingly. Allow me to enlighten you. We were indeed asleep, but the moment your forces set foot in our territory, my lord sensed your presence. With that, Qi Su respectfully regarded the child in his arms. Pei Lao also looked over. Having heard much about the Shilei young prince, this was his first encounter, and he felt a chill run down his spine. The legends were true. The Shilei young prince indeed possessed extraordinary abilities. Yet he too had his own gifts, being the chosen one capable of hearing his niece's thoughts, albeit only once. Seeing Pei Lao's disbelief, the young prince Tianwang explained, General Pei, I have set up barriers along the border and outside the camp. Anyone not of my army who approaches will trigger the barriers. Therefore, no matter how meticulously you plan, once you enter our territory, I shall be aware. Upon hearing this, Pei Lao was rendered speechless. This young prince can even set barriers? He truly is a being of supernatural power. But wait, why does he refer to himself as this sovereign? This sovereign? Pei Lao queried suspiciously. Forgive me, it has become a habit. I should now refer to myself as this king. Tianwang stated, somewhat awkwardly. The title this king only deepened Pei Lao's confusion. Our young prince was conferred the title of king as soon as he was born by his majesty, making him the first prince in all of Shilei to be granted a title and territory while his father is still alive, Qi Su proudly elaborated. Pei Lao Air felt a cold sweat soaking his back. For reasons unknown, despite the fact that the other party was merely an infant, he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to that of a divine being. I shall not waste further words with you. Where is my elder brother? Hand him over. Pei Lao Air, unable to secure his own safety, still thought of Pei Lao Da. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Su immediately grasped the intent of his young master. Men, seize him. At his command, 3 to 5 guards surged forth from both doors. Not ordinary soldiers, but highly skilled protectors specifically assigned to guard Yi Tianwang. Within moments, they had subdued Pei Lao Air. Yi Tianwang retorted, his large eyes paired with his infantile visage appearing remarkably innocent. Since I have fallen into your hands today, you may kill me if you wish. Pei Lao Air asserted defiantly. He could not believe that Shilei would capture them without any ulterior motive. Yi Tianwang glanced at him, but remained silent. Chi Su immediately understood the young prince's intention and instructed his subordinates, take him away and confine him with General Pei Da. As Pei Lao Air was led away, he continued to curse, damn Shilei, we of Dongji shall never let you off. His words inadvertently reminded Yi Tianwang. There is still a young general outside. Yi Tianwang gestured to Chi Su, entrusting him with the task of dealing with Jun Jincheng. Leave this matter to me, your highness. Please rest a moment. With that, Chi Su set Yi Tianwang down and led his troops away. The young prince of Shilei was indeed a prodigy. He could speak shortly after birth, and by just a few months old he could walk. Now, he could even run and jump. If not for his age, one might easily mistake him for a child of 2 or 3 years due to his remarkable maturity, particularly his demeanor, which surpassed that of adults. The Shilei nation predominantly features landscapes of deserts and mountains, and the border adjacent to Dongji is a city nestled within a desert. The vast desert was filled with a desolate yellow hue, and as the winds stirred the sands, it stung like daggers against exposed skin. At this moment, Jun Jincheng, leading his soldiers, was engaged in a confrontation with the Shilei army not far from their encampment. With only a small contingent, they were directly assaulting the enemy's stronghold and quickly found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering casualties among their ranks. Fortunately, Chi Su's arrival prevented the complete annihilation of Jun Jincheng's forces. General Chi, Yun Jincheng immediately recognized Chi Su, given that their two factions had been at odds for quite some time. Young General, Chi Su replied, offering a respectful bow in accordance with Shilei customs. In his heart, he held deep admiration for 3 individuals. First, the young prince Yi Tianwang. Second, the formidable female warrior Moron Tan. And third, the strongest warrior of Dongji, Jun Jincheng. His admiration stemmed not solely from their prowess or fame, but from their youthful accomplishments, unlike himself, who, after 50 years, finally had the opportunity to command. Thanks to the young prince's favor, Jun Jincheng also scrutinized Chi Su. This man was straightforward and upright, having been sidelined by colleagues for much of his life. He was finally given the chance to lead by the Shilei emperor, a rare opportunity he was determined to seize with fervor. Had it not been for Chi Su taking the lead this time, their prolonged siege against Shilei would not have persisted. However, now is not the moment for such reflections. The very presence of Chi Su signifies the exposure of my second uncle. Where is my second uncle? Yun Dianchen inquired directly. He set fire to my supplies, ambushed my camp, and intended to abduct captives. So naturally, he has been detained by us. Chi Su responded with compelling reasoning, illustrating their culpability. Jun Jincheng refrained from engaging in verbal disputes. Having discerned their intentions, he straightforwardly asked, what must be done to secure the release of my 2 uncles? Chi Su smiled, appreciating the clarity of Jun Jincheng's mind. Surrender, he stated plainly. If you Eastern extremes capitulate and hand over the treasure map that we lost to you, we will release them immediately. He did not withhold any details regarding their demands. Jun Jincheng contemplated this. A treasure map? He had indeed heard his mother mention it recently, several months prior, during the Queen's Lotus appreciation banquet. His 4th uncle Jun Mingjie had colluded with the Minister of Religion and discovered a parchment resembling a treasure map on a maiden from Shilei who had come to the eastern extremes for a marriage alliance. However, the emperor had confiscated this item, and they were unaware of the particulars. General Chi, you seem to have mistaken the culprit. That treasure map is in the hands of our eastern extremes emperor. Kidnapping my 2 inconsequential generals will not procure the treasure map. Jun Jincheng replied with a smile. Perhaps I could suggest a more fruitful path for you, General Chi. You might consider abducting the 9th Prince Junyu, for he is the emperor's most cherished son. Capturing him would surely yield the treasure map. Jun Jinshan's words elicited laughter from Chi Su. We are well aware that 2 members of the Pei family alone would not compel your dog emperor of the Eastern Extremes to yield the treasure map. But we are not concerned with what the Eastern Extremes emperor desires. Our focus is solely on you, Jun Jinshan. With that, Chi Su ceased his engagement with Jun Jinshan and rode away. Jun Jinshan clenched his teeth, infuriated, and was about to pursue when he was stopped by the timely arrival of the young lord. Xiao Chun, steady yourself, the young lord urged, preventing him from chasing after them. Even if he succeeded in catching up, he would be outnumbered. Jun Jinshan calmed himself, glancing at the young lord who held him back, and coldly asked, when did you arrive? Did you hear what he just said? The young lord silently nodded. I was lurking in Xingyao Valley and happened to see a group escorting General Pei towards the city. I knew something was amiss and came to find you. Jun Jinshan whispered, indeed, my second uncle has been captured. I originally came to rescue him, but instead, I lost another. No one would be in a good mood. The young lord turned Jun Jinshan around, and they headed back. Upon returning to the Pei family camp in the Eastern Extremes, they informed everyone of Pei's capture. Grandfather, mother, I am useless. I failed to protect my second uncle. Jun Jinshan knelt before General Pei and the Pei family to apologize. General Pei hurried forward to assist him to his feet. Child, it is not your fault. Your plans were meticulous. It is those cunning people from Xilei who are to blame. It was truly not Jun Jinshan's fault. Had he not sent his second uncle to rescue his eldest uncle, he would not have been captured. I should have gone to rescue him. Jun Jinshan felt some guilt, thinking that such a perilous task should have fallen upon him. It mattered not who attempted the rescue. Anyone would have been detained by the Xilei forces. General Pei understood the situation thoroughly. Even Jun Lily lamented, no wonder my right eyelid keeps twitching. That Xilei's young prince is truly formidable. They were able to set up a barrier formation. Could they be from the realm of cultivation? Jun Lily felt an unprecedented pressure, recognizing their disadvantage against a stronger enemy. The Pei family also expressed their concerns. Where shall we obtain the treasure map for them? She anxiously queried. Shall we steal it from the palace? Even if we manage to procure the treasure map, we cannot hand it over to Xilei. General Pei declared with righteous indignation. Xilei harbors grand ambitions. Should they acquire such wealth, they would not only raise an army against our eastern extremes, but would subsequently conquer the nations of Nanxin and BigⅡ one by one. At that point, the entire Four Symbols continent would be engulfed in chaos, and the common folk would find no peace. General Pei's vision extended far into the future. Yet, how could they secure the release of the captives without surrendering the treasure map? Jun Jinshan was alarmed. He had to rescue his 2 uncles. During the discussion of this matter, the Pei family deliberately dismissed others, leaving only General Pei, the Pei family, Jun Jinshan, Jun Jilling, and Jun Lily, all trusted kin. Shvangya, swiftly write a letter to inform Jing Yan of this situation. General Pei recalled his son-in-law, Jun Jingyan, hoping for assistance in devising a plan. All right, I will first explain the situation to Yengu and encourage them to find a way to obtain the treasure map. The Pei family agreed and exited the tent to write the letter. Jun Lily followed her mother outside. I will use the power of the koi to summon faster birds to assist. Mother, Jun Lily caught up with the Pei family and tugged at her sleeve. Do not use carrier pigeons. I will seek other birds. She briefly explained her thoughts. The Pei family understood her intentions. Very well, Lily, go ahead, but be cautious alone. The Pei family did not stop her, believing her reasoning to be sound. Prepare several letters, Jun Lily added. Mother, write more copies. I fear that the messenger birds might be shot down by Xilei spies. These Xilei people are quite treacherous. It is challenging to guarantee they will not interfere. Hearing this, the Pei family's brow furrowed. Indeed, Lily's mind was sharp and her thoughts thorough. Understood. I will write several more letters. The Pei family responded before departing. Jun Lily thought, why doesn't Mother inquire about my reasoning for needing multiple letters? She shook her head, dismissing such considerations, since her mother had already agreed. She was unconcerned about the rest. The pressing matter at hand was to find faster birds. She ventured alone into the grassland outside the camp, heading southwest along the terrain. Besides some native vultures, she was astonished to discover swallows, the fastest flying creatures. However, it would be even better if she could locate the rain swallows among them. Jun Lily approached and attempted to communicate with them, inquiring about the whereabouts of the rain swallows. Not far away, on a cliff, there were numerous holes, which served as the nesting grounds for the rain swallows. They favored building their nests on steep, towering cliffs. Yet, with her short legs, June Lily could not scale the precipice. The first person that came to her mind was Jun Jinchun, for his skills in climbing were unmatched. At that moment, Jun Jinchun was strategizing for another assault against Shilei. Even upon hearing his sister's voice, he remained undistracted, continuing to study the terrain on the sand table, pondering where to set an ambush. Observing her brother's demeanor, June Lily felt compelled to intervene, determined to draw him out of his self-reproach. She decided to be forthright, regardless of whether she would be deemed peculiar, and spoke words that were beyond her years. Brother, our urgent priority is to inform father and the others about Shilei's desire for the treasure map. Hasn't mother already gone to write a letter? Yun Tianchen replied lazily. But we cannot use carrier pigeons to send the letter, June Lily explained. Carrier pigeons are too slow. We need to deliver the message to father urgently. What else can we use if not carrier pigeons? We cannot delay the matter of our uncles. Jun Jinshin responded, finally tearing his gaze away from the sand table. He looked at June Lily, his eyes slightly red. Does sister truly wish to surrender the treasure map, allowing Shilei to grow stronger and swallow the remaining 3 nations? A low-pressure aura emanated from him, enveloping his entire being, rendering his handsome face as cold as ice. This was the first time June Lily had witnessed him in such a state, causing her to tremble in fear. She felt truly wronged. After all, she hadn't uttered a single word. What's wrong with my brother? He is terrifying, she thought. I haven't said anything yet. Why is he being so fierce? Upon sensing hell holds, Yun Tianxian softened somewhat. I apologize, Lily, but my mood has been rather foul, he confessed. I truly did not intend to relinquish the treasure map, she countered, swiftly redirecting the conversation. We could easily manipulate the treasure map, providing them with a false one. This way, we can thwart their plans and successfully rescue our 2 uncles. June Lily had already devised a strategy. She would never surrender the genuine treasure map. If it were indeed authentic, its treasures should not belong to any royal family, but rather be utilized for the benefit of the people. What if they discern that the treasure map is a forgery? Jun Jinchun expressed his concerns. Then we shall proceed boldly, she replied with unwavering determination. Brother, seek assistance from Sister Tan-Er. Let us confront them directly. June Lily's gaze was resolute. Neither our grandfather nor the Pei family army, nor the GF family with their hundreds of thousands of soldiers fear war. Thus, neither shall I. Moreover, Shilei has been excessively overbearing. Brother, Shilei seeks the treasure to consume the remaining 3 nations. Their ambition is glaringly evident. We should inform the nations of Nan, Xin, and BigⅡ. Uniting the 3 countries against Shilei, June Lily proposed. Jun Jinchun pondered her words, recognizing that his sister possessed an extraordinary intellect, a rare talent for strategy. June Lily understood Jun Jinchen's apprehensions. The alliance between Dongji and Nan Xin was no secret, yet the relationship between Dongji and Beiji remained ambiguous. These matters pertain to you. They do not greatly concern Benjin Li, she remarked. However, preventing Shilei from annihilating the 4 nations could extend our family's existence. June Lily felt she had spoken too much. I wonder if my brother now perceives me as an oddity? What if they mistake me for a monster and burn me alive? With this thought, she instinctively shrank her neck and pouted in grievance. Observing her woeful expression, Jun Jinshin could not help but chuckle softly. This little one certainly cherished her life. By the way, Lily, didn't you mention seeking Yuyan? Where is she? Upon this inquiry, June Lily recalled that the treasure map was of little relevance to her. Her current objective was to locate Yuyan. Brother, follow me, she urged, taking his hand and leading him outside the tent. Jun Jinchun bent down, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Guide me, dear sister, he gently instructed. June Lily nodded, finding it much easier to traverse with her brother carrying her than using her own short legs. Over there by the cliff, she pointed towards the mountains west of the camp. Jun Jinchun glanced in that direction, realizing they had already entered Shilei territory. Is there any other place to encounter Yuyan? He hesitated, fearing that triggering Etian Kuang's barrier might attract enemy forces. June Lily sensed her brother's trepidation, but knew that aside from this location, there were no other options to find Yuyan. Brother, let us proceed. If the young prince's barrier detects us, I shall handle it. Where her confidence stemmed from was a mystery, yet June Lily exuded assurance. Yun Tianxian sighed, thinking to himself, with my brother here, how could I allow you to face this alone? We shall venture to the cliff, Surely the mountains will not trigger the barrier. If, at worst, once we arrive, I can cast a spell to conceal our presence. She seemed to have forgotten that she had exhausted much of her magical energy, saving Junjin Ling. It would be months before she could cast spells again. In their conversation, the two had already reached the cliff's edge. The rock face was quite steep, yet they soon discovered Yu Yan's nest within a modest cave. Jun Jinshun secured Jun Li on his back, employing hands and feet alike to climb. As they neared the cave entrance, he demonstrated his agility. Jun Li exclaimed, "I feel as though I've taken a free roller coaster ride." While the siblings searched for Yu Yan within the cave, at the same time, in the Shi Lei military camp, Tian Kuang sat cross-legged on his bed, suddenly sensing an intrusion into his barrier. Accompanied by a familiar presence he had not felt in a long time. He abruptly opened his eyes, frowning with a complex expression. "Little Koi, you have changed in this lifetime," he murmured, clutching his chest in discomfort. With a flick of his sleeve, a projection appeared, revealing every movement of Jun Li and Jun Jinshun. Witnessing Jun Li communicate effortlessly with the swallows caused a pang of anguish in Tian Kuang's heart. "This lifetime, you have altered my little Koi," he lamented, before dismissing the projection with another wave of his sleeve. "Bring me someone," he called out, and several guards promptly entered. "Set forth to the eastern side of Xingyao Mountain," Tian Kuang commanded. Regrettably, by the time they arrived, Jun Jinshun and Jun Li had long departed. Observing Tian Kuang standing disheartened at the cliff's base, Chi Su could not comprehend. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" he inquired cautiously. "I sensed her presence," Tian Kuang replied coolly. Chi Su immediately grasped whom he referred to. The young prince claimed to hail from the celestial realm, transformed from a pearl to seek his lover on earth. Such a tale, if uttered by another, would surely be dismissed as nonsense. Yet coming from Tian Kuang, it was believed without question, for he was regarded as a prodigy, a being akin to a deity. "Your Highness, if she is indeed your destined one, she must possess powers akin to your own. Perhaps we should wait a while longer to see if she demonstrates any capabilities," Chi Su suggested. After all, the prince was still young and should not be easily deceived. "You speak truly. I have been too hasty," Tian Kuang conceded. Receiving news from Jun Jinshun, Mu Rongtan had also brought the Nan Xian army, setting up camp adjacent to the Pei family military encampment. Yu Yan perched upon Jun Li's shoulder as she retrieved a letter from the swallow's leg and handed it to Pei Shi beside her. Just as she released that swallow, another arrived, burdened with a thick scroll. The swallow chattered animatedly in front of Jun Li, complaining, "Oh, it's so heavy. I have no idea what this is. It was tied to my back instead of my leg." Yun Li hurriedly unseated, feeling the weight of the object in her hands. "Wait a moment. This texture, is this a sheepskin scroll?" She pondered. "How did my father come by this? Did he really steal it from the palace?" Surprise filled Jun Li's eyes. The swallow relayed what it knew. "I didn't see your father go. So perhaps it was one of your brothers?" "Indeed," Jun Li recalled. "I saw your father show the letter to your second brother, who then locked himself away for hours, writing and drawing. Your second brother loves to dabble in literature. Isn't it normal for him to write?" She replied, "Thank you so much for your help, little swallow." Jun Li affectionately patted the swallow's small head before releasing it. Chapter 179. Victory in Numbers. Strategic warfare. Upon perusing the letter, Pei Shi revealed a smile that had long been absent. "Mother, what has father written?" Jun Li inquired eagerly, leaning closer. "This parchment is a replica crafted by your second brother, who has altered the course of the treasure map. Unless one compares it meticulously with the original, it is nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye." Pei Shi briefly summarized the content of the new letter to Jun Li. "Zundu Jiadu?" Jun Li gazed at the parchment with thirst for knowledge, eagerly unrolling it to examine its details. She had never seen the original map, and thus remained unaware of its intricacies. "Your second brother is truly remarkable, having only seen the original once. He could replicate it flawlessly. Could this be the legendary photographic memory?" Jun Li felt a sense of wonder. If this were indeed the case, Jun Jinbai would be the true genius of this world. "Mother, let us inform elder brother and grandfather." Tugging at Pei Shi's hand as they moved forward. Meanwhile, within the main tent, discussions regarding strategies for engaging in battle against Shi Lei were underway. The Xingyao Gorge, located to the southeast of Xingyao Mountain, presented a narrow and treacherous terrain, easily defensible yet difficult to assault. This region resembled a slender serpent, stretching approximately 300 to 400 zhang, with its narrowest point measuring a mere 2 zhang. At most, it could accommodate 4 horses or 5 individuals simultaneously. Thus, if we set ambushes at several key locations, we can effectively hinder the advance of the Shi-Lei forces, achieving victory with fewer troops. Jun Jinshun articulated his battle strategy while studying the sand table before him, inserting several small red flags into specific areas. The other attendees marveled at his strategic maneuvers, exclaiming their admiration. "We, from Nan Xn, possess an army of 50,000, Murong Tan stated, detailing the number of troops that had arrived for support. The Jie family army consists of 30,000, the young Marquis noted, having recently counted his own forces. When I departed from Long Cheng, the emperor allocated troops to me, but now fewer than 3,000 remain." Jun Jinshun reported his troop count, recalling how the emperor had generously provided him with 10,000 of his own secret forces. These troops had accompanied Jun Jinshun to the western frontier for nearly a year, enduring numerous battles and a pandemic, resulting in a reduction to merely 3,000. The Pei family army is also diminished, with only 80,000 able to take the field, the old general remarked with a hint of regret. Initially, the Pei family military was the pinnacle of combat strength in Dongji. Yet after nearly a year of arduous fighting, compounded by the plague that claimed thousands of lives, retaining 80,000 was indeed a rare feat currently. Subtracting the forces stationed to defend the camp, we can muster only about 150,000 troops. However, Shi-Lei boasts over 300,000 soldiers, significantly outnumbering us. Murong Tan articulated the dire situation. Yet does it matter? With proper ambush arrangements, we can still achieve victory through cunning and strategic finesse. Jun Jinshun maintained a light-hearted demeanor, aiming to comfort both the assembly and himself. "I can lead a team to divert their attention first." The young Marquis promptly volunteered. The others turned to him as he produced another small red flag, placing it at the narrowest point of the Xing Yao Gorge on the sand table. "I will design a rockfall trap here to eliminate a portion of their forces. The remainder will be taken out by archers hidden atop the cliffs," he proposed, showcasing a commendable tactical plan. "Excellent." Jun Jinshun commended him enthusiastically. "I can introduce a sedative into the river behind the gorge," Jun Jinling added, positioning a small red flag in the blue sand representing the river. This location was perfectly situated at the gorge's exit. After their arduous journey, the enemy would undoubtedly be thirsty and in need of rest. "These soldiers are innocent. We need only weaken their combat capability for a few days without annihilating them," he reasoned, demonstrating the compassionate heart of a healer. Observing his fourth sibling's burgeoning capabilities filled Jun Jinshun with pride. "Ah, you young ones are all so eager to showcase your talents. I, as the elder, must not fall behind," the old general chimed in, joining the lively discourse. Upon hearing his impassioned words, the young Marquis couldn't help but jest. "General Pei, if you eliminate all the Shi-Lei soldiers, what will be left for us to fight?" A hearty laugh escaped the old general at this quip. Jun Jinshun shook his head, realizing that he had just praised the young Marquis for his cleverness, only for him to subsequently make a foolish remark. "Do you think the Shi-Lei soldiers are as foolish as you? They will undoubtedly come in waves." The young Marquis belatedly grasped the gravity of the impending battle, understanding that it would be a fierce confrontation. To capture the thief, one must seize the king. "I shall confront their so-called divine prince," Murong Tan declared with steely resolve, unperturbed by the challenge. "Absolutely not. This individual is no ordinary foe. You are no match for him." Jun Jinshun immediately expressed his concern. "I cannot allow you to take such risks. If we do not proceed this way, our chances of victory will diminish," Murong Tan countered. "I will not permit you to endanger yourself," Jun Jinshun affirmed resolutely. The young Marquis, Jun Jinling, and the old general huddled together, watching the unfolding drama. Jun Jinling exaggeratedly produced a handful of sunflower seeds from his sleeve, sharing them with the others. Carrying sunflower seeds had become a staple for every member of the Jingwang Fu. "If we do not capture the prince, how do you propose we triumph with our 150,000 against their over 300,000? Murong Tan pressed, underscoring the stakes of the conflict. "This is your war in Dongji. I am merely here to assist." Her fervor for victory led her to speak more harshly than intended. "Tanya, you may consider me ungrateful. Nevertheless, I will not allow you to face danger." Jun Jinshun's tone remained calm, resolute in his decision. Just as the two were locked in their dispute, Pei Shi entered with Jun Li Li in tow. "I support the princess's perspective." Pei Shi's voice resonated even before her figure appeared. Jun Jinshun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Mother, if Tanner wishes to take risks, that is one thing. But why do you have to complicate matters? Pei-Shi shot him a disapproving glance, asserting her intent. The Shilei young emperor is indeed extraordinary. But do not forget that both I and Princess Murong possess the art of Nan-Xine's poison techniques. We can certainly compete with that young prince. The insect she had raised could hardly wait to emerge. How could the battle at Xingyao Gorge proceed without her involvement? Mother is so impressive. Her prowess rivals that of men. Jun Lili exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Both Pei-Shi and Murong Tan were exemplary women of valor. I too wish to meet the young prince of Shilei and challenge him. Jun Lili's eagerness mirrored that of her mother. Mother, the parchment do not hide any longer. Observing the meticulous strategies formulated by everyone, she urged Pei-Shi to reveal the treasure map she had just received. Chapter 180. Exchanging a false treasure map for hostages. Pei-Shi, no longer withholding, produced the parchment and informed everyone of Jun Jinbai's alterations to the route. So, does this mean we need not fight? The young marquis was undoubtedly the most elated. Not so fast. Jun Jinshun believed the situation to be more complex. We must prepare for contingencies. Should they discover that the treasure map is a ruse, they will undoubtedly be enraged and pursue us relentlessly. His concerns were well-founded. Very well, let us first use the treasure map to rescue the two Pei family generals, and then devise a thorough strategy, Murong Tan proposed. Jun Jinshun nodded in agreement with her suggestion. I shall take the treasure map to negotiate for the hostages tomorrow. The young marquis, feeling uneasy, insisted, I will accompany you. It is prudent for us to look out for one another. Jun Jinshun did not refuse and nodded in acknowledgement. The two exchanged a glance, and Jun Jinshun extended his hand to Jun Jinling, sedative. Oh! Jun Jinling hurriedly rummaged through the canvas bag at his waist, presenting a small vial to both Jun Jinsheng and the young marquis. This is my specially concocted sleeping potion. Inhaling just a whiff will induce slumber for over 3 hours. And this is the antidote to be taken before we depart. He then handed each of them a black pill. The young marquis appeared somewhat perplexed by these items. This is merely a precaution, as the Shilei people are exceedingly cunning, and we are heading directly into their lair, Jun Jinsheng succinctly explained. Jun Lili could not help but comment. That young marquis has at most 200 cunning thoughts, with 150 of them focused on Princess Chaoyang. In truth, his intellect is not lacking, but he falls short compared to my elder brother, Jun Jinsheng noted, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Little sister, do express such flattering sentiments more often. At dawn the following day, the two ventured forth with minimal military support, nearly infiltrating the enemy territory alone. Xingyao Mountain serves as a natural barrier between Shilei and Dongji. A few days prior, due to Yi Tianwang's barrier, there had been no guards on the Shilei side, but today a contingent was unexpectedly stationed there to await their arrival. General Xiao, young marquis, the leader of the Shilei guards, greeted them with utmost respect. Although you did not announce your visit in advance, our lord foresaw your arrival today and instructed me to await you here. The leader explained briefly. Jun Jinsheng and the young marquis exchanged glances. I commend your thoughtfulness. Let us proceed. The young marquis nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the Shilei people's decorum. Just as he was about to stride forward, Jun Jinsheng restrained him. Exercise caution, he whispered. The young marquis nodded in vigilance. They had not sent word to Shilei announcing their visit, nor had they disclosed this matter within the military ranks. Even if there were spies among them, they could be unaware of this development. So, why does the young prince know? Jun Jinsheng recalled his sister's earlier words, indicating that this young prince was also from another realm. If his sister could foresee the future, then the young prince surely could as well. The thought sent shivers down Jun Jinsheng's spine. If even his sister could not contend with this young prince, would he indeed be invincible? Following the Shilei guards, they soon arrived at the grand military encampment of Shilei. In stark contrast to the makeshift tents and yurt-like structures of the Dongji encampment, the Shilei military camp resembled a city, a metropolis composed entirely of soldiers and weaponry. Upon entry, both Jun Jinsheng and the young marquis were astounded by the opulence of Shilei. Observing their astonished expressions, the leader of the guards explained. This military city was hastily constructed to facilitate warfare. Its design is rudimentary and its construction crude. I hope you do not find it lacking. The young marquis swallowed hard. If this was considered crude and simple, what then could be deemed luxurious? Even Jun Jinsheng lamented the stark disparity in financial resources between Shilei and Dongji. Soon, They were escorted to a palace at the center of the city, where Chi Su emerged to greet them. General Xiao, young Marquis, we meet again. Chi Su's face bore a smile that lacked sincerity. We have come to negotiate a prisoner exchange. The treasure map you seek is in my possession. As he spoke, Jun Jincheng extended his hand, revealing the sheepskin scroll. Chi Su's reaction was subdued. He coldly instructed his subordinates, bring forth our esteemed guests. In the blink of an eye, Pei Lauda and Pei Er were brought forth by several soldiers. They appeared to be in good condition, their clothing new and their hairstyles neatly arranged. Eldest uncle, second uncle, Jun Jincheng called out in concern. Have they mistreated you? He feared that his uncles had suffered unseen injuries. Pei Er looked at his nephew with guilt. I'm sorry, Xiao Chun. It is my failure to rescue your elder brother, and I have brought you so much trouble. After a sigh, he glanced at Pei Lauda. We are family. Such words are unnecessary, Jun Jincheng retorted, somewhat exasperated. Pei Er gazed at him with gratitude, appreciating that his nephew had not been unkind. General Qi, might I inquire about the whereabouts of your young prince? There is no need to trouble our lord for such trivial matters. General Xiao may simply hand over the sheepskin scroll to me. Upon uttering these words, Jun Jincheng grasped that Tian Huang had never intended to meet them, much to his dismay, as he had hoped to engage with the young prodigy. General Qi, it is not that I distrust you. It is merely that this treasure map is of great value. Can you guarantee that what I provide you is the same sheepskin map you give to the young prince? What do you mean by that? Chi Su, being a military man, lacked the eloquence of Jun Jincheng and was slow to comprehend the literal interpretation. Jun Jincheng replied with a hint of provocation in his smile. Given the young prince's elevated status in Xilei, he saw no harm in leveraging Chi Su. I remain loyal to both the young prince and Xilei, so do not speak nonsense, General Xiao. Chi Su was indeed a loyal minister. Whether he was loyal to Xilei remained uncertain, but he would never harbor ill intentions toward the young prince due to the favor shown to him. If that is the case, why does the young prince not come forth in person? Jun Jincheng insisted on meeting the young prince today. My lord is still quite young. Chi Su began to explain, but before he could finish, a youthful voice interjected. I have arrived. Tian Huang, not even as tall as a table leg, strolled leisurely from the hall. Jun Jincheng and the young Marquis were taken aback upon seeing him. At just over a year old, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Thank you, General Xiao, for procuring the treasure map. I shall accept it on behalf of my father. Tian Huang spoke with an air of authority that made him seem less like a mere young prince and more like the emperor of Xilei. With a slight raise of his finger, a white halo emanated from its tip, directing towards the sheepskin scroll in Jun Jincheng's hand, causing it to soar through the air towards Tian Huang as if it had sprouted invisible wings. Jun Jincheng and the others were astounded, while Chi Su and the Xilei personnel regarded them with scornful glances. As the mocking comment fell, Tian Huang shot a reproachful look at him, coldly admonishing, General Qi, do not be disrespectful to our esteemed guests. Chi Su suddenly turned his gaze towards Tian Huang, nearly forgetting that the young prince could hear their every thought. I accept your admonishment, my lord, Chi Su replied, bowing his head in submission, his thoughts now carefully restrained. Jun Jincheng remained astonished by Tian Huang's display of magical prowess. He had witnessed his sister's magic, which had only emitted a faint glow, and to him, it seemed rather mundane. After acquiring the sheepskin scroll, Tian Huang simply tucked it into his sleeve, not bothering to unfold it in front of Jun Jincheng and the others. Jun Jincheng had no desire to linger. Now that the treasure map has been delivered, we shall take our leave with our people. Tian Huang had already turned to depart. With the young prince gone, Chi Su was left to manage the situation. General Xiao, you may proceed. He waved his hand at the soldiers, escorting Pei Lauda and Pei Er, signaling them to release them. Jun Jincheng and the young Marquis supported their uncles as they exited. Chi Su watched their retreating figures, a piercing gaze suggesting he felt that Jun Jincheng would become a significant obstacle on his path to achieving great deeds. He could not fathom why the young prince treated the people of Dongji with such courtesy. Upon returning to the hall, Tian Huang was now seated high upon the Jiaolong chair. The emperor occupied the dragon throne, and the Jiaolong chair had been specially designed for the young prince by the emperor of Xilei. My lord, they have departed, Chi Su reported. Wai Ting cast a sidelong glance at QS, effortlessly discerning his hidden concerns. General Q, if you have inquiries, please do not hesitate to ask. Wai Ting spoke in an extraordinarily calm tone. QS, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands in salute, acknowledging, "It seems nothing can be concealed from your highness." However, Ying's demeanor remained unaffected by the flattery. "Your highness, I wish to know why you exhibit such kindness towards these Eastern Jay people." QS could not restrain his curiosity, having observed Ying's uncharacteristic behavior. From the treatment of the captive Pilot to his response to JNJNCH's recent provocation. With a sigh, Ying revealed, "Do you know, I find myself utterly unable to perceive their thoughts." He did not withhold the truth, sharing his predicament with QS. Ever since the arrival of the young lord and the heir apparent from the East, 2 months prior, he had not only lost the ability to hear the thoughts of the PI family generals, but also the entire Eastern Jay army. He had even conducted experiments with ordinary citizens, discovering that he could still hear the thoughts of those unrelated to the PI military. What could be the reason for this? QS pondered, intrigued. Ying had his own suspicions. Could it be because of her? As he uttered those words, the image of a girl of similar age to himself, JNLL, flashed through his mind. QS quickly grasped whom Ying referred to and countered with a question. Ying shot him a disapproving glance. "If she truly is the person I seek, what would you do if you inadvertently captured her and disturbed her?" After expressing this, Ying shook his head. Feeling protective of her, it was absurd that this foolish subordinate contemplated capturing her, only to add to his own frustrations. "It was my oversight," QS quickly admitted. Ying disregarded him and opened the recently received parchment, scrutinizing it closely. He spread it across the table and traced each line with his finger, when suddenly, his brow furrowed and his expression turned grave. QS, noticing the change, hurried to peer over. Yet, having never encountered a genuine treasure map, he was perplexed by the little prince's reaction. "Dispose of this," Ying commanded, though maintaining a facade of calm, his voice laced with anger. QS, flustered, bowed in acknowledgement. "This map is a forgery. We have been deceived." Ying clenched his teeth, enunciating each word with precision. Upon hearing this, QS, filled with indignation, declared, "I shall confront those Eastern Jay individuals immediately." Just as he was about to depart, Ying halted him. "No need," he interjected. After Ying's analysis, QS anxiously inquired, "What should we do now? They are refusing to cooperate. Shall we not strike at Longqing and demand from the Eastern Jay Emperor directly?" His words were deliberate, and, as he finished speaking, he incinerated the false parchment with his magical powers. QS, astonished, comprehended the young lord's intent to wage war. "I shall deliver the challenge to the PI family army at once." With that, he bowed and exited, and Ying accepted his decision. Meanwhile, at the Eastern JPI family military camp, a sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. A declaration of war? Why has the Western Fortress suddenly issued a challenge? JNLL paced around JNJNCHN, eager to uncover the contents of the challenge. Could it be that the Western Fortress has discovered the treasure map is false? But how could that be? Who possesses such skill to discern it? Suddenly, she smacked her forehead, realizing it must be that young prince from the Western Fortress. PI family members approached, noting the anxious expressions on their children's faces, and inquired, "CHNR, is it truly a declaration from the Western Fortress?" "Indeed," JNJNCHN confirmed with a slight nod. "The letter states they will attack within 3 days, urging us to prepare for an advance to Longqing." Even I was taken aback by the gravity of his words. Yet JNJNCHN delivered them with remarkable composure. How audacious! They intend to reach Longqing? They shall not even cross the Xingeo Gorge. JNLL mentally exclaimed, feeling frustrated yet eager to join the battlefield. "How shall we prepare?" TN inquired. JNJNCHN's gaze darkened slightly. "My dear sister is correct. Let them not even reach the Xingeo Gorge. Issue orders for an ambush there, as previously discussed." Rising, he cast the letter into a nearby brazier, proclaiming loudly to the assembly, including JNLL. Everyone nodded resolutely. "TNR, mother, you shall handle Ying, while I shall deal with QS." He calmly instructed. "Understood." Both PI family members and TN replied in unison. In chapter 182, he chooses the second. The two brothers reflected on the trouble they had caused and pondered how they might contribute. PILOD and PIL are stepped forward. already aware of the divisions of labor, feeling somewhat superfluous. Eldest brother, second brother, your health. We are perfectly well. The Western Fortress has not troubled us. Pil are reassured, thumping his chest to emphasize their well-being. The assembly turned their collective gaze towards NJNCHN, seemingly awaiting his guidance. Very well, uncles. You shall lead the remaining forces and steadfastly defend the city gates. Whether it was General Pi, the young lord, JNJNL Ing, or MR Ing Tien, they would take the front line, capable of neutralizing a portion of the Western Fortress's forces, while the two brothers of the Pi family would manage the bulk of the remaining troops stationed at the rear. The spring in the Western frontier arrived much earlier than in Longqing. Just after the new year, the wildflowers began to bloom vibrantly. The army and everyone else remained busy, their movements elusive as a dragon. Among them, JNLL found herself the most leisurely as a mere child. She had no responsibilities beyond eating and sleeping. Yet, she yearned to contribute in some way. Over the past few days, she had utilized her ability to communicate with animals to gather intelligence on the Western Fortress. JNJNCH and deemed it prudent to act early, preventing prolonged uncertainty, thus instructing the army to position themselves at various checkpoints a day in advance. The young lord's mechanisms were also prearranged. The Western Fortress army had a notorious reputation, and despite the declaration of battle 3 days hence, they were already restless. Indeed, on the second night, a contingent of Western Fortress soldiers stealthily approached Xingyo Mountain. Upon hearing the commotion, JNLL promptly informed JNJNCHN. Elder brother, the Western Fortress soldiers are here. Elder brother, trouble is brewing. The Snakes and Mice, a group of about 100 soldiers from the Western Fortress, are crossing Xingyo Mountain, and they are carrying explosives, she exclaimed while shaking JNJNCHN's arm, her thoughts racing. JNJNCHN, upon hearing this, offered a sardonic smile at the Western Fortress soldiers. They bear explosives on their backs. Surely they intend to conduct a sneak attack? He crouched down, gently ruffling JNLL's hair. His gaze filled with gratitude for her. Under the dim candlelight, his dark pupils appeared tranquil and mysterious, exuding a reassuring glow. Her mind consumed with worry. With explosives on their backs, close combat is inadvisable. Ranged attacks are most suitable. Alternatively, in an open area devoid of obstructions along their path, we could directly throw a few explosives to assist them. JNJNCHN, not far off, caught wind of his sister's thoughts and smirked slyly. Both of your suggestions are commendable, little sister. However, even the most skilled archer would find it arduous to contend with over 100 soldiers bearing explosives under the cover of night. Therefore, I shall opt for the second approach. Although it may appear cruel, one must consider that the explosives carried by the adversary were intended for us. Showing mercy to the enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. Junli Li was unaware of her elder brother's plans for dealing with those individuals. However, she soon heard a resounding explosion echoing from the western wilderness, awakening nearly everyone in the military camp. As the soldiers stirred from their slumber, there was no need for him to call each one individually. Thus, preparations commenced for their departure to Xingyao Gorge. Jun Lili also rose to her feet, joining the others. Lili, you stay behind. Zhang Long and Wang Biao, you two must protect the young lady, commanded Jun Jinshun, forbidding Jun Li from following. Do we not agree that I could accompany fourth brother? Jun Li protested, her small face falling in disappointment upon hearing her brother's refusal. Jun Jinshun, speaking in a half-conciliatory tone, suggested, it is still early. Once dawn breaks, I shall allow them to take you to find Shaoxi. No, pouted Jun Li, her expression clearly displaying her displeasure. Seeing this, Mu Rongtan stepped forward to advocate for Jun Li, stating, let her come along. Although she is still young, witnessing such scenes beforehand would benefit her. Having experienced life-and-death situations, she will no longer be fearful in the future. Jun Li listened quietly to Mu Rongtan's reasoning. While she felt no fear in that moment, she recognized the validity of Tan Er's words. Enthusiastically, she raised both hands and feet in agreement with Mu Rongtan's suggestion, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grains. Jun Jinshun tilted his head slightly, casting a glance filled with concern towards Mu Rongtan. The words she spoke hinted at her having endured far more terrifying experiences than she revealed. Very well, I shall allow Li to accompany us, He relented, swayed by Mu Rong Tan's persuasion. However, Lily, you must remain closely by fourth brother's side. Understood? Do not engage in any dangerous activities. Chen reiterated his warnings. Rest assured, I will take good care of my younger sister, assured Ling as he approached. Chen did not utter another word and set off to attend to his own matters. Before departing, Mu Rong Tan handed Jun Li a small dagger, even smaller than a fruit knife. Take this for self-defense. You ought to know how to use it, right? Thank you, sister, Jun Li replied, slightly taken aback as she accepted the dagger and secured it at her waist. Observing her actions, Mu Rong Tan chuckled softly to herself, thinking, indeed, she is no ordinary child. Rather, she is astoundingly clever for her age. Upon arriving at Xingyao Gorge, everyone took their positions. Jun Li, accompanied by Jun Ling, stood by the riverside at the gorge's exit, prepared to deploy the poison into the water. The young lord commanded the archers of the GF family, the Pei family, and the Nan Xian army, all those with strength, at the narrowest point of Xingyao Gorge, ready to shoot arrows and push down rocks when the enemy approached. General Pei commanded 2/5 of the troops stationed at the gorge's entrance, prepared to eliminate as many adversaries as possible. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the Pei family, along with Mu Rong Tan and Jun Shun, patrolled the gorge, ready to pursue Tian Xian and Qi Su if they sighted them. Behind Xingyao Gorge, the Pei brothers awaited the remaining soldiers of the Westley army, poised to emerge unscathed from the gorge. If all went as planned, the defensive measures within the gorge could potentially decimate half of the Westley forces. Should Pei family members or Mu Rong Tan succeed in capturing the young prince of Westley, the Pei brothers would not need to intervene. Even the mere act of eliminating Qi Su could significantly undermine the morale of the Westley army. Chapter 183. The probability of victory in this battle stands at 90%. The highest elevation of Xingyao Mountain reaches merely over 300 meters. At the gorge's exit, the subterranean dark river surfaces, broad enough to be referred to as a river. Jun Li and Jun Ling had already deployed the poison, quietly hiding in the grass, awaiting its effect. They remained vigilant until the early hours, finally witnessing a signal flare light the sky. In the dawn's approaching light, the flare shone like the first rays of morning. Observing the direction, they discerned it came from the gorge entrance guarded by General Pei. Jun Li and Jun Ling heightened their vigilance. The enemy had reached the first checkpoint. In less than a TS worth of time, another signal flare ascended from the direction the young lord was guarding. Jun Ling pulled Jun Li deeper into the forest. Given the time, they anticipated that within 2 hours, the Westley army would pass through the gorge exit they were guarding. I wonder how mother, brother, and sister Tan are faring. Jun Li expressed her concern for them. Thus far, neither Qi Su nor Tian Xian had made an appearance, and the Westley troops consisted only of minor officers. As the Westley army approached the entrance of Xingyao Mountain Gorge, they were met by the formidable presence of General Pei, who, despite being beyond his 60s, remained vigorous and imposing. Clad in dark iron armor, he exuded authority, wielding a long-handled saber with a sharp, unwavering gaze. As he advanced, the blade scraped against the ground, sparking against the gravel, appearing alive and eager for blood. The Eastern and Western nations frequently engaged in conflict, and the reputation of General Pei resonated strongly among the Westley soldiers. Upon seeing him stationed at the gorge entrance, they hesitated to advance. With a commanding voice, General Pei declared, "Attack." He commanded his subordinates to engage the Westley forces. Despite the Westley army's overwhelming numbers, a small contingent remained to confront General Pei while the majority pressed forward into the gorge. Unbeknownst to them, having narrowly escaped General Pei's blade, they soon found themselves ensnared by the young lord's traps. Upon noticing the Westley soldiers, the young lord ordered his subordinates to release falling rocks. In the constricted gorge, the massive stones plummeted, leaving the Westley troops with no means of escape. Even those who managed to shield themselves with the bodies of their fallen comrades found it increasingly difficult to advance, as the path was obstructed by the boulders. To exit, they would first need to clear the stones, but the young lord would not grant them that opportunity. "Fire arrows!" the young lord commanded again. The archers of the Dongji and Nan Xian armies emerged from their concealed positions, launching arrows into the ranks of the Westley forces below. Those who had survived the rockfall were now subjected to a deluge of arrows. while the Pei and Nan-Xian armies utilized standard bows and arrows. The young lord's own Jia army employed crossbows. These were the very weapons he had brought from Long-Chung, and due to their limited supply, he reserved them for his own troops. He did not show favoritism towards the Jia army. Instead, he positioned them at the front, shielding the Pei and Nan-Xian armies from the West Lei soldiers. "You young lord, our arrows are running low," reported one of his subordinates. The young lord leaned over the gorge, observing the countless bodies of the West Lei soldiers strewn across the ground, a look of satisfaction on his face. "How many of the West Lei have we just eradicated?" he inquired of his subordinate. The young lord nodded repeatedly. Their traps had already claimed the lives of 50,000 of the enemy, exceeding their expectations. "Very well, order everyone to retreat," he commanded. At the gorge exit he defended. 3,000 troops had annihilated 100,000 West Lei soldiers. Though the 3,000 had perished, leaving fewer than 100 wounded, they had died honorably. Meanwhile, General Pei displayed his unwavering combat prowess, single-handedly defending against countless foes. Now it was up to the others. Regardless of their success, their chances of victory in this battle were exceedingly high. General Pei smiled, glancing back at the multitude of soldiers behind him. Presently, they still commanded 100,000 troops, while the West Lei forces had dwindled to just 150,000. The likelihood of triumph in this conflict stood at an impressive 90%. Junlili was attentively listening to Shi Xiong and Shu Di report on the situation concerning her grandfather and the young Marquis. She felt immense joy upon hearing of their formidable skills in vanquishing so many Shilei barbarians. The design of the falling stone mechanism by the young Marquis was indeed commendable, and her grandfather displayed remarkable vigor by confronting an enemy of 100,000 with merely 30,000 troops. Junlili continued to receive updates on the battle, and Jun Jinling listened with great interest. "Fourth young master, Miss, the Shilei troops have arrived," reported a young soldier. "How many have come?" Jun Jinling inquired, rising with a sense of urgency. "Approximately around 100,000, the soldier estimated." "Have they not dispatched their entire forces?" Junlili expressed her confusion, as it did not align with the Shilei's usual conduct. What could their true intentions be? Has Chi Su or that young prince made an appearance? Yun Jinling asked anxiously. "Not yet." The soldier had barely finished speaking when another soldier rushed in with more news. "Fourth young master, some Shilei soldiers have consumed river water and have lost their ability to act. The remainder is advancing towards our city." Yun Jinling nodded and glanced at Junlili, who was thoughtfully analyzing the situation. "Fourth brother, go find mother and the others," Junlili asserted. Yun Jinling hesitated, pondering how to locate them in such a vast gorge without precise coordinates. "Indeed, that is a conundrum," Junlili remarked calmly, observing the mice and snakes on the ground. They served as her intelligence network. She instructed the snake to coil around her arm to guide the way. Yun Jinling lifted help, and after the Shilei forces had completely departed, they ventured into the gorge to search for the whereabouts of the Pei family. Meanwhile, the Pei trio had found themselves ensnared. Chi Su had surrounded them with the remaining 50,000 Shilei troops, overwhelming their small contingent regardless of their martial prowess. In Chapter 184, the most cunning brother, Pei Shi, Jun Jinshun, and Murong Tan, accompanied by fewer than 100 soldiers, found themselves encircled by Chi Su and his 50,000 Shilei troops. Major General, the young Marquis, and Princess Nanjing are also present. Chi Su acknowledged them. The three stood back to back, weapons clutched tightly, vigilantly scanning the encircling Shilei troops for an escape route. "Futile. A mere 1,000 men would suffice to deal with you three, let alone the remaining 40,000 who are stationed nearby," Chi Su remarked, discerning their intentions and advising against their futile efforts. Jun Jinshun sneered and retorted, "Since you are employing 50,000 men against us three, do you have any forces left to support the siege? Have the Shilei lost their sanity?" Chi Su chuckled and replied, "The world mocks my madness, yet I laugh at the world for its ignorance." Murong Tan was perplexed by Chi Su's cryptic demeanor, wondering what schemes were at play. "My lord has long calculated that whether we send 10 or 15,000 troops to besiege, we would ultimately fail. The purpose of those 10,000 troops is merely to deplete your eastern extreme strength as much as possible. The remaining 50,000 are tasked with containing you three. Their aim is explicitly to target Jun Jinshun and his companions." Jun Jinshun found himself curiously pondering the treasures that the map concealed and their worth. However, upon hearing Chi Su's machinations, he felt a tinge of amusement. "Do not waste your efforts. I have stated before that capturing us will not compel the Eastern Extreme Emperor to surrender the treasure map. You must capture the 9th prince, his most cherished. Yun Tianchen insisted ki isu seek out Yunyu. Chi Su shot him a disdainful glance. Since you are capable of crafting a false map, it is evident you possess the true one. My lord asserts that this counterfeit is artfully designed, and while ordinary individuals may struggle to discern its authenticity, my lord is no mere mortal, but a divine being. Do you truly believe your petty tricks can deceive a deity? Pei exchanged glances with Jun Jinshin. The provision of a counterfeit map was merely a delaying tactic to facilitate the exchange of the Pei brothers. The afternoon sun cast a harsh light on the Chile border, compounded by the wild western winds that stung the skin. Jun Lily and Jun Jinling, guided by the snake, swiftly located the Pei family's position. Observing the multitude of Chile soldiers surrounding them, they refrained from making any hasty movements. It is over. Could mother and elder brother be in trouble with the Chile? The siblings concealed themselves behind a stone wall, scrutinizing the actions of the Chile troops. Their vantage point obscured Pei and Chi Su, revealing only the densely packed Chile soldiers. A precarious thought crossed Jun Lily's mind. She surmised that the remaining 50,000 Chile forces were indeed all present, intentionally holding back to ensnare Pei Murong Tan, and Jun Jinshin. Their motives were glaringly evident. It was all in pursuit of the treasure map. 4th brother, go fetch reinforcements while I devise a way to stall for time. Jun Lily instructed Jun Jinling. Jun Jinling was taken aback, internally questioning how his little sister, still just a child, could navigate through the throngs of soldiers and buy time. Time is of the essence. 4th brother, swiftly seek reinforcements. Remember, at least 20,000 must come. Yun Lili urged. Uncertain of the exact number of Chile forces, but calculating that a response of 20,000 against their 5 would be adequate. Seeing Yun Jinling hesitates, Jun Lily decided to act first. She leaped from his arms and darted away. A few soldiers attempted to follow, but Jun Lily's small frame allowed her to skillfully evade capture. 4th young master, this, Jun Jinling could not simply stand by and allow Jun Lily to act recklessly. However, after running a short distance, Jun Lily sensed her brother's presence behind her and halted. 4th brother, you? She hesitated, unsure of how to address Jun Jinling. Do not speak, little sister. If I abandon you to face danger alone, how can I deserve to be called your 4th brother? Jun Jinling spoke with grave seriousness. Jun Lily felt a deep sense of gratitude for his words. 4th brother, you truly need not worry. I have my own methods of escape. Your accompanying me may only lead to greater peril. I fear my current abilities may not suffice to protect you. Jun Lily expressed her concerns. Upon hearing her heartfelt words, Jun Jinling was moved. As an elder brother, he believed it was his duty to shield his younger sister. How could he permit her to confront danger alone? Moreover, their mission was not for outsiders, but for their kin. To facilitate their actions, Jun Lily decided to shed her childish demeanor. 4th brother, if what I say next does not sound like the words of a child, do not be alarmed or think it strange. Jun Lily gave him a precautionary note. With Jun Jinshin, she could be completely herself, but with Jun Jinling, she felt the need to temper her demeanor, considering his inherent fragility. Very well, I understand. Jun Jinling nodded in agreement. Having always been attuned to Jun Lily's thoughts, he mused that if he perceived her as a monster, he would have perished from fright long ago. 4th brother is quite straightforward, without a hint of superfluous talk. However, I must ask you to keep my secrets. The fewer who know of my maturity, the better. Jun Jinling could only think, little sister, you need not conceal yourself. Our family is well aware. 4th brother, Chi Su and his men have yet to see us. We will feign the guise of ordinary siblings passing by to inquire for directions. Yun Lili outlined here playing. Agreed. Jun Jinling nodded, adding, Lily, shall I suggest some modifications for you? He cast a mischievous grin towards Jun Lily, his mind swirling with unspoken intentions. Yun Lili sniffled, Ponpling. Surely, 4th brother would not wish me harm, would he? Jun Jinling rummaged through a small bag slung over his shoulder and retrieved a box of rouge. Applying irregular red dots across Jun Lily's face, neck, and the back of her hands. 4th brother, what are you doing? Yun Lili inquired, bewildered. Imitating smallpox. Yun Jinling replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Jun Lily squinted her eyes, reflecting inwardly. 4th brother, I truly did not expect that among my 5 elder brothers, the most cunning one would turn out to be you. However, she queried, but 4th brother, why do you carry rouge with you? Chapter 185, a sinister scheme. This rouge was something he had purchased earlier, intending to gift it to Su Yenner, but had hesitated to approach her. Moreover, in Longcheng, the rouge sold by the business association run by third brother was supposedly derived from a formula from another realm, rendering his rudimentary earthbound rouge quite unremarkable. Who would have thought that the rouge he had kept would now serve such a significant purpose? That should suffice, he said, satisfied as he observed the array of whimsical red dots on June Lily's form before putting the rouge away. He shed his outer robe, wrapping June Lily within it, intentionally concealing the painted red dots. Thus, even if the dots did not resemble smallpox, the widespread fear of the disease could create a deceptive illusion. Stumbling towards the location of the army, they quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers stationed on the outskirts. "Hey, what are you two rascals doing here? Do you not realize there is a battle underway?" One soldier barked, gripping Jun Jinling's shoulder in agitation. "Forgive us, we are merely passing through. There's an outbreak of smallpox in the East Pole, and we fled to seek refuge with our relatives in Chile." Jun Jinling fabricated a tragic tale on the spot. "What? Smallpox?" Upon hearing those words, the soldier hastily covered his mouth and nose. The commotion spread among the other soldiers as well. A burly figure, resembling an officer, approached and lifted June Lily's covering with the hilt of his sword. Upon seeing the abundant red spots on her, his eyes widened in horror, and he hurled the scabbard of his sword far away. "Quickly, drive them away. This is smallpox. The child is clearly deceased. If those two siblings enter Chile, we shall all be infected." The burly man bellowed, commanding his soldiers to expel Jun Jinling, yet none dared to approach. The terror of smallpox was universally acknowledged. One infection could decimate an entire city. "I just spoke with them. Will I be infected too?" The first soldier who had interacted with Jun Jinling was already in a panic, darting about. "Alas, we came out to battle. If we do not perish on the battlefield, we shall succumb to a disease brought by two children. How disgraceful would that be?" He lamented. "I have a wife, children, and an elderly mother at home. I cannot die in such a humiliating manner." The morale of the Chile army was in disarray. Jun Jinling's ruse concerning smallpox had caused chaos. Even the act of feigning death by June Lily seemed somewhat implausible. Perhaps it was because the morale of the Chile soldiers was already fragmented. Chi Su soon noticed the disturbance on the periphery. Narrowing his eyes, he observed, in the midst of battle, which audacious child would dare to approach the battlefield and inquire for directions. There must be something amiss. The boy is carrying a girl who has succumbed to smallpox and is already dead, the soldier continued to report. "What? Smallpox?" Upon hearing this, Chi Su's eyes betrayed his growing fear. "What are you waiting for? Why have you not driven them away?" he demanded angrily. The soldier trembled as he replied, "General, everyone is terrified of being infected with smallpox. No one dares to approach them." In that moment, Jun Jinling had already made his way toward Chi Su, cradling June Lily. Upon recognizing them, Pei Shi and Jun Jinshan exchanged their previous fear for surprise. However, they maintained a composed facade, ensuring their expressions revealed nothing unusual to the Chile soldiers. "General, we are but unfortunate siblings. Our entire family has perished due to smallpox. Please allow us to seek refuge with our relatives in Chile," Jun Jinling pleaded, feigning distress. As he spoke, he reached out with one hand, attempting to grasp Chi Su's garment. Chi Su recoiled sharply, evading the gesture. "This must be a scheme for the East Pole. You intend to infect us with smallpox." Isuikyust, drawing his curved blade and pointing it at Jun Jinshan and the others. In an instant, he swung the blade towards Jun Jinling, intent on ending his life. Observing this, Jun Jinshan hastily threw a stone, knocking Chi Su's weapon aside. "Jun Jinshan, Chi Su was rendered speechless by anger. In his mind, he was convinced that the siblings were intentionally orchestrated by Jun Jinshan. Even if they were captured today, he would ensure that the entire Chile army paid the price. What a nefarious scheme. Without expending a breath, they had nearly brought Chile to ruin. General Qi, they are already pitiable enough, fearing the infection of smallpox. You need not resort to murder to prevent their passage across the border." Jun Jinshan attempted to reason. "You lot, throw them as far away as possible," Chi Su commanded, casually pointing to a few soldiers. Yet, the soldiers remained motionless. "Are you afraid of death?" Chi Su questioned sternly. "Fear not. Our Chile is vast and resource-rich, filled with capable individuals. Even if you contract smallpox, you shall surely be cured." The soldiers, having been swayed by Chi Su, promptly advanced to seize Jun Jinling. Modong Tan, witnessing this, hurried to intervene. Everyone, do not touch them. I have heard that smallpox is nearly impossible to remedy. The Pei army sought the aid of a celestial being's disciple to resolve the outbreak. Jun Jinshun chimed in, indeed, that individual is my fourth brother, who is a disciple of the esteemed Taoist Wang from the idol realm. Surely, everyone knows my grandfather, King Jing, has always cherished alchemy and the pursuit of immortality. And it is through the guidance of Taoist Wang that he is on the cusp of ascension. Morong Tin nodded in agreement. Indeed, that Taoist Wang is remarkable. He even cured my grandmother's ailment. Upon hearing this, Jun Jinling and Jun Lily were utterly bewildered. Is Sister Tan truly so adept at embellishing tales? Jun Lily could not help but comment. Yet, I find it quite enjoyable. She felt that anyone who could capture her elder brother's attention must possess some peculiarities. The soldiers of Shilei, upon hearing their exchange, retreated further, unwilling to approach. General, perhaps we should call for the young prince as well? A soldier suggested. Since the East Pole has this Taoist, Wang, capable of curing smallpox, surely their prodigious young prince can as well. Chi Su paused, his eyes darting. Quickly, summon the young prince. Isuoder. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant beam of light descended, revealing the figure of the young prince, Tianxian. The young prince has arrived, someone exclaimed, causing the soldiers of both Shilei and Zhongxi to kneel in reverence. Even Chi Su bowed deeply. Tianxian emerged from the light, calmly surveying his surroundings, quickly noticing Jun Jinling and the seemingly lifeless Jun Lily in his arms. To ensure his disguise would not falter, Jun Lily had employed a technique to appear as though she were truly deceased. Chapter 186, The First Encounter of the Third Life. Aware of Tianxuan's arrival, Chi Su hurried forward to explain the situation. Just as he began to speak, Tianxian halted him. I'm already well aware of the matters at hand. His tone was unperturbed, as if he were merely observing a play. Without needing to elaborate further, his entrance alone left Pei Shi, Jun Jinshun, Morong Tan, Jun Jinling, and even Jun Lily in profound astonishment. Is this the young prince of Shilei? What extraordinary powers does he possess, and from which realm does he hail? Experienced firsthand the formidable power of YT Nguyen, realizing that he was at least several dozen times more powerful than herself. Had her magical abilities not been sealed, perhaps she could have engaged him in a contest, but now she could only await her fate. YT Nguyen slightly turned his body, glancing towards the spot where Jun Li was situated. The turtle breathing technique, how intriguing, he murmured with a faint smile, his words striking Jun Li like a thunderbolt, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had been discovered. YT Nguyen then turned his attention to QS, reassuring them. Do not worry. The pox on these siblings is merely a ruse and poses no threat of contagion to us. With the facade unveiled, both Jun Jinling and Jun LL broke into a cold sweat. Jun LL ceased her pretense of playing dead, shifting in her brother's embrace to peek at YT Nguyen. You are the little prince of XLI? She inquired, feigning ignorance. Pei SH and Jun J and CH held their breath, fearful that she might provoke this ruthless little prince, leading to disastrous consequences. This little squirt, how does he possess such capabilities? Why does he not appear as an adult? Unlike me, confined in the form of a constrained child. Jun LL thought, only to realize she had misjudged. No, it seems the little prince is not constrained at all. His reputation as a prodigy is already widespread. It appears I am the only one truly limited. With this thought, Jun LL drooped her head. Even HJNRU was fervently attempting to unleash her innate abilities as a time traveler, while she alone dared not allow others to perceive her true nature. Masquerading as an ordinary infant, YT Nguyen, not far away, stared at her in bewilderment. Although he could not hear her thoughts, he sensed her emotions distinctly. Could this girl truly be the auspicious koi he had tirelessly sought? Was the fact that he could not hear the hearts of those from J related to her? No, he needed to test her further. Do you also possess magical abilities? YT Nguyen inquired directly. I do not. Jun LL hastily denied, explaining that the turtle breathing technique was not sorcery, but rather an instinct shared among her aquatic kin. Her powers had yet to be restored. She could not afford to confront this little prince now. YT Nguyen, however, did not believe her denial. Without further ado, he used his magic to lift Jun LL from Jun J NL Ng's arms and into the air. Little sister, Jun J NL Ng attempted to pull her down. but the orb of light ascended higher. PSH and the others grew anxious. June JNCHN rushed over, attempting to leap up and grasp June LL. But YT Nguyen would not grant him such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his fingers, June I was moved to the opposite side like a balloon. Yunyol in Siho in Huit Oa Ekin Sis here. This trivial spell could be undone with a simple gesture. Why not release her? YT Nguyen questioned, his tone laced with confusion. I have already stated that I do not possess magical abilities. June lamented, yearning for divine intervention. She wished to break free, but all her energy had been expended saving her fourth brother, and it would take at least 2 months for her powers to recover. Upon hearing her plight, PSH recalled that June I had used her abilities solely to rescue June JNL Ing and realized her daughter was indeed powerless at present. Little Prince, please release my daughter. She is but an ordinary girl and knows no magic, she pleaded, unable to bear the sight of her daughter being tossed about like a kite by YT Nguyen. She joined June JNCH in an effort to bring June LL down. Listening to PSH's words, YT Nguyen finally set June LL down. Yet, he remained unconvinced that she was merely an ordinary child. Otherwise, how could he not hear her thoughts or those of anyone connected to her? Once on solid ground, June LL patted her chest, regaining her composure after being airborne. June JNCH and hurried over to check on her. LL, are you alright? Let your fourth brother see if you are injured. He shot a glance at June JNL Ing, urging him to come quickly. I'm fine. June LL shook her head, not wishing to worry her family. With the ruse of the pox unveiled, QS also discerned the true identities of June LL and June JNL Ing. Little Prince. They are both from the J. Ing Wong residence. The fourth brother, June JNL Ing, and this little one, June LL, who has only been born for a little over a year. QS informed YT Nguyen. June LL. YT Nguyen echoed the name. Could it be that she was not the true auspicious Koi? He muttered to himself, his voice barely audible, even to QS beside him. Your Highness, what did you say? QS inquired again. YT Nguyen commanded, then discreetly stepped aside, quietly observing the unfolding drama. The soldiers of XL, I received their orders and advanced to apprehend them. Yunyol in Siho in Pai Isit. And MR Ing Tien were already prepared for battle, while June JNL Ing produced his weapon, silver needles, and tranquilizers. Their side, comprising merely 20 individuals, faced an overwhelming force of 50,000. Everyone, protect yourselves. I will focus on eliminating QS. June JNCH and responded calmly, aware that escape was impossible. He refrained from sending anyone to safeguard the defenseless June LL and June JNL Ing. Nevertheless, his concern for June LL lingered. Even knowing she was not an ordinary child, he still regarded her as merely a little girl. Mother, I entrust LL to your care, June JNCH and declared, feeling it inconvenient to take her along as he aimed to assassinate QS. Do not worry, I shall protect her, PSH reassured, recognizing that their only chance of breaking free lay in capturing QS or YT Nguyen. They could not contend with YT Nguyen. Thus their focus shifted to QS. As soon as she finished speaking, PSH hoisted June LL onto her back, ensuring that it would not hinder her combat abilities. Ring Tn brandished her whip, striking down a row of soldiers. The whip propelled her body into a graceful spin, her lavender skirt blooming like a flower, trailing blood from the slain soldiers like a serpent dancing in the yellow sand. PSH wielded twin blades, each devoid of a back and with razor-sharp tips. A mere graze could pierce the skin of her adversaries. She dashed forward, carrying June LL on her back, and engaged the attacking XLI soldiers. In a crouch, she slashed several soldiers' calves. With a swift movement, she dispatched a line of foes. But that was not the end. Observing that June JNCHN had yet to reach QS, PSH hurled a box of cursed insects in that direction. The box landed, releasing a swarm of dark insects that scrambled towards the near soldiers, feasting on their flesh and blood. In a matter of moments, the insects grew from the size of a thumbnail to that of a palm. Once satiated, they began to produce venom. Their bites transformed from mere feeding to the release of toxins within the human body. Although these creatures were not numerous and were quickly dispatched by the soldiers, they inflicted significant damage, claiming at least 100 or so lives. Thanks to the distraction caused by the insects, Junjae NCH managed to break through, his spear aimed directly at QS. pressured by Junjin's advance, leapt into the air. In mid-flight, he drew the curved blade from his saddle to parry Junjin's spear. The two landed simultaneously, blades clashing as XLI soldiers surged forward to support QS. Junjin kicked one soldier wielding a shield, shattering it. And with a sweep of his spear, he severed the tendons of another line of soldiers. The spear cleaved through the air, seemingly splitting the very winds around them. The wind swept up the dark hem of his robe and his flowing hair, stirring the yellow sand beneath. The sun at the hour of you gradually descended in the west. Blood stained the yellow sand, and the setting sun appeared like blood, casting rays akin to a myriad of rosy clouds, as if he stood upon the clouds themselves. Fortunately, Junjin donned black attire, so even if stained with blood, it was not conspicuous. Alone with his spear, amidst countless blades and shadows, he charged forth and retreated, wielding his lance like a silver dragon crackling with thunder and lightning. Surging forth, the Western Fortress army relied solely on their numbers, with one batch of soldiers falling and another immediately taking their place. This relentless cycle would eventually exhaust even the mightiest of heroes. Fortunately, shortly thereafter, the sound of horse hooves resonated from the valley entrance. The young Marquis led 30,000 troops of the eastern extremes to their aid. The Wei Yuan Marquis estate, along with Jie Yao, had come to provide support. Before the young Marquis arrived, his voice preceded him. Upon hearing it, June Lily was overjoyed. The reinforcements have finally arrived. This time, the Western Fortress is undoubtedly doomed. However, the manner in which the young Marquis announces himself is rather juvenile. As her thoughts settled, June Lily calculated the distance to the young Marquis and reported, "Reinforcements will arrive in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Reinforcements are here. Charge. Slay. We must fight. We must fight. We must ensure that the Western Fortress is utterly defeated." June Lily's internal monologue was even more juvenile than the young Marquis' self-introduction. Pei was equally perplexed by her daughter's fervor. June Lily longed to wield a blade and join the fray herself, but she was still a child, and the curved blades of the Western Fortress were longer than she was. "General Qi, you should surrender graciously. With your abilities, you will certainly be valued in my eastern extremes." This statement from Junjin was undoubtedly a humiliation to Qi Su, a commendable general who served his nation and people would rather die than betray them, even when captured. "Junjin, even if you kill me, I will not betray my prince." Qi Su's tone was resolute. He spoke not of the nation or the emperor, but solely of one prince. Hearing this, Junjin smiled with satisfaction, confirming his suspicion that Qi Su was loyal only to Tianwang. In that case, he could easily spread rumors in the Western Fortress about Tianwang harboring treasonous intentions. If Qi Su could not be dealt with, he felt it might pose a threat to his younger sister. "All soldiers of the eastern extremes, heed my command. Let us attack." Junjin raised a spear high above his head and shouted. The soldiers of the eastern extremes echoed the cry of slay, in unison, unleashing a thunderous roar that surged like a tsunami, channeling their fervent spirits into the battle cry. With these reinforcements, Pei Morong Tan, and Junjin could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Junjin hurriedly retrieved several round, small balls from a cloth bag and tossed them to Junjin. "Elder brother, here are the fog bombs." These were secret weapons crafted by Junjin, filled with a potent sleeping gas. A vigorous throw to the ground would shatter the outer shell, releasing the gas. Even if it did not incapacitate the enemy, the rising fog could provide cover for an escape. Junjin leaped to catch the fog bomb thrown by Junjin, and upon grasping it, he immediately utilized one. The moment the fog bomb shattered, visibility within a meter was severely reduced. Junjin quickly covered his mouth and nose, plunging into the mist, taking advantage of the Western Fortress soldiers' impaired vision to swiftly eliminate them. Although Qi Su also quickly covered his mouth and nose, he was caught off guard when Junjin shattered the fog bomb, obstructing his vision. Hearing the sounds of assassination and the stench of blood in the air, Qi Su realized that Junjin had incapacitated everyone around him. He hurriedly drew his dagger, slashing wildly at the air. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck, and upon realizing it, Junjin had swapped his spear for a dagger, now poised at his throat. As the white mist dissipated, Junjin emerged from the fog. "Holdini sukaptiv. Your general is in my grasp," Junjin proclaimed, causing the soldiers of the Western Fortress to cease their fighting. Even Tianwang, who had been observing from the sidelines, could no longer remain passive. As he approached, the soldiers of the western fortress turned to him, awaiting his command. "Your Highness, you need not concern yourself with me. Capture these eastern extremes soldiers to avenge me." Chi-Su was indeed a man of honor. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned his neck toward Jun Jincheng's blade, resolute that even in death, he would not allow Yi Tianwang to be threatened by Jun Jincheng. Neither Yi Tianwang nor Jun Jincheng could bear to watch him perish. Without exaggeration, Yi Tianwang's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, no one comprehended what had transpired. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life." Chi-Su hurriedly knelt in gratitude. Yi Tianwang nodded slightly and addressed Jun Jincheng. "I hold no interest in the conflict between the eastern extremes and the western fortress. As a deity, I should not interfere in mortal affairs. However, as a prince of the western fortress, my father desires a treasure map held by the emperor of the eastern extremes. As a son, I must alleviate my father's worries. If he can return the treasure map, I will withdraw my troops immediately and guarantee that I shall refrain from invading the eastern extremes during my reign." Upon hearing this, Jun Lily was the first to refute. "Such grandiose claims, and you vow never to invade the eastern extremes? You may be able to do so, but your esteemed father may not." It was not just Jun Lily. No one believed Yi Tianwang's words. Jun Jincheng sighed, his tone tinged with sympathy. "Little prince, I fear you do not fully understand your father. If he obtains the treasure map and uncovers its riches, it will not only be the eastern extremes that suffer. He likely seeks to unify the entire Sihua continent. When that time comes, chaos will reign, and the common folk shall know no peace." Chapter 188, The Great Villain. Saint Yuang, from the original text Jun Jincheng, was uncertain whether Yi Tianwang was aware of these matters, but he felt compelled to prevent tragedy from unfolding. Yi Tianwang cast a glance at Chi-Su upon hearing these words. "General Qi, does my father desire the treasure map solely to unify the realm?" He realized he did not truly understand his father, who had never treated him as a son, but rather as a deity to be worshipped, or more aptly, as a weapon to be feared and utilized. Although the original novel did not feature Yi Tianwang, it did include a villain who was also a young prince of the Western Fortress. Regrettably, I do not know what title Yi Tianwang bears. Is he truly the villain from the book? Regardless, whether or not he is a villain, he is not a character from the story. The being that resides within him is also from another world. What could his purpose for coming to this realm be? Jun Lily pondered these matters as she overheard Jun Jincheng's thoughts, who was also deep in contemplation. "Little prince, may I inquire what your title is?" Jun Jincheng asked on behalf of Jun Lily. "Elder brother, you truly understand me. I was just thinking about this question when you asked it." Jun Lily exclaimed with delight, a smile gracing her lips. "I'm titled Saint Yuang." Whenever Chi-Su spoke of Yi Tianwang, pride radiated from him, leading one to believe that he was the one bestowed with the title. Jun Jincheng and the young Marquis exchanged glances, both at a loss for words. He had repeated this information numerous times. Upon hearing the title Saint Yuang, Jun Lily's gaze involuntarily drifted over, momentarily stunned. It truly is him, Saint Yuang, the great villain from the original text. When she looked back at Yi Tianwang, her eyes bore a look of terror. In the original story, he is also possessive of his brother, whose unrequited love for the female protagonist, He Jinyu, marks him as a tragic secondary character. The book states that in his youth, he accompanied his brother to meet He Jinyu, who took a liking to him and often played with him, prompting him to call her sister alongside his brother. The mere utterance of sister ignited a spark of jealousy in the male protagonist, Junyu. Following the influence of his elder brother, upon ascending to the throne of Dongji Kingdom, Junyu dispatched troops to the west, obliterating the entire royal family of Shilei and installing a puppet emperor to maintain control over the realm. Contemplating this, Jun Lily felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. Nevertheless, it appeared that the dire situation in Shilei would not unfold imminently. King Shengyu also traversed from another world. Even if he could not contend with Junyu, who possessed the aura of a protagonist, he would not allow his entire family to meet a grim fate. The trio of Jun family members, upon hearing Jun Lily's thoughts, exchanged bewildered glances. Jun Jinshun scrutinized the ethereal figure of Yi Tianhuan before him. He sensed that this was not the time for internal discord. They ought to unite against the male and female leads mentioned by his younger sister. It seemed that Yi Tianhuan was unaware of the original plot of the story. Alas, his brother, the second male lead, was indeed a commendable individual. Jun Jinshin truly hoped he would not be so easily squandered by the female lead. However, with the female lead now allied with Jun Che, it was uncertain whether she would still harbor affections for Yi Tianhuan's brother, Yi Fengjiang. The Jun family exchanged frowns upon hearing Jun Lily's thoughts. The unfortunate soul enamored with Yi Jinru turned out to be Yi Fengjiang, the eldest prince of Xilei. Currently, the emperor of Xilei had not conferred the title of crown prince, resulting in a fierce competition between the eldest and second princes for the throne. However, since the birth of the young prince a year ago, their rivalry had dulled. In truth, Yi Fengjiang was the most qualified among the four sons of the emperor to ascend as crown prince. He was known for his benevolence, diligence in governance, and genuine care for the people, embodying the qualities of a future sovereign. Jun Jinshan believed that compared to their own crown prince, Junheng of Dongji, Yi Fengjiang was certainly superior. Should he indeed be appointed as crown prince and inherit the throne of Xilei, it would undoubtedly benefit not only Xilei and Dongji, but the entirety of the Four Symbols continent. At the very least, during his reign, Xilei would not proactively seek trouble with any other nation. Little prince, our reinforcements have arrived. Are you still determined to continue the fight? Yun Jinshin provocatively inquired, hoping to dissuade Yi Tianhuan from advancing. His words evidently provoked Qi Su, who believed that a soldier could be slain but not humiliated. Just as Qi Su prepared to march again, Yi Tianhuan halted him. I can withdraw my troops, but I must obtain the treasure map. Even if I do not present it to my father, I still require it. Therefore, I shall take 2 individuals as hostages. This time, you must prepare the genuine map and refrain from deceiving me. As Yi Tianhuan concluded his statement, his gaze fixated on the 2 weakest individuals, Jun Lily and Jun Jinling. They would suffice. With a flick of his fingers, he ensnared the siblings with his magic, causing them to float before him. However, before they could approach, a beam of white light surged around Yi Tianhuan. Jun Jinshan, quick-witted, tossed the protective talisman that Jun Lily had given him before their expedition into the light. It contained a fragment of her magical power, potentially shielding them in a critical moment. Once the light subsided, Yi Tianhuan, Qi Su, along with Jun Lily and Jun Jinling, vanished without a trace. Rest assured, friends from Dongji, I merely invite the 4th young master and the young lady to Xilei as guests, and they shall be treated well. Echoed Yi Tianhuan's voice in the empty sky. Damn it! Jun Jinshan seethed in fury, mounting his horse with the intent to storm into Xilei's territory to rescue them. Luckily, Murongtan intercepted him just in time. Xiaochun, calm yourself. They only seek the treasure map. They should not harm Lily and Xiaoling, Murongtan urged. Afterward, Pei Shi exchanged glances with Murongtan and the young lord, signaling them to forcibly drag Jun Jinshan away. Mother, Lily and Xiao Si have been captured. Are you not anxious? Jun Jinshan retorted. Pei Shi shot him an angry glare. Worrying does little good. You have seen the prowess of Xilei's young prince. We are mere mortals. How can we contend with immortals? But we cannot abandon Lily. Jun Jinshan's eyes glistened with distress. Let us deliberate further, Pei Shi sighed, deciding that if necessary, they would have to concede and hand over the genuine treasure map as per the young prince's demands. After the battle, the landscape was littered with corpses, transforming the entire Xingyao Gorge into a valley of death. With Jun Jinling absent, other physicians were left to tend to the injured. General Pei and the 2 Pei brothers assisted in carrying the dead and comforting the wounded. Upon hearing that Jun Lily and Jun Jinling had been captured, they too were on the brink of mobilizing troops to lay siege to Xilei. In the 3rd month of Xilei, flowers bloomed abundantly. The courtyard was expansive, comparable to that of a modest household. For 3 consecutive days, in an effort to alleviate the boredom of the siblings, Yi Tianhuan sent various intriguing items, all distinctive to Xilei, akin to arranging a harem of beautiful men and women. When Jun Lily expressed a desire for a swing in the courtyard one morning, it was promptly constructed by afternoon. When she wished for a cat at noon, both large and small white female cats arrived in the afternoon. That night, upon yearning to view the wildflowers, she awoke to find the courtyard adorned with blossoms. Aside from the restriction of not leaving the courtyard, Yi Tianhuan fulfilled her every desire. Unbeknownst to her, the talisman Jun Jinshan had hastily thrown was discovered by Yi Tianhuan, who recognized that the magical energy within belonged to the person he had been desperately searching for. However, he was still uncertain if that individual was indeed Jun Lily. On this particular day, as Jun Lily perused a book, she came across a description of a strikingly handsome man from the western regions. His golden hair and azure eyes captivating her. Your Highness, at that moment, the guard responsible for watching over the siblings knelt before Etienne. After receiving permission, he slowly began to speak. It seems she is certainly not the little koi I seek. The little koi is pure and devoted solely to her cultivation. How could she harbor such thoughts? Etienne mused to himself. Your Highness, this handsome man, the guard observed Etienne's distraction and reminded him once more. You may withdraw. I shall go see for myself. Etienne rose, adjusting his attire. Miss June desires handsome men, the guard reiterated. Etienne paused in his adjustments, raising an eyebrow. Does my appearance not rival that of male courtesans? The guard exclaimed, this is utterly absurd. Heavens, who comprehends this? A mere child of 1 year possesses no charm. Observing the guard frozen like a statue, Etienne commanded, by the way, prepare some food, clothing, and jewelry of the types I previously mentioned. The guard hesitated. Your Highness, are you certain that Miss June can eat anything at her age? Does she share your penchant for vanity? Can she adorn herself with so many hairpins? Reluctantly, the guard realized that a task assigned by the master must be completed, regardless of its feasibility. An hour later, Etienne appeared before June Lily, resplendently adorned, accompanied by guards and maidservants bearing an array of items. The food consisted of fish, shrimp, crab, and other seafood. The clothing was predominantly white, while the jewelry sparkled with gold and gems. Yun Lily mused. I am curious as to which whim has led the young prince to this. Is he nurturing captives or venerating ancestors? In Etienne's eyes, if June Lily truly was the little koi he had sought for so long, she would undoubtedly adore seafood and have a fondness for white and glittering items. Yet, at that moment, although June Lily appreciated the gifts Etienne had sent, she feigned indifference to guard against him. Miss Yun, I wonder if any of these delights please you? Etienne inquired, casting a glance over the splendid array of offerings, his anticipation palpable. However, June Lily appeared lost in thought, oblivious to his question. Who, exactly, resides within the body of Etienne? How is it that he possesses such profound knowledge of my preferences? She felt that there were many things her family might not even know. Yet this little prince from Chile, whom she had just met and with whom she maintained an adversarial relationship, seemed to know everything. There must be a reason for this. Could it be that this young prince possesses some form of magic that allows him to peer into the hearts of others? As this thought crossed her mind, June Lily's pupils dilated, and she felt that her speculation held considerable weight. After all, Etienne was extraordinarily powerful. June Jinling expressed gratitude on behalf of June Lily to Etienne, but June Lily refused to acknowledge his kindness, stating bluntly, Little prince, spare me the pretense. Even if you were to kill us, do not think you can obtain the true treasure map. We will not allow you in Chile to acquire the treasure and wreak havoc upon the world. Upon hearing this, Etienne chuckled lightly, casting a self-deprecating glance in her direction. June Jinling, fearing that his sister's words might incite Etienne's ire, worried that they might meet a dire fate. Great villain, if you have the ability, grant us a swift end. June Lily thought to herself, I must devise a way to escape with my fourth brother. But the guards here are too numerous. A new plan began to form in her mind. Etienne, undisturbed by June Lily's words, replied with a hint of assurance. Rest assured, I shall not easily relinquish the treasure map until I comprehend my father's intentions. The plight of the common folk is of no concern to me, yet her compassionate heart cannot bear to witness the suffering of all living beings. At this juncture, Etienne's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gazed gently at June Lily. When their eyes met, for reasons unknown, June Lily felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Could it be that this great villain had cast some spell upon her? Why did her heart feel so heavy? Akin to being separated from a beloved one for an eternity, despite having only left her mother and elder brother a few days prior? Who was this her that Etienne had mentioned? Hearing the turmoil in June Lily's heart, June Jinling anxiously lifted her into his arms. Little prince, my sister is still young and needs rest. The visitation hours have concluded for today. June Jinling harbored a sense of foreboding that this little prince from Chile would become the greatest trouble in Lily's life, even more so than he Jinru, Junyu, and others who sought to harm them. Etienne made no attempt to intervene and departed as well. Back in his chamber, he continued to monitor the movements of June Lily and her brother using his magical powers. As the hour grew late and he had yet to rest, Chi Su entered with a tray in hand. Your Highness, This is a bowl of lotus seed soup freshly prepared by the kitchen. Please enjoy it while it's hot. Chi-Su placed the bowl before Etienne. Lotus seeds are a precious ingredient with properties that calm the heart and soothe the spirit, making them perfectly suitable for Etienne at this moment. He had always held a fondness for lotus seeds and relished the sweet delicacy of lotus seed soup. Lifting his spoon, he savored a mouthful of the soup. How delightful! Is there more in the pot? Please send a bowl to Miss June as well, Etienne instructed. A quarter of an hour later, a bowl of lotus seed soup was set before June Lily. She gazed at the dish with surprise, and a nearby guard remarked, "Miss June, this was specially sent to you by our little prince. He truly cares for you." June Jinling approached to express gratitude on behalf of June Lily, asking the guard to convey their thanks to the little prince. Just as the guard departed, June Jinling received a mental message from June Lily. Lotus seeds? Why lotus seeds? Is Etienne deliberately trying to provoke me? I, the golden koi, have a long-standing feud with lotus seeds. We are sworn enemies. Though she thought this in her heart, her body betrayed her as she inevitably lifted the spoon and took a bite of the lotus seeds. They were fragrant and sweet, soft and flavorful, truly delightful. In Dongji, the cuisine leans towards the northern flavors, and the climate does not favor the extensive cultivation of lotus flowers. Thus, lotus roots and seeds are scarce. This was the first time since arriving in this world that June Lily had the pleasure of tasting lotus seeds. As the long night stretched on, the tents of the Pei family army were aglow with light. The day before, they had summoned the rain swallows using the method left by June Lily to assist in delivering messages to Longqing. This time, they needed June Jinbai to draw the true map. Upon learning that June Lily had been captured by the Shilei people, the members of the Jing Wangfu planned to abandon their tasks and rush to the battlefield. Naturally, June Jingyan sought to prevent everyone from acting recklessly. Firstly, if their entire family were to mobilize, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the emperor or the ninth prince. Secondly, individuals like June Jinbai and June Jinjia possessed no martial skills and lacked the ability to protect themselves. Venturing onto the battlefield was far too perilous. After much contemplation, June Jingyan resolved to set off alone on horseback. Before his departure, Taoist Wang, having heard of June Lily's peril, expressed his concern and presented June Jingyan with a palm-sized scale. He insisted that it must be delivered to June Lily at all costs, for this scale could temporarily restore her magical powers, albeit with only 3 uses. Grateful for Taoist Wang's gift, June Jingyan hastily set off. He mused that if Lily could regain her full powers, perhaps they would no longer be at Etienne's mercy. However, even if he rode day and night without rest, it would take at least half a month to reach Shijiang. June Lily was also determined to find a way to escape with her 4th brother. However, their courtyard was heavily guarded, and she had begun to dig a tunnel to escape. Just as this idea took root, she immediately dismissed it. Given the vastness of the military city, even their courtyard was sizable. Attempting to escape through a tunnel would likely result in her transforming from a 1-year-old child into an 18-year-old maiden by the time she succeeded. Little sister, save your energy. Unless someone comes to rescue us, it is impossible for us to escape, June Jinling advised as he observed June Lily's restless attempts to find a way out. Exhausted from her efforts, June Lily plopped down onto the ground with a sigh. 4th brother, must we simply watch as the treasure map falls into the hands of Shilei? Do not fret, little sister. Mother and elder brother will surely find a way to rescue us, June Jinling reassured her, filled with hope. Just as the siblings conversed, a terrified scream from a maid rang out from outside, followed by commotion, as if someone was shouting that a murder had occurred. Instinctively alert, June Lily sensed a lingering aura of malice. 4th brother, something is amiss outside. We should investigate, June Lily suggested. Exchanging a glance, June Jinling carried June Lily to the courtyard entrance. Indeed, a death had occurred. June Jinling hurriedly inquired with the guards about the situation. Before he could utter more than a few words, Chi-Su rushed in, carrying Etienne. Noticing that the June siblings were disturbed by the recent upheaval, Chi-Su took it upon himself to explain. Previously, His Highness had exposed a number of ministers plotting rebellion at court. Most of these individuals held considerable power and influence, and, seeing that the emperor has yet to appoint an heir, they have harbored ambitions of usurpation. Although they have all been dealt with, their remaining accomplices have yet to be eliminated. Many are seeking revenge against the young prince. As he spoke, Chi-Su's tone grew increasingly grave, fear evident upon his face. Were these marauders targeting Etienne? This thought, initially confined to her mind, slipped from June Lily's lips. How dare you directly address His Highness by his name? Chi-Su's focus shifted to this breach of decorum. No matter, Etienne interjected, patting Chi-Su's arm to signal him to set him down. June Lily also urged Jun Jinling to place her on the ground. These individuals infiltrated the city just this morning, and I am still unaware of their numbers or disguises. Jun Xiao, Miss June, you must exercise utmost caution, expressed his concerns and cast a wary glance at Jun Li. Why not let Miss June move into my palace and reside with me? He boldly proposed, contemplating the opportunity to further investigate Jun Li's true identity. His suggestion left everyone present in utter astonishment. Your Highness, this is utterly unacceptable. Chi-Su was the first to object. Indeed, it cannot be permitted, though you and the young lady are both still quite young. Propriety dictates that men and women should not share the same quarters. Jun Jinling also disagreed. Little Ling will take good care of her sister, Your Highness, so there is no need for concern. He performed a respectful gesture, his expression earnest. Many inappropriate aspects of the situation did not cross his mind. He was aware of the awkwardness and half-jokingly remarked, I was just joking, General Qi. Please arrange for double the guards for our esteemed guests. To avoid further discomfort, swiftly changed the topic. Jun Li observed the composed demeanor of before her, pondering, is it merely my illusion? Or does the Western prince display an unusual warmth towards me? It seems that this young prince is particularly attentive to my well-being. There must be something more to this situation. I wish to find an opportunity to discern the true origins of this young prince. I have a plan in mind to join forces with him to confront the protagonists. After all, he is the antagonist in the story, and if circumstances allow, aligning with him may spare me and the entire Jun family from a dire fate. Jun Jinling, upon hearing her thoughts, was taken aback. My sister knows he is the antagonist, yet wishes to collaborate with him. However, he felt they themselves were not entirely virtuous either. Ultimately, preserving the lives of their family was paramount. Very well, then, fourth young Master Jun must ensure the well-being of Miss June, reiterated. It is getting late. I must take my leave. As Chi-Su bent down to lift, Jun Li called to halt their actions. Your Highness, please wait. Does Miss June have something to discuss? She inquired with a playful smile. Have you and General Qi counted the casualties? Thus far, how many lives have been claimed by those marauders? When we arrived, I roughly observed 3 maidservants and 10 guards. These marauders killed with a clear intent, targeting only those close to. The deceased mentioned by Chi-Su were all individuals tasked with serving and protecting him. So, have you managed to apprehend any of the culprits? Jun Jinling was confused by her inquiries, his gaze fixed on her in suspicion, while she ignored him entirely, focusing solely on Chi-Su and, not at this moment, Chi-Su admitted, lowering his head in guilt. I find it curious, Your Highness, do you not have a barrier? Shouldn't all who enter and exit be within your surveillance? Jun Li asked with curiosity. As General Qi mentioned, those marauders disguised themselves as maidservants and guards to infiltrate the city, and I have no means to verify their identities, replied nonchalantly. Not pressing further, Jun Li smiled playfully at the diminutive and proposed, let's strike a deal. I will help you locate those marauders, and in return, you will release my brother and me. Upon hearing her words, not only in Chi-Su, but even Jun Jinling was taken aback. He was eager to discover what method his sister intended to employ to assist. You, a mere child, wait now. Chi-Su nearly mocked her, advising her to refrain from causing trouble. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Jun Li was unlike other children. Perhaps having spent so much time with the prodigious young prince had caused him to forget what a typical child of her age should be like. Nevertheless, it was inconceivable for someone like Miss June to behave in such a manner. Compared to a treasure map, a few lives lost here are inconsequential, decisively refused. But what are the lives of those lowly maidservants and guards? Do you truly not wish to swiftly apprehend those marauders? Do you not desire to dismantle the forces behind them? Her words caused a pause momentarily. Just then, a soldier reported that a lieutenant among the guards and a head maidservant had also been slain. The maidservants accompanying were all skilled in martial arts, particularly the head maidservant, whose abilities were formidable. Seizing the moment, Jun Li pressed, Young prince, do you wish to witness more lives lost? Though was not known for his compassion, he was certainly not indifferent to human life. What exactly is your plan? He inquired anxiously. Jun Li, however, could not reveal her strategy directly. She needed to compel him to agree to her terms before they were released. Your Highness, your promise to me holds no weight without a written contract, complete with your seal. Sighed, realizing that this Miss June was no ordinary child. Very well, but I wish to know your secret. Was not about to concede easily. Engaging in a negotiation. My secret? I have no secrets. I am but a little over a year old. What secrets could I possibly hold? June Lily feigned calmness in her response, chuckled lightly, casting her a look that suggested she could not fool him. I wish to uncover the secret of the soul that inhabits this body of yours. As he spoke, his eyes glinted with an icy intensity, as if he could penetrate her very being. From the moment she laid eyes on, she realized that her status as a time traveler was no secret to him. There is no need for such complications. I can tell you right now, she asserted, her gaze resolute as it locked onto. I come from. She raised her head, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on him, waited attentively for her to continue. Instead, June Lily began to exchange coded signals with him. Palace Yuigio. 181 cups, seamlessly responded. Odd changes, even remain the same? Symbols observed the quadrants. Sighed, rolling his eyes at her while they continued their exchange. I love you as you traverse countless alleys alone. I love the way you refuse to kneel. The two continued their cryptic conversation. Chi Su and Jun Jinling, observing this, exchanged bewildered glances. What were they discussing? No doubt they are speaking in a language we cannot comprehend. Miss June, have you had your fill of games? Asked with a stern expression. What is the matter? Are we not fellow countrymen? Why so fierce? June Lily pouted, displeased, and further inquired. Do you truly come from the 21st century? Are you aware of your character's experiences and fate? Shot her another incredulous look. Does this topic relate to your assistance in finding the marauders? Is this truly so irritable? He appears to have died of anger in his previous life. He cannot tolerate even the slightest idle chatter. With so many lives lost outside, his tone was decidedly brusque. June Li, surprised by his words, wondered, can he hear my thoughts? Otherwise, how would he know I was contemplating casual conversation with him? Standing just behind June Li, Jun Jinling felt a wave of apprehension that might be able to read his sister's mind. Uncertain if possessed such an ability, he nonetheless resolved to maintain his composure. In truth, it would be simple to expose the marauders. All they needed to do was gather everyone together and vocally condemn the few ministers that he had previously eliminated. If someone does not join in the collective condemnation, even if that person is not part of the mob, they will undoubtedly harbor insincerity towards the young prince. To reassure Yi Tianquang and to demonstrate her sincerity, June Lily continued, my senses are several times more acute than those of ordinary individuals, enabling me to perceive murderous intent. When we vociferously criticize those ministers, their henchmen will naturally be the most agitated and driven by a desire for vengeance. I can detect any abnormality they exhibit. It is better to apprehend 1,000 innocents than to let a single guilty person slip away. Once we have captured all of them, we can interrogate them slowly and surely expose the entire mob. June Lily spoke with fervor, exuding confidence. Little sister, you are truly impressive. Jun Jinling could not help but give her a thumbs up. Yi Tianquang and Chi Su exchanged glances, seemingly assessing the feasibility of June Lily's plan. The military city is primarily divided into two types of individuals. A small number of maids and guards dedicated to serving and protecting the prince, totaling less than 100. The other group consists entirely of soldiers from Chile who, despite suffering significant losses in recent skirmishes against the Eastern Extreme Army, still number around 70,000. If we summon all of them, how will you manage to identify the culprits? Yi Tianquang raised his concern. Jun Jinling also turned to June Lily, recognizing the challenge presented. However, June Lily smiled calmly and stated, based on my analysis, the mob will only conceal themselves among your maids and guards, as there should be none within the army. There are 3 reasons. Firstly, military discipline is stringent, and the number of personnel is confirmed before deployment, making infiltration nearly impossible in recent days. Secondly, the army consists entirely of men, while the mob has a significant number of women. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone hurried to inquire about her reasoning. She interjected, please do not interrupt. Allow me to continue my analysis. The third point is the most evident, the tattoos on the backs of their hands. Unlike the voluntarily enlisted soldiers of the Pei family army in the Eastern Extreme, many of Chile soldiers are forcibly conscripted when they arrive at boot camp. To temper their youthful vigor, their respective military unit names are tattooed on the backs of their hands. This recruitment method is inhumane, and the common folk have long voiced their grievances. Yet, The royal family offers generous compensation without age restrictions, only considering height and weight. Thus, many soldiers are still just children of around 10 years old. Even if the members of the mob possess the long-lost art of disguise, they can still be easily identified in their actions. As for why I mentioned that there are many women among them, it is because the one who committed the murder in front of our gate was indeed a woman. Chapter 192. This is Hot Pot. After explaining her reasoning, June Lily clarified the implications of her second point. Before the young prince and General Qi arrived, I and my fourth brother had visited the crime scene. There were footprints left by the murderer on the ground. It had rained lightly the previous night, leaving the soil moist, making it easy to leave footprints. If it were a man, it would be rare to find such small shoe sizes. Upon hearing this, Tianquang signaled Qi Su to dispatch someone to investigate the crime scene immediately. This young girl is quite clever. With a method at hand, Qi Su summoned all the maids and guards that very night. Each person was tasked with their role. Not only Tianquang, but also many faces were unfamiliar to Qi Su, which made it easy for others to blend in. The testing commenced. Qi Su led the group in verbally denouncing the corrupt officials previously identified by Tianquang, while June Lily, Tianquang, and others observed the expressions of those present from above. As the denunciation intensified, June Lily noticed some suspicious individuals. That woman in the second row, third from the end. That man at the back, and the old man with the broom. June Lily meticulously pointed out everyone who seemed questionable. As she made her observations, Tianquang used his magic to immobilize those individuals. Suddenly, when someone was rendered unable to move, it sparked curiosity among the others. Hey, what's wrong with you? A maid noticed the person beside her had been immobilized and hurriedly nudged her. Qi Su glanced over and gestured for silence while pointing toward the sky, prompting the maid to look up. Upon seeing Tianquang and June Lily on the second floor, she understood that their young prince was once again casting spells. Is there anyone else? Tianquang had already immobilized over 10 individuals, and to ensure complete eradication of the threat, he needed to be meticulous. The remaining individuals did not exude murderous intent, yet they remained defiant. June Lily's eyes scanned the crowd like a laser beam, thoroughly assessing everyone present. Tianquang took a deep breath and coldly commanded, "Point them out." June Lily obediently complied. Her, and him, and those three over there, all of them, understood. Tianquang's gaze darkened, deep as an unfathomable abyss. A few beams of white light flowed from his fingertips, and the individuals June Lily had named were also immobilized. He inquired expressionlessly, "Is that correct?" "Yes," June Lily confirmed with a nod. "General Qi." Tianquang cast a glance at Qi Su before departing first. Qi Su instructed everyone to cease their cursing, and those immobilized by Tianquang were taken to the dungeon. June Lily's senses proved remarkably accurate. Following that night, 10 days passed peacefully in the military city without any further disturbances. During this time, Tianquang seldom sought out June Lily, seemingly preoccupied with interrogating the mob. Although he still did not release the siblings, he allowed them to communicate with the eastern extreme to report their safety. The siblings, under Tianquang's care, had gained a few pounds, especially June Lily, who could enjoy fresh seafood daily. Whether it was from the sea transported from afar or river delicacies caught by the soldiers if she lay early in the morning. All of this was ordered by Tianquang. Those below found it peculiar that such a young child, barely over a year old, could consume so much seafood and river fare. Tianquang was also testing June Lily. Others might not be able to tolerate it, but she was different. She was naturally suited to enjoy small fish and shrimp. Furthermore, the daily staple of lotus seeds was never neglected by Tianquang. As long as the kitchen prepared a portion for him, he ensured that June Lily received her share as well, with daily variations in preparation. Lotus seed tofu soup, lotus seed cold cake, lotus seed mung bean millet porridge, and even nourishing lily and lotus seed soup for women were all provided in abundance. June Lily expressed that no matter how much she loved it, she would eventually have her fill. One day, the June family sent another letter to the siblings, stating that June Jingyan had arrived at the military camp with a genuine treasure map drawn by June Jinbai. They were discussing that if Tianquang still did not release the siblings, they might have to exchange the map for their freedom. Accompanying the letter was a silk pouch meant for June Lily. Upon receiving it and opening the pouch, a burst of multicolored light shot forth, soaring into the heavens. June Jinling recognized that the contents were anything but ordinary, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, he quickly used his sleeve to cover the pouch. After June Lily retrieved the object inside, the light vanished. She discovered a scale, roughly the size of an adult's palm, and felt an inexplicable familiarity. This scale was a dragon scale, not simply a fish scale. June Lily held the scale in her hand, the sunlight filtering through the delicate scale, painting it in vibrant hues, strikingly beautiful. The pouch also contained a note, signed by Wang Daochong, stating that this dragon scale should be kept safely, as carrying it would restore all magical power, albeit usable only 3 times. No wonder June Lily felt a lightness in her body and an abundance of energy upon receiving the scale, just as she intended to store the scale away. A maid approached. June Lily hastily concealed the scale with her sleeve. 2 individuals, the young prince, hosted a banquet in the palace, wishing to express gratitude to Miss June for her assistance in solving the case. The maidservant remarked. The siblings exchanged glances, realizing that Tian Huang had indeed uncovered the forces behind the assailants. They tidied themselves briefly and made their way to the palace where Tian Huang resided. Unbeknownst to June Lily, the moment she opened the brocade pouch, the beam of light emitted by the scales was entirely captured by Tian Huang. He felt a connection to this beam of light and discerned its origin. He summoned the siblings not only to discuss the situation regarding the assailants, but also because he had finally confirmed June Lily's identity. As for the third reason, according to their prior agreement, he was supposed to let them go. However, now that he had identified June Lily, Tian Huang was reluctant to let slip the person he had sought for 3 lifetimes. The courtyard where the siblings resided was not far from Tian Huang's palace, merely a 10-minute walk. Upon their arrival, the dishes for the banquet were already served. The sight of the abundant delicacies left everyone, including June Lily, utterly astonished. June Jinling and Chi Su exclaimed, "What is all this? It's all raw. How can we eat it?" June Lily responded, "Is this a hot pot from the 21st century?" Having traversed to this era for over a year, she had nearly forgotten the taste. In her previous life, due to health reasons, June Lily could not tolerate spicy food. Thus, she was unfamiliar with the recipe for the fiery broth, and she was taken aback that Tian Huang knew it. Beef tripe, beef tongue, lamb rolls. Wow, there are even shrimp paste and rice cake pouches. Tian Huang, do you truly understand me too well? Tears of joy streamed from the corners of June Lily's eyes as she entered. June Jinling helplessly tugged at her. "Sister, be mindful of your demeanor in someone else's home." Tian Huang, seeing June Lily's gluttonous demeanor, smiled indulgently. "Liar, come." Tian Huang approached, gentlemanly taking June Lily's wrist and leading her to her seat, pulling out a chair for her. Chapter 193.